This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. The summer sun burns the earth, and the rising heat waves distort the air. The gate of Xinhuang College is crowded with people. Today is the day for the new students of Xinhuang College to enroll. As a member of the freshmen, Qingjio's face is obviously less happy than other freshmen. She sighed, took her freshman admission notice, and dragged her suitcase to the freshman registration office to register. Hello, welcome to Xinhuang College. What is your major, and what is your name? Qingjio handed over the notice and said, Pet Care Major, Qingjio. Hearing the words Pet Care Major, several students in front of him looked up suddenly. I don't know if it's an illusion, Qingjio always feels that they seem to be looking at him with eyes, like seeing a ghost. There is no need to be so shocked. The other party reacted, and then the formal process was followed. He registered for her, and took her to get the school uniform. Someone actually applied for the Pet Care Major? Didn't you see the list of freshmen? There are 5. Oh my god. As Qingjio walked further and further away, the sound of their discussion was drowned out by the noise of the crowd. The ace major of Xinhuang Academy is the Beast Control Major. Almost 80% of the famous Beast Masters in the interstellar space come from Xinhuang Academy, so the number of people who apply for the Beast Control Major every year ranks first in the interstellar space. Qingjio also yearns to become a Beast Master. But she opened her registration manual and saw the cute cats and dogs on it, and she felt even more sad. The cost of becoming a Beast Master is high, and she can't afford it. After all, in addition to tuition, she also needs to buy her own war beast and take care of its daily life. Her flat wallet can't fulfill her wish. As a second choice, as long as she is in Xinhuang, she can still see the majestic war beasts, so she chose to take the lowest tuition major in Xinhuang College, which is her current major, Pet Care. They are both about animals, but the actual difference is huge. However, thinking that it is a major with considerable income in recent years, she accepted it. She put her luggage away and wandered around the campus. As she walked, she came to a place with few people, and a seemingly abandoned building appeared in front of her. Although the door was not locked, the corridor was covered with dust, and it seemed that no one had been here for a long time. She was brave since she was a child, and walked into this strangely quiet building. There were many billboards in the building, which were all about their school's enrollment notices and lists of outstanding students, but the dates were more than 20 years ago. Could it be that this building has been abandoned for more than 20 years? Her attention was focused on the flyer, and she didn't notice that there was a pair of green animal eyes staring at her at the stairs. Qingjio only walked around the first floor, and found that there was nothing worth exploring. She didn't plan to go to the second floor, but chose to leave directly. Before she walked out of the door, a figure rushed from behind her at lightning speed. She felt the wind behind her, her back felt cold, and she turned around quickly. She saw a black kitten wagging its tail behind her, looking at her and licking its mouth. It was the first time that Qingjio saw such a beautiful kitten, and she couldn't help but pick it up. The kitten seemed a little frightened, but the next moment it became friendly again, and put its head close to Qingjio's neck. Itchy. Qingjio stroked its big head, while carefully examining the black cat. It doesn't look like a cat, but more like a leopard? Who are you? You can't come in here, leave quickly. A shout suddenly came from the door, and Qingjio was startled and looked at the door not far away. The other party was a middle-aged man, with silver-white hair and gold-rimmed glasses. At this time, he frowned and stared at Qingjio. When he saw the black cat in Qingjio's arms, his squinting eyes opened, and his gray eyes were full of disbelief. You? It is estimated that the other party is Xinhuang's teacher. This building may be a forbidden area for students. She doesn't want to be punished on the first day of school. Qingjio immediately bowed and said, I'm sorry, I'm a freshman. I didn't know I couldn't come here, I leave now. Freshman? The man saw the black cat hugging Qingjio's neck and licking her face regardless of the occasion, and the shock on his face was simply unstoppable. Qingjio put the black cat down and walked away quickly, hoping to avoid being asked her name. But the black cat bit her trouser leg reluctantly, making a whining sound in its mouth, which didn't sound like a cat's meow. When the man saw her leaving, he suddenly came to his senses and immediately blocked the way out. He asked, What's your name? Qingjio's scalp was numb. What she feared was what she got. She gritted her teeth and answered Qingjio. The man silently read her name in his mind, and then asked, Are you a freshman in the animal control major this year? Qingjio shook her head, her mouth bitter. I'm a Pet Care major. Pet Care? It seemed that the man knew that his school had this major for the first time. He was a little skeptical and asked again, "Is it really not a beast control major?" "No." The man let out a long sigh and let her go. "Let's go." "Thank you, teacher." Seeing that she could finally leave, she put on the oil on her feet, lowered her head, and walked quickly towards the door. The black cat under her feet wanted to follow her, but before he could jump 2 steps, the man was quick and picked up the black cat with one hand. The black cat was not friendly to the man at all, to Chinchio, and it was threatening and almost bit him. The man quickly changed hands to catch it, cursing, "Look at your worthless look." He looked at the back again and murmured, "Chinchio." His voice was very light and drifted away with the wind. When everyone arrived, she finally knew the situation of her major. 6 people registered, and 5 people actually showed up, 3 girls and 2 boys. The dormitory was a 5-person dormitory, and their major lived with 2 girls from the Mecha major next door. When they heard that they were majoring in pet care, the 2 girls from the Mecha major looked intriguing. Fortunately, the roommates were all nice, and they got along well. The next morning, they changed into school uniforms, put on their professional badges, and walked towards the auditorium in high spirits. Today is the opening ceremony, and all students and teachers will attend. Most of the teachers at Star King are veterans, and some are even active soldiers. They have made great military achievements and are idols of many students. Among them are Beast Tamer Edel, Top Mecha Master Levin, and Gun Master Song Ji. These 3 majors are also Star King's trump majors, and the difficulty of the exam ranks among the top 5 in StarCraft. Attending the opening ceremony is like a small idol meeting. No one will be late, and no one will be absent. So half an hour before the ceremony started, the entire auditorium was almost full. The seats were arranged according to majors. Chinchio and his pet care students were of course on the 2nd floor, the farthest away. It's almost invisible. The speaker was Su Shanshan, a pretty girl with double braids and thick glasses. In the conversation in the girls' dormitory yesterday, I learned that she was the only girl who chose this major because she liked pets. Alas, Tianqing majors are not popular. The other girl who spoke was Chinchio's roommate Xia Xiaolan, who was transferred here because her grades were not good enough. Her family situation was also average, and she accepted the low tuition for pet care. They were indeed sitting far away, and it was difficult to even read the big words "Welcome to new students" on the stage. Alas, there are disadvantages to being too big. Teachers entered the venue one after another, and the students burst into discussions. "That's Mr. Levin. Damn, his robotic arm is so cool. Is that Mr. Songji? Yeah, he's so handsome. So young. He was only 20 when he became famous. It's only been 10 years now, and he hasn't retired yet." Chinchio listened to the discussions of the people around her while remembering every teacher. She was poor and didn't even have a terminal, unlike other people who had so many sources of information. Until a middle-aged man with silver hair, who looked familiar to her, appeared, the whole audience burst into warm cheers. The man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, smiled slightly, and waved to everyone. With the movement of his hands, the cheers in the auditorium almost pierced the entire dome. "Master Beast Tamer Edel. My idol. I'm about to faint. I've worked so hard to get here, I have no regrets in my life, who in my family understands. Teacher Edel, I love you. Chinchio, Chinchio, ? She numbly raised her hand and rubbed her ears, her face stiff and expressionless. She was probably the only one in the audience who couldn't get excited. Because, it seems that she violated the school rules yesterday and was remembered by Master Edel. She's already dead, don't cue her. Chapter 2. The subsequent teachers, even the principal, did not receive the same treatment as Edel, and he is the most worthy of being the Star Emperor. Su Shanshan sighed slightly. Although I am not a beast master, Teacher Edel is really amazing. Even passers-by want to be his fans. Chinchio, oh? Why? Su Shanshan, don't you watch the news? Chinchio, I don't have a terminal. Su Shanshan, ? Su Shanshan, are you a primitive man? Chinchio, I can't afford it. Let's not talk about this first. Tell me about Edel. Su Shanshan looked at Chinchio as if he had seen a ghost, and slowly said, Teacher Edel is the first beast master in the entire galaxy who can control more than 3 beasts. He is not only a master, but also perfected a whole set of beast control theories and methods of raising more beasts. Before Teacher Edel left the Shirong Star Beast Control Army, he was the strongest beast control master in the entire galaxy. Even now, if there is a disaster of alien beasts in the galaxy that cannot be solved, Teacher Edel will personally go into battle. His status in the beast control world is unmatched, and almost all the Beast Control Army and Beast Control students are his fans. Qingjiu didn't expect Adele to be such a god. She was a little ashamed. She said she was a Beast Control fan, but this information was not as good as that of an outsider. Soon, the teachers in the audience had taken their seats, and as the music sounded, the opening ceremony officially began. Similar to the opening process of ordinary schools, the principal gave a speech first, and then the representatives of each teacher gave a speech. The students in the audience kept taking pictures with the terminal, intending to go back and show off to their friends. Song Ji brought the newly developed celebration firearms of their professional group and made their first public appearance. He stood on the stage and pointed the gun at the dome. When he released the trigger, with a few roars, golden flames rushed straight to the dome of the auditorium. Everyone thought it would disappear halfway or return. But it didn't. It really wanted to penetrate the dome. Some of the students below had already stood up in panic. In a corner where no one noticed, Levin bent his waist and squatted, and the auxiliary machinery on his legs instantly accumulated power. Before people could exclaim, a figure appeared near the dome, like an arrow from a bow, whoosh. It's Teacher Levin. A sharp-eyed student recognized who the other person was at a glance, and jumped up excitedly. Levin raised his mechanical arm, and hit the flame, and the flame that was touched instantly collapsed, and small sparks swirled in the air. A one word was faintly formed. Levin kicked the next flame with his mechanical leg, and the sparks were still moving in the air. A word slowly appeared. From the time Levin knocked away the first flame and the font appeared, the students had guessed that this was a special welcome ceremony for the teachers. The students were already boiling with excitement. I think my brother will regret not taking the Star King exam after today and won't be able to sleep. Did you record it? Did you record it? I'm going to post it on WeChat Moments. I want the whole world to know how shocking the Star King's opening ceremony is. It's the collaboration of Teacher Song Ji and Teacher Levin. Oh my god! Where can I see such a scene? Just when everyone was still immersed in shock, Levin had already fallen down. But there were still flames shooting towards the dome. Could it be that the teachers made a mistake? The students below suddenly all became quiet, looking at Levin and the flying flames with worry or anxiety. The dome is made of heavy glass. If it is blown up, none of them will be spared. The feeling of uneasiness instantly spread throughout the auditorium. At this moment, a low roar with a shock to the soul filled the entire auditorium, and a huge black shadow flashed before his eyes and ran towards the falling Levin. The moment Levin came into contact with the black shadow, it rushed straight towards the remaining flames like a spring. The black shadow also slowly fell to the ground, and the whole ground shook slightly. Everyone saw what the black shadow was. It's the swift leopard. Look at Teacher Edel. Edel stood beside Song Ji from some point on. He raised one hand in the direction of the swift leopard, and his silver-gray eyes were slightly shining, staring at the swift leopard. The swift leopard jumped up and down, following the movements of his hand, giving Levin a point of support. The three of them cooperated perfectly, and finally all the flames were broken, and several big words toured each area in the venue in turn. Welcome to Star King Academy. The swift leopard has run back to Edel, and is quietly licking his paws. Levin landed steadily on the stage and stood beside the two. The three of them looked at each other, then smiled and bowed to the audience. The venue, which had been silent just now, erupted into a deafening sound. Whistles, shouts, and applause mixed together, as if to vent all the shock in their hearts. Fuck. I want to keep this video forever. I can't stand it. I want to polish it. Ah. Swift leopard. There are only 30 in the entire galaxy, and I actually saw it. Is there any more awesome entrance ceremony than Star King? There is no one. There is no one who can fight. I want to be a Star King for life. Qingjiu was also very surprised. Is this the Star Emperor? Is this the top master? She thought that she had spent the least tuition to watch the same wonderful welcome ceremony with others, and suddenly felt that she had earned it. She looked at the black panther licking its paws, and felt that it looked familiar. Where had she seen it before? It was an illusion. Others said that the Black Panther was a rare S-level war beast, and she should not have the opportunity to touch it. The three teachers left the stage, and the voices on the stage did not weaken at all. The host did not stop everyone, but smiled and waited for everyone to vent their emotions and calm down before slowly speaking. Next, please invite the top 5 students in this entrance examination to the stage. This is an old tradition of Star Emperor. The top 5 students in each exam will automatically enter the student union and obtain some conveniences and powers given by the school to motivate everyone to work hard on the exam. So Star Emperor's admission score is firmly ranked first in the Interstellar, and other colleges have followed suit. Su Shanshan felt the chair beside her lighten. She looked up, revealing confusion under the heavy glasses. Where are you going? To the bathroom? It be over soon. Let's go together later? Qin Jio smiled, and shook her head. She pointed to the stage and said, the host just called me. I go. The people around her couldn't help but look up at her when they heard her words. Su Shanshan's chin slightly opened, and she finally found her voice. Sister, are you kidding? The virtual light screen appeared out of thin air in the center of the auditorium, and 5 names slowly appeared. Qinjiu pointed at the light screen and said calmly, Look, I'm leaving. After Qinjiu left, Su Shanshan turned back stiffly and looked at the light screen. 5 short words, straight to the heart. First place Qinjiu. Chapter 3. The Ace Major of Star Emperor was arranged very close to the rostrum. The students who were admitted to the top few of Star Emperor slowly stood up from the front rows of seats and walked forward. Everyone's eyes were focused on them, and the students were discussing this year's student union members. 2 Beastmasters, 1 Mechanical Major, 1 Mecha Major. Is the remaining one a Firearms Major? I don't know. See if anyone stands up in the firearms seat? Everyone looked around the first floor, but no one stood up. The 4 students who just stood up were already standing on the stage, waiting for the last student to arrive. The host was also looking for the missing 5th person in the venue. After searching for a long time, she saw that no one had stood up yet, and even she didn't know what was going on. Is there a mistake in the school? This student did not enroll, but no one should choose to give up the admission quota of Star Emperor, right? Not to mention that he also achieved a good result of being in the top 5 of Star Emperor. Seeing some commotion in the audience, and everyone's eyes were filled with confusion and doubt, the host cleared her throat and said again, Please invite the top 5 students in this entrance examination. Wait, I be there soon. Qinjiu had just come down from the 2nd floor and waved in response at the stairs. This big school does have its disadvantages. It took her 2 minutes to walk from her seat to the stairs. Now she had just come downstairs and was a little out of breath. As soon as she opened her mouth, she attracted the attention of the students nearby. Qinjiu saw that all the heads turned around suddenly. The news that the 5th person was at the back of the auditorium spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. Soon, the auditorium was so quiet that Qinjiu could hear her own heartbeat. Nearly 1,000 eyes locked onto her, causing her to pause. Oh my god, so scary. Qinjiu took a deep breath, calmed down, and walked towards the podium step by step under the huge pressure of everyone's attention. She came down from the 2nd floor? What major is on the 2nd floor? I don't know. It seems that the majors on the 2nd floor are not ace majors, right? She scored so well, but she is not a beast control or mechanical major? It's rare. When Edel came out of the list, his heart was pounding. First place, Qinjiu. Is it the freshman he met yesterday? He turned around and followed others to find the top 5 student who had not appeared yet. The same ceremony every year, the teachers have long been accustomed to it, so when waiting for the students to go on stage, they did not look around like the students, but waited quietly. It was the first time that Edel showed his attention to a top 5 student. Song Ji and Levin beside him were curious about his abnormality. Song Ji, Senior Edel, what happened? Edel shook his head, but his eyes did not stay on him. I'm just looking for this freshman, who has not yet come on stage. Levin, oh? What's so special about him? Is it worth Edel's attention? After hearing this, Edel turned his head back and looked at Levin. Levin, she went into the Beast King building alone yesterday. When these words came out, Song Ji and Levin were both stunned. Song Ji was the first to react. He asked, Is he injured? Why would a freshman go there? Edel still shook his head, his eyes full of complex emotions. He said, Not only is he not injured, Lightning also likes her very much and sticks to her and won't let her go. What? Levin looked at the Black Panther resting in the cage backstage, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Edel sighed, Why do you think Lightning was willing to come out today? I told it to bring it to meet the freshman yesterday, and it reluctantly agreed to cooperate. Song Ji, Levin, I don't believe it. Edel, just wait and see. Now, the 2 who had not been interested at first also joined the army of looking for people, but like everyone else, they did not see any figure standing up. Levin, why is there no one? What is his major? Edel's mind flashed back to what Qinjiu said to him yesterday, and his throat felt bitter. Pet care. Song Ji, ? Levin, ? Song Ji, our college. Has this major? Just as their hearts were surging, a not-so-loud girl's cry passed through the venue, and their extraordinary hearing quickly caught it. They saw the girl who was still panting, lowering her head and running quickly towards the rostrum, as if there was a flood and bees chasing behind her. Xinjiu finally withstood the pressure and came to the stage, standing with the other 4 people who were looking at her. The host saw that everyone was there, and immediately continued the ceremony. Congratulations to everyone for getting the top 5 Star Kings. Next, please introduce yourselves. The microphone was passed from the person closest to the host. Xinjiu came latest, so naturally she became the last person to be introduced. Well, see what others say and learn from them. The first girl stepped forward with a confident smile on her face. Hello everyone, my name is Lilith, a freshman in the bees taming major. As soon as she finished speaking, the audience started to discuss. Lilith? Isn't she the one I know? It's her. She's from the royal family of Shirong Star. Lilith also came to Xinhuan to study beast control. Lilith smiled and looked up at her ranking on the light screen, 3rd place. As a princess, she never regarded herself as a flower in a greenhouse. She longed to become a famous beast control master in the interstellar space. She also proved through her own efforts that she did have such strength. The second person was a sturdy boy with glasses and a short haircut. He had a strong military atmosphere. He was concise and didn't say a word more. Wang Ling, majoring in mechanics. Wang Ling. The Wang Ling who was a scout in Chengdu. Yes, that's him. Although he didn't say his ranking, everyone could see his 2nd place ranking on the light screen. After Wang Ling finished the introduction, the boy next to Wang Ling stepped forward. He smiled slightly, 2 dimples appeared, and a pair of charming almond eyes. He bowed his head, and his long hair fell like a waterfall. Guan, beast tamer Jin Chung. Ah! Jin Chung. Jin Chung. What's going on? Don't you know Jin Chung? He is the crown prince, and most importantly, he is a little star with many fans. Jin Chung seemed to be accustomed to hearing cheers. He nodded in the direction of the cheers, and said, it's the 4th place. Some people looked at the ranking list, and found that there were only 2 people left without introduction. They guessed who was the 1st place. The names of the 1st and 5th place had never been seen before. Who do you think is the 1st and the 5th? I guess the girl coming down from the 2nd floor is the 5th. I guess so too. Then the 1st place this year is the Mecha Major? What a surprise! I thought the 1st place was at least in the top 3 majors. Xinhuang's Mecha Major is not bad either. It is also a trump card. That's right. While everyone was guessing, the boy standing next to Xinjiu had already taken a step forward. He first looked at the teachers, and then slowly raised his head. Hello everyone, my name is Gu Zheng, Mecha Major. Songji turned his head to look at the middle-aged man sitting upright next to him. He smiled. Teacher Gu, Xiao Zheng is not bad. He is in the top 5. The man called Teacher Gu smiled. It's just average. Only 5th, SOSO? Although he seemed to express dissatisfaction while speaking, the pride in his eyes could not be concealed. When Gu Zheng finished introducing himself, the 1st place on the list was about to come out. Ah? The 1st place is Xinjiu. Oh my god, it can't be that girl, right? She's the only one left. If not her, who else could it be? I'm really curious. What major is she in? She didn't choose Beast Tamer as the 1st place? Is she crazy? Does anyone know her? No. I don't know. Finally it's her turn. Xinjiu took a deep breath in the commotion and stepped forward. Hello everyone, my name is Xinjiu. As soon as she spoke, the whole auditorium fell silent, waiting for her to solve their doubts. She spoke slowly. I major in pet care. Chapter 4. Did I hear it wrong? Pet care? You heard it right, pet care. Oh, pet care. What? Pet care? Except for the students majoring in pet care, all the students were full of disbelief. The other 4 students majoring in pet care. Don't look at me, we don't know anything. Not to mention the students, even the teachers in the audience didn't expect this to happen. They all looked at the principal, as if asking with their eyes, does their school have this major? It didn't exist before, but pet caregivers in the Interstellar are scarce. In order to balance the development, the principal responded to the call of the Interstellar Education Bureau this year, and added the bottom major for the first time. Principal, who knows, family members, I just want to open one more specialty major for all-round development. Who knew that the 1st place applied for this major? As the first to know the truth, Edel numbly pulled the corner of his mouth. Ha! You can finally understand my shock at that time, right? The 4 students on the stage turned their heads and looked at Qingjiu, their mouths slightly opened, and their pupils shrank suddenly. The first place they lost to, was not from the beast taming major, not the mechanical major, not the gun and mecha major, but the pet care major? For a moment, the atmosphere was a bit strange, and Qingjiu felt that he was about to be pierced by their eyes. It was the host who reacted first, and she immediately said, "Let us congratulate these 5 outstanding freshmen with the warmest applause." Some people have not recovered from the shock and clapped mechanically. After a sparse applause, the host said, "Please ask all teachers to come on stage to present them with the student union badges." The principal, the vice principal, Songji, Levin and Edel stood up as representatives of the teachers. The normal process should be that the principal should present the award to Qingjiu, who ranked first, but as soon as he arrived at the backstage, Edel immediately stepped forward and negotiated, Principal, can we switch places? I will give Qingjiu the badge." "Principal, it's not impossible, but why are you suddenly interested in a freshman?" The other teachers were still looking at him, and Edel smiled. "I just think she is a good seedling, and I want to see this year's first place up close." "Principal, okay, you can switch places with me." In this way, Edel, who was supposed to present the badge to the students of the beast taming major, inexplicably became the teacher who connected with Qingjiu. And the principal, who was supposed to present the badge to the first place, became Lilith's connecting teacher. Qingjiu saw Edel standing in front of her with a kind face. Thinking of the bad impression she left on this teacher yesterday, she immediately called Teacher Edel respectfully, hoping to wash away her negative points. Other students saw that the first place was not presented with a badge by the principal, but by Edel. The principal presented the award to Lilith, the first place winner of the beast taming major, and small discussions were heard everywhere. "See, the beast taming major is indeed the trump card major. Lilith is the first place winner of the beast taming major." The principal did not present the award to Qingjiu, the pet care major, but to Lilith. This shows that the pet care major is still not up to par in Xinhuang. Poor Teacher Edel, he should have presented the award to Lilith. Although several students on the stage were also surprised by this change, they were relieved. Their thoughts were the same as everyone else's, because Qingjiu's major was not worth mentioning in Xinhuang. Lilith smiled even more brightly in the face of this sudden glory. She shook hands with the principal, and stood up to let the principal put on the badge of honor for her. Others did the same, shaking hands with the teacher and waiting for the honor of Xinhuang. At this moment, Edel, who had always been smiling kindly, said while putting the badge on Qingjiu, "Qingjiu, are you interested in switching to the beast control major?" His voice was neither loud nor soft, and it just fell into the ears of several people on the stage. This time, not only the students, but even the teachers looked at him in shock. Everyone, Principal, Everyone, question mark. Principal, question mark. Principal, are you asking me to switch with you just to poach people? Xinhuang is not impossible to change majors, but the conditions are extremely harsh. You need to reach the top 5% of the whole grade in the first year of school to request a change of major, and you must also get the consent of the teachers of both majors. But it was the first time that someone like Edel came to poach her. Qingjiu clearly didn't expect Edel to ask this question, so of course she was tempted, because that was her dream major. She almost agreed subconsciously, but after thinking for a moment, she chose to reluctantly refuse. "No teacher, I think. Pet care is also good. The good thing is that the tuition is only 1/10 of the beast control major, and there is no worry about employment. What she lacks most now is money." Edel felt sorry, but he still welcomed her to Xinhuang with a smile. Others didn't expect Qingjiu to reject Edel's olive branch, and they were like being struck by lightning, burning inside and out. The teachers were not very good at buckling the badges. That was Edel. Edel's olive branch, don't be so ungrateful. Awoo! A small animal cry reached Edel and Qingjiu's ears, and they both lowered their heads. The black cat that Qingjiu met in the Beast King building yesterday was rubbing its body against Qingjiu's ankles, so intimate. "Hey, why are you here?" Qingjiu looked up at Edel and asked, "Teacher, is this your cat?" "A cat." Edel had a blank expression. "Yeah, I guess so." "It's so clingy and cute. Is it a boy?" "Yeah." The black cat was a little dissatisfied when it saw that Qingjiu didn't hug it like yesterday, and it began to run onto Qingjiu's legs. Edel's back teeth were itchy, so he grabbed the cat by the back of its neck and lifted it up. The black cat learned its lesson this time. After Edel picked it up, it hooked its tail around his arm, turned over, and scratched a medium-length scratch on his hand. Edel let go of the hand in pain, and the black cat immediately pounced on Qingjiu. Qingjiu saw a black object flying towards her, and subconsciously reached out to catch it. The black cat lay on her shoulder, and rubbed Qingjiu's cheek with its furry head. Qingjiu touched its round head, and the black cat stretched out its pink tongue and licked her. "Teacher Edel, your hand is bleeding." No one could have expected this to happen suddenly, and the students became nervous. Edel smiled. "It's okay, there is no Beastmaster who has not suffered a little injury." He looked at the teacher team. Well, he was very satisfied with this reaction. The principal and several others stared at the black cat in Qingjiu's arms, with eyes bigger than copper bells, motionlessly. Song Ji and Levin looked at each other, and turned their eyes to the cage in the backstage. As expected, there was nothing inside, and the black panther just disappeared as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Seeing the black cat hugging Qingjiu's neck and rubbing against him happily, and being pushed away by Qingjiu and trying to stick to him, Levin finally found his voice. "I don't believe it." Song Ji, "I don't believe it either." Levin and Song Ji, "But who can tell them what's going on now? How could such a big and mighty beast become a crying monster?" Something happened suddenly, and no one knew where the black cat came from. Teacher Edel was injured again. Seeing that they seemed to be dreaming and had no intention of leaving, the host immediately waved and called a flying microphone over. "Thank you, teachers, for awarding our outstanding students. Please take a group photo below." Everyone finally woke up and turned around stiffly, not knowing whether they smiled or not. Several students found the teacher a little strange, but they didn't know what to say. Qingjiu saw that others were about to take photos, and the black cat was still in her arms, so she quickly bent down and tried to put it on the ground. But the black cat kicked off the ground and hung on Qingjiu again. Qingjiu saw that everyone was waiting for her, and she was a little anxious, so she spoke in a heavier tone. "Go down, sit down. I play with you later." The black cat was yelled at by her, and stood on the ground in a daze. But it seemed to understand what Qingjiu said. It sat at Qingjiu's feet with grievance, looked up at Qingjiu with pitiful eyes, and saw that Qingjiu ignored it, and lowered its head to lick its paws. Teachers, shock. Song Ji, "Tell me, I'm dreaming." Principal, "I'm at the opening ceremony now, right?" "Right, Edo. Don't make noise, he's thinking." Chapter 5. After the opening ceremony, Qingjiu did not return to the second floor, but waited for her roommate to appear in the backstage. The black cat was lying in her arms at this time, very well behaved. Edel treated the wound and approached Qingjiu. The black cat heard the sound, and its round ears moved. It looked up at him, and lowered its head again. Ahem. He made a noise deliberately. Qingjiu looked back and saw that it was Edel. She asked, "Teacher Edel, are you here to take it back?" She handed the black cat over, but the black cat, which seemed to be sleeping soundly, suddenly got up, moved away from her hands, and jumped onto her shoulder. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Qingjiu patted its little head gently and cursed in a low voice. "You don't even recognize your master." Edel's eyes were complicated. He shook his head and sighed. "It's okay. If it doesn't want to come back, then don't come back. It's okay to let it follow you." "Really?" "Well, it's not my private property. The whole school is its range of activities. Its name is Lightning." When Lightning heard his name, he looked up and glanced at him again, and continued to rub Qingjiu's head flatteringly. "Lightning, your name is Lightning?" Qingjiu took it down, rubbed its big head hard, and finally couldn't help but kissed it on the forehead. There were several other teachers in the backstage who didn't leave. They just couldn't believe the changes in Lightning, so they stayed to observe secretly. Seeing that Lightning really became a clingy kitten in Qingjiu's hands, they had to believe what Edel said even if they didn't want to. The principal asked, "Who is this Qingjiu?" After the vice principal came down from the stage, he immediately opened the terminal and entered Qingjiu's name to find her enrollment information. Now when the principal asked, he answered fluently. The enrollment information shows that she is an orphan from Shirong Orphanage. There is no other information. The principal pondered for a moment. "Check it out." "Yes." Song Ji smiled bitterly. "No wonder Senior Edel wants to poach people. War beasts are the treasures of the Interstellar. They are agile, intelligent, and spiritual. They can become a powerful fighting force in war, and a powerful help in disasters. No matter which force, they hope that they can produce a beast master. War beasts are powerful, and of course they can't just succumb to humans. Only after their recognition, and establishing a resonance of the soul with them, can you have the qualifications to fight side by side with them. War beasts are proud from birth. They can fight with humans, but they will not establish too deep emotional ties with humans. Listen to instructions, and complete the task, that's all." I have never seen a war beast as close to a human as lightning, completely subverting their worldview. Levin nodded. Just now she asked Lightning to sit down, and he sat down, without even giving any instructions. This Qingjiu will definitely be a famous beastmaster in the future. Edel, who just came back, Wake up, my friends. She is studying pet care. It seems so. Su Shanshan sat on a chair in the dormitory, browsing the terminal, and clicked on the hot search. Today is the opening ceremony of the All-Star Academy. Half of the top 50 hot searches are about the opening ceremony of the Academy. And the entries related to the opening ceremony of the Star Emperor accounted for 8 of the top 20, which is a well-deserved top-tier academy. After turning to the last 3, Su Shanshan subconsciously glanced at Qin Jiu, who was still playing with the cat, and silently clicked on the comment area. Does Star Emperor have a pet care major? Why haven't I heard of it? The one above is new this year, and it seems that few people signed up. Wait, I watched the video of their opening ceremony. The first place student named Qin Jiu applied for pet care? No way. Isn't the first place a major in animal control? It's true. My friends are also in Xinhuang. They are all shocked. Xinhuang freshman said that it's true. Freshman shock +1. Xia Xiaolin is a social expert. At the opening ceremony in the morning, she had become acquainted with 2 other male students in the same major, and was successfully elected as the class monitor. After returning, she was called by the instructor to pick up her things. She came in from outside, holding a stack of papers and a few books in her hands. Su Shanshan saw this and asked, "What are they?" Xia Xiaolin put the materials on Qin Jiu's desk, called Qin Jiu, wiped her sweat and said, "These are the materials for class, Qin Jiu's." Su Shanshan was puzzled. Hasn't it been sent to the terminal? Xia Xiaolin. Shujiu doesn't have a terminal. The teacher applied for a paper version for her. Su Shanshan suddenly realized that Xia Xiaolin happened to see her terminal screen, and the words pet care pierced her eyes. She sat down directly, and read it with Su Shanshan. Qin Jiu just came in from the balcony, and saw the 2 of them chewing melon seeds, and flipping through the terminal, reading with relish. The 2 heard the sound of her opening the door, and looked at her together. Xia Xiaolin waved to her. Qin Jiu joined the 2 and asked, "What are you watching so intently?" Xia Xiaolin, "I'm reading your gossip together." Qin Jiu, ? Huh. They don't shy away from suspicion. It's indeed her gossip, but it's just speculation about her identity and curiosity about Xinhuang's opening of a pet care major. Qin Jiu looked at it for a few more times, and couldn't bear to look at it. She has already seen various identities of herself on it, and her imagination is so big that she seems to have opened the door to a new world. Is she a princess of a certain country? It's also normal. Look at Lilith and Jean Chung, they are also members of the royal family. I think she is the illegitimate daughter of a certain president. She came to Xinhuang to study under an assumed name, and announced her identity after becoming famous. Su Shanshan, quick, tell us which of their guesses is correct? Qin Jiu, Qin Jiu, none of them are correct. I grew up in Shirong Orphanage. The 2 of them suddenly fell silent. Su Shanshan, who asked the question, quickly put down the melon seeds in her hand, sat upright, and looked at Qin Jiu carefully, with a hint of apology in her eyes. "I'm sorry, It's okay, it's not a secret." Qin Jiu shrugged, not caring. The director of the orphanage treated her very well, and she rarely made the director worry. She was a well-behaved child. But because of her not lively personality, many couples who came to adopt children would eventually choose more innocent children. As she got older, her chances of being adopted became smaller. When she was old enough, she successfully signed up for the Xinhuang exam with the help of the director. After the results came out and confirmed that she could come, she said goodbye to the director and worked outside to earn tuition. Feeling that she seemed to be in a low mood, Lightning got into her arms and rubbed her arm, as if to comfort her. Qin Jiu found that he liked this little guy more and more. Xia Xiaolin suddenly remembered something. She took out a piece of paper with a gold border from the stack of documents she had just brought in. She handed it to Qin Jiu. "I almost forgot, this is your application for financial aid, it's approved." Qin Jiu took it, breathed a sigh of relief, and put down the heavy stone in his heart. If she hadn't applied for it, she would have to go back to the orphanage to ask the director to borrow some living expenses. It seems that she has to find an opportunity to see if she can earn some pocket money from somewhere in the future, so as to save it for next year's tuition. In the principal's office, the principal looked at the application submitted by Edel on the terminal, and he looked up at Edel expressionlessly. But if you look at him seriously, you will find the contempt in his eyes. Who said that Lightning licked Qin Jiu shamelessly? It seems that he learned it from his cheap master. The slightly shiny terminal was densely packed with words, but only the few big words at the top were particularly eye-catching. Application for opening a course. Chapter 6. The principal was in a lot of trouble. The new semester's courses had already been arranged, and it was rare to add classes at the last minute. If he agreed now, the teachers in the academic affairs group would immediately come up to argue with him. Others were fine, he could just refuse directly, but the other party was Edel, and things became tricky. Ahem. The principal spoke carefully. Edel, your courses for this semester have been arranged. I've also seen them. In fact, you're not very busy. I think you have enough class hours. There's no need to open a new course, and he scrolled to the last page and saw the major he applied for, which gave him an even bigger headache. You are a beast tamer. Why do you take classes in pet care? What do you teach them? Postpartum care for mother cats? Besides, you don't understand it. Edel pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his face full of confidence. Principal, I have already written in detail the reasons why I want to open this course. The course I want to open is called Animal Behavior Guidance Theory. I think it is completely in line with the pet care profession. We can better communicate with animals by understanding their behavior and intentions, cooperate to meet some of their feeding requirements, and better train them to interact. Then our nurses can get higher efficiency when helping animals bathe, trim their hair, etc. The principal's eyelids twitched. He knew that Edel was talking nonsense seriously, but he couldn't refute it. And a quick glance at the course application he submitted was perfect and impeccable. Edel has always been like this. He is a perfectionist in his work. As long as he wants to do something, he will do his best to do it the best. The principal continued to flip through the pages and found that he had written very detailed information about the purpose of the course, teaching requirements, assessment system and examination methods. The principal wanted to find loopholes in it, but the result was obviously disappointing. Edel was not in a hurry and waited patiently for the principal to finish reading all the text. When he saw the disappointed expression on the principal's face, he knew that his goal had been achieved. The principal felt frustrated. Well, okay, I really have no reason to object to your application for opening a course. You are willing to take one more course, which is actually a profit for me. He waved his hand. Okay, I agree to your application for opening a course, but because you applied after the start of school, your course will start a little later. Thank you, principal. Edel walked out of the principal's office with his head held high, with the attitude of a winner. The academic affairs teacher who had just sorted out the information passed by him and nodded in a friendly manner. Edel saw that it was the academic affairs teacher, and smiled even more brightly when he responded to him. The academic affairs teacher felt a chill on his back. For some reason, he always felt that Edel was smiling, but had a hidden knife in his heart. His eyes made him feel uneasy. As soon as he entered the principal's office, he heard the principal say, Edel has applied for an extra course this semester. Go down and arrange to get out of class. Academic affairs teacher, No wonder he felt that Edel had bad intentions. It turned out that he was waiting for him here. The first class of the new semester for the pet care major is a class on ideology and morality. There are only 5 people in their major, so it is not surprising that they have to take it together with other majors. As both are related to other creatures, the first class of the pet care major is actually taken together with the beast control major. Because the roommate got up too late, when Qin Jiao and the others arrived at the classroom, there were only a few seats left in the front row. Well, no one sits in the front row in big classes. So, they could only walk from the back row to the front row under everyone's gaze. Xia Xiaolan and Su Shanshan felt for the first time what it meant to have a thorn in the side. The noise in the classroom gradually weakened, and the normal conversation turned into whispers. They knew that this change was aimed at Qin Jiao, who was at the forefront. A newly opened unpopular major would not attract anyone's attention, but if the top student gave up all the popular majors and chose it, this incredible contrast would help them attract everyone's attention. Qin Jiao had gradually become numb. From the opening ceremony to the first class in the afternoon, no matter where she went, people would talk about her. It was almost the same as when she was in the orphanage. They found a seat and sat down. Su Shanshan and Xia Xiaolan lowered their heads to minimize their presence. TSK. A dissatisfied complaint came from Qin Jiao's left. She turned her head and found that it was Lilith. She was sitting next to Lilith. Lilith had 2 ponytails and leaned back on the chair with her hands on her chest. Her brows were slightly frowned, her mouth was slightly pouted, and her eyes were full of disdain. Qin Jiao saw that it was an acquaintance and said in a friendly way, "Hello." Lilith glanced at her and snorted coldly without responding. Qingjio saw that the other party didn't seem to like him very much, so he didn't care. He took out the information that Xia Xiaolan helped her get back, put it on the table, and waited for the teacher to arrive. His every move attracted widespread attention. When they saw Qingjio took out a thick stack of information, they were curious for a while. Lilith didn't know what she was going to do. Although she didn't like her, she couldn't help but take a peek. Ideological and moral outline. It wasn't a special thing, but it was enough to surprise her. Lilith had never seen paper books except in her own collection room. What era is it? Are there still people using paper books to attend classes? Don't they all use terminals to receive information? He's a weirdo. Lilith came to a conclusion. Not long after, the teacher entered the classroom in high heels. The teacher of this course was a beautiful woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. She taught the ideological and moral class for every freshman. She looked around and smiled. Hello, I'm your ideological and political teacher. My name is Wire. On the first day of class, I want to get to know you, so... He turned on the terminal and enlarged the screen. The dense names covered the entire page. Let's call the roll. Ah! Everyone sighed. It turns out that no matter which school you go to, you can't escape the exciting and thrilling part of calling the roll. We're pressed the roll call button on the class roster, and almost at the same time, a confirmation message popped up on everyone's terminal in the classroom. The data source is limited to the classroom, and students who are not in the classroom will not receive the roll call confirmation. 5 minutes later, Wire opened the roster again, and at a glance it was all green. The level of self-awareness of Xinhuang's students actually doesn't need a roster to define it, but she has other plans. She was about to close the roster when she suddenly saw the only red spot in the vast green. One student didn't sign in. Wei raised her eyebrows and looked at the name. Qingjio. She had a good memory. Qingjio stole the show at the opening ceremony. She couldn't forget it. Is Qingjio not here? Teacher, I'm here. Qingjio raised his hand silently. Wei, why don't you confirm your sign-in? Qingjio, I don't have a terminal. It was the first time in Wei's teaching career that she met a student without a terminal. Her eyes stayed on Qingjio's face, and her eyes moved down slightly. Seeing the information on Qingjio's desk, she felt as if she had traveled through time. Wei smiled just right to hide her shock. Okay, Qingjio, I will register for you. After the pre-class process was over, Wei tuned everyone's terminals to the same channel and started her course. Some students were still secretly discussing the fact that Qingjio didn't have a terminal. Wire narrowed her eyes slightly, looking across the classroom at the students who were whispering, Richard, let's talk after class if you have anything to say. The student whose name was called looked up and looked at Wire blankly. He seemed to ask with his eyes, why does the teacher know his name? Wire read his thoughts and opened the roster again. Although she was smiling, her words were creepy. I said, I called the names because I wanted to get to know everyone. In less than 5 minutes, she imprinted every photo that popped up when confirming the sign-in information in her mind. Now, she knows everyone in the beast taming and pet care majors. Chapter 7. During the break, Wire submitted an application for a temporary terminal for Qingjio, and the Academic Affairs Department responded that they had already debugged it for her, and she could go get it at any time. After class, Wire took Qingjio to the administrative building to pick up the terminal. I don't know if it was an illusion, but since Wire asked Qingjio to go with her, Lilith stared at her more fiercely. Qingjio felt a chill on his back, and quickly followed Wire's pace. Xinhuang is the #1 university on Shirong Star. It has a good school spirit, and the teachers are friendly, and don't like to put on airs. Even many graduates, who are shining in various industries, don't forget to come back to see their teachers. As the #1 freshman, Qingjio received more attention from teachers than ordinary students. It happened to be the end of get-out-of-class time, and many teachers came back from the teaching building. Everyone greeted Qingjio in a friendly manner when they saw him in the administrative building. Qingjio was a little uncomfortable at first, but later he got used to it, and could also say hello to the teacher with a smile. When Wei said goodbye to her, she said, if you need any help in the future, you can come to me. I already know your situation. If you have any difficulties, you can ask at any time. Our school will do its best to help you. Qingjio nodded. Okay, thank you, teacher. She was about to leave, but saw Wei enter an office. The principal's assistant office. It turned out that she thought Wei was just a greeting, but she didn't expect her to be serious. After several days of classes, they finally welcomed the first professional class of their major, Animal Coexistence Patterns and Animal Language. In a classroom that can accommodate hundreds of people, there are 5 lonely people sitting in the first row. Compared with the usual large classes, it is really too empty. Wow, there is an echo when you speak. The speaker is a slightly fat boy wearing glasses. His name is Lu Qin. Another boy also nodded. He had a short ponytail and a delicate appearance. He was the type that would attract the opposite sex. After a few days of classes, I still can't accept the deserted classroom for a while. Su Shanshan, it's better this way. At least it won't be awkward. There are only 5 of us. Lu Qin looked at the boy and then at Xia Xiaolan. Really? These two shouldn't feel awkward, right? As far as I know, Ilia has received advances from several girls in just 1 week, and Xia Xiaolan has almost added half of our greatest friends. Qinjiu could hear the sourness in his voice, and couldn't help but smile. But she really admired Xia Xiaolan. They often acted together. Every time she saw Xia Xiaolan sitting next to a stranger and chatting for a few words, and adding other people's contact information, she would sigh, Xia Xiaolan is really a person. Xia Xiaolan shrugged, not thinking it was a big deal. She said, friends make more, and you will have connections in all aspects in the future. Lu Qin, are your ancestors in business? Xia Xiaolan, how do you know? My family sells snacks at Nanmen Bridge. Lu Qin, well, it's just a stereotype. Ilia was curious about Qinjiu's situation. They might not sit together in the big class. They only chatted for a few words, and were not familiar with each other. While the teacher was not here yet, he asked, Qinjiu, what about you? Xia Xiaolan thought it was not good when she heard it, and reached out to shut him up, but Qinjiu had already answered, me? I'm an orphan. The atmosphere froze for a moment, and the instigator, Ilia, opened his mouth and tried to save the situation, but he didn't know what to say. Seeing their guilty expressions, Qinjiu smiled and took the initiative to break the silence. It's not a big deal for me, you don't have to worry about irritating me. Ilia touched his ears embarrassedly. I'm sorry. Okay, let's not talk about this, let's talk about something else. Su Shanshan's eyes swept over several people through her high-powered myopia glasses, and she asked, I want to know, how did you come to this major? What else can I do? I was transferred. Lu Qin leaned back, and a row of chairs shook. Is there really someone here who likes it? Su Shanshan raised her hand silently. Lu Qin, Xia Xiaolan, what did you originally want to study? Let me first say, I want to study mecha, and there are not enough points for transfer. Lu Qin was a little surprised. I thought you didn't like this kind of quiet major? You don't understand this. If I study mecha, I can build a dining car for my family, and I can do the maintenance myself, without spending money to hire a master. Lu Qin, go alone. What about you? Lu Qin, I want to study firearms, teacher Song Ji is so cool. I am his fanboy. Ilia, I also want to study mechanics, we are in the same field. The two of them felt a sense of mutual admiration, and shook hands. Qinjiu, what about you? The 4 people's eyes were all focused on her, and Qinjiu said, I want to study beast control. Ah? Not only Lu Qin and Ilia were surprised, but Xia Xiaolan and the others, who had never heard that she wanted to study beast control, also looked puzzled. With your grades, you can get ahead in Xinhuang? Sister, why don't you study? Qinjiu, the tuition is too expensive. I can't afford it. Xia Xiaolan, aren't you applying for a scholarship? Qinjiu, yes, but the beast control major requires you to choose a suitable war beast. Its feeding, drinking, defecation, and maintenance all cost money. I don't have much money in my pocket. She carefully read the enrollment brochure, which clearly stated that the students had to solve the living problems of the war beasts themselves. After all, it was a huge expense. The school not only has the beast control major, but it is impossible to spend all the funds on it alone. Several people heard this and fell silent. Alas, what a pity. Why don't we see if there are other subsidies we can apply for? Your grades are so good, you should be able to apply for it. Yes. I ask if anyone knows if you can apply for war beast support. I still have some pocket money, how about I lend it to you? Remember to take care of me when you are successful in the future. Listening to them thinking for her, a warm current surged from the depths of Qinjiu's heart. She was unfortunate. She lost her parents and grew up in an orphanage. But she was also lucky. She had a dean who loved her since she was a child, and a boss who treated her well when she went out to work. And now, she has a group of classmates who care about her. She held her head and didn't say anything, watching them argue passionately. After a long argument, they suddenly realized that she didn't speak, and the discussion became quieter. Qinjiu smiled, and she seemed to be relieved. If I studied beast control, wouldn't I have met you? The five of us must have a lot of fate to meet here. After she finished speaking, the other people looked at each other and smiled. Yes, no matter what the original purpose was, they are now classmates in the same class, and that's enough. Several people laughed and didn't notice the woman standing at the door at all. The woman's long hair fluttered in the wind, and a pair of big eyes flashed softly. The friendship between students is so innocent and pure. She wants to protect this purity. She walked slowly into the classroom. The five people fell silent and followed the woman's figure. The woman stood on the podium with a smile on her face. Hello everyone, I am your teacher and class teacher for this course. My name is Ilia. Chapter 8. Homeroom teacher? They exchanged glances and seemed to be curious about one question. School has been open for several days. How come we have never heard of this person? Ilia spoke at the right time to solve their doubts. I am a new teacher, and I have just completed the induction work in the past 2 days. We will learn from each other in the future. No wonder. After all, their major is new, and it is reasonable to hire a new teacher. After all, the only major related to beasts in Star Emperor is the beast control major. It is impossible to let Edel teach them, right? The scene of Edel telling them about pet care on the podium flashed in their minds. Well, it's too scary. Hello, teacher, my name is Xia Xiaolan. Xia Xiaolan was the first to speak, and the others followed suit to introduce themselves. Ilia remembered their names, and then put a black box he brought in on the podium. First class, let's take it easy. I brought you 2 rabbits, we can observe them first. After that, she opened the box, and 2 long-eared rabbits of different colors jumped out of it. They only felt that they were studying pet care at this moment. Because it was a small class, the teacher directly brought the rabbits to the table in front of them, and there was no worry about not being able to take good care of them. Su Shanshan picked up one of them, and rubbed its head hard. So cute. Several people took turns rubbing the rabbits. When the rabbit came into Qinjiu's hands, it suddenly became excited, and lay on Qinjiu's body, and refused to get down. It seems to like you very much? Qinjiu was also surprised while holding the rabbit. Ilia, however, fell into silence as he watched the interaction between the man and the rabbit. She could read the rabbit's thoughts. The rabbit really liked this human, but wasn't this their first meeting? Just then, a dark figure jumped in from outside the classroom door. Lightning landed gracefully on the table in front of Qinjiu, watching the rabbit grinning, with its back bulging, as if it was about to attack. The rabbit was startled and rushed to Qinjiu. It happened so suddenly that Qinjiu hadn't realized why lightning appeared here. She had clearly made 3 rules with lightning, saying that lightning could not come to her during class. Others didn't react immediately, and even the teacher looked at the weird scene in front of him for a long time without saying a word. Qinjiu seemed embarrassed about lightning disrupting the class. She quickly handed the rabbit to Su Shanshan beside her, and reached out to pick up lightning. Lightning turned back into the original clingy and cute little animal in Qinjiu's arms, as if it was not the one who had just shown a fierce expression. Why are you here? Qinjiu asked in a low voice, while rubbing Lightning's big head. Lightning certainly didn't answer, but like the long-eared rabbit just now, Lightning kept drilling into Qinjiu's body. All the places where it moved were touched by the long-eared rabbit, as if it wanted to wash away the smell left by the long-eared rabbit on Qinjiu and replace it with its own smell. The other people finally came to their senses, and Lu Qin was the first to speak. This isn't the little. He was about to say a kitten, but after careful observation, his pupil shrank suddenly, pointing at Lightning, and his voice trembled. Isn't this a cat? It's a leopard. After Su Shanshan and Xia Xiaolan were surprised when they saw Lightning on the first day, they are now calm. God knows how turbulent their hearts were when Qinjiu brought a little leopard back to the dormitory. However, Lightning is only interested in Qinjiu. Although other people's approach will not attract Lightning's attention, if you want to touch it, it will not leave a good face to anyone. Su Shanshan, who once saw Lightning and Qinjiu interacting in a friendly manner, naively thought that she could touch and hug Lightning. Before she stretched out her hand, Lightning looked at her coldly. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Su Shanshan felt that if she really touched it, she would not want her hand. Later, their roommates also practiced the ability to ignore Lightning. But I heard from the other 2 roommates that as long as Qinjiu was not there, Lightning would not be in the dormitory. Originally, they thought that if they wanted to raise Lightning, they would have to buy it food, drink, defecation and urination, but they had never seen Lightning eat or go to the toilet, a mysterious little leopard. Qinjiu saw Lu Qin's frightened face, and said, Don't be afraid, Lightning doesn't bite. Su Shanshan and Xia Xiaolan, whoever dares to believe it, I will laugh at him. Ilia was not as calm as Su Shanshan and the others, nor was he as frightened as Lu Qin. He was just curious about Lightning's behavior. It seems to be jealous of you and the long-eared rabbit. Lightning gave Ilia a rare look, as if praising his intelligence. Ilia, why do you feel so weird when being affirmed by an animal? Chinchio perfectly showed her natural dullness. Really? Our Lightning is a good kid. Lightning stretched out his pink tongue and licked her cheek. The most shocked was Elijah. She knew Lightning's identity from the moment he appeared. A high-level war beast. Ordinarily, war beasts should not be close to people. Ilia didn't have time to attend the opening ceremony. The video on the internet had a too-far view, and she could only see a black, kitten-like animal on the stage. Like everyone else, she treated Lightning as a kitten. Chinchio noticed that Ilia had not spoken for a long time, and realized that he had disturbed the class. He looked at Ilia with apology. I'm sorry, teacher. I don't know how Lightning suddenly appeared. I will drive it away now. Ilia smiled and stopped Chinchio from standing up. It's okay, stay here, it won't go away for a while. Lightning stuck to Chinchio, and his eyes were still warning the long-eared rabbit next to him. This jealousy, anyone who saw it knew that it would not be possible for Chinchio and the two long-eared rabbits to stay in the same space. Chinchio had to put Lightning on the table, and Ilia put the two long-eared rabbits back into the cage and began to talk about some theoretical knowledge points. Lightning didn't understand, and fell asleep on the table, with his tail hanging down, swinging left and right, hitting Chinchio's arm again and again. Although it didn't hurt, it was itchy. Halfway through the class, Ilia took one of the long-eared rabbits out, and the long-eared rabbit lay on her hand, and her other hand gently waved above the long-eared rabbit. Most animals have intelligence similar to that of human children. After special training, they can understand some simple instructions from humans. On the contrary, humans can also read some of the thoughts expressed in their behavior. This is also the ultimate goal of our course, to understand some simple animal thinking. A faint light emanated from Elijah's emerald green pupils, and the long-eared rabbit's eyes, which were originally wide open, slowly closed and fell into a deep sleep. This was the instruction she gave to the long-eared rabbit: sleep. Lightning raised his head and looked at Elijah on the stage, his two big eyes showing confusion. It felt a different breath from the woman, who was also giving instructions, but it was different from what it felt from Edel. Everyone found it very novel to see that she easily put the long-eared rabbit to sleep. Only Ilia silently observed everything, and then asked, "Teacher, are you a tamer?" Ilia looked at him, and the smile on her lips became stronger. She did not intend to hide it. Yes, I am a tamer. Chapter 9. A beast master and a beast trainer are two completely different things. A beast trainer does not choose to establish a soul bond with a war beast, but chooses to conclude an invisible agreement between animals. The relationship between a beast master and a war beast is like a partnership. They are partners, and can fight side by side. But the war beast will not unconditionally obey the orders of the beast master, and occasionally act in the way they think is best. The beast trainer is more like a boss, and his orders cannot be disobeyed. When animals receive orders, they will obey unconditionally. Beast trainers are also the only group that can communicate with animals. They can understand the language of animals, and know the changes of animals at every moment. But it is limited to animals. Beast trainers cannot break the barrier between war beasts and animals, and directly issue orders to war beasts. To a certain extent, beast trainers are rarer than beast masters. After all, choosing to become a beast master is more desirable than choosing to become a beast trainer. But it does not mean that the soul strength of a trainer is lower than that of a beast tamer. In fact, because they can give group commands, the soul strength of some trainers is even more terrifying than that of a beast tamer. Ilia put down the sleeping long-eared rabbit and opened her red lips slightly. Some parts of our course will be related to animal training. After all, pet care also requires the cooperation of animals. Originally thought that their major was abandoned, they suddenly found that Xinghuang specially invited a trainer to be their class teacher for them. Several people suddenly felt that they could stand up straight and be a human being in Xinghuang. Their class lasted for one morning, while some other majors only needed half a morning. There were people coming and going up the staircase, and the classroom with only 5 people seemed too eye-catching. Someone looked inside, and saw 2 long-eared rabbits that had regained their vitality and acted coquettishly in their arms, and their hearts were melted. What major is this? You can bring pets with you? Is that cat the one Chinchio held at the opening ceremony? What did you say? A cat? Isn't it a leopard? What's going on? How can such a dangerous animal appear in the school? That's Chinchio, right? There are exactly 5 of us. Is this the pet care major? Are they so happy in class? I want to play with a rabbit too. The school forum once again had content related to the pet care major. Someone took a video of several people grabbing long-eared rabbits and posted it on the forum, which instantly went viral. Openly rubbing rabbits in class. Bad review. Because I can't rub them. So cute, I want to play with their ears too. Please delete it, because I can't play with them. Delete it, one of my friends is a little bit broken, he's really my friend. Why can we play with rabbits in class? The guy above, what else can we play with if we don't take care of pets? But I have a question. I don't think I've seen this teacher before. Is she new? Yes, I'm in the 3rd grade. I know almost all the teachers in the school. I don't think I've seen her before. Later, someone found Ilia's name on the public list of teachers and posted it on the forum. The forum was flooded again. No way. No way. No way. Ilia? The Ilia I know? Is it Ilia, the first animal trainer in Greece? Yes, I looked up information, and it seems to be the same person. On the other side, Lilith, who was taking a break between classes, was patted on the shoulder by a classmate. The other party looked at Lilith expectantly and turned the terminal screen to show her. Is this Ilia, the animal trainer in your royal family? Lilith heard Elijah's name and looked over curiously, only to see a familiar face appear in front of her. The layout around this photo looked familiar, and Lilith realized that this was the school teacher column. How could Elijah be on the school teacher column? Lilith frowned and asked, when was this photo taken? Just now, someone found out that the teacher of the pet care major is Elijah. Didn't you see the forum explode? Lilith heard this, and her eyebrows slightly raised. She quickly opened the terminal and clicked on the forum. It was all about the pet care major and Elijah. It's really Elijah. How could she not know that Elijah planned to come to Xinhuang? Her classmates were still waiting for an answer, and asked again, is that right? Is it Elijah from the royal family? Lilith took a deep breath, her expression unnatural. Yeah. Others only knew that there was a very powerful animal trainer in the royal family, but no one knew her true identity. Elijah is Lilith's biological aunt. The eldest princess of Shirong Star. Qingjiu again. That damn pet care major again. Since Lilith came to Star Queen, everything has gone wrong. It was Qingjiu who robbed her of the glory that originally belonged to her. Even though she was the first in the Star King's trump card major beast taming, she received less than 1/10 of the attention that Qingjiu received. Jin Chung could bear it, as if he didn't care about the attention that was taken away from the top 5. In the next class, Lilith didn't show any smile on her face. She just wanted to finish today's study quickly and go to Ilia to find out the situation. There were a few more people in the back row of the classroom, where Qingjiu and his classmates originally had only 5 people. The extra students were students who didn't have classes next and planned to take classes here for a while. Ilia was naturally welcoming. After the class, the students were still not satisfied. Before they got up and left, someone asked Ilia if they could come to the class next time. Qingjiu had just left when Wire came out of another classroom. It seemed that she had just finished a course. Wire saw her leaving leisurely with her roommates. She was confused and called her Qingjiu. Qingjiu turned around and saw Wire, and immediately said, "Hello, Teacher Wire." "Wire, why are you still here?" "Still?" Qingjiu blinked, obviously not understanding what she meant. Wire saw her doubts and confusion, and raised her eyebrows slightly. "Don't you know that the student union will gather for a meeting? I have asked the vice president of the 4th grade to send you a notice." Qingjiu shook her head. She opened the temporary terminal and searched the communication page. There was no new message in it. Wire didn't care. Maybe there was a problem with the debugging of Qingjiu's temporary terminal, and no information was received. She said, "You can go to the student union activity room now. They should be here soon. They are on the 2nd floor of the office building. The teaching building is not close to the office building." Qingjiu thanked Wei Er and rushed there immediately. Lightning followed her, but after a few steps, he was caught by Edel, who came out of another classroom. "Teacher Edel?" Qingjiu saw Lightning baring his teeth and claws at Edel, and immediately gave it a look to make it quiet. The more Edel looked at Qingjiu, the more he liked her. She was really a good seedling. Edel grabbed Lightning in his hand and said, "I have something to do with Lightning." Qingjiu read the meaning of his words. He wanted to take Lightning away. Lightning was originally a resource of the school, so she naturally had no objection. In Lightning's reluctant eyes, Qingjiu left without mercy, hurting the fragile and young heart of a young leopard. The entire 2nd floor of the office building is the student union office. As an organization with power second only to the board of directors, they are indeed treated much better than ordinary student organizations. Qingjio went upstairs and came to the door of the office. Just as she was about to press the door handle, she heard someone inside say, "Everyone is here, let's get started." She withdrew her hand and lowered her eyebrows to think. After a moment, a smile flashed in her eyes, looking a little cold. The host inside was about to continue the process, and Qingjio pressed the door handle hard and opened the heavy wooden door. Squeak. Chapter 10. As the door made a sound, all the people sitting around the long table looked up and cast their eyes toward the door. The girl who was about to speak frowned and turned her head, obviously dissatisfied with being interrupted, but when she saw Qingjio, the surprise in her eyes did not escape Qingjio's eyes. Ha! As expected, Qingjio's eyes turned around the long table, and when she saw a few familiar figures, she sneered in her heart and moved her eyes to the host. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked like she was smiling, but for some reason people didn't dare to look at her. Qingjio glanced at the big words "Freshman Welcome Ceremony" on the projection, covered her mouth in surprise. "Oh, I just caught up." She ignored the girl's green face and said, "There is no way, I didn't receive the notice. Fortunately, Teacher Wire reminded me, otherwise I would have missed it." "It hasn't started yet?" The two of them didn't speak again under everyone's gaze, as if they were watching who would be defeated first. Finally, the host adjusted her mood and coughed twice to cover up the embarrassment. Well, maybe the notice was not in place. Before she finished speaking, the girl with glasses sitting 2 seats away from them retorted, "It's obviously the vice president." The host quickly glanced at her and gave her a threatening look. The person slowly shut up, but pouted her mouth slightly, obviously dissatisfied. Qingjio's heart was as clear as a mirror. It was just some small fights that were not presentable. She walked to the seat next to Jean Chung under the gaze of everyone, and a small commotion broke out in the office. Qingjio's name has been a frequent visitor in the front row of the forum recently. She didn't show up today, and everyone was still guessing the reason. I thought she despised the student union, but it seems that things are not what they thought. The eyes of the people looking at the host changed a little. Everyone is smart, and the answer is obvious. The host girl was disrupted by Qingjio's thoughts. She was facing the gazes of the crowd. Her expression did not look natural. She took a deep breath and said, "Then let's start again. My name is Qin Ling, and I am the vice president of the 4th grade student union." Qingjio and his friends have read some relevant systems about the student union. The president of the student union is the 5th grade, and the first students of the other grades are all vice presidents. After the 5th grade president graduates, the 4th grade vice president will automatically be promoted to president. In other words, Qingjio will become the vice president of this term. What's funny is that the vice president was not invited to the student union meeting. But from the current situation, this is more like Qin Ling's personal behavior. Qin Ling asked them to stand up and introduce themselves. The last one was Qingjio. She stood up and said, "My name is Qingjio, and I major in pet care." But before she finished speaking, Qin Ling interrupted her and continued the parliamentary process. "Today is the day for our new members to get to know each other. Of course, there are some things about your obligations and rights that need to be introduced to you." Qingjio sat silently in the chair, watching the farce led by Qin Ling. Some people noticed Qin Ling's targeted behavior and showed dissatisfaction on their faces, but because the parliamentary process was still going on, they did not interrupt. Qingjio found that except for Jean Chung, who gave her an inquiring look, the others seemed to have not noticed that she was skipped and listened to Qin Ling's speech seriously. Qingjio shook his head at Jean Chung, not interrupting the process, but keeping this in mind. Student union members need to cooperate with the school's roll call and dormitory patrol tasks. We will take turns with several grades. You freshmen will partner with a senior, and we will take you through the process. Others, such as some holidays and school activities, we also need to help plan and arrange. Several people nodded, similar to the student union of their previous school. These are routine matters. Now I want to talk about the power of the student union. Qin Ling sent a file in the student union group chat, which contained the details. The power of the student union in a grade is greater than that of some teachers. If you want to hold an event, as long as you agree internally, write an application, and apply for event funds, the school will unconditionally agree. Unconditionally agree? Gu Zheng raised his hand and asked, "What about the upper limit?" In theory, there is no limit. As long as the funds you apply for are reasonable, the school will not block it. His. Several people looked at each other. This is indeed a great power. Unlimited funds are impossible to get in any school. Also, if you want to go to other schools for exchange, just apply. The school will help you apply to the colleges you want to go to. Of course, the travel expenses are also covered by the school. Students from other grades were watching the changes on their faces with interest. Every time Qing Ling said a point, their faces were more shocked. This power is already greater than that of most school board members. Is it really within the control of students? Gu Zheng raised his hand again and asked, if I want to organize a mecha competition with other schools, can I apply for funds? Of course, as long as your application is reasonable, and you agree internally, it's okay. There's already enough information to tell them today. If I continue, Qing Ling is afraid they won't be able to digest it. Then it's time for them to get to know each other. The girl who just wore glasses moved her feet and came to Qingjio's side, looking at Qingjio with a look of wanting to say something but not being able to. Compared to other freshmen, only a few people came up to Qingjio to chat, and most people were watching from a distance. Qingjio spotted her immediately, and seeing her timid appearance, Qingjio took the initiative to come forward and say, "Hello, senior sister." "Hello." The girl with glasses was startled, replied dryly, and then returned to her original state. Qingjio had to take the lead again. "My name is Qingjio. What about you, senior sister?" "Dailu," she responded, and seeing that Qingjio didn't hate her for what happened just now, she became bolder. "Yes. I'm sorry, junior sister. I didn't mean not to send you a notice." It was indeed Dailu who was responsible for sending the notice, but Qing Ling told Dailu in advance that she would be responsible for notifying Qingjio. She wanted to meet the new vice president, so Dailu skipped Qingjio and didn't send her a meeting notice. Qingjio raised her eyebrows and smiled. "I know, it's your vice president's problem." Dailu was relieved to see that she didn't blame herself, and she stopped stuttering. In fact, other people in the student union are all good, but some people may have some prejudice against your major. She felt that she shouldn't say bad things about others behind their backs, so she swallowed the rest of her words back into her stomach. Qingjio could sense the naked malice from Qing Ling. As the vice president of the student union, Qingjio did not agree with her unfair behavior towards other students, even though her major was not a top major. In the student union, do you think there are no students from other majors except the 3 top majors? Dailu thought about it, and shook her head. 60 to 70% of the candidates in this school are here for the 3 majors, and the top 5 candidates are basically the top students, who are determined to get the 3 majors. So, Dailu pushed her glasses and looked up timidly. "We are actually quite curious about you." Qingjio shrugged, his thin lips slightly curved, his eyebrows and eyes smiling. "What are you curious about? You can ask anything." The people around him had been paying attention to the dynamics of Qingjio and Dailu. When they heard the two talking about professional issues, they finally couldn't help but come up to chat. "Why did you choose pet care? Is pet care a new major this year? I saw your classes, and they seemed very interesting. Are you interested in switching to the animal control major?" Qingjio, You were all eavesdropping just now. Chapter 11. Qingjio answered one question after another, until her lips were dry and her throat was smoking, and they let her go. Qing Ling watched from the side. Jealousy in her heart could not be vented, so she simply left early. Lilith crossed her arms and looked at everything in front of her coldly. Jean Chung put his arm on her shoulder without caring about the intimacy between men and women. "Princess Lilith, don't be angry. Anger is not beautiful." Lilith kicked him away. "Get away." Jean Chung grimaced in pain, but he was not angry. He grew up with Lilith and had long been accustomed to her bad temper. "We are going to choose war beasts next week. Are you still unhappy about this little thing? Where did you hear the news from?" "Well, the senior brother just told me." Jean Chung pointed to the boy who looked gentle with glasses on the other side. The other party noticed Jean Cheng's gaze and responded with a smile. Lilith's focus was on the stack of photos in the hands of the senior brother. She glanced at Jean Chung. "You used your autograph photos to bribe the senior brother?" "Jean Chung, it's not worth anything to me anyway. The senior brother wants to sell it, so why not do the senior brother a favor?" "Lilith, get away." Qingjio also received the news, which was revealed to her by teacher Edel. When selecting war beasts every year, student union members can choose to attend, and other students can also apply in advance if they want to watch. The selected date is a weekend, and Edel invited Qingjio to go with him. Qingjio decided to go and take a look out of curiosity. Shirong Star has the largest war beast breeding base in the entire galaxy. They can reach their destination in just half an hour by taking the sky train. Guangming also came along, but Gu Zheng refused to go along because he didn't know what he was doing. Edel led the team with several beast control teachers and sat in the first carriage. Edel didn't want Lightning to come along, but it had been waiting at the door since early morning. Edel had no luck in discussing with it, so he let it go. Of course, Lightning would have to bear the consequences himself. Looking at Lightning vomiting because of motion sickness, Adele couldn't help showing a gloating expression on his face. I told you not to come, but you insisted on coming. Lightning glanced at him coldly, turned around and vomited in the trash can. Qingjie was not in this carriage. She sat in the student carriage with 3 other people. Most people here had talked to Qingjie once or twice. After all, they had taken several classes together, and with the help of Xia Xiaolan beside Qingjie, they had a good relationship. On the other hand, Lilith didn't like to communicate much, so she had few friends around her. Jean Chung finally showed his little internet celebrity temperament and started live broadcasting from the moment he got in the car, intending to broadcast the entire process of selecting war beasts. Qingjie looked at Jean Chung sitting opposite him, smiling and interacting with the terminal, saying nice things one after another, which made Qingjie feel disconnected. Qingjie and Jean Chung were not very familiar with each other, and would say hello when they met occasionally, but she knew that Jean Chung was not a person who liked to please people. It should be said that on the contrary, Qingjie sometimes felt the urge to hit him when she heard him talk in a mean way. Wang Ling still sat upright, out of tune with the surrounding environment. Wang Ling always had a sense of seriousness, which made people afraid to talk to him. But obviously, this did not include Jean Chung. Qingjie watched Jean Chung hug Wang Ling's neck, and Wang Ling did not react, and the whole person almost fell to one side. His eyebrows formed a Chuang character, and his eyes swept over Jean Chung. He used his hand to push Jean Cheng's arm away without saying a word. Jean Chung didn't care, and continued to talk to him while interacting with the audience in the live broadcast room. Even if Wang Ling didn't respond, he didn't get angry and continued to talk to himself with a thick skin. Well, it's a spirit worth learning, and he's thick-skinned enough. Jean Chung rarely didn't harass Lilith. He raised his head, and his eyes met Qingjie. Qingjie secretly thought it was not good. Sure enough, the next moment, Jean Chung moved his butt and sat next to her. Vice President, this is our Vice President Qingjie, who is also the first of Xinhuang this year, and a legendary figure on the hot search. Qingjie saw the comments scrolling rapidly on the page of its terminal, and the rusty gears in his mind clattered, and he couldn't find his voice for a while. Jean Chung, Vice President, say hello to everyone. Qingjie stuttered, hello. You all. Ah. Worship the #1 scholar. I want to be the #1 scholar next year. The above person should stop wishful thinking. Do you think that the #1 scholar of Xinhuang was worshipped? Which school did your sister go to before? She is so good at studying. Qingjie finally felt that she had something to say after seeing this comment. I didn't go to school before. I studied at home. As soon as this was said, not only did the comment area refresh quickly until it was invisible, but even Lilith and Wang Ling, who had never looked at her, focused their attention on her. Now that interstellar education has developed to a certain extent, people can choose to learn by themselves. Indeed, they can avoid systematic education. As long as they pass specific assessments at a certain age, they can even avoid going to school. But not many people are willing to let their children not go to school, which will lack socialized learning. Even Lilith and Jean Chung cannot escape the fate of going to school. It's just that the economic environment doesn't allow it, but I have passed the exam well. Qingjie just finished speaking, and didn't wait for the barrage to update. Adele appeared in the student car with a group of teachers. Seeing this, all the students immediately stood up and respectfully greeted the teacher. Jean Chung also temporarily retracted the terminal page. Adele, we are ready. Students line up, pack up your things, and get ready to get off the bus. Yes. After more than half an hour of driving, everyone stood at the door of the War Beast Incubation Center and looked around the surrounding environment. A few words War Beast Incubation Center were written horizontally above a huge iron gate. Looking left and right, the closed iron railings were endless. Sharp-eyed students could see the faint electric grid on the top that wrapped the entire incubation center. The person in charge had been waiting at the door for a long time. When he saw Adele, the leader, he immediately stepped forward. His smiling face and eyes showed full of admiration. Master Adele, please come this way. Adele nodded and led a group of people into the incubation center. After the last person entered, the door that was originally open closed by itself. With a hiss, the electric net fell. Since entering, the atmosphere of oppression has been lingering. This place is like a huge prison, imprisoning war beasts. Qingjie felt the most deeply. She vaguely felt that there was restless emotion flowing in the air, affecting her thinking. Lightning walked to Qingjie's feet without knowing when. Because of motion sickness, it is still listless, and looks completely different from its former majestic appearance. Qingjie thought it was frightened by the electric net, and felt distressed. He picked it up and stroked its fur, hoping that it would feel more comfortable. Woo! Lightning was clearly also affected by the uneasiness in the air. It buried its head in Qinjiu's arms, fearing that Qinjiu would leave it here. The head of the center opened the door of the war beast dormitory, and let the students go in and choose the war beasts they like. Qinjiu followed the team at the end and looked carefully. There are many spaces in the war beast dormitory. Through the transparent glass, you can see the young war beasts inside. War beasts must be raised and recognized by their owners from a young age, otherwise it is difficult to form a bond with their owners. Except for Edo, basically everyone in the Interstellar only adopts one war beast. Students, you can walk around freely. If you see a war beast you like, please notify the staff closest to you, and the staff will bring it out. Other students dispersed and began to walk around the war beast dormitory. Qinjiu, Guangming and several other students, who came to visit followed behind the teacher. Edo was selfish. He deliberately slowed down his pace, and walked side by side with Qinjiu. Edo, how about it, do you have a favorite war beast? Chapter 12. Several eyes pointed at her. Qinjiu paused and reminded carefully, Teacher, I'm not a professional beastmaster. Edo, it's okay, take a look, and take any you like back. As soon as he finished speaking, lightning jumped out of Qinjiu's arms, and a claw was about to go to Edo's face. Edo quickly dodged lightning's attack, cursing, You are so stingy. Guangming carefully looked at lightning's appearance, and suddenly the majestic swift leopard at the opening ceremony flashed in her mind, and a dangerous thought came to her mind. Could it be? Seeing this, Qinjiu quickly grabbed Lightning and held him tightly in his arms, whispering, Don't hurt anyone. Feeling that Qinjiu was a little angry, Lightning immediately turned into a crying monster, buried his head deeper, and scratched Qinjiu's arm with his little claws, as if asking Qinjiu not to be angry with it. Edo, Who is your father? I don't know if it's an illusion, but the group felt that the war beasts behind the glass wall were all moving towards this side, and their eyes were always following them. There are also many staff members entering and leaving the dormitory on weekdays. It is impossible for them to pay too much attention to the situation outside because of people walking around. The abnormality of the war beasts also attracted the attention of the person in charge. Why are they all gathered together? It was the first time for the staff to see the current situation. As the breeders of the war beasts, they paid more attention to the health of the war beasts than anyone else. Some employees entered the war beast dormitory to check the situation. The war beasts were in good health, but they were just paying attention to the few people outside the glass for no reason. Qinjiu's eyes passed through each glass room, and her eyes stayed in one of the rooms. The other war beasts crouched near the glass wall, sticking out their little heads, full of curiosity about the outside world. Only one of them curled up in the corner, motionless, without opening his eyes. His mouth occasionally opened and closed, looking uncomfortable. Qinjiu stepped forward and stared at the poor little guy through the glass. What's wrong with it? The breeder followed her line of sight and said with relief, Is it? It was born with a disability and can't open its eyes. This batch of war beasts has been replaced several times, but no one wants it. If no one wants it again, we are going to send it to the Disabled Animal Association. Qinjiu was puzzled. Since they knew it was disabled at the beginning, why didn't they send it to the association soon after it was born? Qinjiu asked her doubts, and the breeder shook his head and smiled bitterly. Because it is a rare S-level swift eagle, we originally hoped that it could be taken away. But after hearing that it was disabled, many people finally gave up adopting it. Except for it, all the swift eagles in this room are A-level. It was obviously very smart when it was young. I don't know if it was abandoned too many times. Now it has become autistic because of its eagle life. It is not as sociable as at the beginning, and it even occasionally pecks its feathers by itself. Qinjiu put her palm on the glass. Through the glass, she could feel the inferiority and sadness of the swift eagle. It was also the first time that Lightning did not get jealous because Qinjiu was looking at other war beasts. It could also feel the other party's emotions and Qinjiu's emotional changes, and it was rare for it to be well behaved. Let's go! Edel had seen too many examples, and the incubation center could not completely eliminate the problem of war beasts being born with disabilities. There were many reasons for war beasts' congenital diseases. All they could do was send them to the association after they were truly confirmed to be unadoptable. Although the conditions in the association are not as good as those in the incubation center, they are not too bad. At least they have a place to live for the rest of their lives. Qinjiu followed the team silently, and his mind was full of the stubborn appearance of the little guy. Some students have already selected their favorite war beasts. Because the two have not received professional training, they can only be kept in cages for the time being. Lilith chose a fire-tailed lion, which is majestic. Although it is still small, the sharpness in its eyes highlights its extraordinariness. Jean Chung chose a golden winged eagle. Unlike the swift eagle is a reconnaissance war beast, while the golden winged eagle is an attacking war beast. Its beak is sharp and tough. It can kill the enemy with one blow when it falls from a high place on the battlefield. Edel nodded. The quality of the two war beasts they chose is very good. The incubation center is very large, and there are many varieties of war beasts. They are scheduled to stay here for a whole day. At noon, the person in charge is very enthusiastic and prepares a hearty lunch for them. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the last student had also chosen a war beast. There were 6 carriages reserved for the war beasts on their train. They were ready to get on the train and leave after the staff put the cages away one by one. Qingjie walked out while looking at the swift eagle. The swift eagle was still hiding in the corner with its mouth full of feathers as it was in the morning. Her pace slowed down, and she looked back every 3 steps, her eyes always on the little guy. The door was right in front of them. One more step, and they would leave the war beast dormitory completely. Qingjie gritted her teeth and rushed to Edel. In the scrutinizing and puzzled eyes of everyone, she finally said what she had been holding back for a day. "Teacher Edel, I also want to take a war beast away." Edel was delighted when he heard this. Edel wanted her to choose, but she was not a beast control professional, so he did not seem to have the right to force her. But now, she has finally realized it. Lilith was dissatisfied. "You are not a beast control professional. Why do you want to take the war beast away?" Others were speculating on the follow-up of the matter. Most people thought that Edel would not agree to her rude request, but Edel just nodded, "Pick it." Even the people in Jean Cheng's live broadcast room were confused, and the screen was full of question marks. Why? Why did Master Edel agree? Even if he is the first place, you can't spoil him without bottom line? Is Edel such a person? What should I do? I really like Edel, but now I seem to be a fan of him. My family, how can I adjust myself? As someone who has always been with them, Wang Ling was not surprised by this result at all. Since Edel asked her whether she wanted to change her major at the opening ceremony on the first day of school, he knew that Qingjie was special to Edel. She was definitely feeling unbalanced. How could she, a student who voluntarily gave up the beast-taming major, get the most attention from Edel? But from the moment he guessed the identity of the Black Panther next to Qingjie, he seemed to understand Edel. The war beast kissed her too much, to the point that it was incomprehensible. She could hear and execute any word she said. Perhaps she was born to be a beast tamer. Qingjie took a deep breath and said, "Teacher, I don't need to choose." She pointed at the S-level swift eagle. "I want it." The smile on Edel's face slowly disappeared, replaced by confusion. "Why? You still have many choices." No choice." Her words were firm. "This is it." Finally, the blind swift eagle also boarded the train back to Xinhuang. Everyone in the train was still immersed in the joy of owning a war beast, and Lilith became more and more annoyed with Qingjie, and finally changed her seat, and didn't sit with them. Jean Chung looked at the questions in the live broadcast room, and the heat had reached its peak now. He slowly moved his buttocks, approached Qingjie, and asked, "Why did you choose a disabled war beast?" "Qingjie, I don't need a brave war beast, I just think it's too pitiful, just treat it as fate. Anyway, I am a pet caregiver, you treat me as a pet." "Pet? Pet? Sister, your idea is very dangerous. War beasts are not small animals that can be tamed. Be careful to treat them as pets. They will treat you as food. Even if it is a disabled war beast, its aggressiveness is not low, right? You are the first person in the galaxy to treat war beasts as pets." Jean Chung certainly didn't dare to show her the comments, but he also agreed with the comments in his heart. Take war beasts as pets, unprecedented, he didn't think she would succeed. Back to Star King, the war beasts were kept in the war beast dormitory. The environment inside was similar to the incubation center. Star King spent a huge amount of money to build it, striving to give the war beasts a good living environment. After settling the war beast, Edel took Lightning away again. Qingjie didn't know where they were going, but she wasn't worried because Lightning was smart, and would run to the dormitory to find her. There were still many people in the war beast dormitory who were reluctant to leave, and Qingjie was the same. She squatted in front of the cage of the swift eagle, and reached out to gently touch the little guy's head. The little guy was a little scared at first, but soon he didn't resist Qingjie's touch. "From now on, can you call me Guangming? You have a home." "Chirp." The swift eagle seemed to understand. It tried to go to Qingjie's direction. Although it couldn't see, a familiar figure appeared faintly in the depths of its soul. It felt that it was Qingjio, which made it feel at ease. The student who saw Qingjio's behavior and thought he could do it looked at his bleeding tiger's mouth after being caught by the war beast, and then looked at Guangming who was rubbing in Qingjio's palm. A rotating black circle appeared on his head. Did he open it the wrong way? Chapter 13. The war beast dormitory needs to pay management fees, including the cost of the breeder, food, and venue. It costs 500 star coins a day, and she cannot afford the high cost. After handing the last 500 star coins to the war beast dormitory management office, she took the initiative to find Edel. Lightning had not looked for Qingjio for a few days. Qingjio knocked on the door, and opened the door of Edel's office, and found Lightning lying sick in the cage at the back. She asked nervously, "Is Lightning injured?" Lightning heard her voice, raised his head, and called out weakly twice. Qingjio stepped forward and touched its head through the cage. Edel walked to her side, and looked at Lightning together. "It's a minor injury, just rest for a few days." As a war beast, Lightning has experienced hundreds of battles, and all the scars are his merits. This time the injury is not serious. Qingjio heard this, and breathed a sigh of relief. Edel asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Qingjio then remembered his business. "Teacher Edel, I want to discuss something with you, that is, can Guangming not live in the war beast dormitory? I want to take it out and raise it." Edel was curious. Is the environment of the war beast dormitory bad? Why do you want to take it away? Qingjio, the environment is good, but I feel that Guangming is not happy there, and I can't afford the cost. Edel was silent. Of course, he could say that I will pay for all the expenses, but his focus was not on the cost issue, but on the fact that Guangming was unhappy, as Qingjio said. The emotions of war beasts are as complex and changeable as those of humans, and they will also affect their physical health. In fact, Guangming has already developed symptoms of depression. He huddles in a corner every day without moving, and also behaves in a stereotyped way, pecking his beautiful feathers. In fact, up to now, there is no way in the interstellar space that can completely cure the depression of war beasts. There are only drugs that can alleviate the symptoms, and some electric shock therapy to relieve their pain. Edel lowered his eyebrows, and he already had the answer in his heart. Maybe Qingjio can really cure Guangming. However, Guangming is different from Lightning. Guangming is not suitable for group life. It is indeed not safe to have an unstable war beast frequently appear in the student activity area. He thought for a moment and said, "How about this? You don't have to live off campus. You can keep Guangming in the Beast King building." Beast King building? Qingjio heard of such a building in the school for the first time, and was confused for a while. Edel smiled and said, "It's the place you accidentally broke into on the first day." Qingjio opened his mouth slightly and said woodenly, "But isn't it a forbidden place?" "Maybe for ordinary students." Edel pointed to Lightning. "That's its home." Qingjio looked at Lightning fiercely. "Oh, that's why he met Lightning there on the first day. But Lightning may not agree to let Guangming move in, right?" Edel's eyes flashed with cunning, and he looked at Lightning with ill intentions. "Then you have to convince Lightning." He also wanted to know whether Qingjio could make the jealous king accept Guangming. Qingjio squatted down, scratched Lightning's chin, and said flatteringly, "Lightning, is it okay?" Lightning turned his head away, and did not respond, as if he was sulking. Qingjio directly opened the cage, hugged it in his arms, kissed its little round ears, and said stickily, "Lightning is a good child, a good brother. Guangming is very pitiful. Can you take it in?" Lightning was in a better mood than before, but still didn't agree, unlike usual when he used his little head to push Qingjio. Qingjio coaxed and lied, "I definitely like Lightning the most. Lightning will always be the first in my heart." Lightning turned around, and licked Qingjio's cheek reluctantly. "You agreed?" "I knew Lightning was the best." Edel stared at the compromised Lightning with wide eyes, and his eyes showed I knew. Understanding. No matter how outrageous things happened to Qingjio, he would not be surprised. So, Edel went to the war beast dormitory with her to complete the formalities and take Guangming away. The two people and two beasts found a room suitable for Guangming to live in on the first floor of the Beast King building, and cleaned it for half a day. Edel pointed to the stairs, and said seriously, "You stay on the first floor, don't go to the second floor." Qingjio, "Okay." She was very grateful to have a place to put Guangming. The second floor might be a place to store valuables, and Qingjio would certainly not go upstairs secretly against Edel's warning. After settling them, Edel left the Beast King building for something, leaving Qingjio and the two little guys alone in the empty building. Lightning had a small white bandage tied on his leg, and he didn't know how badly he was injured. Qingjio couldn't bear to let him move, so he laid a small blanket for him, and gently placed him on it to settle him down. She closed the doors and windows and opened Guangming's cage. In fact, Guangming's flying feathers had been damaged by himself, and he couldn't fly. He had sparse hair on his body, with some missing here and there, and you could vaguely see the flesh-colored skin, which was very funny. Qingjiu didn't think he was ugly, but felt extremely distressed. He should have soared in the sky, fought side by side with his master, won military merits, and been respected. She reached her hand into the cage, and Guangming seemed to sense her presence, limping towards her, making an unpleasant cry. "Guangming, come, there is no one else here, only me and your brother Lightning." Guangming was smaller than the average swift eagle due to long-term malnutrition. When it stumbled and fell into Qingjiu's hands, Qingjiu carefully carried it out. Guangming, who had just come out of the cage, waved its flying feathers, but to no avail, and buried its little eagle head in Qingjiu's arms. Qingjiu took out the small frozen food from his bag and gave it to Guangming. At first, Guangming refused to eat, but after being fooled by Qingjiu, he still ate a little. Qingjiu fed him some water, then took out the skin medicine and patiently applied it to it bit by bit. Guangming, who was still a little resistant, felt Qingjiu's intentions, and she seemed to really care about herself. Slowly, she stopped resisting and let Qingjiu apply the medicine to it. Lightning whimpered twice in another cage, and it was obvious that something was wrong. Qingjiu placed Guangming in place, and then walked over quickly and kissed Lightning. Alas, it is really hard to deal with a family with 2 children. In the pet dormitory on the other side, a classmate found that Guangming was missing and expressed his doubts in the professional group. "Have you seen Qingjiu's bald eagle?" "No. I just asked the administrator, and he said that Qingjiu and teacher Edel took it away." "Ah? Did they send it back?" "Oh, how sad this is." "That's right. Saying that you want to keep it as a pet is simply irresponsible behavior. Fortunately, it's not our beast control major's shame." Only the student who watched Qingjiu and Guangming interact that day did not speak. Qingjiu's feelings for the swift eagle were not fake, and she was really good at coaxing war beasts. Maybe she just took it to another place to raise it? Chapter 14. Qingjiu had no classes. She had just delivered something to someone, and was sitting under the shade of a tree, flipping through the list of part-time jobs on the terminal. After she bought daily necessities for Guangming, her already poor family became even worse off. The only money left was enough for her to survive this month. She had to earn next month's living expenses as soon as possible. There were often people asking for help in the forum, most of which were about dormitory housekeeping or errands. Although the amount was not high, it was large in quantity and simple, and taking a few more would be enough for her to spend some time. She should be thankful that the school's delivery robots were in short supply, and sometimes she had to wait in line for half a day to apply for use, so human delivery like her had room to survive. "Help!" Suddenly, a scream resounded through the sky, attracting Qingjiu's attention. Qingjiu looked up and looked in the direction of the sound. The golden-winged eagle spread its wings and flew through the air. Under the sunlight, its golden feathers were like golden waves, shining with circles of golden light. It was breathtakingly beautiful. In front of it, the long-haired boy looked particularly embarrassed. His hair was in a mess. His hair was pecked off in large pieces, and the long and short hair looked quite funny, not to mention that there were a lot of golden bird fluff and bird feces on it. He raised his hand to block the attack of the golden-winged eagle, while running forward, screaming, "Brother, uncle, you are my father. Can you stop pecking me? I am your master. Master." "Ah!" As he spoke, another blood mark appeared on his hand. Qingjiu witnessed the whole process not far away, smiling, and it was difficult not to laugh out loud. Jean Chung looked so funny. Jean Chung, who was usually so conceited, now looked like a thief who stole eggs from a bird's nest, and was chased by the bird father for thousands of miles. "Damn, I feel like I stole eggs." Jean Chung finally found Qingjiu, who was enjoying the cool under the tree, and ran to her without hesitation. "Vice President, help me." He wanted to hide behind Qingjiu, but Qingjiu kindly made way for the golden-winged eagle, and looked at Jean Chung with ill intentions. Jean Chung, who was betrayed? ? He was about to curse, but the golden-winged eagle attacked again, so he only left a sentence, "Qingjiu, wait for me." Then he ran away. In the school forum, a student live broadcast the first scene of Jean Chung being chased by the golden-winged eagle. Seeing him lose his image and being chased by the war beast, everyone was very happy. "Is there any department representative who can tell me what happened?" That was Jean Cheng's war beast. He was live broadcasting while people were eating, and took away their bowls. Then he accidentally broke them, and the golden wind eagle opened the cage by itself, and there was a scene of Jin Chung fighting the golden wind eagle. So why did he take away the golden wind eagle's bowl? It was for the live broadcast effect, and he wanted everyone to see how the golden wind eagle would react when it was stopped from eating. In other words, he did it himself. Yes. Qinjiu ate the melon on the forum. Well, it fits her stereotype of Jin Chung. Under Edel's guidance, the students in the beast control class have gradually become familiar with their war beasts and recognize their masters. They will not really kill their masters, but it does not mean that they will not attack their masters because of special events. Edel is still like this, and even he dare not provoke the war beasts. Jin Chung has indeed set a good negative example for everyone. Ding, a new help invitation message popped up on the terminal page, and the sender was Jin Chung. Qinjiu clicked it, and although it was only a few words, she still read it carefully. After circling the field, Jin Chung, who was still running for his life, was exhausted. He gave up struggling and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Jin Fengying was probably very angry, and pecked his arm until it was full of blood. Although Jin Chung would not die, there was no guarantee that he would not suffer sequelae due to the serious injury. The invitation he sent out seemed to be accepted, and he had no energy to confirm it. He just hoped that the person who came was reliable and could really help him out of the predicament. Before Jin Fengying launched the next round of attack, Qinjiu suddenly appeared and blocked Jin Chung. Jin Fengying saw that there were other people blocking him, and his movements were stagnant. Qinjiu still planned to come out to protect Jin Chung. Of course, it was not because he was attracted by the help invitation sent by Jin Chung on the internet. Ahem. The golden wind eagle hovered in the air, and the eagle's eyes were full of doubts. Qinjiu asked, "What is its name?" Jin Chung finally got a chance to breathe, and he didn't care about the betrayal of this person just now, and quickly answered, "Hurricane." Qinjiu faced Hurricane and said loudly, "Hurricane, we have something to discuss. You will really kill him like this?" The golden wind eagle's eyes surged with fierceness. Hearing this, he wanted to attack again. Qinjiu hurriedly took out the freeze-dried food she bought for Guangming from her pocket. She felt a little painful. This is the high-grade freeze-dried food she bought to make Guangming get better faster. One bag can be equivalent to her food for a week. Jin Chung got a bargain. "I will double it back from him later." She grabbed a handful of freeze-dried food in her hand, looked at Hurricane carefully, and asked in a negotiating tone, "How about we try this?" Maybe Jin Chung thinks that the food is not delicious and wants to change your rations. The golden wind eagle showed a look of doubt in its eyes, but it did become less aggressive after smelling the aroma of freeze-dried food. Qinjiu saw it relax its vigilance, took another step forward, and lifted the freeze-dried food higher. "Try it?" Guangming also likes to eat this kind of food. It has frozen rat and calcium powder, and the nutritional value is very high. The golden wind eagle hesitated for a moment, stepped forward to peck a freeze-dried food, and then quickly took off. After it ate one, its eyes lit up, and it flew over to take another one. Qinjiu did not move the whole time, allowing Hurricane to take the freeze-dried food by itself. After swallowing a few freeze-dried food, the golden wind eagle's anger was mostly gone, and it became docile. It landed steadily on Qinjiu's arm, eating the freeze-dried food, and it kept eating. Qinjiu breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that this gentleman was satisfied with the freeze-dried food, he became bolder. Seeing its soft and beautiful feathers that were completely different from Guangming, he couldn't help but touch it. Jin Chung said nervously, "Don't." But when Jin Fengying was touched by Qinjiu, he just looked at her coldly and ate his own food, not caring about Qinjiu's touch at all. Jin Chung, If I remember correctly, he got a big bite when he touched it for the first time, right? Qinjiu gave Hurricane all the freeze-dried food in his pocket, and Hurricane was finally satisfied. After eating, it flew to Qinjiu's head and sat down, looking drowsy. So heavy. Qinjiu looked at the stunned Jin Chung and asked carefully, "Sir, do you still like to sleep on other people's heads?" Jin Chung, You ask me, who should I ask? His CPU is about to burn out, don't make noise, he's grilling. Chapter 15. Solving Jin Cheng's fatal troubles, Qinjiu didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing the hurricane above his head. Qinjiu took a small step to the side, holding the back of the chair for people to cool off, and slowly sat down. Jin Chung now felt like he had survived a disaster, and his facial features were slightly distorted due to pain. He supported himself with one hand, got up from the hot ground, and sat down carefully beside Qinjiu. Qinjiu saw the blood gushing out of his arm and asked, "Do you want to go to the medical room now?" Jin Chung shook his head. "It's okay. Do you think this is the nth time I've been pecked in the past few days? Didn't teacher Edel say that no beastmaster will get hurt? Qingjiu recalled that Edel's skin was scratched by lightning, and he looked calm, and her mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that all beastmasters are shaking and you? Due to long-term escape, Jin Cheng's body was covered with sweat, his chest rose and fell, and he was trying to stabilize his breathing. Qingjiu sat stiffly, holding the golden wind eagle on his head, while Jin Cheng's arms were red, and he was breathing heavily. The strange scene of two people and one eagle was terrifying no matter how you looked at it. Jin Cheng rested for a while, and finally recovered a little. He looked at Qingjiu motionless, and the golden wind eagle sleeping soundly, and couldn't help but sigh, "You are still awesome, this guy is hard to appease." "Thank you, if it weren't for you, I would still be hunted by it to death." Qingjiu tightened her neck muscles, kept her head from shaking up and down, and slowly turned her head to Jin Cheng. She smiled cunningly, and Jin Cheng had a bad feeling in his heart. "Remember to settle the bill." "What bill?" Jin Cheng searched his memory. It seems that he didn't owe Qingjiu money. Qingjiu raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. "I saw the invitation you sent, and accepted it. It turns out that you are not helping because you are all members of the student union. You are here just for the money, right?" Although Jin Cheng was speechless, Qingjiu did help him a lot. That little money was not worth mentioning in his eyes. "Name a price." As the matter was urgent, Jin Cheng did not clearly mark the price, but wrote a large reward. In such a situation where one was about to lose one's life, money seemed particularly useless. Qingjiu stretched out her hand to support her head. Her neck was bearing a weight that she shouldn't have borne, and her muscles began to ache. She thought for a moment and spoke cautiously. 1,000 star coins? 1,000 star coins was already a huge sum of money in her eyes. She was still worried whether she would ask for too much. But when Jin Cheng heard it, he said very straightforwardly, "I give you 5,000. His life was not worth only 1,000 star coins. 1,000 star coins was just the price of a meal for him. When she heard 5,000 star coins, Qingjiu's eyes lit up instantly, and her eyes became softer when she looked at Jin Cheng. "This is the sponsor." Jin Cheng felt a chill when she looked at him, and he quickly waved his hand. Don't look at me like that. The 5,000 star coins include the cost of buying freeze-dried food for me." "Qingjiu, what freeze-dried food?" Jin Cheng raised his head in the direction of the golden wind eagle. "You just fed this gentleman freeze-dried food, and you promised to change his rations for me. If he finds out that I didn't change, won't I die even more miserably?" "Oh, that's what happened." "No problem, leave it to me, I buy you 10 kilograms. Jin Cheng was about to transfer money to her, but Qingjiu said helplessly, "My terminal can't receive it. Please change it to a star coin card for me." "Star coin card?" Jin Cheng has never seen it in his life. Are there still star coin cards in the Interstellar now? He looked Qingjiu up and down, trying to find evidence that she was not from this era. Finally he sighed and said, "Okay, I get it for you when I go home on the weekend." Qingjiu shook his head. "No need for weekends. Isn't there a star coin ATM on the first floor of the library?" This is really Jin Cheng's knowledge blind spot. Who would pay attention to the star coin ATM? Aren't they all terminal transfers? Qingjiu was afraid that he would run away. That's 5,000 star coins. She was very cautious and gently picked up the golden wind eagle. The golden wind eagle opened his eyes for a while in a trance, and then closed them silently, moving with Qingjiu. Jin Cheng felt complicated. Why was the golden wind eagle so friendly to Qingjiu? But every move to his master was bloody. "Bah! Traitor!" Qingjiu held the golden wind eagle in his arms, his eyes sparkling. Let's go get the money." Jin Cheng, pay attention, his hand is still bleeding. "Can you let him go to the medical room first? A mere 5,000 star coins can't kill him." Jin Cheng raised his arm coldly, indicating that he was still injured. Qingjiu immediately put on a hypocritical look of concern, and enthusiastically took him to the medical room. Jin Cheng, "Thank you, I was not comforted at all." After Jin Cheng treated his wound, Qingjiu went with him to get the star coin card. Qingjiu wanted to return the golden wind eagle to Jin Cheng, but Jin Cheng didn't dare to take it. Qingjiu adhered to the principle of satisfying all the needs of the sponsor, and accompanied Jin Cheng back to the war beast dormitory, and put Hurricane back in the cage. After putting Hurricane down, Qingjiu also promised to send it a small freeze-dried food tomorrow. Hurricane stretched out its eagle head, and rubbed it on Qingjiu's hand. "Jin Cheng, what should I do if my good son is taken away by a yellow-haired girl? I am very anxious and waiting online." A few days ago, the owner of the war beast who was a neighbor of Guangming saw her and asked, Where is Guangming? Oh, I took it away and kept it somewhere else. The man was relieved and said that Qinjiu would not abandon Guangming. Seeing Hurricane and Qinjiu being intimate, and its owner with a dark face, he looked down at the scar on his mouth and couldn't help asking, "How did you convince them not to bite you?" Qinjiu, ah? They don't bite people, right? If it wasn't for Jin Chung. She stopped talking and looked at Jin Chung, whose face was getting darker and darker, and quickly changed the subject. You can't offend the gold owner because of a word. Ahem, they don't like to hurt people. If you treat them with care, they can feel it and get close to you. Her words were not very feasible. Speaking of care, everyone here has 12 points of patience and 100 points of love for war beasts, but those who deserve to be beaten will still be beaten, and Edel cannot escape this reality. Only Qinjiu is special. Perhaps Qinjiu is more suitable to be a beast master than all of them. But he dare not say this. The fact that Jin Chung was hunted down by the hurricane was not only talked about in the student forum, but also became a hot search. In the next few days of class, Jin Chung could always feel the vague gaze focusing on his arm. Edel glanced at him meaningfully and patted his injured arm. Jin Chung felt pain, but dared not speak. You dare to provoke the war beast. You are the first person in the galaxy. Will you dare to do it again in the future? Jin Chung shook his head like a rattle. I dare not. Now it is the master. I have to worship it. Edel nodded. The boy is teachable. Fortunately you met Qinjiu that day, otherwise your arm would be crippled. Jin Chung raised his eyelids slightly when he heard this. Teacher, do you also know that Qinjiu is special? Well, I guess so. Edel thought of his own swift leopard, who had not returned home for a long time, and was hanging out with Qinjiu all day long, and his heart was extremely numb. Why did she? Edel shook his head. I don't know, but this is also a good thing. At least if you have special situations in the future, there will be someone to save you. After he finished speaking, he took a deep look at Jin Cheng's arm again, and turned away. But he was still muttering in his mouth. It would be great if she was willing to become a beast master. Chapter 16. In one corner of the Xinhuang playground, Ilia unfolded a nano children's swimming pool, and threw the matching pool water capsule into it. Soon the pool was filled with water. Ilia was wearing a close-fitting waterproof suit, and his voice sounded a little distorted through the transparent mask. Pet care also includes cleaning and grooming for pets. Today we will learn how to wash and care for cats and dogs. Beside her, there was a shepherd dog and a Siamese cat crawling. With the trainer, they would not fight. The two boys picked up the shepherd dog and the Siamese cat respectively, and put them into the swimming pool at the same time. After entering the water, the shepherd dog looked at the water in confusion, scratched it twice, and suddenly seemed to find something fun, buried its whole body in the water, rolled a few times, and ran around excitedly in the children's swimming pool. The Siamese cat just touched the water with its hind paws, screamed, and seemed to use all its strength to break free from Lu Qin's restraints, jumped 3 feet high, and left the scene quickly. Lu Qin chased the Siamese cat around the playground, and the other people joined the team to block the Siamese cat, leaving Ilia on the spot with his hands covering his mouth and laughing softly. The 5 people and the cat staged a chase drama, which attracted the attention of the students, who happened to be in the playground at the same time. The Siamese cat was surrounded in the middle of the playground, and the 5 people slowly narrowed the encirclement from 5 directions. Qinjiu. It's going to you. Qinjiu looked at a ball of cotton rushing towards her, and immediately became alert, opened her arms to block the Siamese cat's way. But the next moment, the Siamese cat jumped directly into her arms, and then shrank in her arms and trembled. Qinjiu? Everyone? Lu Qin was hurt, but he was relieved soon. It was not the first day that he knew Qinjiu attracted small animals. At least now that the Siamese cat was caught, the course can continue. Bringing the Siamese cat back to the children's swimming pool, Ilia first gave a psychological hint to the cat and the dog, and the 2 small animals really became quiet and obedient. Ilia assigned them tasks, divided them into groups of 3 or 2, the group with more people watched the sheepdogs, and the group with fewer people watched the Siamese cats. While they were doing it, they listened to Ilia's feedback. Ilia became a communication bridge between the 2 small animals and the 5 of them, translating the animals' ideas to them, and giving professional advice, guiding them on how to wash the sheepdogs and Siamese cats cleanly, and make them more comfortable. After washing, they also learned to dry and trim the hair of the 2. The 2 originally dirty little animals became fragrant and soft with fluffy hair after one class. For the 5 people, not only was it a great sense of accomplishment to complete this task, but they also felt that the furry cat could heal their souls. The Siamese cat was no longer afraid of Lu Qin, and snored comfortably in Lu Qin's arms. Ilia was very satisfied with the results of this class, and was giving them the final theoretical explanation. At this moment, a voice came into everyone's ears, accompanied by a scream that Qinjiu was very familiar with. Qinjiu! Help! They turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound, and Jin Chung ran straight towards Qinjiu, followed by Hurricane with slightly wet feathers. Before Qinjiu could react, Jin Chung had already quickly flashed behind Qinjiu. Hurricane paused, and Qinjiu waved to it, and Hurricane landed steadily on Qinjiu's arm. When the others saw the war beast hurting people, they immediately ran a few meters away. In most cases, the war beast will not actively attack humans, but it does not mean that it will not harm innocent people when it is angry. Only Qinjiu can keep calm. In Qinjiu's cognition, war beasts are not equal to danger, and she has never been afraid of war beasts. Hurricane held back, fearing that he would scratch Qinjiu. It looked forward with sharp eyes on Jin Chung. Qinjiu raised his hand and gently stroked Hurricane's head, and asked without looking back, "How did you offend this gentleman again?" Jin Chung cried out that he was wronged, and it was indeed not his fault this time. He moved Hurricane to another cage in the war beast dormitory, and cleaned Hurricane's cage himself. The golden-winged eagle was afraid of water. When he saw Jin Chung using a large water pipe to flush its residents, he thought that Jin Chung was going to destroy its house, and cried anxiously in the cage where it was temporarily placed. The keeper of the war beast dormitory heard the sound and quickly came to the cage. Seeing the stress reaction of the golden-winged eagle, he was afraid that it would hurt itself, and was about to give it a sedative. Jin Chung quickly put down the water gun, and came up to stop the two. He thought that Hurricane was not used to being in another cage, so he opened the cage, and planned to put Hurricane back to his residence. But unexpectedly, as soon as Hurricane left the cage, it chased him and pecked at him like last time. Jin Chung thought of Qinjiu first. Fortunately, Qinjiu and the others were in the playground, which was not far from the war beast dormitory. Jin Chung came quickly enough, and did not suffer much damage. Jin Chung told Qinjiu everything in detail, and Ilia, who was standing by, also heard what Jin Chung said. Although she was not a beast master, she still had some knowledge about high-level war beasts. Her emerald eyes left Hurricane, and looked at Jin Chung helplessly. "Don't you know that the golden-winged eagle is afraid of water? You used a water gun to wash the cage in front of it. It thought you were going to destroy its home. How could it not chase you and fight you?" Jin Chung sighed. "Of course I know. So this kid has been back for so long and his body is so dirty, I didn't dare to give him a bath. Who knew that he would be so afraid of water that he wouldn't let me wash the cage?" Hearing this, Qinjiu looked at Hurricane again. There was some slightly dried blood on the corner of its mouth, which should be the trace left when it was eating. Its feathers were a little tangled. Qinjiu reached out and touched it, and touched off a thin layer of gray. And the hair near its butt was slightly yellow. Even Qinjiu disliked it for being dirty. Jin Chung loved cleanliness, and could endure it to this extent, and didn't dislike it, which showed that Jin Chung really loved it. Qinjiu took out a small piece of freeze-dried food from her pocket, and fed it to Hurricane, and her sight slowly shifted to the children's swimming pool next to her. "Qinjiu, Teacher Ilia, I would like to ask, the golden-winged eagle is afraid of water. Does that mean it cannot touch water at all? Are there any sequelae of touching water?" Ilia shook his head. "It just doesn't like water. It doesn't mean it can't touch water." Qinjiu lowered her head. Her hand stroked Hurricane's feathers, but her eyes were not focused, as if she was thinking. A dangerous idea formed in her mind. After a long time, she looked up at Jin Chung. "So you have cleaned its cage, right?" Jin Chung nodded. "Okay." Qinjiu turned slowly, and under the gaze of everyone, she slightly curved her lips, and looked down at Hurricane, who had not yet foreseen the danger. Since the house has been cleaned, the owner who moved in should also be clean, right? Just when everyone didn't understand what Qinjiu wanted to do, Qinjiu was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and took the other hand to tightly clamp Hurricane's wings, and lifted it up, like a hen. Hurricane was stunned and struggled immediately, but because his wings were controlled, he could only make bursts of chirping. Jin Chung was its master after all, and he felt sorry for it resisting. "What are you going to do?" Qinjiu grinned, and said something like thunder, "Give it a bath." Chapter 17. Are you crazy or am I crazy? He is afraid of water. Sister. Jin Chung has a mental breakdown. What is Qinjiu talking about? Is he hard of hearing? Will he not be pecked to death if he insists on taking a bath with Hurricane? Compared with Jin Cheng's collapse and the shock of others, Qinjiu seemed calm and said, "Can you bear it? It is so dirty." Qin Jiu thought of Jean Cheng's generosity last time and added, "Just think of it as after-sales service last time." Jean Cheng seemed to hear the sound of himself breaking into pieces. Is Qin Jiu serious? This time, even Ilia disagreed with Qin Jiu's approach. It is a war beast. It is different from ordinary pets. It is too aggressive. If you force it to do something it doesn't like, it will be easily injured. In fact, most war beasts don't like others to bathe them. More often, the breeders spray them with water guns and let them clean themselves. For war beasts that are afraid of water, cleaning powder is sprinkled regularly, but it can't be cleaned after careful cleaning anyway. Qin Jiu shrugged indifferently. I can feel it, it won't attack me. After saying that, before anyone else could react, she directly soaked Hurricane's body in the water. Everyone, shock. Hurricane was indeed struggling, making a cry from his mouth. The sound penetrated the eardrum and reached the soul. The students and teachers around him covered their ears to block the sound. Qin Jiu said in a low voice, "Shut up." Hurricane suddenly stopped talking, and did not struggle, and nestled in the water obediently. Jean Cheng was dumbfounded. He knew Hurricane listened to Qin Jiu, but this was too unbelievable. It is impossible that Qin Jiu's words could make the golden winged eagle overcome its fear. Ilia's heart was in turmoil, and she stared at Qin Jiu's eyes. At this time, there was a faint light in her eyes, very faint, and you couldn't see the change at all if you didn't look carefully. But Ilia was a beast trainer, a kind of person who was similar to a beast master. This is an order. Qin Jiu gave the order to Hurricane. It executed it, but it was Jean Cheng's war beast. For a moment, the air around seemed to freeze. No one spoke, only Qin Jiu was still pouring water on the motionless Hurricane, wetting its feathers. Jean Cheng took a difficult step, crossed the distance between the two, stopped beside Qin Jiu, and looked at Hurricane without saying a word. It's over, his good son, he was really pushed. Qin Jiu saw him standing there, and couldn't help but kick him. Help! Hurricane is your war beast. What are you doing? Jean Cheng heard this, but didn't help immediately, but quickly opened the live broadcast. He wanted everyone to see it. He wanted to give the golden winged eagle a bath. Good. Awesome. He changed the title of the live broadcast room to "Click to see the golden winged eagle taking a bath." Qin Jiu glanced at it, and his mouth twitched slightly. Well, very Jean Cheng. However, the part of this title that is attractive enough is not the part about Jean Cheng's live performance, but the words golden winged eagle taking a bath. Instantly, tens of thousands of people rushed into the live broadcast room at the same time. In addition to Jean Cheng's fans, there are also some beast masters, but their purpose of coming in is not to support Jean Cheng, but to scold Jean Cheng for being shameless, and using the golden winged eagle for marketing. Everyone knows that the golden winged eagle is afraid of water, and they use the words taking a bath to attract attention. Bah! It seems that Jean Cheng is not a good master, and he is not worthy of being a beast master, but when they opened the live broadcast room with the purpose of judgment, they were stunned by the scene before them. I am not particularly familiar with flying war beasts. Can anyone tell me if this is really a golden winged eagle? I remember that golden winged eagles are afraid of water. It is a golden winged eagle, and it is a high-level golden winged eagle. The pattern of its feathers is so beautiful. Golden winged eagle. Can it take a bath? Are you torturing the war beast? Is this golden winged eagle dead? Are they using it for hype? No. You see, it can still move. The breeder next door is still feeding it freeze-dried food. Jean Cheng, can you teach me the secret of persuading the golden winged eagle to take a bath? My golden winged eagle is almost gray with dirt. Warm reminder to the front row, don't be deceived by the live broadcast, and try to give your own golden winged eagle a bath. You will regret it. Smile. Thank you, you are a step late. I poured a little water on it, and got pecked. Qin Jiu handed Jean Cheng a bath ball and asked Ilia, Teacher, how do you take care of birds? Ilia had a complicated expression. She still adhered to the idea of teaching as the purpose. She waved to the other people, and stood next to the swimming pool. For birds, be careful not to wet the upper edge of the beak. They use it to breathe there. Wetting will cause stress. Also, the eyes and... Ilia's voice was transmitted through Jean Cheng's live broadcast room. Someone immediately took out a pen and paper, hoping to record the instructions for bathing the golden winged eagle. Qin Jiu and Jean Cheng opened their arms, and each took one wing. According to Ilia's instructions, they cleaned the dust and dirt under the wings. Jean Cheng didn't have time to watch the live broadcast room. He didn't realize that the number of people online in the live broadcast room had exceeded 1 million. The comments section was almost invisible. Some people were still asking what equipment they had, and what brand of freeze-dried food they had. It seemed that Jinfenjing loved it, and hoped to buy it for his own Jinfenjing. A huge glass lamp was hanging from the dome of the palace. The light that entered the room through the floor-to-ceiling glass reached each glass ball on the lamp, reflecting a golden glow. The first person on Shuang Star sat in front of the floor-to-ceiling glass. The sun shone on his face, which looked quite soft. "Your Majesty, you look very happy. Did you encounter something interesting?" The man turned around slowly. Under the backlight, his facial features were covered with a layer of shadow, becoming more mysterious and unclear. But if you observe carefully, it is not difficult to find that the man and Jean Cheng look about 70% similar. "I guess so. I'm watching Jean Cheng's live broadcast." The maid was stunned. His Majesty didn't like His Highness Jean Cheng to develop his live broadcast career instead of doing his job. But this time his attitude was different from before. The maid could even see a rare smile on his usually serious face. It was rare for a man to have the desire to share, so he showed the screen on the terminal to the maid. The picture of His Highness Jean Cheng was very different from his usual carefree appearance. He cleaned the body of the golden winged eagle meticulously. He was obviously a person with mysophobia, but he didn't care at all that his clothes were soaked in sewage. The serious His Highness exuded a different charm. "This kid seems to have grown a lot after going to Xinghuang." "Yes, Your Majesty." In the meeting room next to it, the atmosphere was completely different from the happy atmosphere here. The floor was covered with broken glass cups, and the flowers delivered in the morning were trampled on the ground. The petals had fallen off, and there were still gray and black footprints on them. The maid trembled at the door, fearing that the angry man would take out his anger. His terminal was also playing Jean Cheng's live broadcast. Watching the interaction between Jean Cheng and Jean Fengying and the comments in the live broadcast room that showed their admiration without any concealment, his eyes seemed to burst into flames, and he wanted to devour Jean Cheng in the picture. "He is a useless prince. Why?" No one dared to respond. He could only roar. The emotion called jealousy in his heart could no longer be controlled and overflowed, filling his entire body. "I can't keep silent any longer. I must find a way to get rid of him on Shirong Star." Chapter 18. Qin Jiao and Jean Cheng worked together to clean Hurricane. The feathers on Hurricane shone with dazzling golden light. It finally restored its original beauty. People present couldn't help but take a few more glances. Hurricane no longer smelled like a bird, but the fragrance of pet shower gel. Jean Cheng's love overflowed, and he pouted his lips, and wanted to be intimate with Hurricane. Hurricane didn't give him any face at all, and spread his fluffy wings and flew into the sky in an instant. Jean Cheng, He looked at Qinjiao with resentful eyes. Why Qinjiao could kiss, but he couldn't. The live broadcast had ended, and he didn't answer any of the questions in the live broadcast room. The reason was that he didn't know the answer either. In order not to reveal the truth, he had to pretend to be mysterious. Qinjiao was cleaning the swimming pool, and Jean Cheng suddenly came forward to flatter, "Vice President." Qinjiao shuddered violently, with a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment Jean Cheng smiled slyly and said, "Can you help Hurricane take a bath for me regularly in the future?" Qinjiao was about to refuse, but this time Jean Cheng was quicker, and he took out a star coin card from his pocket. Pay. The dark light flowing on the star coin card had an irresistible attraction to Qinjiao, but in front of Ilia, she was a little embarrassed to agree. After all, it was her teacher who taught her how to take a bath with Hurricane. She couldn't just take all the credit for herself, right? But money? Ilia saw Qinjiao's struggle, and she also knew that her student's financial situation was not good. She said, "I think it's a good deal. Learning pet care is to serve other people's pets, right? Although there is a difference between war beasts and pets, it is also a kind of animal care in essence." Jean Cheng looked at Ilia gratefully, and bowed deeply to her. With Ilia's consent, Qinjiao seemed to have no reason to refuse. She agreed readily, and took the star coin card from Jean Cheng's hand at the first time. "I take the fee this time." Jean Cheng. Okay. Qinjiao did not intend to embezzle the money herself. After all the resources this time came from Ilia. She thought about transferring part of the money from the star coin card to Ilia. By the way, ask Ilia if there are any care agents that are friendly to hurricanes. She exchanged star coins, bought some dry food, and hurried to the Beast King building. Lighting has been missing for several days. It is estimated that Edel has captured it, leaving only Guangming to recover in the cage. "Guangming, I'm here." Chirp. After her treatment, the bald parts of Guangming have grown new fluff, and Guangming no longer likes to peck his feathers, and is willing to eat, and his body size has increased a lot. Qinjiao saw that it was getting better day by day. She was originally worried that she could not take good care of Guangming, but now she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, trapping Guangming in this small cage every day is indeed not conducive to Guangming's psychological recovery. Qingjiu decided to take it out for a walk. Like calling a hurricane, Qingjiu called it twice, and Guangming moved his body, stood steadily on Qingjiu's arm, and then climbed onto her shoulder. Qingjiu left the Beast King building. Although Guangming could not see anything, he could feel the light. The weather was very good today. The breeze gently caressed the earth, and the sun fell on every building, as if putting on a golden coat for them. Qingjiu patted Guangming on his shoulder. Fly. Guangming flapped its wings and spread its wings for the first time in a long time. Because it hadn't flown for a long time, it adjusted its posture, raised its head, and flapped its wings. Qingjiu felt a lightness on her shoulder. She saw Guangming falling forward first, and she quickly reached out to catch Guangming. But after a short fall, Guangming stopped in midair again, as if it had finally found the feeling of flying, and flapped its wings vigorously again. Under Qingjiu's gaze, it slowly rose into the air until Qingjiu could only look up at its figure. Guangming, who had conquered the sky again, made a joyful eagle cry, and Qingjiu chased its pace forward until he reached the open space in front of the office building. Qingjiu was still worried that Guangming would lose his direction if he couldn't see anything, so he kept observing its movements on the ground. But Guangming not only didn't get lost, but was able to find Qingjiu accurately, and occasionally flew back to Qingjiu to freeze dry. It is worthy of being an S-level war beast. Even if its body is incomplete, it does not affect its ability. Suddenly, Guangming made a completely different chirping sound from before. It didn't sound as leisurely as usual, but rather like an alarm, sharp and urgent. Then, in Qingjiu's trance, it flew out of Qingjiu's sight and disappeared on the other side of the office building. Guangming! This time, Qingjiu couldn't call it back, so he could only chase it in the direction it disappeared. This was the first time that Ilia came to Edel's office. They belonged to different branches, and had no conflicts in courses, so they shouldn't have had any intersections. But she didn't think it was a coincidence that Qingjiu could give orders to war beasts. For the research of war beasts, Edel was the most authoritative spokesperson. Ilia sat opposite Edel. She looked at the steaming red tea in front of her. After thanking her, she got straight to the point. Master Edel, I came here to talk to you about Qingjiu. Edel paused after sitting down, and soon returned to normal. Edel, please speak. Elijah read from Edel's abnormal movements that he had already known about Qingjiu's special things, and the two sides communicated more easily. Do you know that Qingjiu can give orders to war beasts? Edel tapped his fingers on the table a few times, pondered for a moment, and said, I know, and I don't know. I know that war beasts listen to her, but I don't know that she can give orders to war beasts. However, I am not surprised at all that it has come to this. You know, talents like this should not be buried. Reporting her to the Alliance will gain supreme honor, and Master Edel, you should personally guide her. Edel disagreed with Elijah's words. I once asked her if she wanted to switch to the Beast Control Major, and she refused me. I don't think we should dictate her future path. Line, isn't it? But she rejected you because of the tuition fee. We can apply for a tuition waiver for her. Edel interrupted her, but she likes staying in your class now, and she really wants to study pet care. No matter what her goal or pursuit was at the beginning, as long as she is happy now, that's enough. Teacher Ilia, you should think the same as I do. Ilia was silent. As a member of the royal family, having one more top beast master can indeed improve their planet's status in the interstellar, but as a teacher, protecting students and respecting their choices is the first priority. Ilia sighed and said, I understand what you said, Master Edel, but no matter what, I also hope that she can have one more choice in the future. I will go back and discuss it with her, and see what she thinks. She needs systematic training. At this point, Edel smiled and shook his head. Teacher Ilia, my class schedule is out. Starting next week, I will go to your class. Ilia opened his red lips slightly, frowned slightly, and asked, What do you mean? After the school started, I opened a new course for your major. After he finished speaking, he flipped the terminal screen. Ilia saw the course content on it, and couldn't help laughing. Master Edel, are you integrating the knowledge of beast control into our major? Yes, as you said, I also hope that she will have more choices in the future. Ilia said in her heart, cunning, but her worries were also appeased, and she left not long after. Edel picked up a photo frame on the table. In the photo frame was Edel, and another boy wearing the Star King's school uniform. The boy was holding a tiger cub, grinning, with two small canine teeth showing, obviously very happy. Edel still wore gold-rimmed glasses. He put one hand around the boy's shoulders, and the other hand held a trophy. The content on it was not clear, but Edel couldn't hide the smile on his face. Edel gently stroked the boy in the photo, and put the photo back in place. Just be happy, just be happy. Chapter 19. Roar! Edel looked back and saw that Lightning, who was sleeping quietly, suddenly opened the cage with his front paws. He reacted and immediately blocked its way. What's wrong? Under normal circumstances, war beasts will not react abnormally for no reason, unless there is a threat or... Lightning saw him blocking in front of him and growled twice, looking a little anxious. Edel stepped forward and gently stroked Lightning's head. Although Lightning did not respond to Edel like he responded to Qingjiu, he did not show any disgust. Edel asked, "Is there an alien beast?" Lightning nodded his big head, and Edel frowned. His eyes stayed on Lightning's hind legs wrapped in white gauze. "Don't go this time. Stay here to recover." Lightning was obviously not satisfied with Edel's arrangement, and his big head kept pushing forward, almost pushing Edel out of the door. But this time Edel had made up his mind not to let Lightning risk getting hurt again. Recently, there were several times more alien beasts near Xinhuang than before. Lightning had worked with him to solve hidden dangers many times, and was already overloaded. Now he was injured. He couldn't bear to let Lightning go into battle with injuries. Edel pushed Lightning's head in hard and said, "You rest, I go find Bai Shui." Lightning was a little unhappy when he heard it, but he still turned back to his cage, but his eyes were still looking at the door. Edel rushed out of the office building immediately. He didn't notice the swift eagle flying over his head. Qingjiu's pursuit finally stopped. She panted and looked at Guangming, who was circling in the back mountain, shouting, "Guangming, come back." Guangming didn't come back obediently, but circled in the sky again and again, making the same sharp cry as before. Just like discovering something and pointing the way for others. Qingjiu suddenly realized that the swift eagle is a reconnaissance-type war beast, and their role on the battlefield is to guide the enemy's position. Could it be that there is some terrifying existence on the back mountain? Guangming's voice became more and more urgent, and Qingjiu found that the position where he was hovering was getting closer and closer to him. She looked around, surrounded by green trees, and the shadows covered by the towering trees swallowed her. But strangely, there was no sound around. It was too quiet, so quiet that it seemed that there were no other living things except him and Guangming. As this thought popped up, a huge shadow slowly walked out from the depths of the woods. Every time he took a step forward, there was always a sound of branches breaking, and he couldn't tell whether it was caused by it stepping on the dead branches on the ground or breaking the branches when it pushed the trees away. The shadow walking towards him in the woods became clearer and clearer. It had a human face and arms, but a beast's body, horns on its head, and a pair of legs like horse legs. There were no eyeballs in his eyes, just empty eyes, blood-red liquid flowing from the corners of his eyes, which was extremely grotesque. Qingjiu's fist strength gradually increased until her nails left marks on her palms. A chill climbed up her back, and she stepped back step by step until her back was supported by a large tree trunk. Is it a human? No. Is it a beast? No. Qingjiu could no longer find any words to define the monster in front of her. Her legs were out of control, and she couldn't stop shaking. The monster's mouth was full of blood and animal hair. Qingjiu suspected that if she didn't leave, she would also become the monster's food. The monster also found that there were still living creatures. His expressionless face slowly turned until he faced Qingjiu. Although his dark eye sockets were empty, Qingjiu felt that the other party was looking at him. In great fear, Qingjiu's stomach cramped slightly. She wanted to vomit, but was afraid of the monster's sudden attack. Why would there be such a terrifying monster in the back mountain of Xinhuang? A sense of oppression came over her. An invisible big hand tightly pinched Qingjiu's neck. As the monster moved forward, the big hand gradually tightened. Have to run. Qingjiu held the tree trunk to stabilize his body, found the way he came, and ran away. The monster behind him began to flee when he saw the prey that was about to be caught, and the pace that was originally slowly approaching accelerated instantly. Under extreme pressure, Qingjiu's senses also became extremely sensitive. The shaking vision, the whistling wind in her ears, the sound of dead branches and fallen leaves breaking under her feet, all the subtle information was magnified 10 times in her mind. The sound of branches and leaves breaking, which was originally left behind, became more frequent. The ground was shaking more and more fiercely, and the vibration caused by the heavy objects falling to the ground hit Qingjiu's heart. Boom, boom, boom. Her heart was about to jump out of her throat. The difference in size and physical strength between the two was huge, and the monster had instantly closed the distance between them with one breath. Qingjiu subconsciously turned her head, and the other's face was almost touching hers. The facial features that originally looked like a human were distorted and deformed, and its mouth was torn to both sides until the ears. The adhesion tissues broke one by one, and blood flowed down its cheeks. It seemed that it could not feel the pain. The fangs in its bloody mouth were like sharp blades covered with blood. Qinjiu could even feel the chill on them. It was going to bite off Qinjiu's head in one bite. Qinjiu rolled forward quickly to avoid the monster's attack, but it also stopped his escape. Guangming swooped down from a high place. With its sharp senses, as an S-level war beast, it locked the direction of the monster with its hearing and smell. The monster's action of reaching out to Qinjiu on the ground was interrupted by Guangming, who pecked a big hole in its head. Smelly blood flowed out from above. Qinjiu found that the blood on his head was purple-black. That was the unique color of alien beasts, but it was an alien beast. Why did it have a human face? Before Qinjiu could figure it out, the monster had already grabbed Guangming's wings that attacked it again, and Guangming let out a scream. Guangming! Qinjiu ignored the pain in his body, climbed up, picked up a stone from his side, and smashed it hard at the monster. The small stone could not hurt the monster at all, but it made it hesitate to swallow Guangming. It looked down at the ignorant human, then at the light in its hand, and threw it to the ground. It looked like humans were more delicious. Qinjiu saw it give up the light, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she saw it walking towards her. Qinjiu turned around and ran, but before she could run 2 steps, the monster had already grabbed her collar. Qinjiu was hanging in the air, and she felt desperate as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was over. She couldn't run away. She kicked the monster's body with her feet and struggled constantly, but she couldn't shake the monster at all. The monster opened its mouth, and the bloody smell rushed towards her. Qinjiu could even see the remains of the animal in its mouth when she was closer. The light on the side kept chirping, struggling to help Qinjiu, but because its wings were broken, it temporarily lost the ability to fly and could only worry on the ground. Qinjiu's field of vision gradually decreased, and the fishy smell lingered above her head. Half of her head had been sent into the monster's mouth. She planned to make a final struggle, holding the monster's mouth that was about to close with her hands, and the sharp silver fangs pierced her palm. The monster was even more excited after tasting her delicious blood, and let out a slight roar from his throat, and was about to twist Qinjiu's hands that were in the way with his other hand. The monster's bite force was also increasing little by little. Qinjiu had reached her limit. There was a slight click from her elbow, and her arm was dislocated and lost its strength. The only light left in front of her was disappearing rapidly. The monster's mouth was about to close, and Qinjiu had no doubt that her neck would be bitten off directly. I wonder if anyone will find out if I die here. It shouldn't be, after all, she has become food in the monster's belly, and she won't have a complete body if she dies. Just when she gave up the last glimmer of hope, a familiar voice came into her ears. Bai Shui, hurry up. Chapter 20. With a low roar, Qinjiu's body was shaken a few times, and the clothes on her back were lifted up, and a pulling force dragged her backwards. The fishy smell gradually faded away, and the eyes were no longer dark. She turned her eyes several times, and finally stabilized. She reached out and touched her neck. The column of her neck was still intact, but there were a few more cuts on the skin, and blood was slowly flowing out. Compared to the neck being bitten off, it was already a light injury. Qinjiu breathed a sigh of relief, and her eyes fell on the familiar figure not far away. Levin's mechanical arm was stuck in the monster's mouth. He kept his hands to pry the monster's mouth open, and a white leopard with a whole body of snow rushed past Qinjiu. Fortunately I made it in time. Edel was sweating profusely, and he was scared when he saw Qinjiu sitting at his feet. If he had come a little later, Qinjiu's head would have fallen into the monster's belly. Qinjiu looked up at Edel when she heard the sound. Because of the rapid rise of adrenaline, Qinjiu's eardrums were filled with the beating of her own pulse. Her back was wet, and it took more than 10 seconds before she felt that she had survived a disaster. Edel. Teacher? Seeing that the fear on her face had not yet dissipated, Edel squatted and gently patted Qinjiu's shoulder. It's okay now. Qinjiu nodded woodenly, and she slowly turned her head to look at Levin, who was still fighting. Levin's arms were shaking, and the monster's huge bite force was about to break through the limit of the machine. Qinjiu saw a few wisps of gray smoke rising from the mechanical arm, which was a sign of mechanical overload. The white leopard took the opportunity to move forward and bite the monster's neck. The monster screamed in pain and waved his hands at it. The monster was distracted by the monster's huge mouth, and Levin finally had the chance to release the monster's abyssal mouth and return to the two of them with a few jumps. Snow White, come back. Edel's eyes flashed with a dark light, and at a command, the white leopard opened its mouth and quickly returned. Levin looked at Qinjiao and was about to ask if he was okay, but when he saw the blood around Qinjiao's neck and his left hand drooping weakly, he swallowed the words that were on his lips. He silently answered for Qinjiao in his heart, "I am okay." Edel said, "Levin, take her to a safe place." Levin glanced at the monster that was slowly getting up and asked, "What about you?" "We can't let it enter the school. By Shui, and I will stop it here. We have just notified Song Ji and the others. Help should arrive soon. But you are alone. Let's go. You are only adding to my pressure now." Edel did not fail to notice Levin's trembling hands. He may still be able to fight, but Edel did not want him to take risks. Besides, Qinjiao and Guangming were seriously injured and must be treated as soon as possible. It's not that he is arrogant, but he believes that Song Ji will be here soon, and he can hold on for a while. Levin and Edel have been working together for many years, and are considered old partners. He knows Edel's personality and way of doing things, so he nodded, grabbed Qinjiao's collar with one hand, and held Guangming with the other hand, and left the scene quickly. Qinjiao's vision gradually blurred, which was the sequelae of blood loss. Before returning to the familiar place, she had completely lost consciousness. Edel waited for reinforcements and destroyed Gu Chuanxing's 2 mechas, and Song Ji's bundle of ammunition, before he was able to kill the monster. Song Ji picked up the monster's arm. The touch on the top was highly consistent with human skin. Except for the lack of temperature, it was completely a human hand. What kind of monster is this? Edel shook his head, his eyes solemn. The alien beast that occasionally appears in the back mountain recently has human characteristics. It has the strongest comprehensive ability encountered recently. Lightning was also injured in the previous hunting trips. Song Ji, if they have a new direction of mutation, it will be a disaster for humans. We need to report the matter to the military. Edel nodded. If the characteristics of the alien beasts with human characteristics were not obvious in the previous 2 roundups, this time it was a very dangerous signal. They are evolving in the direction of humans. If one day they make themselves real humans and integrate into human society, then who can tell whether the person living next to you is a human or a ghost? The threat of death will be inevitable. Someone from the military will come and take it away in a while. Before that, let's work together to clear the remaining threats on the mountain. Okay. The 3 people and the leopard moved deeper into the woods. Qinjiao stayed in Xinhuang Hospital for a week. Visitors were not allowed during this week. It was not because her injury was too serious, but because her injury was difficult to explain to the outside world. The principal came with Edel halfway. They hoped that before the matter was investigated, Qinjiao's attack by the alien beast would not be told to others for the time being, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Qinjiao agreed, of course, and because of her trust in Edel, she believed that they would definitely deal with the problem of the alien beast. A week later, her wound faded, and Qinjiao appeared in front of everyone in good spirits. Su Shanshan and Xia Xiaolin, her roommates, were very worried, and they were relieved to see that she was not missing any limbs. The school claimed that Qinjiao fell off a cliff in the back mountain and was slightly injured, but she was fine. During her hospitalization, the school temporarily closed the back mountain to prevent similar incidents from happening. Qinjiao came to Edel's office, and the snow-white leopard was lying in the cage of lightning before, licking its fur. Seeing her appear, it stopped. "Teacher Edel." Edel heard her voice, pulled back his thoughts from the terminal, and smiled to welcome her in. "How are you? Are you still feeling uncomfortable?" "It's fine." Qinjiao had to sigh at the medical ability of Xinhuang. It is estimated that some large hospitals cannot achieve such a perfect level of healing. The white leopard behind Edel pushed open the door of the cage and approached Qinjiao step by step. Qinjiao was a little scared. After all, she had never come into contact with large beasts. But she did not forget that it was the white leopard who saved her life in a critical moment. She resisted the urge to retreat and stood still. The white leopard stopped in front of her, sniffed left and right, and then put his head into Qinjiao's hand and rubbed it intimately. Edel was numb. He was really numb. This brother and sister were really worthless. Qinjiao saw that it was a relative, and he also squatted down to touch its head and nose. The snow-white fur is really beautiful and really good to touch. Qinjiao asked, "What's its name?" Edel, "White Snow, it and Flesh." Suddenly, a small black figure appeared from behind the white leopard, and it quickly pounced into Qinjiao's arms, hugged her neck, and nibbled her ears. "Lightning?" Lightning growled, and seeing that Qinjiao's attention was all on him, he looked at White Snow proudly. This is my person." Chapter 21. Bai Shui looked at Lightning, and a contemptuous smile seemed to appear on her lips. She raised her head gracefully, bit Lightning's tail gently, and pulled Lightning away from Qinjiu with a force. Lightning? ? After a while of spinning, Lightning found that he had been locked in a cage by Bai Shui. Bai Shui was afraid that it would run out by itself, so she sat at the door and blocked it. A war beast has 800 eyes. Qinjiu was stunned. She looked at her empty hands, and then looked at Lightning jumping up and down in the cage. And Bai Shui still maintained her elegant appearance, looking at Qinjiu with a pair of round eyes, full of expectation, as if saying, "Come and touch me." Qinjiu, Are they competing for favor? Seeing Qinjiu in a daze, Edel coughed lightly to draw her attention back. Qinjiu, this is Guangming's report. It's not a big problem. It should be sent back tomorrow. Qinjiu's attention was immediately drawn when she heard Guangming's name. She read Guangming's medical report carefully and breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he's fine. Speaking of which, if Guangming hadn't kept sending us alarms, we might not have found you in time. Qinjiu recalled the appearance of Guangming hovering in the sky. She thought for a moment and asked, Teacher Edel, in fact, Guangming's ability as a war beast has not been lost at all. I think it can be allowed to join your war beast academy for training. This will also be a good help for its mental recovery. Edel agreed with her proposal, and there was no need to worry about the adoption of Guangming. Isn't there a ready-made person who can control Guangming here? Qinjiu left the office building and passed by the entrance of the war beast dormitory. Unlike in the past, the war beast dormitory seemed to be crowded with people today. She didn't care much and was about to leave when Jin Chung, who was in the crowd, glanced at the door and saw her figure. He immediately pushed the crowd aside and rushed towards her. Qinjiu, wait! Qinjiu heard someone calling her name. She stopped and turned around to see Jin Chung running out of the war beast dormitory. What's wrong? Jin Chung took her hand and led her inside, saying, I don't know if you can help, but the situation is urgent now. I hope Qiuqiu can listen to you. Qiuqiu? Lilith's war beast. It escaped from the war beast dormitory and went to the back mountain 2 days ago. It was already injured when it was found. It has been very emotional, and it had to be anesthetized before the medicine was applied. But today the anesthesia seems to have little effect on it. It has been biting the bandages on its body in the cage, and is very anxious. Qinjiu frowned. If Qiuqiu really went to the back mountain, it must have been attacked by the alien beast. She stopped walking, and out of responsibility for Qiuqiu, she said, I'm not a professional, I can't help, right? There's no other way, now we can only try to save the situation. Otherwise, Qiuqiu will kill herself if she continues like this. The tension on his face didn't seem fake, and he was even a little overly worried. Qinjiu recalled the way Jin Chung and Lilith got along, and suddenly asked, Do you like Lilith? Jin Chung paused, blinked, and finally recalled what she said. His ears suddenly became hot, and he didn't even notice that his ears were red, and his cheeks were also flushed with pink. He began to stutter. What did you say? No, that's not the case. Nonsense. Qinjiu had read the answer she wanted from his face, and she shrugged. Okay, no. But I still think that you shouldn't look for me. You should look for a war beast veterinarian to deal with it. Jin Chung didn't listen to Qinjiu's advice, and continued to lead people in. I've already looked for it, but now there is no other way except anesthesia. But anesthesia doesn't work for him. If you want to change to another anesthetic, you have to wait for a while before it can be delivered, but I don't know if Qiuqiu can hold on until then. No wonder he said the situation was urgent. She was curious about how much Qiuqiu was injured in that situation, so she decided to follow him in to take a look. As soon as she entered the war beast dormitory, she heard the roar of the lion and the exclamation of the staff mixed together, and the iron cage was slapped with a loud noise. Qinjiu found that the other war beasts had moved out, and only Qiuqiu and other humans were left on this floor. Jin Chung cleared the way for Qinjiu, pushed away the people blocking the way around, and finally came to Qiuqiu's iron cage. Qinjiu could finally see Qiuqiu's situation. Its body was covered with burn marks, and some parts were ulcerated, oozing turbid yellow liquid. The places that were originally wrapped with gauze were torn apart by the ball, revealing deep wounds that could see the bone. Qinjiu couldn't help but clench his fists. With such a serious injury, if the ball was not an S-level war beast, it would probably be difficult to survive the attack. Could it be that the one who attacked the ball was also the same terrifying alien beast she encountered? Hearing Jin Cheng's voice, Lilith turned around, with dry tears hanging in the corners of her eyes. As the owner of the ball, she was the most uncomfortable. Every time she saw the wound of the ball, She couldn't imagine how much pain the ball had endured in a place she couldn't see. When she saw Jean Chung and Qingjiu appear, her face instantly turned gloomy. Why did you bring her here? The blush on Jean Cheng's face had not faded yet, and seeing Lilith, he couldn't help but dodge his eyes. Qingjiu might be able to help, so... Lilith stepped forward and blocked the two of them. Her hostile eyes fell directly on Qingjiu's face. I don't believe her. So many war beast doctors and breeders couldn't do it. Lilith didn't believe Qingjiu could do it. The fact that Hurricane could take a bath before was just a coincidence in Lilith's eyes. At that time, Hurricane's mood was much better than Qiuqiu's now. Not to mention that Qingjiu was not even a student of the beast control major. How many war beasts could she contact? How much about war beasts could she know? Placing hope on her is tantamount to believing in an illusory god. Before Qingjiu could answer, Qiuqiu in the cage seemed to be stimulated by something, and roared towards Qingjiu and the others, becoming more anxious and uneasy. It moved even more, lying on the cage with its entire body, and the places where the gauze fell off began to bleed widely. Qiuqiu opened her mouth and bit the cage hard. Quick! Give it another injection of anesthesia. No, it's overdosed. Even if he is intolerant to the current anesthetic, he can't abuse it, or he will have cardiac arrest. But if it continues to riot, it will bleed dry and won't be able to wait for new anesthesia. Qiuqiu's sudden mania started after Qingjiu came in. Lilith bit her lips, and her originally rosy lips instantly lost color. Her bloodshot eyes locked onto Qingjiu, and the flames inside were about to engulf Qingjiu. She is the culprit. Lilith pushed Qingjiu hard without any hesitation. Qingjiu, who didn't react, took a few steps back before he could stabilize his body. Get out. It's all because of you. You are not welcome here. Qingjiu did not show any emotion. She looked up and looked deeply at the fire-tailed lion, then turned and left. Seeing the chaotic scene inside, Jean Chung was even more nervous than Lilith. He urged Lilith to go in quickly and stabilize the ball, while chasing in the direction Qingjiu left. Qingjiu. Wait! Qingjiu turned around and saw Jean Chung catching up, and sighed. Look, I said I couldn't help. Jean Chung fumbled around on his body, and finally found a star coin card from the inner pocket of his coat. He grabbed Qingjiu's hand and put the star coin card in her palm. I know you have a way. I will give you as much money as you want. Can you save the ball? Jean Chung is Qingjiu's most generous sponsor. Qingjiu is in the most need of money. It would be a lie to say that he is not tempted, but the fire-tailed lion is obviously unconscious, and the risk of approaching it is already very high, not to mention that its owner does not support work. Qingjiu lowered his eyes, and the star coin card in his hand became hotter and hotter. Time seemed to stop at this second, until a scream from inside broke the silence. It's dying! Chapter 22. Hearing the exclamation inside, Jean Chung ran into the war beast dormitory immediately, not caring about Qingjiu, who was still holding his star coin card. Then, there were cries, screams, and all kinds of noisy machine-running sounds, and the war beast dormitory was like a purgatory. Qingjiu looked at the star coin card in her hand. Since she couldn't help, she certainly couldn't accept Jean Cheng's reward. She sighed, and entered the war beast dormitory again, intending to return the star coin card to Jean Chung. As soon as she stepped into the war beast dormitory, Qingjiu's eyes fell on the big cage uncontrollably. Qiuqiu was lying on the ground at this time, with his tongue sticking out, saliva flowing all over the ground, and breathing hard. Its breathing frequency was obviously too rapid, and its originally bright eyes were covered with a layer of gray, and it looked like it was about to die. What did you do to it? Jean Chung protected Lilith, who was crying heartbreakingly, behind him. He grabbed the collar of the man in front of him with both hands, and veins emerged on the back of his hands. The captured man could hardly breathe. He pulled Jean Cheng's arm, and his breath broke through the barrier with difficulty. We didn't do anything. We didn't even have time to anesthetize it. Jean Chung was about to ask again, but Lilith gently pulled his clothes from behind him. Jean Chung let go and looked back at Lilith in great grief. They really didn't do anything. Lilith's eyes were empty. She squatted in front of the cage and silently paid attention to its situation. The fire-tailed lion wanted to struggle, but it had no strength. The fire-tailed lion now had no ability to attack, and it was the best time to treat it. This was the consensus of everyone present. Just as the veterinarian was about to open the cage to treat it, the fire-tailed lion got strength from nowhere and began to howl and resist again. And every time it resists, it will only bring it more serious harm. No, don't move. Lilith saw that the fire-tailed lion was breathing in and out, but it still wanted to destroy its body, and she couldn't bear it. But Miss Lilith, if you don't treat it, the ball will. I know. Lilith shouted at the top of her lungs. But we can't get close to it now. If we get close to it, it will hurt itself. How many times do you think it can still destroy itself in its current state? There is no answer. Maybe next time, it will be angry and stay the same forever. But if its wound is not treated, it will soon be bloodless. Everyone can't move forward or backward. It's a dead cycle. Qinjiu witnessed all this. She stopped, silently lowered her head, and looked at the star coin card in her hand. She is not a person with overflowing love, and it can even be said that she is a vulgar person who only loves money. If it weren't for Jean Cheng's appearance, even if she heard something unusual here, she would not set foot here. She would find it troublesome, not to make all the money. And the most troublesome situation is right in front of her. She should just turn around and leave. Qinjiu narrowed her eyes, and she unconsciously grasped the star coin card amid the weak roar of Qiuqiu, then exhaled a breath of foul air and silently put it in her pocket. Although it is troublesome, there is no reason not to accept the money that is offered, right? She walked through the crowd of staff and stood steadily beside Jean Chung. You all go out. Lilith looked up suddenly, and she stood up with a swish, her eyes red. Why are you back? Don't you think you haven't heard it enough? She reached out and pushed Qinjiu hard, and Qinjiu staggered and raised his hand to touch the place where Lilith touched. There was still a dull pain there, which was one of the places where he was injured in the back mountain. Qiuqiu growled in their direction again, wondering if he was blaming them for making a fuss. Jean Chung stood between the two of them, and he looked up at Qinjiu. Are you sure? I don't know. Qinjiu's eyes stopped at Qiuqiu, but it's very uneasy with you here. Lilith couldn't stand Qinjiu's accusation, and she was about to go around Jean Chung and confront Qinjiu, but Jean Chung was quick to grab her into his arms. Jean Chung, who usually looked easy to bully, Lilith couldn't get rid of his control now. Jean Chung, let go. Lilith's fist hit Jean Chung hard, and Qinjiu could even hear Jean Cheng's muffled groan. No matter how hard Lilith hit, Jean Chung remained motionless. He said to the breeders and veterinarians, who were still watching the situation around him, you all leave. Hearing this, someone quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Someone has to be responsible for the death of the high-level war beast, and they wish they could leave early. However, they looked at Qinjiu with a trace of regret in their eyes. At such a young age, he had to bear the life of a war beast. Jean Chung, you dare. You are not allowed to leave. If you leave, Qiuqiu will get into trouble, and I want you to be buried with me. Lilith's words made them dare not move. As a member of the Shirong Star royal family, Lilith did have the ability to kill them. Everyone was standing there, looking at each other, not daring to speak or move. Jean Chung covered Lilith's mouth and scolded, Don't you understand what I say? Get out, I will be responsible if there is any problem. After he finished speaking, he picked up Lilith and walked out. All the words Lilith wanted to say were blocked by Jean Chung, and turned into sobs. She struggled anxiously, and pulled Jean Cheng's hand that was covering her mouth, leaving several blood marks on the back of Jean Cheng's hand, but Jean Chung didn't say a word. When the others saw Jean Chung leading the way to leave, they followed Jean Cheng's footsteps, fearing that if they didn't leave in time, Qiuqiu's death would be related to them. The room, that was originally full of people, suddenly became empty, leaving only Qiuqiu and Qinjiu. Qinjiu walked to the cage and did something unimaginable. She opened Qiuqiu's cage and walked into the cage alone. She couldn't communicate with animals like Ilia, but she could vaguely perceive the emotions of war beasts, and could also predict whether they were a threat to herself. She couldn't feel the breath of threat on Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu wouldn't hurt her. As if to confirm her thoughts, Qiuqiu didn't growl at her, nor did he get up to attack. It just looked at Qinjiu quietly, with a hint of doubt in its gray eyes. Why did this human give it a different feeling from others? Qiuqiu. Qinjiu squatted down, reached out and touched its neck, and asked, Are you scared by the strange alien beast? Qiuqiu's eyes suddenly widened, and it struggled to get up again. Qinjiu quickly calmed it down. Don't be afraid, they have been eliminated. The fire-tailed lion stopped moving, and it nudged Qinjiu's palm with its nose, blinking its eyes, as if confirming with Qinjiu. They are born hunters of alien beasts. Even if they are not domesticated by humans, hunting alien beasts is their nature. Not to mention the war beasts, who grew up with humans, and trained with students of the beast taming major at the War Beast Academy. They know that humans can help eliminate alien beasts, and occasionally they will show their trust in humans and seek help. The same is true for Qiuqiu. Its abnormality comes from its inability to confirm whether the danger has been eliminated. It wants to tell humans in its own way that there are still hidden threats. It's just that humans can't understand its behavior. Qinjiu rubbed its nose, there are no more alien beasts, we are safe. Hearing Qinjiu's affirmation, Qiuqiu finally relaxed. Eat something, I ask someone to clean your wound, okay? Qiuqiu made a gurgling sound in his mouth. Qinjiu rubbed his chin, pulled the water basin next to him, scooped up some water in his palm, and sent it to Qiuqiu's mouth. Qiuqiu stretched out his tongue and licked a lot of it. Qinjiu grabbed a handful of meat cans and fed Qiuqiu a little bit. Qiuqiu ate 2 bites and refused to eat, and gently pushed Qinjiu's hand away with his claws. Qinjiu saw it stabilized, wiped her hands, and sent a message to Jean Chung, who was still waiting outside. Suddenly, she found that there seemed to be something reflecting light between the claws of the ball. She grabbed the claws of the ball and pried them apart, and found a small silver badge hidden in the claws with the ball. On the badge was a tiger logo, with a symbol that Qinjiu couldn't understand. This is... Qinjiu, can we come in? Qinjiu heard Jean Cheng's voice, hid the badge immediately, and responded loudly, okay. Jean Chung outside the door heard the answer, and loosened the shackles on Lilith. The back of his hand was full of scratches left by Lilith, and there were teeth marks on the palm of his hand. Lilith didn't care whether Jean Chung was injured or not. She pushed aside the veterinarians in front of her, and rushed into the war beast dormitory. Jean Chung was afraid that she would do something extreme to Qinjiu, so he immediately followed her. The veterinarian and Qiuqiu's breeder, who were walking in front with medical equipment, suddenly stopped, opened their mouths slightly, and looked at the situation in the cage with wide eyes. Lilith just walked in and saw them stop in place one by one, with expressions like they were greatly frightened. Her heart stomped. Could it be that Qiuqiu had something wrong? Lilith followed their gaze to look at the cage, and after just one glance, she also joined the veterinarian and breeder in panic. Jean Chung came late, and seeing this, he wondered, why are you all standing here? Go in quickly. He turned his head and saw, well, he understood the reason. The girl in the cage dug out a piece of mincemeat and stuffed it into Qiuqiu's mouth. Qiuqiu licked his mouth twice and pushed the mincemeat out. The girl opened its mouth and stuffed the mincemeat in again, and Qiuqiu spit it out again. This went on for several rounds, and the girl directly pressed Qiuqiu's mouth after stuffing the mincemeat in, warning, don't spit it out again. Qiuqiu was aggrieved and whimpered twice to express his protest, but finally swallowed it. The girl patted its head with satisfaction. Qiuqiu is really good. The crowd in the wind, Lilith, with a turbulent heart, shock. Jean Chung, with a twitching mouth, I knew it. Chapter 23. They entered the war beast dormitory again, and filled the empty first-floor dormitory. There were suddenly more people, and the unfamiliar smell made Qiuqiu bury his head in Qinjiu's arms uneasy, leaving only one eye to observe the situation. Qinjiu calmed its emotions, held its head and gently stroked its hair, and coaxed it softly. Qiuqiu, be good, let's let the doctor take a look, okay? Qiuqiu continued to push into Qinjiu's arms, and Qinjiu understood that it agreed. Qinjiu turned his head and gestured to the people on standby outside, but for their safety, he asked them to put on protective clothing before coming in. In fact, without Qinjiu saying it, they would also put on protective clothing before coming in. After all, Qiuqiu would bite anything he could see not long ago. The leading doctor took the assistants to pick up the protective clothing and quickly put it on himself. Although he was wearing protective clothing, his eyes were always observing Qiuqiu's condition. Qiuqiu had indeed stabilized, and the wounds on his body stopped bleeding because he stopped moving around. Its breathing rhythm was fast, but not as rapid as when it fell just now. He wanted to observe Qiuqiu's mental state, but Qiuqiu's head was buried in Qinjiu's arms, blocked by her body, and he couldn't evaluate it for a while. As the core of the team, he had to be responsible for the life and health of his members. Qiuqiu didn't look aggressive now, but he couldn't relax because of this. He waved to the team members, and they exchanged glances and nodded carefully. He entered the cage alone, and sure enough, when a stranger entered Qiuqiu's territory, Qiuqiu reacted immediately. Qiuqiu sensed his approach, and moved his limbs, as if he remembered. The doctor quickly stopped and silently took a step back. He dared not move his hand holding the medical box, fearing that the collision of the items inside would make a sound and disturb the fire-tailed lion. In the protective suit, beads of sweat flowed down his forehead, and the sound of his heartbeat was amplified more than 10 times and hit his eardrum. At this moment, he couldn't help but admire Qinjiu for being able to approach Qiuqiu fearlessly without any protective measures. It would be fine if Qiuqiu was mentally stable, but once she fell into a manic state, the fire-tailed lion would be extremely aggressive and would reject all foreign objects entering its territory. Qinjiu's 10 lives were not enough. How could she dare? The doctor sighed. Qinjiu was really skilled and daring. Qinjiu clearly heard the sound of the cage being opened, but she didn't see the doctor for a long time. She turned her head, and saw the doctor standing motionless on the edge of the cage, holding the medical box, and shaking slightly because he had been half raised for too long. Qinjiu was puzzled. Doctor? The doctor was frightened by her shouting. Seeing that Qiuqiu didn't move, he took a cautious step forward to test whether it was safe. Qinjiu saw his fear and felt helpless. She patted the fire-tailed lion's neck and blamed, "Look at you, how scared the doctor is." Qiuqiu turned his head to the other side and closed his eyes, as if he couldn't hear Qinjiu's accusation. Qinjiu was happy. "You kid." The doctor's face, under the protective suit, was wonderful. Now this lion who didn't listen to discipline and was like a child throwing a tantrum, was it the terrifying fire-tailed lion? Is he dreaming? The scene that overturned his decades of work experience shocked his cognition, making him not know how to react for a while. Qinjiu called him again, and he finally woke up as if from a dream, walked to Qiuqiu's hind legs and squatted down. The bandage on Qiuqiu's hind legs was stained with blood, barely hanging on the leg, and did not play any role. The doctor pulled the bandage symbolically, and seeing that Qiuqiu really had no desire to attack him, he breathed a sigh of relief and waved to the assistants outside the cage. The assistants dared not breathe. Even with the doctor's demonstration, they remained vigilant and slowly entered the cage. Qiuqiu sensed someone entering the cage. It opened one eye to look behind itself, then retracted its gaze, and put its head on Qinjiu's thigh with its eyes closed to rest. The doctor now realized that the only person who could stabilize Qiuqiu was the student in front of him. He thought for a moment and said, "It will hurt when we treat its wounds. Can you help us keep it from moving?" Qinjiu saw Qiuqiu's ears move, knowing that it had listened. She rubbed Qiuqiu's ears and replied, "It's okay, you guys start." After that, she leaned into Qiuqiu's ear and whispered, "Qiuqiu, let's bear it for a while, okay? I blow on you later, it hurts so much." Qiuqiu rubbed his head against Qinjiu's face to show his agreement. Because of Qiuqiu's cooperation, the doctors moved quickly. They cut off the useless bandages for Qiuqiu, applied medicine to its wounds, and worked together to rebandage it. All the actions were smooth and flowing. With their seamless operation, Qiuqiu's wounds were quickly treated. Treatment for a large combat veterinarian is a physically demanding job. After the medical team left the cage and took off their protective clothing, their faces were covered in sweat. But compared to their tiredness, the excitement on their faces was more eye-catching. Everyone's eyes were bright. It was the first time that they completed a difficult treatment with the active cooperation of the war beast, not to mention that the other party was a high-level war beast that almost died of madness not long ago. Lilith and Jean Chung had been outside without disturbing the work progress inside. It was not until the treatment of Qiuqiu came to an end that Jean Chung waved his hand in front of Lilith's slightly dazed eyes. "Lilith." Lilith turned her head, and her eyes slowly focused on Jean Chung. Seeing Jean Cheng's hand being scratched by her, her face was unnatural. "What?" Jean Chung never blamed Lilith from beginning to end. If it were him, he might not be able to stay rational if the hurricane had Qiuqiu's situation. Jean Chung gently patted her shoulder and said softly, "Go see Qiuqiu." Lilith looked in the direction of the cage and moved slowly. She walked slowly at the beginning, and then she couldn't control herself and ran. Lilith didn't put on protective clothing and went directly into the cage. Qiuqiu is her family. She is not afraid. Feeling her coming, Qiuqiu immediately raised his head and looked at Lilith. Lilith saw that Qiuqiu's eyes had regained clarity, but he looked a little weak. Everything else was fine, and she finally let go of her worries. Qinjiu got up silently, intending to leave the space for them. Lilith's eyes never lingered on Qinjiu. She passed by Lilith, and Lilith's lowered hand moved slightly, and Qinjiu heard a very low voice. So low that Qinjiu thought he was hallucinating. "Thank you." Qinjiu turned back suddenly, and found that Lilith had squatted in front of Qiuqiu and stroked Qiuqiu. Qinjiu chuckled, and walked slowly out of the cage. She and Jean Chung met outside the door, and Jean Chung bowed deeply to her. Qinjiu raised her eyebrows. She looked Jean Chung up and down. Seeing his embarrassed appearance, she laughed dumbly. "Your sacrifice is too great." Jean Chung shrugged, and the seriousness on his face just now was swept away, and replaced with that sly smile again. "Otherwise, how can I make her like me?" The words were frivolous, but Qinjiu never thought that Jean Chung was a frivolous person in the face of feelings. She took out the star coin card from her pocket. "I accept it." "Well, how much money do you want? I transfer it." Qinjiu turned the star coin card in his hand, lowering his eyes and thinking. Jean Chung was ready to be slaughtered by her, but he heard her say, "Give me 10 star coins." Jean Chung suspected that he had heard wrongly, and he looked puzzled. How much? 10 star coins. Qin Jiao threw the star coin card back to Jin Chung, and the person had already left. Let's get married together next time. Jin Chung looked at her back as she left in the sun, and couldn't help laughing. Got it, Vice President. It was half an hour later that the veterinarian, with the new anesthesia, arrived at the War Beast dormitory in a hurry. The War Beast dormitory returned to peace. Qiuqiu was still injured after roaring all day, and fell asleep soon. Lilith chose to set up a bed next to its cage. Anyway, Qiuqiu was injured and they couldn't continue the content of the class. It was better to stay here with it for a few days. Jin Chung became her coolie without surprise, and left with her temporarily to pack up the things that Lilith needed. The dim lights emitted a weak light, which could not even illuminate the entire War Beast dormitory. The fire-tailed lion slept soundly, and occasionally you could hear it snoring once or twice. Not far from the cage, only 2 or 3 keepers and medical staff were left, and the others left to rest. The leader of the new medical team carried a black box, and rushed into the War Beast dormitory. He said to one of them, "Dr. Li, I brought anesthesia." Dr. Li was the first doctor to enter the cage, and clean the wound for Qiuqiu. Hearing this, he pushed his glasses and his complicated eyes fell through the lenses into the eyes of the visitor. "No need, Dr. Ace." The young doctor named Ace showed a heavy expression. He had already taken the express train to get a brand new anesthesia for Dr. Li, but he didn't expect to be one step late. Dr. Li was a kind superior, and he was not far from the evaluation of his professional title. It happened that he had to bear the life of an S-level war beast at this time, which had a great impact on his subsequent development. If he had thought of bringing 2 more different anesthesia in advance, he wouldn't have to go back to get new anesthesia and waste time. Dr. Li probably called him away because he was worried about ruining his bright future. The more Ace thought about it, the more he blamed himself. He sighed, "Dr. Li, this incident cannot be completely blamed on you. No one expected that the fire lion's tolerance to anesthesia would become stronger." Dr. Li listened to him, and felt something was wrong. He interrupted him. "Wait, Ace, I mean we have handled this situation. The fire lion Qiuqiu is safe, and it is sleeping." After that, he pointed to the cage beside him. Under the dim light, the fire lion was sleeping with a huge teddy bear doll in its arms. The wounds on its body were rebandaged. It did not look like it was dead. Just now, Ace came in a hurry, and did not pay attention to the situation in the cage at all. He thought Qiuqiu had met with an accident, so the lights in the room were turned down. Everyone did not want to see Qiuqiu's miserable condition. But Dr. Li saw his confusion, and he was also emotional in his heart. He replied, "Just now a student came. I don't know how she stabilized Qiuqiu. She even entered the cage of Qiuqiu, who was in a manic state without wearing protective clothing." What? Chapter 24. Ace couldn't believe what Dr. Li said. To be honest, in an environment where alien beasts are rampant, human life is not as valuable as the life of war beasts to a certain extent. Occasionally, a breeder or medical staff is accidentally killed by a mad war beast, and they can only blame themselves for their bad luck. Although there are federal subsidies, for the sake of their own life and health, no one is willing to take risks. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Taking protective measures to protect yourself is a work rule engraved in the DNA of every war beast worker. But Dr. Li is not a liar. He works rigorously, and will not joke about such things. Dr. Li was sorting out the supplies. He said to Ace, "Report the matter to the War Beast Management Center, and remember to find the person in charge to get the surveillance here." Ace obeyed, and went to find the person in charge immediately. But the response he got was that the surveillance network was disconnected today, and no files were saved. After hearing the reply, Dr. Li closed the medical box, slowly raised his head, looked in the direction of the camera and fell silent. The red dot of the camera was flashing, indicating that it was operating normally. Dr. Li retracted his gaze and raised his lips slightly. "It seems that someone doesn't want others to know." Ace asked, "What should we do?" The person with the highest power in Xinghuang's War Beast dormitory is not Xinghuang's principal, nor the administrator of the War Beast dormitory, but the temporary teacher Edel. Dr. Li is also considered to be half of Xinghuang's royal veterinarian, so he naturally knows the operating rules of Xinghuang's War Beast dormitory. The biggest obstacle for him to not get the surveillance can only be Edel. Edel doesn't want others to know the special existence of girls. As Edel's longtime friend, Dr. Li is also willing to do him a favor. "Okay, I take care of it. Take the things back, check the supplies, replenish what needs to be replenished, and come to change the medicine for it tomorrow." Ace immediately answered, "Yes." Then he left the War Beast dormitory with the medical kit. and Dr. Li walked towards the office building. In the next few days, Qinjiu would always come to the war beast dormitory leisurely, while Lilith was anxiously waiting. Although Qiuqiu's condition tended to be calm, it still refused to cooperate with the treatment. Except for Lilith and Qinjiu, it would not let anyone enter its cage, and it would not eat. Only when Qinjiu forced it to eat did it eat 2 bites. Lilith was anxious, thinking that it didn't like the original canned food, so she changed it to several flavored canned food, but Qiuqiu sniffed the cans and turned his head away listlessly. Every time Qinjiu came, he saw different canned food placed next to Qiuqiu. It refused to eat, and all these canned food would be wasted. Qinjiu was heartbroken. Qiuqiu was such a loser, she turned her eyes to Lilith again. Lilith stroked its fur and opened cans for it to taste. If it didn't like it, she would replace it with a new one. Well, a loving mother often has a spoiled child. Not only Lilith was looking forward to Qinjiu's arrival, but the veterinarians were also waiting for Qinjiu at the door with expectation. Only Qinjiu could yell at Qiuqiu to cooperate with them. Qinjiu opened the cage and took the medical staff in. When Qiuqiu found a stranger, he immediately bared his teeth and warned them not to invade his territory. The medical staff were terrified. The fire-tailed lion's mouth could swallow them in one bite. The silver-white fangs glowed palely, which was very creepy. Qiuqiu. No! Qinjiu hit Qiuqiu's, but hard, and warned him not to be mean. The medical staff had become numb to Qinjiu's bold behavior, and only she dared to hit the fire-tailed lion's butt. Qiuqiu was yelled at by Qinjiu, and showed a little aggrieved expression again, like a child who knew who to look for support, and nudged Lilith with his head. Lilith immediately hugged its head distressfully. Qiuqiu, don't be afraid, I'm here. She turned her head and looked at Qinjiu, slightly reproachful. Don't be fierce to it, it's still young and will be scared. Qinjiu, do you want to see how you spoiled your child? Qinjiu had a blank expression on his face, took 2 steps forward and pulled Lilith away. Qiuqiu saw that Lilith couldn't control Qinjiu, and immediately gave in. It lowered its head, raised its eyes, and looked at Qinjiu carefully. Qinjiu, you know you're wrong now? Only your master loves you. She pointed at the floor. Lie down, let the doctor treat you. Qiuqiu growled, blinked his big eyes, and looked at Lilith pitifully. Lilith was about to soften her heart, but Qinjiu stood between them mercilessly. Lilith, get out. Don't interfere with the work. Do you still want it to get better? And you? She pulled up the hair on both sides of the ball, forcing it to face her, and said viciously, it doesn't matter who you ask, it's time to treat it, it's time to eat. Just like that, the man and the beast looked at each other, reluctant to leave, and were separated by the evil Qinjiu. The medical staff were finally able to change the medicine for Qiuqiu. Qinjiu used the same trick again, dug out a piece of meat can, stuffed it in its mouth, and did not wait for it to spit it out, and directly closed its mouth tightly. Qiuqiu whimpered twice, but still swallowed it. Every time the medical staff saw Qinjiu's bold behavior of feeding the babies, they couldn't help but marvel at her. She was much better than the breeder. One of the female nurses picked up a small medicine bottle. She didn't dare to get too close to Qiuqiu. She looked at Qinjiu and said, classmate, there is another medicine that needs to be fed to Qiuqiu. It refuses to take the medicine. Can you help? Qinjiu turned his head, and saw the female nurse holding out her hand from a distance. Okay. Qinjiu took the medicine bottle from the female nurse and opened it. There was only a thumb-sized medicine in it. She walked towards Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu smelled a pungent and unpleasant smell from a distance and raised her paw to cover her nose. Qinjiu thought it was funny. She deliberately put the pill near Qiuqiu's nose and shook it. Qiuqiu was even more disgusted. It turned its head away and left Qinjiu with the back of its head. What a shame! Such a big lion is afraid of taking medicine? Qinjiu pushed aside the hair on its neck, grabbed its mouth with both hands, and twisted its head over. She took away Qiuqiu's front paws, and pulled Qiuqiu's mouth open up and down. If the method is not right, Qiuqiu will definitely spit out the pills, and Qinjiu must make it impossible for it to spit them out. So Qinjiu chose a method that shocked everyone. She stuffed her head into the lion's mouth, put the pill against the root of Qiuqiu's tongue, and kept stimulating it to swallow. The medical staff outside the cage were almost scared, thinking that Qinjiu was going to die in there. But Qiuqiu didn't close his mouth even though he hated the taste of the medicine, for fear of hurting Qinjiu. Because his mouth was forced to open, his saliva dripped from both sides, which was very funny. The medical staff confirmed that Qinjiu was not in danger of life, and they had to sigh at Qinjiu's courage to feed him medicine in this way. It was too novel and too scary. They turned on the terminal, hoping to record such a weird moment. Finally, after Qinjiu confirmed with his own eyes that it had indeed swallowed the medicine, and did not hide it in any corner of the mouth, Qinjiu was ready to leave. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. "Get out of there!" The medical staff took back the terminal that was taking pictures and looked in the direction of the sound. They saw that Ace had pulled out the anesthesia gun and pointed it at Qiuqiu. God knows that he just came in to check on Qiuqiu's treatment. Who knew that when he came in and saw half of the body in Qiuqiu's mouth, he felt a chill on his back and almost instantly pulled out the anesthesia gun worn on his waist and pointed it at Qiuqiu. Didn't Qiuqiu say that he had stabilized? Why would he attack humans? The medical staff saw this and immediately shouted, "Dr. Ace, please take back the anesthesia gun." Qiuqiu didn't attack humans. Ace was stunned and just saw Qinjiu, who was confused, pull himself out of Qiuqiu's bloody mouth. Ace? Qinjiu saw him pointing a gun at himself, subconsciously raised his hand, and recalled all the bad things he had done in his life in his mind. I am a law-abiding citizen? What's going on, Ace? Ace, can anyone tell me, am I crazy or is this world crazy? Chapter 25. Ace listened to their explanation, and his wandering soul finally came back. He remembered what Dr. Li said, and stared at Qinjiu with his almond-shaped eyes, not daring to blink. Qinjiu felt creepy, his eyes were weird and scary, and he remembered that he had pointed a gun at him just now, so this Dr. Ace looked even more terrifying. Ace, are you the student who has been assisting them recently? Qinjiu nodded. She hadn't seen Ace when she came, so she didn't know him. But from what other medical staff said, Ace seemed to be one of their leaders. Ace got a positive answer, pondered for a moment, and asked, "Are you a beast control major?" There are many employment directions for beast control majors after graduation. If she can stabilize the war beasts, it would be a good choice to recruit her into the medical center in the future. Qinjiu shook his head. I'm a pet care major. Ah! Wait! I seem to remember who you are. You are the first freshman this year. The female medical staff who just handed her the medicine suddenly jumped up, her eyes bright, and she looked at Qinjiu excitedly. It has been a while since the opening ceremony. Except for Qinjiu, who is still discussing the pet care major within Star Emperor, no one outside has mentioned the mysterious first place. Outsiders naturally would not associate her with the first place in the news. But the moment she mentioned the pet care major, some forgotten memories slowly emerged and pieced together the information they wanted in their minds. Qinjiu was a little surprised that someone still remembered it. She nodded, answering the female medical staff's question. Lilith, who was standing aside, listened to their conversation silently, without any expression on her face, just standing very calmly. Ace didn't ask much. After understanding her general situation, he found a reason to leave. Qinjiu was pestered by the enthusiasm of the medical staff for half an hour before letting her go. Lilith stood at the door waiting for her to appear. Qinjiu saw that she hadn't left yet, knowing that Lilith might be waiting for him, and took the initiative to walk up and stand beside her. Lilith swept across her face, and the afterglow of the sunset sprinkled on her side face, which looked much softer. She was not as annoying as usual. I heard from Jean Chung that you charge for helping me. You helped me a lot and saved Qiuqiu. How much does it cost? You name a price. Lilith's feelings for Qinjiu are very complicated. On the one hand, she can't accept that she actually lost to a student with a no-name major and no educational background. Her existence seems to mock Lilith's efforts. On the other hand, she is grateful that Qinjiu can put aside the past and didn't hate her even after being humiliated and pushed by her. She came to help Qiuqiu. Lilith saw her devotion to Qiuqiu. The jealousy that she was unwilling to admit seemed to fade away with time. She found that she didn't hate Qinjiu anymore. Qinjiu looked at her sideways. Lilith was shorter than her, and looked like a girl next door with her ponytails. Lilith crossed her arms, and turned away, when she saw Qinjiu looking at her. She pouted and frowned, and her ears were flushed by the sunset. Qinjiu's eyes were slightly curved, and he stepped into the sunset. No need, Jean Chung paid for you. Wait! How much did he pay? I give it back to him. Qinjiu didn't stop, asked Jean Chung, let's go. Back at the Beast King building, she quickened her pace when she heard Guangming's urgent cry inside. It had only been a short time since she left. Would Guangming be in trouble? Qinjiu hurried to the door of the room, but her footsteps stopped, and her movements to unlock the door became slow. Through the window, Qinjiu could see the scene inside the room. Bai Shui was lying in front of Guangming's cage, and the door of Guangming's cage was open. Guangming was not in the cage, but on Bai Shui's back. Lightning was leaning on Bai Shui's body, clawing upwards, as if trying to reach Guangming. Guangming's wings were bandaged, and he was still recuperating and could not fly. Bai Shue's back was a little far from the ground, and his body was trembling, afraid that Bai Shue would throw him off. So, what was the situation now? Qingjiu opened the door, and Lightning's attention instantly shifted to her. He jumped twice, went up along Qingjiu's thigh, and got into her arms. Qingjiu rubbed his head while walking towards Bai Shue. Snow White, why are you here? Lightning likes to run around because it is small and not easy to be found. But Snow White is a real big white leopard. Walking on the campus will scare other students. Mr. Edel will not let Snow White run around. It must have slipped out by itself. I hope Snow White did not cause panic on the way here. When Snow White saw Qingjiu coming back, it was about to get up and approach Qingjiu. But as soon as it moved, the light on its back cried even more miserably, and it lay back down again, looking at Qingjiu with round eyes. Qingjiu let go of Lightning, but Lightning did not fall to the ground obediently. Qingjiu felt a weight on his shoulder, and Lightning climbed onto Qingjiu's shoulder and stood firmly. Qingjiu was already used to their behavior of always occupying her shoulders, so she didn't care much. She squatted down, first stroked Bai Shue's head, and then picked up Guangming. Guangming entered the familiar embrace and stopped crying. His little head squeezed into Qingjiu's clothes, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Did you bully Guangming? Bai Shue shook her head, and moved her eyes to Lightning on her shoulder. Qingjiu tilted her head, and saw Lightning avoiding her eyes guiltily. She had the answer in her mind. She picked up Lightning by the back of the neck and brought it in front of her, asking, why bully Guangming? Lightning was also wronged. It wanted to put Guangming on Bai Shue's back, and let Bai Shue take it out for a walk, but Guangming was so scared that he dared not move and kept chirping. Lightning had wanted to send it back to the cage, but Qingjiu came back and saw it scratching Guangming. It didn't do anything wrong, but it was scolded by Qingjiu. Its little head was lowered, and its eyes were red. Before Qingjiu asked more questions, she saw that Lightning was already feeling wronged. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so she had to let go of Lightning and Guangming. Let the children solve their own problems. Qingjiu, Lightning, apologize to your brother. Lightning touched Guangming's head with his little nose, and Guangming shrank back with 2 chirps. It was still a little afraid of Lightning. Lightning took another step forward and repeated the action just now, and Guangming shrank again. Lightning persevered and stepped forward again. After a few times, Guangming seemed to know that Lightning was apologizing to him, and he didn't shrink back, and raised his head to respond to Lightning's touch. After getting a response, Lightning stretched out his tongue, licked Guangming's neck, and began to smooth his fur. Seeing that they were reconciled, Qingjiu touched them with relief. At this time, Bai Shue also stood up, moved closer to Qingjiu, and wet Qingjiu's hair with her big tongue. Qingjiu, Lightning on the other side pounced on Qingjiu and rubbed her face. Qingjiu touched her buttocks, which were still a little painful after sitting on the ground, and smiled helplessly. Well, as long as the child is happy, it can do whatever it wants. As soon as the thought came to her mind, she suddenly realized whether she had also become Lilith. She pushed Bai Shue away, put down Lightning, and looked at the 3 little guys with a serious expression. Children should not be spoiled too much. Chapter 26. The weekly grade student council meeting is held on Friday afternoon. Compared with the student meetings held by several grades, it is relatively less important. It is only used to deal with some issues of the grade, and attendance is optional. As a vice president with little appeal, Qingjiu has naturally accepted the situation that not all people can come. Gu Zheng and Lilith are the 2 who have been absent for a long time. Jean Chung will definitely show up unless there is something important to deal with. Wang Ling's frequency of appearance is more elusive, more like arbitrary, but generally speaking, he appears more often than he is absent. When Qingjiu appeared at the door of the conference room, she saw the 4 people sitting neatly looking up at her. For a moment, she thought she was dreaming. Is everyone here today? Qingjiu couldn't believe it, and walked to the main seat in a trance and sat down. Then, shall we start? Do you have any questions to report? Jean Chung was the first to raise his hand. He sent the file on the terminal to Qingjiu. We received feedback that there is a problem with the location allocation of the first-year War Beast dormitory. Now we need to apply for an additional site. Lilith looked at Jean Chung with some surprise. She thought that Jean Chung, like her, knew nothing about the student union. Except for the monthly General Student Union meeting, he never attended the weekly meeting hosted by Qingjiu, let alone handle the voicemail. Qingjiu did not reply. Looking at the crazy rotating logo on the temporary terminal, she fell into an awkward silence. Nothing else, The backward interstellar product is trying to receive Jean Cheng's files. Lilith raised her eyes. The flickering light screen of Qingjiu's terminal looked like a damaged monitor in a garbage dump. She suddenly asked, "Is your terminal still usable?" Qingjiu smiled awkwardly. Yes, it just takes a little time. Lilith shrugged, leaned back on the chair with her arms folded, rocked the chair from time to time, stared at the table, wondering what she was thinking. After finally receiving Jean Cheng's file, she took a quick look and said, "Okay, I will report this to the teacher." "Anything else?" Gu Zheng, who had never attended a meeting, raised his hand and sent a 100-page application to Qingjiu's terminal. Qingjiu's terminal was just a temporary tool after all, and it was not surprising that it got stuck. "Can't StarCraft destroy outdated products?" "Gu Zheng, I want to apply to hold a mecha competition." As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Gu Zheng's face. The dark blue under his eyes was clearly visible, his eyeballs were full of red bloodshot, and he looked listless. It was obvious that his mental state was not very good. After waiting for 2 minutes, under Gu Zheng's burning gaze, Qingjiu finally received the application. She opened it, and saw the title. College Mecha Competition. Qingjiu read the next 2 pages, and roughly understood what he wanted to apply for. Gu Zheng wanted to hold an interstellar college exchange competition for freshmen. The entire plan was very detailed, and the venue was Xinhuang. Qingjiu did not immediately agree to hold a vote, but quietly looked at Gu Zheng's lowered eyes. Qingjiu closed the terminal, knocked on the table, and frowned slightly. "How long have you not slept?" Gu Zheng looked up, and surprise flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "Not long." Qingjiu sighed. His state was very similar to when he was desperately working 3 jobs. Gu Zheng always has an inexplicable depression, like a robot that never stops working, always tinkering with new equipment in the mecha activity room. The student union is not an activity that he needs to attend, and he rarely participates in it. At first, Qingjiu thought that he liked mecha too much and was obsessed with research. But she had never seen Gu Zheng smile. Even when he made a new mecha product, there was not much smile on his face. He had too much on his shoulders, and she knew that she could not change his mind, nor did she have the position to stop him. "Vote, everyone." Gu Zheng was the first to raise his hand, and Jean Cheng and Wang Ling didn't care, so they followed suit. Lilith kept looking at Qingjiu, waiting for Qingjiu to express his opinion. Qingjiu did not move for a long time, her eyes paused on everyone for a long time, and clicked agree on the terminal page. No matter whether Lilith's final choice was to agree or refuse, she had already received 3 votes in support, 3 to 2, and it was a done deal. But if you asked Qingjiu's answer, she would answer, "I disagree." Gu Zheng's condition was not suitable for leading a large event. But her answer was no longer important. "Anything else?" "No, we can adjourn." No one spoke, and this week's meeting was over. Gu Zheng disappeared immediately, as if he was in a hurry to do something. Wang Ling was pestered by Jean Cheng, who was whining unilaterally, and Wang Ling said nothing. Lilith followed Qingjiu, and didn't say a word until Qingjiu couldn't help but turn around. "Qingjiu, anything else?" "No." Lilith turned her head away. Qingjiu continued to walk, and Lilith followed her again. "Qingjiu, Qingjiu stopped, and Lilith turned around immediately. When Qingjiu looked back, he could only see the back of Lilith's head. "Is there something wrong with Qiuqiu?" Hearing Qiuqiu's name, Lilith immediately turned to look at her, her eyes sparkling. "Do you know what brand of canned food Qiuqiu likes to eat? I feed it only 1 bite of each." Qingjiu thought of the canned meat that filled the entire cage before, and her temples throbbed. Spendthrift. Too spendthrift. It's not that it doesn't want to eat. It just wants to eat 1 bite of each. No. She has to find a way to cure it. Qingjiu thought about it, and there was nothing special to do later, so she said, "You go to the War Beast dormitory and wait for me, I come right over." Lilith got Qingjiu's response, her eyebrows curved, 2 small tiger teeth exposed. She replied with a good, and then jumped away. Qingjiu saw her double ponytail swinging up and down, and couldn't help but curl the corners of his mouth slightly. What a childish mind. Qingjiu returned to the Beast King building, and called up by Shui, Lightning, and Guangming, who were still playing around. They bypassed the crowded area, and went straight to the War Beast dormitory. After Qiuqiu recovered, the other members of the War Beast dormitory moved back one after another, and Qiuqiu was no longer the only War Beast on the first floor. It was dinner time, and the owners of the War Beasts came to the dormitory to bring some cans or other fresh meats for their children. It was very lively. Lilith opened 4 cans for Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu ate 2 or 3 bites and turned his head away again. Lilith touched its head and asked, "Does Chiuchiu not like it? Can I open another flavor for you?" Chiuchiu's ears twitched when he heard this, and he turned back to rub Lilith and crawled down again. Lilith immediately opened the 5th can and pushed it to Chiuchiu's mouth. Chiuchiu reluctantly ate 2 bites and stopped eating again. Lilith was scratching her head anxiously. Her ball seemed to have no appetite for anything. Although it could eat 2 cans of canned food these days, its appetite was not very big. How could it recover nutrition if it continued like this? Damn! You scared me. Whose war beast is this? I haven't seen it before. Is it the teacher's? There was a commotion at the door suddenly. Lilith looked over with everyone's eyes, and saw a beautiful snow-white leopard walking leisurely inside. There was also a black panther as cute as a kitten at its feet. Lilith recognized that it was the black panther that Chiuchiu held at the opening ceremony. The strange war beast appeared in the war beast dormitory. Not only did the student group commotion, but even the breeder and veterinarian were so scared that they quickly pressed the emergency button to lock everyone in their cages with the war beasts. After ensuring the safety of the students, they quickly entered the workshop and were about to notify Master Edel. The students saw that the cage was locked and didn't know what was going on. They started chatting across the cage. What's going on? Do you know? I don't know. Now everyone is locked in and can't get out. It should be for our safety, right? Although we can't get out now, at least they can't get in either. They picked up the terminal, took photos and videos, and some even turned on the live broadcast and started reporting the emergency situation of the war beast dormitory on the school forum. Suddenly, the white leopard stopped moving forward, turned its head to look outside the door, and growled, as if urging something. The black panther even ran back directly, then jumped and landed steadily in a person's arms. The live broadcast screen followed the black panther's movements and moved from bottom to top. Seeing it fall into an embrace, the screen slowly moved up again until it stopped on the face of the person who came. Chapter 27. F***K. Chiuchiu? No, wait, why did the white leopard let her touch his head? The black leopard is also so obedient. Is that the swift eagle on her shoulder that she brought back from the incubation center? Didn't she abandon it? No, it looks good, she's taking good care of it. No way. Does she really keep the war beast as a pet? Amidst the discussions, Chiuchiu led the 3 little ones into the war beast dormitory. She moved her eyes and took in the situation in the dormitory, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why are all the people in the cage? There's not a single staff member? She didn't care, and walked to the cage of Chiuchiu with a clear goal. She reached out to open the door, and found that all 3 locks on the door were down, and neither people nor war beasts could open it by themselves. Chiuchiu looked at Lilith inside, and her eyes became complicated. No way, does Lilith have such a hobby? Chiuchiu is just picky about food, so she doesn't want to live and die with it, right? Lilith didn't know the strange thoughts in Chiuchiu's mind, otherwise she would rush out and strangle her to death immediately. She glanced at the war beast beside Chiuchiu, then at Chiuchiu, and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to treat Chiuchiu for you." She smiled slightly, but Lilith read the 4 words ill-intention from her smile. Chiuchiu pointed to the door lock. "Why did you lock yourself and Chiuchiu in? Is there any way to open the door?" Lilith looked at the culprit and felt speechless. She pointed to the workshop. "Go and ask them to open it." They locked it. The staff on the other side couldn't get through to Edel's communication and were very anxious. When they saw Chiuchiu coming in, they quickly searched for the identity of this person in their minds. 2 staff members who were on duty a few days ago said, "She seems to be the student who helped Chiuchiu stabilize. I recognize that swift eagle. She is Chiuchiu. She's coming." Chiuchiu stood in front of the workshop door and looked into the transparent glass. She saw the fully armed breeders and veterinarians inside. She was still wondering if another war beast got out of control today. "Can you help me open Chiuchiu's cage?" The breeder glanced at the white leopard and asked, "That white leopard? Oh, it's Teacher Edel's." Chiuchiu was suddenly stunned. "Wait, is Bai Shui Teacher Edel's pet or?" She suddenly recalled the scene in the back mountain and said unconfidently, "War beast." Bai Shui yawned with her mouth wide open, licked her nose with her pink tongue, looked at the glass door, and stretched out her claws to scratch it twice. Someone inside called the war beast administrator, and the other party's voice came from the other side of the glass door. "What's its name?" "Chiuchiu, Bai Shui." The terminal fell into a brief silence, and then she said to the employees, "Open the door, it's Master Edel's war beast." A minute later, Chiuchiu led 3 little guys into Chiuchiu's territory. Chiuchiu, whose territory was invaded, immediately became nervous. It stood up, arched its back, and the red flame at the end of its tail was dazzling. It opened its bloody mouth and growled, staring at the uninvited guests. On the other hand, Bai Shui and the others seemed much calmer. After all, they had an advantage in the number of beasts. Lilith was caught between the two teams, her back soaked with sweat, her fists clenched, her legs and feet numb, and she was just about to fall to the ground. At the same time, she was in the same small space with 4 beasts. She was just a mortal body in the middle of the battlefield. She had no doubt that she would become a victim of their fight in the next second and become a pile of meat paste. She raised her head firmly and looked at Qin Jiu, who was standing side by side with her. The rusty gears in her head were turning. What was she going to do? There were not many S-level beasts in the beast dormitory, and now the high-level beasts released a strong pressure, making the other beasts below S-level uneasy. They lowered their heads and hid behind their masters. Vocal! Aren't you here to fight? I can feel the terrifying atmosphere through the screen. Everyone else present, are you okay? Thank you for the invitation. The force door lock is open, but I still locked it from the inside. Don't dare to move. Really don't dare to move. Why did the staff open the door for her? Qin Jiu walked to Qiuqiu under the gaze of everyone. The next moment, she raised her hand and slapped Qiuqiu in the face, which stunned Qiuqiu. She? Me? Ah? Qiuqiu looked up and looked at Qin Jiu with confusion in her eyes, but she was not angry because of her behavior. Qin Jiu, I heard that you are picky about food? Qiuqiu's tail with flames fell down instantly, and clamped between her legs. She howled guiltily, turned around, and faced Qin Jiu with her, but Qin Jiu was so angry that she laughed. She looked back and saw Lilith, who was distressed again. She pulled Lilith out of the cage and locked it from the inside with a click. Lilith woke up from a dream when she heard the sound of the door being locked. She grabbed the 2 railings and asked anxiously, "What are you doing?" Qin Jiu did not answer. She bent down and pushed the cans on the ground, pushing them away from Qiuqiu's position and lining them up in front of Bai Shui and the other beasts. Qiuqiu was secretly observing what she was doing. When he saw that all his cans were taken away, he turned around and looked at Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu stood in front of Qiuqiu, and the light on his shoulder had already landed on Bai Shui's head. Several people and beasts were in a state of confusion. Qin Jiu saw the rich variety of cans on the ground, and her heart was full of joy. She thanked Qiu for the gift. She pointed at the cans on the ground and said to Bai Shui and the others, "Eat, they are all yours." Qiuqiu, ? Lilith, ? Bai Shui leaned forward slightly, and the light came down from its head. Standing on the ground, it raised its head and sniffed the meaty aroma in the air. Wow, it tasted delicious. Bai Shui and Lightning stopped their noses on the cans for a while, stretched out their little tongues to lick them. Their eyes lit up, and they ate them with relish. Qiuqiu watched his cans being swept away by other beasts, and he pushed Qin Jiu forward anxiously, intending to save his own rations. Qin Jiu did not retreat, and pushed Qiuqiu back. "You are picky about food, don't you want to eat? Then give them what they want to eat. You can continue to pick tomorrow, and I will continue to bring them tomorrow, which just saves me money to buy food." Roar! Qiuqiu was dissatisfied, but Bai Shui and the others ate very quickly. During the time when Qin Jiu blocked them, the cans were already empty. Qin Jiu also thoughtfully pushed Qiuqiu's drinking bowl in front of him. After eating and drinking, Bai Shui turned over her belly, and lightning stuck to her. The 3 little guys licked their mouths, looking satisfied. Qin Jiu is bringing more beasts to eat for free? But the fire-tailed lion didn't resist. Who remembers what happened to Jin Chung last time he did this? Is it because Jin Chung is particularly annoying? Jin Chung, who was cleaning the shit for Hurricane. Thanks for the invitation. You can't just sit at home, and the pot will come from the sky. Chapter 28. Qiuqiu saw the empty meat cans, and stood there for a long time before she whimpered and kept pushing Qin Jiu forward with her head. A few crystal tears seemed to be forced out from under her 2 round eyeballs. She originally had so many meat cans, and they were gone just like that. She felt so wronged. "What, are you angry?" Qin Jiu asked knowingly. She lifted its lion head and made it face her, threatening fiercely. "Don't feel wronged. Look how much food you waste. Are you still going to pick now?" Qiuqiu hung his head and clung to Qin Jiu. He knew he was wrong. Qin Jiu calmed him down, opened the door, let Lilith in, and began to order, "Open a can of meat for him." Lilith looked at Qiuqiu, then at Qin Jiu, turned around quickly, took a can from the shelf, opened it, and gave it to Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu put the can in front of Qiuqiu. Chiuchiu looked at the big can with green pieces and began to hesitate. It was a can of bitter melon flesh, and he didn't like bitter melon very much. Qingjiu saw that he stopped moving and picked it up again. Since he didn't want to eat it, Qingjiu didn't indulge him, and turned back naturally. Guangming, here's the bitter melon, can you like? Chiuchiu immediately stretched out his big tongue and ate the can in less than a few bites. After eating, he picked up the can and shook it in front of Qingjiu. Qingjiu smiled even more. Little guy, I can't cure you. Lilith witnessed the whole process and couldn't help but respect Qingjiu in her heart. There were little stars in her eyes, full of admiration. Qingjiu, her eternal god. But the moment Qingjiu turned around, her emotions were cleared up, and she returned to her usual appearance of not caring about Qingjiu. She crossed her arms, tilted her head slightly, and a red cloud appeared on her face. Thank you. Qingjiu smiled, thank you too. She pointed at the three sleepy little ones. They usually don't get to eat high-quality canned food when they follow me, so this is considered to improve their diet. Lilith's eyes lingered on the white leopard, confirming that she had never seen it on campus, and couldn't help but curious. It is. Qingjiu shrugged and said only, it is Teacher Edel's war beast. Lilith's eyes widened. Lilith knew that Edel had 3 war beasts, 2 swift leopards, and a stork, which was not a secret in the interstellar space. She was not a war beast enthusiast, and she might not be able to recognize all the war beasts. She did not recognize the white leopard as a swift leopard at first sight. But she remembered that Master Edel's swift leopard was a pair of siblings, one black and one white. She turned her neck little by little, and saw the little black panther sleeping soundly on the belly of the white panther. All the sounds in her ears disappeared in an instant, and the mighty swift leopard at the opening ceremony appeared in her mind. Jean Cheng's hurricane could take a bath in the water, the depressed Guangming became normal, and the picky Chiuchiu took the initiative to eat. Lilith suddenly turned back, her sharp eyes wanted to pierce Qingjiu. She is really amazing. Qingjiu felt a chill on her back, and she saw the passionate little flames in Lilith's eyes hitting her directly. Qingjiu? ? Some students recognized the white panther as a swift leopard, and many speculations emerged on the forum. Is it really a swift leopard? Is there any evidence? Look at the small meat ball behind its ears, and the small bulge at its tail, which is the unique mark of the swift leopard. Aren't there only 30 swift leopards in the StarCraft? Where did it come from? Is there a possibility that it is Teacher Edel's war beast? Doesn't Teacher Edel have 2 swift leopards? Yes, they seem to have a residence in the VIP area of the war beast dormitory. Take more photos. What a beautiful swift leopard. On the other side, Edel was in the conference room after the meeting. The teachers of Star King had not left yet and were chatting. Songji showed Edel the terminal page and said with a smile, is it Snow White and Lightning? Edel saw Snow White with her belly turned upside down and Lightning sleeping on Snow White's belly. It was rare to see the 2 siblings getting along harmoniously. He smiled. Yes, did Qingjiu take them somewhere to play again? If Qingjiu wasn't there, Edel wouldn't believe that they wouldn't quarrel. Songji, in the war beast dormitory, it seems that they are fighting with Lilith's war beast for canned food. Edel was confused. Huh? Songji showed Edel all the causes and consequences of the incident in the forum, and Edel said nothing after reading it. Songji saw that he looked serious and was thinking with his head down, and couldn't help but get nervous. Did they catch something urgent? Edel suddenly slapped the table, causing others to look at him sideways. He complained bitterly. I bought them canned food, but they didn't eat it. They must eat fresh food. I thought they couldn't eat canned food, but it turns out they are just picky eaters. Are they worthy of my father for being so good to them? Songji, fine, another crazy one. It's not surprising that Bai Shui appeared. What they are curious about is why Bai Shui followed Qingjiu. Some people analyzed that because Qingjiu brought the disabled swift eagle, some war beasts would indeed take care of the weaker party. Bai Shui might have appeared with Qingjiu because she felt sorry for Guangming. This is also the most reasonable guess, and they acquiesced to this answer. A new week has arrived, and they have to devote themselves to intensive study again. The heat of eating melons on the forum has slowly decreased. There are more than 5 people in the pet care classroom early on, and the number of people who take the pet care class now ranks first and second. In their professional courses, teachers often bring different animals as experimental models, which attracts other people's love. Qingjiu and the others came to the classroom, and saw Lu Qin lying on the table with a listless look. Su Shanshan poked the back of his hand. What's wrong with you? Did you steal last night? Lu Qin didn't even raise his head, opened his eyes, and glanced at her. I forgot that I had class today, and played games all night last night. Su Shanshan nodded to show understanding. After all, this course was not originally on the schedule, but was added later. Today is the first class, so it is normal to forget. Elaid is not like Lu Qin, who is unpredictable. He always prepares for class in advance, but now he is yawning and his eyes are dark. You went to steal too? Elaid shook his head. I went to help Gu Zheng prepare for the mecha competition, and worked on the invitation list until midnight. Qinjiu turned his head curiously. Are you familiar with Gu Zheng? Elaid nodded. We have played together since we were young. I should be one of his few friends. For Qinjiu, this is quite new. Was he so introverted before? Elaid was silent for a long time, shook his head, sighed, and said, he used to be very naughty, not very smart in studying but a very lively child. Xiao Xiaolan looked at him as if she had seen a ghost. He is not very smart in studying, but he is in the top 5 in the entrance examination. And naughty? 2 words that have nothing to do with him. Alas, he was forced by his father. Chapter 29. His father? One of the gossips Xiao Xiaolan heard from other places was about Gu Zheng's father. She said, isn't his father teacher Gu Chuanxing? Yes, that's teacher Gu. Elaid carefully observed the surroundings and made sure that their conversation would not be eavesdropped before whispering. In fact, Gu Zheng is quite a fool. He was beaten a lot when he was a child. Teacher Gu had very high requirements for him. He never missed any beatings, punishments, or scolding. Gu Zheng was also afraid of being beaten. Over time, his requirements for himself also became higher. That kid is a workaholic. He works very hard. I helped him because I saw that he hadn't slept for several days. I couldn't bear it. Qinjiu caught the key point. Do you share a dormitory with him? Yes. Their major happened to be shared with the mecha major. There were 2 girls majoring in mecha in Qinjiu's dormitory. Elaid and his friends naturally shared a dormitory with the mecha major, but Qinjiu didn't expect that he would share a dormitory with Gu Zheng. Before they could chat for a few more words, the bell rang and everyone returned to their seats, waiting for the new teacher to arrive. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground outside the door echoed in the empty corridor, and everyone looked up at the door of the classroom. A middle-aged man with a big back hair walked into the classroom slowly. He smiled kindly and nodded slightly to the group of students. He stood on the podium, looked around at the students who were shocked, and finally set his eyes on a few people in the first row. The man pushed his gold-rimmed glasses, his mouth curved, and he was a little surprised. Are there so many people attending the pet care major? After speaking, he turned on the virtual screen behind him, and the name of this class jumped on it. At the same time, the 3 big words on the teacher's column pierced everyone's eyes. Animal Behavior Guidance Theory. Teacher. Edel. The class was so dazed that they looked up countless times to confirm that the teacher on the stage was Edel. The students from other majors who came to take the class turned into lemons after they realized what was going on. Family members are so excited. Teacher Edel is teaching in the pet care major. SOS. How come the content of the class is so similar to Teacher Edel's class in the animal control major? The pet care major has both the #1 animal trainer in Greece as the head teacher and Master Edel as the teacher. You tell me this is an unpopular major? This is obviously the eldest son, okay? I don't know if you are jealous or not, but I am jealous. If I had known that I couldn't get into the top few majors, I might as well fill in pet care. Add 1 above. Add 2. There are some differences in the content of Edel's class and Ilia's course content. For example, in Ilia's class, Ilia advocates that appropriate force can be used to coerce disobedient animals, but in Edel's class, it is advocated to ensure one's own safety at the first time and escape first. Both statements are correct. Animals of different types and sizes should be treated differently. However, compared with Ilia, Edel's way of dealing with things is conservative, or even too cautious. Lu Qin was not very interested in the class, but when he saw that the teacher was Edel, he forced himself to pay attention. During the break, he couldn't help asking, do you think that the method that Teacher Edel said is too cautious? It doesn't seem like a pet, but more like a code of conduct for fighting beasts. Several people nodded, only Qinjiu didn't react much, and she didn't even accept Edel's statement in her heart. Even if they are war beasts, those who are disobedient should be taught a lesson instead of just being tolerated. If Edel knew what Qinjiu was really thinking at this moment, he would be shocked. In the entire galaxy, there is probably no one else who dares to say that he will teach war beasts a lesson except Qinjiu. A class passed quickly, and Edel kept Qinjiu to ask her about her physical condition. Qinjiu answered truthfully, and Edel asked again, how are the 2 little guys? Lightning's injuries have healed, but he occasionally fights with Bai Shui. Qinjiu was thinking about whether to tell Adele about getting the badge from Qiuqiu, and Adele was called away by other teachers. Seeing his running appearance, it was estimated that there was something important to deal with. Qinjiu had to bury this matter in his heart and wait for the right time to tell Adele. The mecha competition venue that has been prepared for a long time finally ushered in the acceptance time. Qinjiu walked around the venue and couldn't close his mouth. The gymnasium was applied as a competition venue. Various light strips were hung all over the venue, emitting alternating bright blue and dark purple lights, which looked full of technology. Mechas with different functions and uses were quietly placed in independent glass display cabinets. The glass cabinets, which were several people tall, were arranged at the same distance on both sides of the venue. In the middle of the venue was a temporary ring. The outer protective net of the ring reached the dome to ensure the safety of the audience. Qinjiu walked through each audience area. The seats of different schools were arranged differently. Their school emblem or mascot was made into the backrest of the chair. At a glance, you can find the location of your school. It is easy to identify and can promote each other. It is very novel. Each area is also equipped with independent delivery robots. If the audience wants to buy some melon seeds and drinks during the game, they can be ordered and delivered to their seats at the terminal. Qinjiu has no doubt that all the delivery robots in the school will be used to support the competition venue on that day. Qinjiu came with Wire. Wire is the instructor of the student union. All student union matters are reported by Wire. Wire is quite satisfied with Gu Jing's arrangement. She nodded to Gu Zheng. Not bad, Xiao Zheng, you did a good job. Hearing Wire's affirmation, Gu Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. He was relieved and suddenly felt dizzy and staggered. Qinjiu was quick to grab his arm and stabilize his body. Wire saw that his face was not very good and worriedly said, Xiao Zheng, have you not rested well recently? Let your vice president communicate with me about the rest of the things, and you go back to sleep first. Qinjiu agreed with Wire's point of view, but Gu Zheng was still worried and insisted on finishing the finishing work. Qinjiu called Ilia and asked him to tie him back to the dormitory. Ilia had to persuade Gu Zheng to go back obediently. Qinjiu also specifically ordered that he must watch him sleep and not let him use the terminal for other things. Wire checked the list one last time and confirmed that it was correct. The pre-match preparations came to an end. The opening ceremony was scheduled for 3 days later. 2 days before the start, students from other colleges and universities arrived one after another. The student union was busy and Qinjiu had no time to accompany Bai Shui and the others. They were temporarily fostered in the War Beast dormitory, and Qiuqiu's nightmare began. Every mealtime, the 3 robbers appeared in their cages on time. Lilith went from being afraid at the beginning to being able to open the meat cans and feed them expressionlessly later. And Qiuqiu was more active than anyone else because he was worried that they would come to rob him after eating. Lilith was happy to see Qiuqiu's changes and welcomed Bai Shui and the others. Occasionally, she catered to their tastes and specially customized different cans. Qinjiu couldn't count how many times she saw Bai Shui and the others in Qiuqiu's cage. She smiled shyly, as if she felt embarrassed for them eating at Qiuqiu's place, but in fact, she never expressed her desire for compensation. Qinjiu smiled and touched Bai Shui's head, with a sly look in her eyes. Lilith gave it to them on her own initiative, so they had to eat it with tears in their eyes. Chapter 30. In the conference room, the long table was full of people. Adele sat at the top. He looked at everyone's face, then opened the terminal and made the information in his hand public. Let's take advantage of this opportunity to communicate and sort out what happened recently. The picture Adele projected was exactly the picture when Qinjiu was attacked that day. The humanoid alien beast was magnified 10 times. Everyone saw its bloody mouth torn open and took a breath. This is an alien beast? Have they evolved to this point? The speaker was Fu Qin, the vice president of Lingxi College. The trump card major of their college is also the beast control major. Although it is not as good as Xinghuang, no one dares to say that it is not good. Who doesn't know that almost all the teachers of Lingxi are in service? Adele also knew this, so he gathered them together for discussion before reporting to the military. Among the teachers present, almost 90% are active military personnel. Adele retired in name, but in fact, he still manages some matters of the military. After all, talents like him are too rare. Song Ji, this alien beast has a stronger attack speed and efficiency than the alien beasts that have appeared in the past. What's more terrifying is that when we fought it, we found that it actually has a certain ability to think. What? The biggest reason why the alien beast disaster can be controlled is that they have no wisdom and only act on instinct. Even if there are more of them, With the excellent combat capabilities of the war beasts and the high-tech weapons of humans, most of the alien beasts can always be eliminated. But if the alien beasts have wisdom, their combat capabilities are enhanced, and they can continuously replenish the losses in the wormhole. Humans will be wiped out sooner or later. In an instant, they were on the verge of life and death. Everyone was silent, and the depressing atmosphere lingered, and the entire conference room fell into a dead silence. Edel saw that they were already scared before the war even started, and couldn't help knocking on the table. Hey friends, don't be so pessimistic. Not all alien beasts that look like humans are intelligent. He released another set of pictures, which showed a fire-tailed lion and a humanoid alien beast. He clicked on the video, and the picture moved immediately. The fire-tailed lion in the picture rushed forward and knocked down the alien beast. The alien beast pushed it away in vain, and was bitten off the neck by the fire-tailed lion. In just one picture, less than 10 seconds of video, everyone saw some clues. Why did the alien beast remain on the defensive when there were many opportunities to attack the fire-tailed lion's abdomen? It was more like an instinctive reaction when being attacked, and there was no plan to turn defeat into victory. This is our student's fire-tailed lion. It sensed the alien beasts, and went out to fight. It killed 5 alien beasts by itself. Although it was injured, it is recovering well now. If there is an intelligent alien beast among them, it will be defeated there. The meeting room remained silent for a long time. A teacher in a white dress raised her hand, but I don't think they are involved. Everyone's eyes were focused on her. She adjusted her glasses and said, "It's more like an experiment." The woman who spoke was named Arnold. She was Lynx's teacher and a famous biologist. She had an unshakable position in the study of alien beast evolution. She searched for a moment on her terminal and transferred a full page of information to the screen. The contents involved military secrets, but everyone present had the right to read them. There was a tiger head in the upper left corner of the screen, with a special logo below. The contents of the screen described the inhumane experiments conducted by this organization, such as breeding people with alien beasts, designing symbiotic embryos, etc. Any one of which would cause an uproar if it was made public. Do you remember the tiger eradication operation more than 20 years ago? Everyone present looked at Edel, who was sitting in the main seat, with a complicated expression. It was estimated that no one could remember it more than Edel. From the moment the screen appeared, Edel knew what he would see next. The dusty memory treasure chest opened, and fragmented pictures appeared in his mind one by one. That familiar voice seemed to still call him teacher. Edel's expression did not change much, and he motioned Arnold to continue. When we were cleaning up the scene, we found human remains. At first, we thought that an illegal organization was feeding live alien beasts, but later we found that it was not the case. Arnold scrolled down the page, and in the picture, an alien suture operation was being performed on the operating table. Arnold. They transferred the tough parts of the alien beast to the human body, trying to create a body that is harder to kill than flesh and blood. Arnold also released the picture that Edel had just released. When the two pictures were put together, it was hard not to think of the seriousness of the matter. In other words, not only was the other party not destroyed more than 20 years ago, but they have even developed a fusion method, right? Arnold shook her head. She was not sure, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two things must be inextricably linked to some extent. Reported to the military. This is not a simple matter. It involves too many people. Lynx's vice president proposed, and the others agreed. Edel closed the page and exhaled. From now on, all schools will be on alert. The organization in the anti-tiger operation will infiltrate the colleges and universities. Pay attention to the safety of your students. Everyone nodded, and the atmosphere was solemn for a while. No matter which answer, it is not a good sign. The mecha competition was scheduled to be held on Saturday. Before dawn, Qingjio's dormitory had already started to be noisy. Qingjio rubbed his eyes and looked at the terminal. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning. She looked at the world outside the window. The sky was still gray. The two roommates majoring in mecha and Su Shanchen had already started to get up and pack their things. "Qingjio, what are you doing?" Su Shanchen saw that she hadn't gotten up yet, so she immediately stepped forward to open the curtain for her, urging her, "Why haven't you gotten up yet? You won't be able to get a good seat in a while." Qingjio's soul was still sleepwalking. "What? The mecha competition? Don't you know that people from Lynxi are coming?" Qingjio was confused. "I know." "Then do you know Xiao Feng, who majors in Lynxi mecha?" Qingjio searched for this person in his muddled mind, and then nodded. "I know." "That's it. Get up quickly, he is the most handsome man in the college online. We all want to grab the first row to see if he is really as good looking as the pictures on the internet." And he is also the first to enter Lingxi, and his attainments in Mecha are also very high. Hearing this, Qingjio closed his eyes and lay down like a salted fish. Oh! Men only affect the quality of her sleep. No matter how Su Shanshan and the others seduce Qingjio, Qingjio remains unmoved, and finally they can only give up Qingjio with regret. Qingjio stayed up late yesterday to appease the jealous Lightning because he hugged Bai Shui for a little longer. Alas, why is Lightning so jealous at such a small age? Qingjio was puzzled. Until dawn, Qingjio slowly got up and went out. Although it was not a competition initiated by her, as the vice president of the first-year student union, she had to appear at the event anyway. She looked down at the information on the terminal, and did not see anyone walking towards her. The other party was also talking to his companions, and did not see her presence either. Oh! The two bumped into each other without any surprise. Qingjio touched her head, squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes, and looked at the person who came. Not a student of Xinhuang. Chapter 31. The other party reacted and immediately stepped forward to apologize. Are you okay? Qingjio shook her head, her eyes touched the school badge on his chest, and suddenly remembered the Lingxi college that her roommates talked about in the morning. If she remembered correctly, the other party was a student of Lingxi. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Qingjio, I didn't look at the road either, sorry. The boy stretched out his hand with a smile on his face. Hello, my name is Xiao Feng, and I am a first-year student of Lingxi. Classmate, can I ask how to get to the venue of your mecha competition? Qingjio looked at the direction he just came from, and was silent for a moment. She said, You went the wrong way, the venue is in the direction you came from. Xiao Feng's face was stunned for a moment, and his friend patted him hard on the back, and he took 2 steps forward without steadying his steps. You told me to listen to me, how could I believe what you, a person with a poor sense of direction, said? Xiao Feng chuckled and flattered. Let's go back. Qingjio was afraid that they would go the wrong way again, so he took the initiative to step forward and said, Why don't you come with me? I'm going there too. Xiao Feng's eyes widened, and he nodded happily. You are so nice. Are you going to watch the game too? No, I'm from the logistics team. Oh, what's your major? Pet care. Xiao Feng's friend stopped, and his eyes stayed on her face for a long time. He seemed to remember something and slapped his thigh. Are you Qingjio? Before Qingjio could answer, an eagle's cry broke through the air. She looked up, and the sunlight pierced her eyes, making her unable to open them, but she still vaguely saw a black shadow approaching her. The next moment, she felt a weight on her shoulder, and Guangming landed steadily, rubbing Qingjio's face affectionately. Good morning, Guangming. Qingjio had some freeze-dried food in her pocket for a long time. At this time, she took out 2 and put them to Guangming's mouth. Today is the weekend, and Guangming and his friends are not in class at the War Beast Academy. They will find Qingjio as soon as they wake up. Now Qingjio doesn't need to visit it often, it will fly out to play by itself. You are? A war beast? Xiao Feng's friend widened his eyes, and was stunned when he saw Guangming's closed eyes. Is it blind? Qingjio covered the 2 sides of the eagle's head with 2 fingers and threw him a vicious look. How can you scold Guangming, baby? The eagle is good and the person is bad. She leaned against Guangming's ear and whispered, Guangming, don't listen, it's a bad review. Knowing that he might have offended him, the man scratched his head awkwardly and dared not speak again. Qingjio sent them to their destination and returned to the seat of the student union to watch the game with them. The music sounded, and the crowd was boiling. The deep drum beats hit their hearts, and their passion surged. Welcome all teachers and students to the freshman mecha competition hosted by Xinhuang. The schools participating in this competition are. The host was announcing the program, and Qingjio thoughtfully put small earmuffs on Guangming to prevent the music from hurting its ears. Jin Cheng saw it from the side and was jealous. When can Hurricane be brought out to play casually? Guangming is so cute wearing small earmuffs. He kept taking pictures, intending to take them back to educate Hurricane and let it learn more from other beasts. Xiao Feng came on stage, and there was a huge cheer in the venue. Xiao Feng, look here. I wonder what mecha Xiao Feng will use in this competition. Will he use a combat type one? Qingjio received discussions from all directions, and finally understood why Xiao Feng was so famous. Apart from that beautiful face that brought disaster to the country and the people, his strength was the most important. A freshman who had just entered school not long ago had been recruited by the military and became a formal mecha army. She suddenly became curious and looked at the confused Xiao Feng to see how good he was in mecha. Because of time issues, the schedule was simplified. Combat-type mechas were a big fight, while rescue-type mechas were to examine medical functions and reactions, whether they could face complex terrain, etc. The rescue-type mecha competition started first. After seeing the people on the stage, Guangming next to him was puzzled. Huh? Jin Cheng asked. What's wrong? Guangming sat straight, his eyes revealed confusion. Why is there no Gu Zheng? He usually mainly works on rescue mechas. Qingjiu silently looked at Gu Zheng, who was sitting in the first row of the waiting area. She seemed to know his purpose. He wanted to fight Xiao Feng hard. After the first round, Gu Zheng stood up. The dark circles under his eyes were still clearly visible. Qingjiu had no doubt that he would die suddenly in a corner sooner or later. Xiao Feng also stood up from his seat. When facing the field he was good at, his face was full of confidence, and his appearance of being sure of victory was completely different from the appearance when he was lost and confused just now. The control of the mecha was driven by brain waves. They put a ring-shaped device on their heads and stood in a circle outside the ring. The mechas that were originally standing quietly suddenly turned their arms, as if they were doing warm-up exercises. Gu Zheng's sweat flowed from his temples, and he forced himself to focus on the game. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Feng. The other party also felt his gaze and responded to his eyes, as if saying, "You can't win." He couldn't remember how many times they had competed since childhood. He only knew that every time he lost to Xiao Feng, he would definitely be beaten. Now he tried his best to come to Xinghuang, with the best resources, and then research and development day and night. He believed that he and Xiao Feng had the ability to fight. He retracted his gaze and looked at his father again. Gu Chuanqing didn't look at him, but looked at Xiao Feng's mecha and nodded frequently. Gu Zheng gritted his teeth, lowered his eyes, and clenched his fists. He will definitely become his father's pride. The competition is about to begin. Count down and prepare. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. The game begins. The moment the emotionless female robot voice announced the start of the game, 7 or 8 mechas on the stage moved at the same time. Compared with the competition of rescue mechas that demonstrate rescue technology and adapt to complex terrain, the combat mecha competition is obviously more entertaining. Almost within a second, the sound of steel colliding was heard. There were sparks flying, and the smell of gunpowder filled the venue. Oh! The enthusiasm of the audience was ignited, and there was a huge fight in front of them. Xiao Feng's mecha has the ability to fly, and it is suspended in the air at this time, looking at the battle below with cold eyes. In less than a while, 2 or 3 mechas have been damaged, and the mechanical arms have fallen to the ground. Because it is a college exchange, mainly for communication, all the gun systems of the major mechas are required to be dismantled, otherwise the battle below will only be more tragic than it is now. Xiao Feng's sight is looking for Gu Zheng's mecha in the field. From childhood to adulthood, only Gu Zheng can make him feel a sense of crisis. Buzz? Huh? Why does Xiao Feng's mecha seem to be shaky? Xiao Feng was startled. He quickly adjusted the posture of the mecha, but found that it seemed a little out of control. What's going on? He looked up at the jet port of the aircraft, only to see a small golden ball that did not belong to his mecha blocking it. And he found that more and more small golden particles were gathering at other jet ports. That's the mecha you're looking after? Chapter 32. Everyone's eyes left the fierce battlefield and looked at Gu Zheng's mecha motionless in the corner. His mecha was not in the shape of a traditional robot, but like a medical box, curled up in the corner. At this time, his box lid opened, and small golden flies flew out from it, and the target they attacked was the mecha watching the battle in midair. Xiao Feng's expression was not as calm as at the beginning. He frowned and watched his mecha swaying and falling from midair like a kite with a broken string. Just 1 second before touching the ground, the mecha adjusted its posture and landed steadily. However, from the moment it landed, it was forced to join the battlefield. The fact that it could defeat Xiao Feng's mecha was enough to attract people. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly. The other mechas that were originally unable to fly reached some unwritten agreements and collectively ceased fire, and instead focused their guns on Xiao Feng's mecha. Facing their unsystematic punches and kicks, Xiao Feng gave an order, and the mecha evaded flexibly. The atmosphere on the field became tense, from the original chaos to more than 1v. The small episode did not make Xiao Feng flustered. He still calmly responded to the attack, but always divided a part of his energy to observe Gu Zheng's mecha. On the other hand, Gu Zheng's mecha became particularly well-behaved after pulling him into the water, and had no intention of joining the battle. Because of its unique shape, it is not easy to attract the attention of others, which is rare safety. Xiao Feng smelled the breath of danger in its silence, like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, looking for the right opportunity to kill with a fatal move. Gu Zheng's trick of borrowing a knife to kill is very clever. Jin Chung nodded repeatedly, and had a new understanding of Gu Zheng's stubborn stereotype. I thought he was a good boy, but I didn't expect him to be so cunning. Wang Ling disagreed. I don't think other people can kill Xiaofeng's mecha, and Gu Zheng has tripped him up. He can't help but hold a grudge. When he finishes dealing with the others, Gu Zheng's mecha will be doomed. But by then, he had become one of the only two left on the field. Perhaps his goal was to get second place from the beginning. Although the latter words were not said, others had already tacitly accepted this result. Just as everyone predicted, all the other mechas were knocked down. Xiaofeng still took into account the feelings between students, and did not tear them down into scrap metal. However, under the siege, his mecha was also damaged to a certain extent. The aircraft blocked by Gu Zheng could no longer be used. In order to stop the loss in time and prevent the golden flying insects from entering the interior, he decisively unplugged the aircraft. The manipulator and the main circuit were blocked, and the movement was not as sensitive as at the beginning. I thought I could finish the game with minor damage, but I didn't expect that my aorta was almost cut off. His face darkened visibly. Xiaofeng let out a long breath, looked at the box on the ground, and controlled the mecha to move forward step by step. At this time, Gu Zheng rarely smiled. Under his command, two small propellers extended from the top of the box, and it had risen from the ground when Xiaofeng just reacted. The main purpose of destroying Xiaofeng's aircraft was not to make it a live target, but to make it lose its air combat capability before it took off. The mecha without guns lost its air defense capability, and Xiaofeng's intention to fly was the same at the beginning. Because the cost of the aircraft is not low, few students choose to carry the aircraft on the mecha, so the battlefield has become exclusive to the two of them. The situation on the battlefield changed instantly, and Xiaofeng, who originally held the initiative, was at a disadvantage. For the first time, Gu Zheng felt that victory was so close to him. The flying mecha opened the lid, and no longer golden flies flew out. The box flipped in the air, and the folded mechanical arms in the box unfolded. In a few breaths, the original box became a small robot. Its size is 1/3 of Xiaofeng's mecha. Although the mecha is small, the mechanical arms are covered with sharp blades, which is not small. Its body has no protective devices. It seems that it is designed for the goal of success or death, and it has never thought of retreating. Xiaofeng's eyes lit up, and he looked at Gu Zheng opposite him. There was no hostility in his eyes, but a rare appreciation. Gu Zheng is a conservative, and it was beyond his expectation to make such a bold innovation. Gu Zheng's eyes always paid attention to the changes on the field, and he didn't notice Xiaofeng's eyes at all. When he saw the opportunity, he immediately controlled the mecha to attack. The mechanical arm engine rumbled, and the sharp front end rotated rapidly, turning into a metal drill bit that fell rapidly from top to bottom, as if to pierce Xiaofeng's mecha. Xiaofeng retracted his gaze, without any panic on his face. He gently stroked his chest with his fingers, and the mecha took a step back, easily avoiding Gu Zheng's attack. The drill bit made a big hole in the floor, and Xiaofeng controlled the mecha to reach out and grab Gu Zheng's small mecha. Suddenly, a gust of air spurted out from the side of the small mecha, and Gu Zheng's mecha received a boost and moved far away from the big mecha. The big mecha also took 2 steps back because of the airflow. The light in Xiaofeng's eyes became brighter and brighter. Gu Zheng gave him too many surprises. Gu Zheng's mecha extended 2 mechanical arms to grab the ground and stopped after leaving the appropriate distance. The 2 mechas that were pulled away did not continue to move, and competed silently in a dead silence. Gu Zheng's combat mecha is also well done. Who said that our school will definitely lose to Lingxi? Come on, Gu Zheng. Don't say it too early. Don't forget that Xiaofeng is a mecha master signed by the military. It can't be that simple. Qingjiu's eyes moved between the two of them, and she silently retracted her gaze. As others discussed, he did not read the uneasiness and embarrassment on Xiaofeng's face. Under the surprise, there was absolute confidence. If nothing unexpected happens, Gu Zheng will lose. Gu Zheng was about to take off again, but heard 2 puffs, and the propeller like a bamboo dragonfly was broken. He was shocked and saw the situation in the field clearly from the slowly dissipating smoke. The 2 mechas maintained a distance of 5 or 6 meters, and did not touch. But 2 iron blocks of completely different colors from Gu Zheng's mecha are tightly attached to its back. Gu Zheng frowned. This is a part with the same nature as its golden flying insect, which can be controlled independently. But there is a disadvantage. When one part is controlled, the other part cannot be controlled. That is to say, Gu Zheng looked at the large mecha standing still, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in his eyes. It doesn't matter if it can't fly. Now, as long as its main body is destroyed, he will win this competition. He ignored the small parts of the mecha being disassembled on his back, and obtained thrust by spraying a large amount of steam before the booster failed, and came to the chest of the large mecha in an instant. The drills of the two mechanical arms were turned on again, and the teeth-grinding rotation sound resounded throughout the venue. They approached the shell of the large mecha, sparks flew, and a burning smell filled the air. Not long after, two large holes appeared on the chest of the mecha. Gu Zheng is awesome. Praise Xinhuang's mecha major. Who said it's not an ace major? Lingxi's students' hearts were beating fast. They were not going to witness Xiao Feng's first disastrous defeat, were they? Dang dang. The sound of the mecha shell falling off echoed, and there was a dead silence in the field. This is Chapter 33. Xiao Feng's mecha did lose a piece of its outer shell, but it was still much better than the small mecha that was split into two halves. The two mechanical arms of the large mecha grabbed the small mecha and pried it apart with force. The small mecha was split into two, with the power cord exposed. The rotation speed of the mechanical arm slowed down until it stopped. The two small parts that were originally disassembled on the back of Gu Zheng's mecha did not stop. With four hands working together, Gu Zheng's small mecha soon became a pile of scrap metal. Compared with other fallen mechas, the fate of the small mecha was tragic. Xiao Feng showed him no mercy at all. After the absolute silence, cheers came from the Lingxi students. I knew Xiao Feng would not lose. Lingxi mecha is number one. We are number one. That's awesome, brother. Just don't scare me, my little heart can't stand it. Gu Zheng watched the mecha that he had spent so much effort to make being disassembled and unable to see its original appearance. He looked at the pile of scrap metal blankly, as if he was under a spell. He clenched his fists, his mind went blank, and the sound in the stadium gradually faded away. Lost? He lost again. Like before, completely lost. He turned back stiffly and looked at his father. Gu Chuanqing met his eyes, gritted his teeth, and left. The disappointment in his eyes deeply hurt Gu Zheng. His actions were replayed slowly in Gu Zheng's eyes, and his already scarred heart was tortured again and again. Hey! Xiao Zheng. Xiao Feng came up and patted him with excitement, then put his arm around his shoulders and said happily, Your mecha is so powerful. You learned a lot in Xinhuang. Are you interested in joining the mecha army? I believe your rescue mecha must be better. The cheers and screams in the stadium re-entered Gu Zheng's ears. He looked up indifferently, glanced at him, and gently pushed him away. Xiao Feng was stunned when he saw his empty arm, only to see Gu Zheng bow deeply to him, and quickly leave the stage. Jin Chung took a breath. Xiao Feng can actually control the mechas on both sides at the same time? Although they are not mecha majors, they still have some basic knowledge. The main body and the split body cannot be controlled at the same time, just like Gu Zheng cannot control the main box when controlling the golden flying insect. But it seems that Xiao Feng is not restricted by this rule. To some extent, it is very similar to Edel's ability to control 3 war beasts at the same time. He is also a rare talent. Lilith. No wonder the mecha army recruited him in advance. After the game, it was time for the mecha performance. The students present were still discussing the previous game, and no one noticed Gu Zheng, who had left long ago. Gu Zheng's name was called at the award ceremony, and he did not appear for a long time, which inevitably caused some gossip. Can't stand losing? You left in a tantrum. Is Star King so low quality? Hey, stop firing your guns. Your trump card specialty is mecha, which is not ours. We are already very powerful after fighting with you to the current situation. That is, do you have the ability to beat us in the beast control competition? Yo, you can't say anything, you are just stingy, and you won't let me say anything. Are you looking for a fight? Come on. The audience suddenly quarreled, and someone grabbed the collar of a student from another school, and it seemed that a fight was about to start. Weir stood up from the front row and waved to the flying microphone. What are you doing in the back? If you don't accept it, come and fight me. As she finished speaking, the originally noisy area became quiet. Weir also has another identity, a fighter ranked in the top 20 in the StarCraft. None of the students dared to act rashly in front of her. They were not convinced by each other, so they let go of each other's hands and sat down. The ceremony was still going on, and the venue had a little more gunpowder smell, but no one stood up to make trouble again. Ouch! Qingzhou's trouser legs were gently pulled. She looked down and saw that Lightning, who had sneaked in at some point, was biting her trouser legs, moaning and taking her out. Qingjiu glanced around and found that no one noticed Lightning under her feet. She stood up silently and followed Lightning away. Jin Chung found her standing up and asked, "Where are you going?" "Qingjiu, bathroom." When she came outside, after the deafening music was left behind, she breathed a sigh of relief and took the small earplugs from Guangming's ears. Lightning led the way in front, and Qingjiu followed it slowly. "Where are you taking me?" Lightning couldn't speak, but she looked back every 2 steps, always observing whether Qingjiu was following. Qingjiu walked faster, and soon she was taken to a small alley under the teaching building where few people went. On weekdays, not many people passed by here. Today was the weekend, and most people were attracted by the mecha competition, so this place seemed even more desolate. Lightning stopped, stood beside the alley with his tail erect, and stretched his leopard head into peak. Qingjiu slowed down, and she heard low sobbing and slapping sounds coming from inside. She paused, approached gently, and looked inside stealthily like lightning. There was a boy standing inside with his back to the alley, wearing the school uniform of Xinhuang. Qingjiu recognized that it was Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng sobbed and wiped his tears with his arm. Then he slapped himself several times in Qingjiu's stunned state. How cruel to himself. Useless thing. Qingjiu retracted her sight. She leaned against the wall. In front of her was the golden glow of the sunset. Behind her was Gu Zheng's crying. She took a deep breath, squatted down, stroked Lightning's head, and said in a very small voice, "Lightning, go and comfort your brother, okay?" Lightning tilted his head, as if thinking about the meaning of Qingjiu's words. Then it nodded and jumped into the alley with a brisk pace. It walked to Gu Zheng's feet and gently bit his pants, just like pulling Qingjiu's trouser legs just now. Gu Zheng was startled and held back his tears instantly. He looked down and found that it was a small black animal, thinking it was a kitten. He asked with a crying voice, "Did I occupy your place?" Lightning opened his mouth and rubbed Gu Zheng's calf with his little leopard head. Gu Zheng was in a better mood than before. He bent down and picked up Lightning, and then he could see Lightning's appearance clearly. This is not a cat. It's clearly a leopard. He almost subconsciously wanted to let go. But Lightning just licked his fur when he was picked up, and there was no sign of attack. Gu Zheng was a little bolder and got closer to it. After looking at it carefully, he asked, "Are you Qingjiu's pet?" When Lightning heard Qingjiu's name, it seemed to suddenly remember the important task Qingjiu gave it, and stretched out its big pink tongue to lick Gu Zheng's cheek. It tilted its head, with confusion in its eyes. It seemed different from Qingjiu, a little salty. Gu Zheng was licked on the face by it, and he froze. This was the first time that Gu Zheng felt the kindness from a small animal. He suddenly rubbed Lightning into his arms, and sat down against the wall. "Do you like me?" Lightning nestled in his neck. "I don't think she likes me, but she doesn't hate me." Gu Zheng certainly didn't expect Lightning to answer. He just lacked someone to listen to him. "I'm only telling you, don't tell Qingjiu." After saying that, he wanted to laugh himself. How could a small animal know human language? "My mother died a long time ago, and I depended on my father for everything. My father is a very powerful man. He is an excellent mecha soldier, and a role model for me to work hard for. Father. He has high expectations for me, but I know I'm not a smart kid, and I can't meet his expectations. So I can only study hard, and I hope that one day I can make myself proud of him. In order to get into the top 5 of Xinhuang, I spent 3 years studying in advance. Every time I slept for less than 4 hours, I would wake up and continue studying. But this only got me 5th place. You know, when I heard that your master could get 1st place without systematic teaching, I was really jealous." He gently pinched Lightning's nose, and Lightning sneezed uncomfortably and bit his finger with little force. Gu Zheng's tear-stained face revealed a faint smile. "I ranked 5th and became a member of the student union. That was the first time I saw my father smile at me, and the first time I received his recognition. But I know it's not enough, so I started researching new mechas. In fact, I prefer rescue mechas. They can help more people. But my father, he hopes that I can become a combat mecha soldier who can rush to the front line to defend the country, just like Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng and I grew up together, we are good friends, and at the same time, he is also the kid next door, an excellent kid for comparison. My father once said that it would be great if Xiao Feng was his child. I know I can't beat Xiao Feng, but as long as I win once, or even tie once, my father may change his mind about me. But I still can't do it, and my father is still disappointed. I'm so tired, really tired. I don't know what the meaning of life is." After saying that, he buried his head next to Lightning's neck. Lightning seemed to feel his emotions, and kept rubbing his cheek, hoping to comfort him. Qinjiu accepted the baptism of the afterglow of the sunset. The concentration of water vapor in the air increased, clinging to the skin, and gradually he could no longer feel the warmth of the sun. She once longed for her family, and envied every adopted child. Although she was not adopted, the director treated her very well. She slowly let go of this obsession, and became a big sister in the orphanage. What about Gu Zheng? He has a family, but they are not as happy as her. Qinjiu rubbed Guangming's little head. She leaned against his ear and whispered, "We have to help our brother keep the secret, right?" Chapter 34. The competition is over, but people from other schools haven't left yet. After all, it's hard to come out, so it's normal to play for 2 more days. Gu Zheng, who disappeared for a night, appeared like nothing happened except for a little swollen eyes. He was caught by Ilia and dragged out. "Where are you taking me? Are you going to the party organized by your vice president?" Gu Zheng stopped and was about to go back, but Ilia said again, "Qinjiu guessed that you would react like this. She said that if you don't go, she will complain to Teacher Wire that you don't participate in student union activities and apply to deprive you of the right to use the mecha activity room." Gu Zheng, ? I don't have a grudge against her, right? Then I don't know, but I believe she has the ability to do it. Gu Zheng took a deep breath, as if he discovered Qinjiu's shamelessness for the first time. He gritted his teeth. "Okay, I go." Qinjiu on the other side was serving food to everyone enthusiastically, and his mind was still quickly budgeting today's expenses, and he was very happy. This is not her plan. This is a plan she got thanks to Xiaofeng. Teacher Wire said that they have not had any formal team-building activities since the 1st grade, and it is Qinjiu's fault. Qinjiu was overwhelmed by this. She is not like the president and vice president of other grades, who can call on their members to raise funds to participate in the activities. It is impossible for her to subsidize it, because the other few people are obviously richer than each other. Besides, it is difficult to call them out. Lilith is in a better situation now. As long as Jean Chung is free, please ask Jean Chung to bring Lilith. As long as Wang Ling does not interfere with his daily routine, there is an 80% chance that he can attend. As for the most difficult Gu Zheng, Qinjiu thought of today's victim Xiaofeng, and his smile became even more intense. Xiaofeng, Ilia and Gu Zheng have been friends since childhood. Ilia and Gu Zheng live in the same dormitory, and with a little trick, Ilia can also tie up Gu Zheng. Ahem, bring him here. When Xiaofeng heard that Qinjiu was going to organize a party to invite Ilia and Gu Zheng to play together, he immediately offered to cover all the expenses. He is already a formal mecha soldier with a fixed salary every month, so he should bear the expenses for the trip. And Qinjiu was a little cunning, calling the other 3 people in the name of mutual friendship to achieve the purpose of the student union team building. Not only did she complete Teacher Ware's task, but she didn't have to spend a penny, which was 100 benefits for her. Of course, Xiaofeng was not so stupid that he couldn't see Qinjiu's intention, but he just wanted to do her a favor and let her take care of Gu Zheng and Ilia in the future. The little tricks between them were not open to the public, but they were tacitly understood. Lilith looked at the dishes Qinjiu picked for her. She found that Qinjiu only skipped the shrimp balls for her, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. She didn't seem to have said that she was allergic to shrimps, so why did Qinjiu know? It must be said that this little detail made Lilith feel good. She took the initiative to speak for the first time, but her words still poked Qinjiu's lungs. "Why haven't they come yet? Can't you call them?" Qinjiu herself couldn't be 100% sure that Ilia could bring Gu Zheng, so that was fine, but if the gentleman who paid didn't come, she would really be finished. Qinjiu was more nervous than any of them. He sat next to Jean Chung silently and asked in a low voice, "How much money do you have in your terminal?" Jean Chung, "What's wrong?" Qinjiu, "In case we run out of money, find a way to run away." Jean Chung, "You are so useless." Qinjiu admitted that she was useless. She still had a big family of animals to raise. How much could she be? As time went by, the number of times she looked up at the time increased significantly. From time to time, she stood up and looked at the corridor, and then went to the window to look at the road. The smile on her face disappeared little by little, replaced by solemnity. Jean Chung couldn't count how many times she got up and went back and forth. He only knew that she was annoying everyone by wandering around, and finally there was nothing he could do. He knocked hard on the table, making a sound to attract Qinjiu's attention. After Qinjiu's attention was focused on him, he said, "That's enough. If he doesn't come, I pay the money, okay? Can you sit still?" As soon as these words came out, the sorrow that was originally full of sorrow on Qinjiu's fair face disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. She put on a flattering smile and sat down happily. Okay, I sit down now, eat all, and order later if it's not enough. Cracks appeared on Jean Cheng's delicate face. He clenched his teeth hard, and the muscles on his face bulged. His eyes were as cold as a sharp blade, as if he wanted to torture Qingjiu. Qingjiu suddenly felt a chill. She looked at the central air conditioner and muttered, "Why is the air conditioner so cold?" Just then, the door of the box opened, and the waitress in a classical cheongsam showed a perfect smile. She reached in and led the 3 people outside the door into the room. Ilia entered first, and when he saw the extra 3 people, he stopped and wondered if he had found the wrong place. Qingjiu saw Ilia appear, and knew that Gu Zheng must be following behind him. She immediately waved to Ilia, and was very satisfied that he had completed the task successfully. Gu Zheng followed behind him. Before he entered the box, he heard his scolding. "I said you are in your 20s. When will you change your old habit of being directionally challenged? You can always go in the opposite direction, right? Then go in the opposite direction next time you decide which way to go." Hee. Xiao Feng scratched his head, not blaming himself for doing anything wrong. Gu Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and ignored him. After everyone sat down, Qingjiu, like the host, warmly introduced the dishes to them and served them food, washing away her cowardly look just now. With the support of 2 financial sponsors, she felt that she was now terribly strong. Jean Chung refused the food she served and ate the food in his bowl expressionlessly. The atmosphere at the table was a bit weird. Ilia sat alone among the big guys and didn't dare to speak, trying to reduce his presence as much as possible. The students in the student union had not communicated with each other before, but Xiao Feng was the only one who kept talking to Gu Zheng. Before they met Xiao Feng, they never knew that Xiao Feng was a chatterbox. Qingjiu was the first to break the strange atmosphere. "Why are you so late?" At this point, Ilia had something to say. "We were almost there, but we received a call from Xiao Feng saying that he was lost. When we looked at the shared location, he went in another direction, about 3 kilometers away. We went back to pick him up, so we were late." Qingjiu thought of the scene when she and Xiao Feng met for the first time. Well, it made sense. The conversation started, and the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Xiao Feng joked, "I heard from Ilia that you were nowhere to be seen last night. Did you go to cry again after losing to me?" Gu Zheng's expression was a little unnatural when he heard this. 2 small red clouds rose under his world-weary face, and he denied it. "No." Ilia put down his chopsticks, slapped Xiao Feng on the arm, and cursed, "It's all because of you. You don't show any mercy. Look at the other people's mechas. At least they left their bodies intact." Xiao Feng disagreed. "Gu Zheng is my opponent. It's respect for him to dismantle them." Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked up at him when they heard this. The eyes on his handsome face were rarely serious, and he didn't seem to be joking. Qingjiu also put down his chopsticks silently, a little surprised by his answer. "So, you didn't regard others as opponents?" Xiao Feng leaned back in his chair, his eyebrows curved, and his absolute confidence overflowed. He only replied with one word, "Yeah." Anyone who heard this would say that he was arrogant, but he did have the capital to be arrogant. It was not the first time that Gu Zheng heard him speak out arrogantly. He did not take it seriously, and silently picked up the food. Xiao Feng came forward again, chattering non-stop, "Join our mecha army. There is a big move recently, and we are in great need of talents." Qingjiu's eyes were filled with different emotions. She absent-mindedly turned the food in the bowl, and her attention was all on Xiao Feng's words. Could the big move of the military be related to the tiger head badge? Chapter 35. Qingjiu wanted to ask, but she also knew that this was an official secret. Even if she asked, she would not get the answer she wanted. Gu Zheng certainly wanted to join the mecha army, but fighting was not for him. He wanted to join the mecha army as a rescue mecha division. But his father would not allow it. Suddenly, there was a knocking sound at the window. Qingjiu turned around and saw Guangming knocking on the window glass with his pointed mouth. Lightning sat beside Guangming, his tail swaying left and right, and his big golden eyes looked inside through the glass. No need to ask, it must be Guangming who brought Lightning here. Qingjiu put down the bowl and chopsticks, got up in a panic, opened the window, and stretched his head out of the window to look around carefully. After he could not see the white leopard, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although this restaurant is not far from the school, it is a very scary thing to see an ownerless war beast outside the school. I am also glad that Bai Shui thought of this, and did not come out to make trouble. What she didn't know was that at this time, Bai Shui and Edo were patrolling in the back mountain, hunting alien beasts. After opening the window, Lightning and Guangming entered the box carelessly. Gu Zheng saw Lightning, and a rare trace of joy appeared on his world-weary face. In front of Qingjiu, he restrained the desire to summon Lightning, and his brown-black eyes followed the movement trajectory of Lightning. Qingjiu patted Lightning's head, and saw that Lightning tilted his head, but didn't look at her. She looked in the direction of Lightning's sight, and saw Gu Zheng's burning eyes looking at Lightning. She patted Lightning again and whispered, "Go." Lightning turned around, rubbed on Qingjiu's arm, and came to Gu Zheng in a few steps. In the surprised eyes of everyone, Gu Zheng happily picked up Lightning and rubbed its little head. Ilia, why? Ilia and Qingjiu were classmates. They had seen Lightning quite often. Lightning looked cute, but they had never been able to touch it. Either Lightning would walk away in a bad mood or he would be given a claw. Why could Gu Zheng hold it? He refused to accept it. He was about to reach out and touch the little black panther, but the little black panther turned back as if it could sense something, showing its silvery fangs and threatening Ilia. Ilia silently withdrew, pouting his little mouth, with a face full of resentment. "Jin Cheng, your little black panther, is it friends with Gu Zheng?" Qingjiu said innocently, "Maybe, I won't interfere with its affairs." Xiaofeng was unusually quiet since Lightning arrived. He squinted his eyes, and carefully looked at Lightning's features from head to toe. He suddenly said, "This is a swift-winged leopard? It's a war beast." Qingjiu was stunned. Her eyes went back and forth between Lightning and Xiaofeng. She asked unconfidently, "Are you kidding? Isn't it just an ordinary little panther?" Now it was the turn of others to look at Qingjiu in shock. Suddenly being noticed by them, Qingjiu scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. "Lilith, Qingjiu, don't you know it's a swift leopard? Isn't a swift leopard a combat beast? Look at how small it is, so cute. How can it be a combat beast if it's harmless?" Wang Ling pushed up her glasses, suppressed the shock in her heart, and said the first sentence of the day, "So Qingjiu, don't you know that the big black panther at the opening ceremony is the little guy in Gu Zheng's arms?" Qingjiu's eyes widened, looking at Wang Ling. Her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. Her face flushed due to the sharp fluctuations in her emotions. She shook her head unconsciously and murmured, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." "Wang Ling, what's its name?" "Qingjiu, Lightning." Lilith added, "Don't you know that the white leopard that eats with Qiuqiu is Teacher Edel's war beast, called Snow White?" Qingjiu, "Yes, Snow White is Teacher Edel's war beast." "But Lightning?" Lilith interrupted her. "Do you know that Teacher Edel has a pair of brother and sister swift leopard war beasts? The white one is called Snow White, the elder sister. The black one is called Lightning, the younger brother. The younger brother is very naughty, and often fights with his sister." Qingjiu, Lilith, if you are not sure, you can go and see if there is a circle of swelling on its tail, and whether there is a small meat ball behind its ear. Qingjiu Shua. Stand up, and walk a few steps with the wind. She grabbed Lightning like a kitten, held it in her arms, and grabbed its tail without hesitation and touched it. She often leaned behind Lightning's ears, and kissed him. She had long known that there was indeed a small ball of flesh behind Lightning's ears, but she had never touched its tail seriously. Lightning, whose tail was caught by her, was not very comfortable. She turned back, and bit Qingjiu's hand gently with her teeth. Qingjiu did not stop until she felt a circle of small protrusions at 2/3 of Lightning's tail. Her soul seemed to be struck by Lightning. She stood there like a statue, lost and distraught. Xiaofeng saw that Ilia's expression was not much better than Qingjiu's. He stretched out his hand and waved in front of Ilia and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Ilia woke up from his dream. "Can you understand? We always thought it was a pet. We have been taking classes with it for half a semester. Although it has a bad temper and cannot be touched, we never thought it was a war beast." Lilith pointed at Guangming, who was eating shrimp balls on the table. "You brought the swift eagle back from the hatching center yourself. You must know that it is a war beast." The Guangming who was eating felt Qingjiu's sight, and it immediately stopped and pretended to stroke its fur. Qingjiu nodded. "Guangming is a war beast." Lilith said the most cruel words today. "So you have never thought about why your Lightning can live in peace with two war beasts?" Qingjiu, Numb, her worldview collapsed, and she couldn't look directly at the Lightning in her arms. "Who is the clown?" "Oh, it's her." Xiaofeng finally understood that their vice president not only didn't know that the little pet he raised was a war beast, but that pet was also Master Edel's war beast. The look he gave Qingjiu changed from indifference at the beginning to shock and then to fanaticism. He can raise Teacher Edel's war beast as a pet. What a talent! We must win him over. Xiaofeng was rarely serious. He smiled. "Qingjiu, Are you interested in joining the beast taming army? This is the common dream of all students majoring in beast taming, but the olive branch he threw out did not make the few people present have any reaction. Even Jean Chung and Lilith, who are majoring in beast taming, just glanced at him lightly. Nothing else. Qinjiu is not qualified to join the beast taming army. Qinjiu, I seem to have told you that I am a pet care major? I think so. Without systematic teaching, you can't learn to cooperate with war beasts and give orders to war beasts. You can't join the beast taming army without a study certificate for this major. Seeing that the plan failed, Xiaofeng didn't care, and he was just asking a question. Ilia, who had just come out of shock, couldn't help it. Qinjiu, I remember you said you wanted to study beast control, but your financial situation didn't allow it? Qinjiu nodded, yes. Ilia, I still remember you said you wanted to study beast control because you heard teachers in the academy tell stories about war beasts since you were young, and you yearned for it. Qinjiu continued to nod, that's right. Ilia almost roared. So why, you can't recognize it as a war beast? You yearned for it but never did your homework, right? Qinjiu scratched his head and smiled shyly. Teachers in the academy said that war beasts are good friends of humans and fight side by side with us. I used to think that war beasts were all dogs, but later I found out that there are many types of war beasts. You know, I don't have a terminal, so I can't recognize the types of war beasts. Everyone, what should I do if I really want to beat her up? Chapter 36. With the addition of 2 war beasts, Qinjiu unceremoniously asked for an extra bowl of meat bones. Seeing that Guangming liked to eat shrimp, he also asked for an extra bowl of shrimp. The main point is that as long as she didn't pay, you can eat anything. Xiaofeng didn't care about the money. It was the first time he ate with a war beast at close range, and it felt quite fresh. Aren't war beasts usually ferocious and difficult to get along with? They look okay too? Qinjiu held Lightning in front of him and stared at Lightning's eyes, looking very funny. Qinjiu asked seriously, Lightning, can you get bigger? Lightning blinked and gently agreed, ah. Qinjiu put Lightning down and began to make seals on his hands that others couldn't understand, and then shouted, get bigger. Everyone, Lightning, Lightning thought she was embarrassing, so he turned his little body around and faced Qinjiu with his butt. Qinjiu was not embarrassed, but was thinking about the reason. Does it take a special spell to transform? Lightning wiped his face with his claws. He really couldn't afford to lose this beast. The next moment, his body began to expand from a small one, and in the stunned eyes of everyone, it became a black panther the same size as Bai Shui. It was indeed the swift panther at the opening ceremony. Qinjiu hadn't recovered from the shock yet. Lightning turned gracefully, jumped up, and threw Qinjiu to the ground. Pain. Qinjiu fell to the ground with a cry of surprise. The people present immediately stood up and prepared. Save people, or run away. Under their sight, Lightning did not attack Qinjiu. Its big pink tongue was washing Qinjiu's face. You're crushing me, get up. Lightning looked down at Qinjiu, his eyes seemed to be provocative. Didn't you make me bigger? Qinjiu pinched his face fiercely, gritting his teeth. How dare you lie to me for so long? Scumbag. Lightning tilted his head when he heard her accusation, but still took 2 steps back and let Qinjiu go. Qinjiu sat up. His hair was a mess, and his clothes were wrinkled. Lightning sat beside her, licking his paws, the same as when he was little. Gu Zheng, as the only person who could get close to Lightning besides Qinjiu, felt very complicated. This was actually Teacher Edel's war beast, the war beast that stole the show at the opening ceremony. He only regarded it as a pet that was a little special. And his eyes moved from the faces of the other people, and then silently retracted. It seems that only he and Qinjiu don't know. He began to reflect, is it because they participated in too few activities, they actually communicated frequently in private, and only he and Qinjiu were excluded? Xiaofeng's eyes stayed on Lightning, too beautiful, its muscle lines, its fangs, looked full of power. In addition, the war beast can sense the appearance of the alien beast, and its keen perception in the battle. So far, no technology and manpower can replace the role of the war beast in dealing with the alien beast. If it goes as he expected, in the near future, he will see Edel and Lightning appear on the battlefield at the same time. Hello, the dishes you ordered are here. The waiter in a Chongsen dress knocked on the door, and came in to serve the dishes. As soon as she opened the door, she seemed to freeze when she saw Lightning, and then a heart-wrenching scream resounded throughout the space. Qinjiu glared at Lightning, and walked quickly to the door to explain to the waiter. When he looked outside, the waiter had already run to the end of the corridor. Qin Jiu also knew for the first time that wearing high heels and cheongsam could make one run so fast. The basin of meat bones was also thrown on the spot, and the soup spilled, but fortunately the meat was still in the basin. Qin Jiu adhered to the principle of not wasting, took over the waiter's job, and served the dishes to the table. Lightning was the first to come up, looking at Qin Jiu eagerly, waiting for Qin Jiu to feed him. Qin Jiu grabbed its ears and said, "You change back first, it will scare others." Lightning blinked and turned back into a little leopard under the surprised eyes of everyone. Qin Jiu then fed it a piece of meat bone. After the poor waiter reported the matter to the manager came up to confirm in person, but where was the Black Panther? He had to think that the waitress had hallucinations due to being too tired from work recently, and approved her a few days off so that she could go back and have a good rest. After dinner, Qin Jiu asked everyone not to leave. She deliberately found a camera position where Xiao Feng and Ilia could not be photographed, and took several photos in a row. Although her proposal to make the other 4 people laugh did not succeed, she still named the photo Student Union Family, and sent it to Teacher Wire. Mission successfully completed. Xiao Feng packed up, and was about to return to Lingxi Academy. He wanted to chat with Gu Zheng and Ilia in the afternoon. Lilith planned to go back to see Qiuqiu, and Jean Chung also happened to be going to see Hurricane, so the two of them went together. Wang Ling never explained where he was going, and disappeared after leaving the hotel. Qin Jiu was going to go back to the Beast King building to tidy up Guangming's nest. She suddenly peeked at Xiao Feng's terminal screen. The message from the military department popped up, and Xiao Feng immediately closed it with caution. But Qin Jiu recognized the logo at a glance. A tiger head plus a special symbol. She stroked the badge she carried in her pocket, lowered her eyes and left. All her thoughts were hidden under her eyelashes. Judging from Xiao Feng's reaction, it was obviously a military secret. It was the first time that Qin Jiu saw the tiger head badge found on Qiuqiu, but it was not the first time that Qin Jiu saw the tiger head image. In the depths of her dusty memory, she was not as tall as the table at that time, and she only glanced at the tiger pattern on the table and followed the adults out of the room obediently. She slowly increased the strength of her hand and hid the badge in her palm. Before she could solve the doubts in her heart, let her hide it secretly for a while. Drip, drip, drip. A steady and rhythmic sound came from the monitoring instrument. The man's glasses were stuck on the tip of his nose, and his hair looked messy and had not been trimmed for a long time. His eyeballs were full of red bloodshot, and dark purple had already appeared under his eyes. The white coat was casually draped over his shoulders, and the whole person looked dejected. He bit a pen in his mouth, holding a stack of experimental data in his hand, and his slender and overly slender fingers gently tapped on it. "So, you have achieved this result in this month?" The man's emotionless voice reached the ears of the experimenters behind him, and the two could not help trembling. One of the experimenters wearing glasses was sweating profusely, lowering his eyebrows, and not daring to look at the man. His right hand tightly grasped his left wrist, his fingertips turned white, trying to use the pain to force himself to calm down. He spoke carefully. "Mr. Fei, there has been no obvious energy fluctuation in the experimental subject recently. The last time a fluctuation was captured was more than a month ago. Without sufficient data support, we have no way to get accurate information." The man nodded, as if accepting the explanation. But the next second, he pointed at another experimenter and said the cruelest words in the calmest tone. "Shadow, he is yours." The experimenter's pupils shrank suddenly, and great fear spread. He staggered back, waving his hands, muttering, "No, no, no. Mr. Fei, I..." Before he finished speaking, a huge snake head appeared from the ventilation duct above his head, aimed at his head, opened its huge mouth, bit off his head and swallowed it. The bespectacled experimenter was frightened by the sudden change and fell to the ground. With a muffled sound, the colleague who was just talking turned into a lifeless body and fell beside him. The giant python seemed to have no interest in the remaining corpses, and slowly returned to the ventilation duct, as if it had never appeared. "Next time there is no way, he will be your fate." I know. Chapter 37. Arabody, your little baby is back. Xia Xiaolan opened the door of the dormitory from the outside, and a wave of heat rushed into the dormitory. Su Shanshan, who was eating ice cream, roared, "Xia Xiaolan, close the door quickly, it's so hot." Xia Xiaolan turned around gorgeously, closed the door, zoomed the terminal page to the maximum, and said with a smile, "Will you participate in the flea market next week?" Qin Jiu stopped teasing Lightning, and Lightning was entertaining himself, and was still playing with the cat toy in her hand. She asked, "What is a flea market?" "Xia Xiaolan, it's a place where you can sell unused items to each other." I saw that everyone in the forum was discussing what to sell. What about you? The first-year students don't actually have many unused items. The main audience of the flea market is still students in the 3rd grade and above. Seeing that everyone shook their heads, she was unhappy. I thought I could be a stall owner for a day and get a taste of being a boss. It seems that in addition to buying and selling old items, you can also sell food on site. You can treat it as a small market. The speaker was Jiorua, a mecha major, their roommate. At this time, she was dressed neatly and was combing her hair to go out. Xiaoxialan asked, "Where are you going?" "Jiorua, isn't it the weekend? I'm going to take my Xiaomi to get a beauty treatment. Xiaomi is the orange cat she keeps at home, chubby and cute." Xiaoxialan asked, "How much do you spend once a week?" Jiorua thought for a while. "About 500 to 1,000 star coins? It depends on the project." The 3 pet care majors were furious. "How much?" Jiorua was frightened by the 3 people's unanimous questioning, and she took a step back involuntarily. After thinking about it, she seemed to have said nothing wrong, and she carefully repeated the answer again. The 3 looked at each other with serious expressions. Jiorua stood for a long time in the depressing atmosphere, and she couldn't help asking, "Can I go now?" "Oh, be careful on the road." Xiaoxialan smiled again and waved goodbye to her. But for some reason, Jiorua felt that her smile was a little creepy. It seemed that she was holding back something bad. She had a bad feeling when she ran away from the dormitory. The 3 lived up to her expectations, and immediately gathered 3 small chairs in the middle to plot something important. "We are pet care majors, right? We are also qualified to do pet grooming, right?" "You are right, but can we sell services at the flea market?" "I saw the promotion, yes. You see, we have been in class for so long and have practiced several times. I think we can." "I think so too. One of you." The 3 hit it off and acted separately. Su Shanshan was responsible for purchasing consumables. She borrowed some high-priced reusable items from Ilia to reduce investment costs. Xiaoxialan was responsible for attracting Alade and the other 2 to join, while expanding the customer base and looking for potential customers on major platforms. Qinjiu was responsible for applying for the booth. She worked in the student union and was familiar with the teacher. But I don't know if Qinjiu was unlucky, or they were unlucky together. The person Qinjiu handed over when applying for the booth was Qingling. Qingling was responsible for the registration of the flea market, and was on duty in the office at this time. She sat on the armchair in the office, shaking the chair from time to time, playing with a pen in both hands. She narrowed her eyes, and looked at Qinjiu with a smile. Qinjiu thought to himself that he was unlucky, and put the application on the table expressionlessly. "This is my application for the booth." Qingling smiled even more after hearing this. She didn't pick it up and read it immediately, but continued to play with the pen in her hand, without even looking at Qinjiu. "What organization are you applying for?" Qinjiu knew she wanted to trip him up when he heard it. Qinjiu answered truthfully, "Class." Qingling then reluctantly picked up the application, glanced at it, and threw it aside in front of Qinjiu. "I thought she was applying in her own name. What a pity." "Okay, go back. The class review is not that fast." Qinjiu took a deep look at the application that was thrown aside, took a deep breath, stabilized his slightly rapid breathing, suppressed his anger, and said a word from his teeth, "Okay." They prepared the materials, and waited for the stall to open. Qinjiu was nervous, and finally received the stall information on the last day. Stalls applied for by class have priority. Even if Qingling deliberately put it aside, it would not prevent her from applying successfully. Of course, if she destroyed the application privately, there would be nothing she could do. Qinjiu was careful, and asked Xiaoxialan to submit another application in the name of the class. But it turned out that Xiaoxialan's application was not approved, but her application was approved. Qinjiu was a little surprised. "I almost thought everything was ready, but I couldn't open the stall." Fortunately, Su Shanshan and Liu Qin were counting the materials needed for tomorrow, and Xiaoxialan and Eli were making the final confirmation of the business to be open tomorrow. Regular pet bathing is okay. Ear cleaning is okay. Eye care is okay. Claw trimming is okay. Xiaoxialan looked at the last business and fell into deep thought. The sudden silence made Ilia confused. He went forward to see that it was a hair care business. "Ilia, what's the problem?" "Xiaoxialan, I can comb hair, but I can't trim it." "Can you do it?" Liu Qin stopped what he was doing, patted his chest, and said confidently, "I do it. It's not a big deal. It's just cutting some stray hair." Everyone looked at him with doubt in their eyes, but he was still unconvinced and a little anxious. Why, you don't believe me? What should I say? Su Shanshan pretended to be hesitant to speak, and under Lu Qin's expectant gaze, she said directly, I just don't believe it. Hey! Then I have to show you my skills. Lu Qin looked around and found a long-haired rabbit doll that Xia Xiaolan planned to use as a mascot for the stall tomorrow, and took out a pet razor. He raised his head proudly, indicating the position of the cut, and said, Look at me. He put the razor on the top of the doll's head and pressed the power switch. Hiss. The sudden vibration when the razor started to work scared Lu Qin, and he shaved all the hair on the top of the Angora rabbit's head with a shaking hand. A Mediterranean Angora rabbit was born. Ha ha ha. Su Shanshan laughed so hard that she fell down. She imitated Lu Qin's arrogant look just now, and deliberately said, Look at me. Lu Qin's face was ashen, and his temples were throbbing. Xia Xiaolan shook her head, with an expression of I knew it, and wrote a few words in the column candidate hairdresser. Lu Qin out. Chapter 38. Finally, the responsibility of trimming hair fell on Ilia. Although he was not professional, his skills were better than theirs, and he was more than enough to trim the messy hair of pets. Lu Qin, who was eliminated, was autistic and cleaned up, unwilling to mention his failure. The flea market was planned to be held on the playground. A circle of red plastic track was divided into equal distances, and 2 rows of stalls were placed horizontally in the middle of the football field. The organizer thoughtfully arranged a temporary table for each stall. There was a number in front of the table. The stall owner only needed to find his own stall. On the day of the event, Qin Jiao and his friends arrived at the event venue early, and found the location of their stall according to the information on Qin Jiao's terminal. The stall was in the center of the football field, a relatively conspicuous position. Xia Xiaolan was satisfied and kept praising the arrangement. Other stall owners came one after another with carts or hired delivery robots in the school to transport miscellaneous items. Seeing the 5 of them standing together, but not much, they couldn't help but cast curious eyes, and guessed what they were going to sell. Qin Jiao picked up a spherical object on the table. She was curious about who dropped it, but when she looked up, she found the same thing on every table. Ilia saw Qin Jiao holding the ball with a puzzled look on his face, took the ball from her hand, and then pressed something. The ball flew up to the sky and hovered just above their booth. In Qin Jiao's surprised eyes, the ball projected a light screen with the words, Please enter data. This is a publicity column. Enter the pre-designed poster from the terminal, and it will display our booth information. Ilia delivered the promotional banner that their group had prepared long ago, and a picture of many small animals gathered in a circle immediately appeared on the light screen. The screen was still scrolling and switching, and the name of their booth and the scope of service were all clearly displayed. It was not the first time that Qin Jiao saw a virtual light screen propaganda column, but it was the first time that he saw a high-end ball that did not take up space and could be carried with him. As expected, the financial resources of Xinghuang were not ordinary terrifying. Because there were not many things, the arrangement work was completed quickly. The Mediterranean Angora rabbit wore a small hat on its head, covering its bald head. As a mascot, it sat obediently in front of the booth, reminding Lu Qin of his humiliation at all times. Today, Xinghuang will open the campus, and students from 2 nearby universities or residents living nearby can also come in to visit and buy their favorite items. Occasionally, teachers come to visit to see if they can pick up some treasures to use in the teacher's dormitory. Xia Xiaolan has not been idle these days. I don't know how she got into the nearby universities and found many potential customers for them. She looked at the information on the terminal and said, Now the owners of 2 dolls and a husky have booked me for cleaning and care in a while. I see if Jiao Ruo has any friends in the cute pet circle to support her work later. I've agreed with Jiao Ruo that if she can find 3 customers, we can provide Xiaomi's cleaning and care services for free. Everyone nodded and gave a thumbs up. In terms of sales, it has to be Xia Xiaolan. Around 9 o'clock, people began to pour into the flea market, and the playground that was originally only occupied by stall owners gradually became noisy. The shouting and communication filled the playground, which was extremely lively. Many people passed by their stall and stopped curiously. When they saw their business scope, some left directly, while others came up to ask a few questions to satisfy their curiosity. However, there were not many people who needed their services, and the real customers were only the 2 cats and 1 dog who had originally made an appointment. The hostess of the ragdoll cats first appeared with 2 ragdoll cats. Because they were the first customers, Xia Xiaolan kindly gave the cats a free essential oil massage. The ragdoll cats, which were originally quite irritable, gradually stopped resisting during the massage by Xia Xiaolan and Su Shanshan, making gurgling sounds in their mouths, squinting their eyes and enjoying it. Their owner's eyes lit up and looked at Xia Xiaolin and Su Shanshan with admiration. Her two ragdolls were notorious bullies in the pet care shops in this area. They were extremely powerful. Every time they took a bath, they would punch the clerk with bared teeth and kept shouting, which looked very ugly. They were almost banned by all nearby pet stores. Seeing Xia Xiaolin's promotion, she also went to Xia Xiaolin with the mentality of giving it a try. From Xia Xiaolin and Su Shanshan giving them massages, to Qin Jiao and Lu Qin bathing and trimming them, to finally Ilia trimming their hair and combing their loose hair, the two puppets were well behaved like fake toys and cooperated very well. When Xia Xiaolin handed them to the owner, the hostess frowned, said nothing, and was very serious. The five people looked at each other and began to recall which step they had done wrong and made the other party angry. Xia Xiaolin was mentally prepared to be scolded and said boldly, "A total of 600 star coins, you see." Suddenly, the hostess grabbed Xia Xiaolin's hand fiercely, with fanaticism in her eyes. "Will you open this stall in the future?" "Ah?" Xia Xiaolin was frightened by her behavior and gently pulled her hand away, ending in failure. She thought the other party wanted to seek revenge in the future, so she shook her head and said, No, it's just for these 2 days." The hostess was very disappointed, and she asked again, "Is it really not open?" Xia Xiaolin nodded. The hostess sighed, and everyone was puzzled. She didn't look angry, did she? The hostess's face was full of smiles again, and she generously paid 1,000 star coins. "It's worth it." The two babies didn't bite in response to the pressure, and returned to her hands fragrantly. God knows, their fur has been tangled for a long time, and they are so dirty, but I didn't expect that a few students could easily solve this century-old problem. Xia Xiaolin was stunned for a moment when she saw the extra 1,000 star coins in her account. The hostess smiled and said, "Your service is worth it. Alas, I don't know if there will be a next time. Have you ever thought about opening a pet care shop after graduation?" The five people heard that this was a path they had never imagined, but it seemed that it was not impossible. A seed was quietly planted in everyone's heart. After the hostess left, seeing that there were no customers for the time being, the playful Su Shanshan and Lu Qin slipped away to visit their stall, and the remaining three stayed where they were. Lightning passed through the crowd, came to the stall, and jumped onto the table. Lightning saw the long-haired rabbit sitting next to it, and nudged it with his nose, and the long-haired rabbit fell to the ground with a snap. Seeing this, Xia Xiaolin pretended to be nervous. "You are finished, you broke my mascot." Lightning looked at Xia Xiaolin with his round eyes, and then looked down at the long-haired rabbit lying on the ground, with its hat falling off, revealing its bald head. It blinked and fell into thought. Did it break it? But the rabbit's head is really bald. What should I do? Lightning's eyes for help fell into Qinjiao's eyes. Qinjiao was playful, and said seriously, "Yes, Lightning, how did you break someone else's rabbit? What should I do? Or you can replace him as a mascot?" So Lightning was fooled by Qinjiao. Qinjiao took off the little skirt on the long-haired rabbit, and put it on Lightning. Xia Xiaolin also enthusiastically found the lace headband from the bottom of the box, and gave it to Qinjiao. Qinjiao tied it on Lightning, and put it in the original position of the long-eared rabbit. "Sit upright." Lightning sat up immediately after hearing it. On the lawn where people came and went, the Black Lightning wore a pink toy princess suit, attracting a lot of attention. Looking at the cute Lightning, some people's hearts were melted and wanted to come up and touch it. But when she saw that the other party was not a toy or a cat, but a little black panther, she immediately withdrew her intention to tease him. Su Shanshan, who had returned from afar, saw Lightning and couldn't help laughing. "Oh, whose little princess is this?" Lightning was unhappy when he heard it, and glared at her fiercely, and his originally round and cute big eyes became fierce. Qinjiao immediately said, "Mascots should be gentle and can't be angry." Su Shanshan watched Lightning's sharp eyes withdraw, and he became cute again between closing and opening. But she still didn't dare to touch it. The owner of the husky happened to bring the husky to wash and care. He was just a little surprised to see Lightning, and didn't say much else. There are many people who keep exotic pets in the Interstellar. He has seen lions, tigers, pythons and ostriches and other strange pets. Last time, he saw someone keeping a tank of dung beetles and a tank of cockroaches at home, which frightened him speechless. Now the threshold of acceptance has become higher, and he has become immune. There is nothing wrong with a husky, except that it likes to sing while bathing. The sound is so loud that it often attracts people's attention. Lightning was so annoyed by the noise that he stood up on his 2 legs and covered his ears with his 2 paws. Yes, it's safe. Trained war beasts can be taken out to crowded places. As long as there is no external stimulation or threat, they generally do not actively attack humans. Gene Chung was broadcasting live and taking his fans to visit the Star King flea market. Hurricane stood on his shoulder, looking around with his little head, and seemed to be very interested in the human market. He succumbed to the burning gaze of the golden-winged eagle, bought a grilled sausage, and was about to continue walking along the runway. The next moment, his eyes swept to the football field, and a small dark figure attracted his attention. Gene Chung walked over there, and the camera of the terminal also followed his gaze. Xia Xiaolan returned the leash to the dog owner and chatted with him. The dog owner said, "Sorry, it just likes to bark. I'm going to take it to be sterilized next week. The doctor said it might be quieter after sterilization." Qingjiu asked on the side, "Why do you want to sterilize it?" "After sterilization, they are less likely to get sick and live longer." Qingjiu nodded, not quite understanding. She looked at Lightning thinking. After a while, she picked up Lightning and carefully observed its little bell. Then she flicked its little bell gently as Lightning's pupils trembled. "How about taking you to be sterilized too?" Chapter 39. Lightning clamped his legs together, waved his front paws, opened his mouth, and revealed his sharp fangs. He struggled hard and almost scratched Qingjiu. "What sterilization?" "It's a war beast. Not a pet. If he sterilizes it, where will its leopard face go?" Qingjiu saw that it reacted violently, put it down, and suppressed the arc of his mouth. Lightning is Teacher Edel's war beast, and she has no right to interfere with Lightning's leopard life. Whether to sterilize it is a question that Teacher Edel should think about, not her. It's just to scare it, but it reacts so strongly. The moment it landed on the table, Lightning looked at Qingjiu vigilantly. Qingjiu was amused by its reaction, rubbed its head hard, and said, Okay, I won't mention it." Lightning still doubted her words, but he didn't show any excitement anymore, and licked his paws silently. Qingjiu saw that he had coaxed it, and no longer paid attention to Lightning. After she and Xia Xiaolan smiled, and sent the owner of the husky away, they found that Gene Chung was standing next to the stall. Gene Chung held a sausage in his hand close to his face, so that Hurricane could reach it. Hurricane pecked at the sausage twice, and quickly retracted his beak. It licked its tongue and pecked twice after a while, as if it had no way to eat the steaming sausage. Qingjiu was happy, because the sausage was hot, and the greedy eagle head was hot. "Qingjiu, blow on the child, you see how anxious it is." Gene Chung did not reply, and kept a posture with his eyes empty, as if in a daze. Qingjiu saw that he was in a daze, and waved his hand in front of him. "Gene Chung?" Gene Cheng's eyes slowly focused on Qingjiu, and he looked at Qingjiu with a complicated look. His live broadcast room also exploded after a short silence. "What is she doing?" "Ringing the bell." "That's a black panther. Your vice president is really not afraid of death." "Damn, this is the dignity of a male panther." "It's over, it's not clean anymore." "Wait, is this little black panther the one that appeared with Bai Shui before?" "The little skirt is so cute, I thought it was a girl." "Family members, look at me, I'm going to announce something scary." A viewer with the ID The Guy Who Plays with Scrap Metal left a message in the live broadcast room. "This little black panther is a war beast, the war beast of Master Edel, Bai Shui's younger brother Lightning, and also a hurricane panther." As soon as these words came out, the bullet screen in the live broadcast room jumped so fast that it was almost impossible to catch it with the naked eye. Even because of the huge amount of bullet screens that appeared at the same time, the entire live broadcast room was stuck, and then the screen went black for a while. "Brother, don't talk nonsense, you will be banned for spreading rumors." "That's right, it's okay to ban your account, but for spreading rumors about the war beast, Gene Cheng's live broadcast room will also be finished. Even if you have 100 guts, you wouldn't dare to say that you want to capture a war beast and sterilize it, right? Moreover, according to what you said, it is a rare war beast, the swift leopard. Are you really not afraid that the War Beast Management Bureau will come to confront you with a knife?" Edel, who was still working overtime in the office building, accidentally clicked into Gene Cheng's live broadcast room during his break. Seeing Lightning dressed up in pink, he took screenshots frantically, and did not forget to transfer the terminal screen to Bai Shui. Bai Shui looked up and saw that the golden pupils were wide open, and then the mouth opened to both sides, as if making a silent laugh. Edel looked at the strange ID, thought about it, and also said a word in the live broadcast room. "Edel V, yes, it is Lightning." As soon as this barrage came out, it set off an uproar in the live broadcast room. "Is it a high imitation?" "It doesn't seem to be a high imitation." "Is it an official account?" "With AV family members." "Fuck. It's really Master Edel." Is it a war beast? Ah? Are war beasts that small? Cold knowledge, the swift leopard can change its size at will. Haven't you seen World of War Beasts? There is a popular science. Jean Cheng's live broadcast room was sent to the hot search, and the various angles of the lightning in the video were cut into photos and sent out. The cute lightning gained a lot of mother fans. Jean Chung took a deep breath and reduced the live broadcast page. In just a few months, his live broadcast room has been on the hot search several times, and each time it was Qinzhou's hand. He was thinking in his mind whether to invite Qinzhou to be his exclusive guest to bring him more popularity. The people behind Qinzhou were bombarded with messages from their respective friends and former classmates because of their brief appearance. The terminal kept ringing, and they were confused. They lowered their heads and opened the terminal to take a look, and finally knew what happened. They all turned to look at Lightning, their faces full of surprise. They had always thought that Lightning was just a smart pet of a different species, and never thought of him as a war beast. But now, many of their doubts have been answered. For example, why can't it understand human language? Why is he often not by Qinzhou's side? Qinzhou is never anxious. Why Qinzhou doesn't need to take care of his daily eating, drinking, defecating, etc. Only Ilia, who knew the answer a week earlier than them, was relatively calm. He looked at the screenshot on the terminal. The screen was the bullet screen area of Jean Cheng's live broadcast room, and the ID that broke the news was circled in red. He opened the chat dialog box, found Xiaofeng's name, typed a few words, and clicked send. That guy who plays iron is you. In Lingxi Academy, Xiaofeng, who was half lying on the bed enjoying the weekend, hummed a little song and was satisfied with the information storm he had created. When he saw that Alade had sent a message, he didn't have the slightest idea of hiding it, and replied with a hymn. He found the hot search about Edel, and clicked in, glanced at it, and closed it. He believed that Master Edel had the same purpose as himself in revealing his identity as Lightning. Since Qinzhou was not a student majoring in beast control, and had no proof of study, she could not join the beast control army, so she would take a shortcut in another way to get her recognition. Ability is more important than a piece of paper. As long as there are enough recommendations, the group of old and corrupt reviewers will have to let her go. Who in the entire galaxy can find another person who dares to treat war beasts like this? She must have a unique talent in beast control. If Qinzhou's previous extraordinary behavior made the higher-ups pay attention to her, then this incident would definitely be a turning point in their contact. The War Beast Management Bureau and the Beast Taming Army will probably try every possible means to find out the truth, right? Xiaofeng opened the secret document from the military on the terminal and read it carefully for the nth time. The remnants of the Tiger Suppression Operation. The interstellar space will surely be filled with blood and gore in the near future. Chapter 40. Jean Chung sorted out his thoughts. He looked up and took in the information on the bulletin board, a little surprised. With your small stall, can there be customers? Qinzhou glared at him. How can you talk like that? We will definitely make a lot of money. Look at our flawless equipment. After she finished speaking, she pointed to the children's pool behind her, and the pet bath gel placed next to it. Jean Chung took a quick look and ruthlessly mocked. It's not as good as a pet store. Qinzhou was so angry that her teeth itched. You want to get beaten, right? Go away. Don't stop us from making a lot of money. Jean Chung chuckled. Look at your shop that hits flies. How can you make a lot of money? Qinzhou really wanted to find a needle to sew Jean Cheng's mouth shut. It's just that she almost cheated him out of a meal last time. Is it necessary to be so stingy? Jean Chung didn't mean to make her angry. He had his own plans. He turned his head and looked at Hurricane. It had been a while since the last time he took a bath. Hey, since there are no customers now, why don't you give Hurricane a bath? Qinzhou, who was so angry the moment before, comforted herself instantly. In Qinzhou's eyes, Jean Chung once again became a walking star coin card. She nodded like pounding garlic, with a smile on her face, and flattered. Okay. Okay. Our baby Hurricane hasn't had a bath for a long time. It's time to have a nice bath. Xia Xiaolin quickly withdrew her attention from the terminal when she heard it, and was almost scared to death by Qinzhou. She pulled Qinzhou's arm, walked to the back, and whispered, It's a war beast. Qinzhou blinked. I gave it a bath. It's very well behaved, and Jean Chung is generous. You can get 1,000 star coins for a bath. Xia Xiaolin still disagreed. Have you forgotten how Jean Chung was pecked last time? His arm was bloody. Qinzhou could understand her worries. After all, war beasts were not ordinary pets. The reason why they were able to deal with the ragdoll cat and the husky just now was because they learned some basics of animal training in Ilia's class. For common small animals, It was enough to make them obedient and quiet. But the war beast was out of the range of animal training, and they could not repeat the same trick and give the war beast a calming hint. As long as it was unhappy, it would attack and hurt people in a minute. They were not as special as Qinjiu. Qinjiu's partner last time was Jin Chung, who was the owner of the hurricane and had an advantage in this matter. Qinjiu lowered her head and pondered for a moment. She looked at the 4 people waiting for her decision, and she said carefully, "How about trying it? I catch it first, and you can run if you find danger?" They were also struggling in their hearts. They had never touched the war beast up close. They had both respect and curiosity for the war beast. This proposal was almost fatally tempting. Ilia thought that Gu Zheng could also hold lightning. Maybe the war beast is not as scary as they thought. Ilia, I think we can try it. If it has an attacking tendency, we will run. Su Shanshan and Lu Qin also agreed with Ilia's statement. Xia Xiaolan was still struggling, but when she saw that they passed the proposal unanimously, she gritted her teeth, and the hesitation in her eyes completely disappeared. She turned around and walked quickly to the table, slapped it hard. "Come on." So, Jean Cheng's live broadcast room ushered in the second small peak of traffic today. Ah? Is it time to give the Golden Wind Eagle a bath again? But is it really okay for Jean Chung not to go? Wait, when Hurricane was bathing last time, didn't the breeder look a bit like Qinjiu? Someone immediately sent the replay to the live broadcast room. How can it be a bit like him? It's Qinjiu himself. Have you watched the opening ceremony of Xinhuang and the live broadcast of the selection of war beasts? How come you can't recognize him? The above? It's been a few months, and I can't remember him because of face blindness. Forget about his appearance, the name already sounds like a distant memory. Wait a minute, let me sort it out. So the reason why the Golden Wind Eagle was able to go into the water last time was all Qinjiu's credit. That makes sense, folks. I felt something was wrong last time. The Golden Wind Eagle had attacked Jin Chung not long ago. How come it became docile in the blink of an eye? That's right. And Jin Chung avoided answering our questions. It's not that he was being mysterious, but that he didn't know it all. So, Qinjiu is not a professional beast tamer. Don't you think it's outrageous? Who knows? Maybe she just likes pet care? But I think she can start a new industry. Let's call it War Beast Care. There will definitely be no competitors. Damn! The people above have a good business sense. This is a path I never imagined. Drive quickly. I also want to give my Golden Wind Eagle a bath. If I didn't have to take a 6-hour interstellar train to Shirong Star, I would immediately take my war beast and set off. Click, brother, I want it too. I also. Qinjiu took the sausage from Jin Cheng's hand and lured Hurricane to fly to her arm. Compared to Guangming, Hurricane is definitely a big foodie, and he can't walk when he sees food. Qinjiu believes that what Jin Chung gives to Hurricane must be the best, so she never understands why he can be so greedy even though he eats and drinks well every day. Maybe because of the hard training, he eats a lot. After Hurricane was successfully transferred, Qinjiu walked to the pool behind carefully, not daring to breathe, for fear that Hurricane would see the full pool of water in advance. Several people exchanged glances and retreated behind Qinjiu. Jin Chung walked around the pool. This time he didn't plan to intervene or help. He wanted to see if Hurricane would refuse if he was a stranger. Is it a coincidence that only Qinjiu can touch the war beast, or does Qinjiu really have a special ability to make the war beast accept the touch of other humans? He also wants to know the answer. Qinjiu didn't plan to use coercive measures. She moved her arm above the swimming pool, and then moved the sausage away. Hurricane looked at Qinjiu in confusion, and Qinjiu pointed to the pool below with the sausage. Hurricane lowered his eagle head, and saw the golden sunlight reflected on the sparkling water. Its pupil shrank almost instantly. Before it could escape, Qinjiu spoke first. After you take a shower, I will give you the sausage. Hurricane wanted to refuse, and it could get what it wanted by threatening Jin Chung. But after it looked up and looked into Qinjiu's dark eyes, it seemed to have lost all its strength and nodded obediently. Qinjiu nodded with satisfaction, and the dark light in his eyes disappeared quietly, as if it had never appeared. Qinjiu, go down. As soon as she finished speaking, Hurricane splashed into the small pool in the eyes of everyone's disbelief. The children's pool was not deep, and Hurricane's claws could touch the bottom of the pool, but only half of the eagle's body was soaked in the water. It's so fierce, I saw the Golden Wind Eagle committing suicide. So you can trade with it with a sausage? Am I watching a sci-fi movie? Last time, Qinjiu used force to get Hurricane into the water, but this time he used both trickery and deception to get Hurricane to go down willingly. Jin Cheng's head was buzzing. This was also very sci-fi to him. Qinjiu waved back, and Ilia came up first. He held 2 bath balls, gave one to Qinjiu, and kept one for himself. Qinjiu, take its wings and try it. Ilia did as he was told. When he touched Hurricane, Hurricane turned his head and glanced at him, but did not make any other movements, tacitly approving his behavior. Jin Chung suppressed the turbulent waves in his heart, and re-examined Qinjiu, who was teaching Ilia how to make bubbles. No, she was very wrong. She must have some secret that they didn't know. It seems that she doesn't know it herself. The two of them were bathing Hurricane well, and Guangming suddenly appeared and sat on the other side of the children's pool. Because of its movements, Hurricane was almost knocked down by the waves. It narrowed its eyes slightly, and cast a sharp gaze at Guangming. But when it saw Guangming close his eyes, it showed doubts in its eyes, and then slowly relaxed. In the world of war beasts, the vulnerable groups will be taken care of. Just like when Bai Shui appeared with Qinjiu, no one doubted whether Qinjiu had any extraordinary qualities, but instead attributed the reason to the blind swift eagle. Bai Shui and lightning would also give way to Guangming when playing on weekdays. Qiuqiu was afraid that they would snatch food at first, but later he would take the initiative to give Guangming his cans. These are the customary care and concern between war beasts. Hurricane is of course the same. So it acquiesced to Guangming playing in the water beside it, even though this kid is really annoying. Guangming flapped his big wings, splashing water everywhere and chattering non-stop. Qinjiu wiped the water drops on his face and looked at the mess helplessly. Completely different from Hurricane, Guangming likes playing with water, and likes it very much. He splashed water on Hurricane and Qinjiu, wanting them to play with him. Hurricane couldn't help but turn his body to the other side, with his back facing Guangming. Qinjiu saw that it was also soaked, so he simply washed it together. Guangming had no desire to attack humans, nor did he reject humans approaching. Even Lilith could touch and hug it, so there was no problem leaving it to Xia Xiaolin and the others. So the live broadcast room quickly refreshed the barrage. Does anyone know what the Swift Eagle is called? Guangming, I think it's called this name. Guangming just wants to play with water. Play with it. What's wrong with a child liking to play with water? Let him play. That's right, do you know Bubble Tuachuo? I have a friend who wants to see a bubble on their head. He will die with regrets if he can't see it. The upstairs person doesn't need to curse himself. Qinjiu accidentally looked up, and found that Jin Chung occasionally watched the live broadcast barrage. She thought about it, took out a little yellow duck from the box, and put it on Hurricane's head. Hurricane was just curious for a moment, and then closed his eyes, and rested as if nothing had happened, letting them wash. Ah! Qinjiu, from today on, I won't allow anyone to disobey you. I am your die-hard fan. Family members, I have no regrets in death, I will sleep first. Let me ask, can you watch the entire Interstellar tour? I will sign up immediately. Please, my biggest wish in this life is that my golden winged eagle can be clean for once. Star Tour, vote for a wash. I'm from you launching, I'm the closest, tour me first. Don't cut in line upstairs. First come, first served. Some people are still arguing on the internet, but I'm smart enough to have bought a star train to Shirong Star. See you tomorrow at Star King. Hee hee. Damn, you don't have martial ethics. Equally jealous of all planets close to Shirong Star. The live broadcast room was in chaos, and Jin Chung had to respond to their doubts. How much does it cost to wash once? I gave 5,000, and also included the cost of buying 10 kilograms of freeze-dried food. Very cheap? Yes, a conscience price. Will it be there tomorrow? The flea market is on the weekend, so theoretically it will be there. But I don't recommend you to come. Jin Chung saw the crowd running with his war beasts from a distance, and he turned the camera over. We Star Kings may not be able to get in line. When Qinjiu and his friends finally finished their work, and were about to pack up, a long queue had already formed in front of the stall. The team was basically carrying war beasts. The smaller ones followed their masters, and the larger ones were placed in cages, and carried by delivery robots. The large number of war beasts that appeared at the same time frightened the other students, and they all moved away from them, isolating a piece of open space for this long team. Qinjiu was stunned when she looked up. Seeing the long team and various war beasts, she couldn't help but have an idea in her mind. What? Are alien beasts going to attack Xinguang? Chapter 41. The first person in the team was Dailu, whom Qinjiu hadn't seen for a long time. She was holding a white fox in her arms, with a diamond-shaped red mark on her face. The moment she saw Qinjiu, she jumped off Dailu, stood on the table, and sniffed in Qinjiu's direction. Lightning was beside it, and slapped the white fox off the table with an expressionless face. Qingjiu, Dailu, The expected scene of the white fox attacking Lightning in anger did not appear, but the white fox landed and ran behind Dailu with its tail between its legs. This. Jin Chung happily touched Hurricane's soft feathers and explained to her, they are of different levels. The class consciousness in the war beast world is very strong. The high-level war beasts absolutely suppress the low-level war beasts. Dailu scratched her head and whispered, my red-heart fox is an A-level war beast, so it's not a low-level war beast. She raised her eyes with resentment and glanced at Lightning, who was swinging her skirt on the table, and squeezed her head into Qingjiu's palm. Well, compared to other S-level war beasts, it is indeed a bit lower. Speaking of shame, it was the first time that Qingjiu came into contact with war beasts other than S-level. She looked down at the red-heart fox hiding behind Dailu, and looking at her timidly, and asked, what is its name? Dailu, friends. Lightning was dissatisfied with Qingjiu, a playboy, for flirting with other beasts again. It opened its mouth and bit Qingjiu's palm. It didn't hurt, but it just made my hand full of saliva. She let the lightning gnaw and asked the question in her mind. Why are so many of you fighting beasts going out together? Is there something going on? Dailu shook her head, picked up Jin, and said, we are here to consume. She pointed at Hurricane. My war beast also wants to take a bath, but it won't let me put on some foam, and only gives it a sloppy rinse every time, and it can't be washed clean. Her request made Qingjiu a little embarrassed. Qingjiu suggested that Hurricane could take a bath, because he had experience before, and felt that they could do the job. At that time, Xia Xiaolin and the others were also there, and they knew more or less about Hurricane's temper, and they accepted Hurricane as a customer after careful consideration. But none of them had ever met Jin, and they didn't know what its temper was like, so Qingjiu didn't dare to agree rashly. And the person in charge of the stall was not her, but Xia Xiaolin, and she couldn't make the decision. According to Xia Xiaolin's cautious character, she shouldn't agree, right? She turned around and looked at Xia Xiaolin, and saw that Xia Xiaolin's eyes were like torches, so hot that they wanted to devour her. Qingjiu? Xia Xiaolin said excitedly, come. Anyone can come. I'm so strong now, I can wash 10. She had such a big change because she saw the star coins transferred by Jin Chung in her terminal. 3,000 star coins. One war beast is worth 10 pets. She gave Guangming a bath, but nothing happened except that Guangming splashed water all over her. The war beast is just a naughty little guy. Although not as obedient as a pet, it is not impossible to deal with. She can do it. Qingjiu saw that Xia Xiaolin was willing, so she had no objection and smiled as she reached out to take Xin from Dailu's hand. Ah, it will bite, be careful. Before Dailu finished her words, Xin had already jumped into Qingjiu's arms. Dailu? Qingjiu grabbed Xin's paw and shook it to Dailu. Say goodbye to the master, we're going to take a bath. Dailu opened her mouth slightly. It seemed that it was not an accident that she could defeat the hurricane. She saw a dark light flash in Qingjiu's eyes, and her heart was shocked. For a moment, she thought Qingjiu was giving instructions to the war beast. She quickly stared at Qingjiu's eyes to confirm, and found that Qingjiu was normal. Was it an illusion? Lightning followed Qingjiu, and its little leopard face was very serious. It had to supervise the red-heart fox not to act coquettishly in front of Qingjiu and ask for a hug, so as not to easily seduce Qingjiu, a weak-willed scumbag. In order for them not to lose favor, its task was really arduous. Dailu also went around to the pool at the back. She watched Qingjiu, and the others clearly divided the work and really made bath bubbles for the red-heart fox. She couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. Jin is really taking a shower. Dailu squatted next to Qingjiu and said, fortunately, you can successfully open this stall, otherwise Jin would have missed this opportunity. Qingjiu heard the hidden meaning in her words, and kept a watchful eye. Sister, what do you mean? Dailu, I don't know who is so confused and puts the materials in a mess when sorting them out. If I hadn't been on duty that day, and saw your application sandwiched in another stack of documents, your application would not have been submitted. Fortunately, it was stuck on the last day of the review, so I submitted it to you. Qingjiu paused, and then continued to make bubbles for the red-heart fox as if nothing had happened, and thanked her. Thank you, sister. It would be too stupid for her to guess what it meant. Yes, if Qingjiu's application was not approved, when she went to review and found that her application did not exist, she would definitely hold the person in charge on duty that day accountable because she did not seriously confirm that there were no omissions in the documents on that day before handing them over to the next person. But if it was found in another folder in the same cabinet, then the person who took over the arrangement of the data would be blamed. What a trick to escape. It was just a trick. And why did Dailu find out? Qinjiao secretly glanced at Dailu. She still looked simple and innocent. It seems that she is not as naive as she looks. Jean Chung was strongly asked by the live broadcast room to stop the live broadcast at this stall, so he had to ask Qinjiao for a chair and sit aside to tease Hurricane. To others, he seemed like the boss here supervising his employees to work. Xia Xiaolin asked Jean Chung how many star coins he would charge to meet the market price of the war beast. Jean Chung raised 3 fingers and replied, "According to the number I gave you, it's about right." So Xia Xiaolin was very happy to hear that the balance of star coins in the terminal in units of 3,000 was constantly increasing. When encountering a larger war beast, Jean Chung asked them to charge 5,000 star coins. The barrage in the live broadcast room was all teasing that Jean Chung was the boss, and he could get his employees to collect money and do things with just a flick of his finger. Qinjiao had to sigh that the students majoring in beast control were really rich. 3,000 star coins were enough for her and Guangming to live for more than 2 months. Today's turnover was probably a figure they could not budget. They made money, but there were also disadvantages. They worked from morning until the sunset in the evening without stopping to eat. If they hadn't been wearing gloves, their 10 fingers would probably be swollen now. Other stalls had closed one after another, and only their line was still long. Xia Xiaolin felt that this was not a solution, so she put down her work and walked towards the line. "We are about to close the stall today. If you are willing to wait, come back tomorrow. I will first pull you into a group and number you from the first person in the line. If you don't want to come tomorrow, you don't have to take a number. After all, they have been queuing for a long time, and some people must be dissatisfied. Although they are grumbling, their actions are very honest. They are willing to leave only after getting the number plate." Finally, after they returned the last hound war beast to his owner, they all collapsed to the ground. "I'm so tired." Although the war beasts would not attack them, the whole bathing process was also very well behaved. But because most of them have not been thoroughly cleaned for a long time, there are a lot of dust, loose hair, and dead knots on their bodies, and the process of grooming requires a lot of energy. Even in the middle of the process, Lu Qin was assigned to buy pet wash. The half box of shower gel he originally brought was not enough for these dirty beasts. When they were busy, they didn't feel hungry even if they didn't eat. Now that they stopped, they felt a strong hunger. They just felt their chests sticking to their backs. Stall owner: "Apply to go out for a good meal tonight." Xia Xiaolin looked at the bright zero in the newly created public account today, and was in a good mood. She responded very straightforwardly, "Approved." They packed up their things and put them in place, and closed the bulletin board before leaving. Xia Xiaolin also enthusiastically invited Jean Chung to go with her, but Jean Chung refused. They chose the X-restaurant that Qinjiao and the student union went to last time, and chose a private room to sit down and order. Qinjiao found that the waiter who came in was the one who was scared by lightning last time, and she subconsciously clamped lightning between her ankles. Lightning, whose head was suddenly clamped, ? "If you need anything, you can ring the bell to call us." "Okay, thank you." The waiter left the private room, and Qinjiao let go of lightning. Lightning climbed up Qinjiao's pants and onto her thighs, curling up into a ball. Qinjiao glanced at the white leopard paw prints on her pants, and she decided to give it a bath tomorrow. Halfway through her meal, she got up to go to the bathroom. Just as she was halfway down the corridor, a leopard cat appeared from the corner and rubbed her ankle affectionately. Qinjiao thought it was cute, so he squatted down and touched its head. "Jasmine, Jasmine, where have you been?" A familiar voice came into Qinjiao's ears, and she raised her eyebrows slightly, with an intriguing arc at the corner of her mouth. The other party was running in the corridor in a hurry, looking left and right, and finally saw the leopard cat at the end of the corridor. She relaxed and still blamed, "Next time you run around, I won't take you out to play." She walked in front of the leopard cat and saw Qinjiao, who had been blocked by the corner wall. The surprised expression on her face flashed, and was replaced by disgust. "Why are you here?" Qinjiao slowly stood up, and the smile on his face did not reach his eyes. "It's really a narrow road for enemies." Senior Sister Qingling, what a coincidence. Chapter 42. Qingling picked up the leopard cat, and regardless of its resistance, she turned around with a sullen face and strode away. Qinjiao was not angry at her rude behavior, but just found it funny. He didn't know how he could become her imaginary enemy. Maybe it was because she was not a student of their ace major when she entered school, and they thought she was an alien? Or maybe she didn't have any family background, so she looked easy to control. But no matter what the reason was, Qingjiu didn't care. She was just an inconspicuous passerby in Qingjiu's life. This little thing was a small episode in Qingjiu's happy life, and it didn't affect her good mood of making a lot of money today. But when Qingjiu returned to the box, lightning became alert and circled around her several times. That's right. She smells like other animals. Lightning was furious. How could this person sneak out of his sight just a few minutes later? It was heartbroken. After all, it was wrong. Qingjiu saw lightning looked like the sky was falling, unhappy, and began to recall what happened today. Is it so irritating to let it wear a princess dress? Qingjiu couldn't help but reflect on whether he was a little too much. One man and one leopard, their thoughts were poles apart, and there was no intersection. Early in the morning of the second day, before dawn, the line in front of their stall had already formed. They hadn't even set up their stall yet, and they couldn't help but be surprised when they saw the line. Xia Xiaolin stepped forward to ask them why they came so early. According to their idea, as long as they came early, before the people with the numbers in front of them arrived, they would have the right to enjoy the service in advance. Well, that's not wrong. But aren't you guys stuck here? Qingjiu looked at the long line and wondered what time they started queuing. Wouldn't they stay out with the war beast late at night, sitting in the wind with a small stool? Qingjiu imagined that scene. So sad, so crazy. But their enthusiasm also reminded Qingjiu and his friends that today would probably be a day of exhaustion. Qingjiu took the war beast from the owner according to the normal process, but the leopard cat in front of her made her feel very familiar. She looked up at the leopard cat's owner, who was a completely unfamiliar face. Qingjiu did not take the leopard cat to the washing area. She asked with a smile on her face that was not as good as her eyes, "What's its name?" The owner of the leopard cat pinched the corner of her clothes with her fingers. Her eyes were vague, and she dared not look at Qingjiu. She hesitated for a long time before saying two words. "Hua hua." Qingjiu put the leopard cat down and said shocking words in front of Xia Xiaolin's confused eyes. "I think its situation is more complicated. We want to charge 6,000 star coins. Are you willing?" She used an inquiring tone, but no one thought she was discussing with the owner of the leopard cat. On the contrary, her gentle tone carried an irresistible meaning. Everyone could hear the hidden meaning. Wash it if you want, don't wash it if you don't want. The owner of the leopard cat obviously didn't expect the current situation to happen. Her breathing became obviously rapid, and she stammered, Why, you are just asking for a higher price." Qingjiu shrugged. She was too lazy to pretend, waved her hand, and smiled gently with a thorny smile. "Yes, I am asking for a higher price now." Although Xia Xiaolin is the stall owner, she should stop Qingjiu's self-destructive behavior. But she is also Qingjiu's good classmate, roommate, and sister, so she certainly stands on Qingjiu's side. Qingjiu must have her reasons for doing this, and Xia Xiaolin did not interfere with Qingjiu's actions throughout the process. After all, if Qingjiu did not have the special ability to attract war beasts, they would not be able to grow bigger and stronger. In this small piece of land, in this simple stall, Xia Xiaolin is the boss in theory, but Qingjiu is actually the real boss. The owner of the leopard cat did not expect Qingjiu to be so blunt and openly targeted, and she was speechless for a while. Others who were queuing behind saw that there seemed to be a dispute in front, and the whispering gradually increased. Some of the owners in the front line repeated Qingjiu's words, and some felt that Qingjiu was shameless. They were all students, but he actually raised the price. Some people think that caring for war beasts is a time-consuming and laborious job. Qingjiu and his service is much better than the service of the institutions outside that need anesthesia to care for war beasts, so it is reasonable to increase the price. The two sides were deadlocked for a long time, and the student union members who were patrolling came over. We received a report that someone raised the price and deceived consumers. Is there such a thing? Qingjiu put away his thorny eyes and turned to the student union team. It was a familiar voice again. The moment the leopard cat appeared in the student union, it ran towards their leader with a cheerful pace. It completely ignored the man's face that was so dark that it could be twisted out of ink, and it was intimate and happy. Qing Ling glared at the girl who was standing in front of the stall, and cursed her in her heart as a useless thing. She looked unhappy. Qingjiu put on a false smile and said in a gentle voice, "No, we do charge a service fee of 3,000 star coins for a small war beast, but the premise is that its owner brings it here in person. After all, if something goes wrong with the war beast when it is sent for cleaning, the risk we need to bear will be very large." The darker Qing Ling's face became, the deeper Qingjiu's smile became. She lowered her head, and called out to the war beast named Hua Hua, "Your owner didn't bring you here in person. She must be very busy." "Right, Jasmine." From the moment Qingjiu called out Jasmine, the owner of the leopard cat dodged Xia Xiaolan's surprised eyes, and felt like sitting on pins and needles. She wanted to escape, but she couldn't. If Qingling hadn't put pressure on her with the class rating this semester and asked her to help, she would never do this for Qingling. She had worked hard for a semester to get a scholarship. If she failed the scholarship assessment because of the class rating of a vice president of the student union, she would collapse. Finally, she could only succumb to Qingling's tyranny and bring Jasmine for Qingling. Jasmine was not her war beast, but fortunately, her IQ was not high and she could still control it. Otherwise, she would not dare to bring other people's war beasts out even if she had 10 courage. But she didn't understand why Qingling didn't bring Jasmine herself. At this time, caught in the silent game between the two, she seemed to know why Qingling asked her to do it for her. It seemed that there was some friction between Qingling and Qingjiu. Jasmine tilted her head when she heard Qingjiu calling its name, and she could not feel the sparks and invisible gunpowder smell between the two people at all. It walked briskly to Qingjiu's side and rubbed against her feet, just as intimate as when it met it yesterday. Xia Xiaolan's eyes wandered among the three people, and finally fell on Qingjiu and Qingling's faces. She pondered for a moment, and said to the girl who was still trembling, "Sorry, we don't accept war beasts sent by people other than the owner for care. If it's not your war beast, then we will reject the order unless you can show proof that it is your war beast." The girl glanced at Qingling's cold eyes, and she trembled all over, and shouted in a somewhat collapsed manner, "It's my war beast! It's my war beast! It's called Hua Hua, not Jasmine." Her voice was loud, attracting the curious eyes of passers-by. Someone noticed the leopard cat walking around Qingjiu's feet, and couldn't help discussing, "Isn't that the war beast of Qingling, the vice president of the 4th grade student union? How did it become hers? Who is she?" "I don't know, it must be Jasmine." The tip of Jasmine's tail has a black circle, which is a rare sign of a high-grade leopard cat. Qingling chose Jasmine, and showed off for a long time. So when did Qingling abandon her war beast? Isn't it illegal to abandon a war beast? It shouldn't be, after all, it is her favorite baby. Strange. The voices of the passers-by's discussion were neither loud nor soft, and just fell into the ears of the people in the center of the storm. The girl's first reaction was, "It's over. She's completely finished." Qingling was not angry at all because of being found out. Instead, she said calmly, "Yes, it's Jasmine, my war beast. But so what? You run a business? I'm busy and don't have time. Is there any problem with my friend sending it?" Qingjiu chuckled and replied, "Of course there is no problem. As I just said, we have to take certain risks instead of sending it for cleaning. So the price for Jasmine is 6,000 star coins. Can you accept it?" 6,000 star coins were obviously too high for a kind-hearted war beast. She could give it, but she felt it was not worth it. And Qingjiu obviously raised the price because he was targeting her. Even if she agreed, she would not be happy to pay the money. She was still weighing the pros and cons in her mind, and Xia Xiaolan had already said, "I'm sorry, I'm the person in charge. Just like I just said, we don't accept war beasts that are not brought by the owner. Even if Qingjiu agrees to you, we will refuse to accept it." Qingjiu smiled secretly in her heart. Her boss is great. Xia Xiaolan still knows her true thoughts. Qingjiu cooperated with Xia Xiaolan's words, pretending to be very sorry, sighed, and said, "Alas, the boss said he doesn't agree, and I have no choice. Raising the price is just a way to discuss Qingling. The result is the same. Qingjiu will not provide any service to her Jasmine. Qingjiu is not a good person." Facing Qingling's repeated targeting, Qingjiu did not turn his face on the spot, which does not mean that Qingjiu is easy to bully. She was more like a poisonous snake lurking in the dark, quietly looking for an opportunity to strike a fatal blow to her prey. Seeing Qingjiu and Xia Xiaolan singing the same tune, Qingling realized that she had been fooled. The other party was playing tricks on her, and she was embarrassed in front of so many people. Qingling couldn't even maintain a hypocritical smile. She had a dark face and hugged Jasmine. "If you don't accept it, then don't accept it. You are not the only one who can do it." After she finished speaking, she fled away. The girl also quietly left when no one noticed her. Everything returned to normal. The patrolling members of the student union looked at each other. What else did they not understand? They were clearly patrolling along the prescribed route, but suddenly Qingling said that someone reported a stall for raising prices. At that time, she didn't even look at the terminal, so how could she know that there was a complaint? She probably left a listening system on the girl early in the morning and kept an eye on the dynamics here. And they were just pawns being used. A boy in the patrol team stepped forward and bowed to Qinjiu. Qinjiu recognized him. He was the senior who left with a stack of Jean Cheng's autographed photos during the first meeting. The boy pushed his eyes and said, "We didn't investigate this matter clearly. Sorry to cause you trouble." Qinjiu retracted all the thorns on his body and returned to the appearance of getting along well. No, senior brothers. Thank you for making an extra trip." The gentle boy looked at her deeply, took the student union members away, and continued patrolling. Qinjiu took the war beast of the next customer. Xia Xiaolan looked at the direction where Qin Ling left with worry. She lowered her voice and said to Qinjiu, "Are you afraid that she will retaliate against you?" Qinjiu stopped and looked in the direction where Qin Ling left. However, her eyes did not follow Qin Ling's back, but moved a little and fell on a girl with glasses, who was also looking at Qin Ling's back at a certain stall. Why she appeared there, and when she appeared they were not important to Qinjiu. It's just that she was able to observe the scene before Qin Ling attacked, which means that she already knew something. She is not as simple as imagined. Qinjiu retracted her gaze, and pinched the little wolf's nose in her hand to tease it. She spoke in a relaxed tone without any worry. "Don't worry about her. The grasshopper in autumn will not jump for a few days." Della's face flashed in her mind, and she smiled. "Naturally someone will help me." Chapter 43. Morning King Star is a prosperous and stable planet. They are one of the few planets that still retain the royal family. Speaking of Morning King Star, people always talk about His Majesty Saxon's hard work. Although His Majesty Saxon is still young, everyone is guessing which prince will inherit the throne next time, and whether he can continue the glory of Morning King Star. Under the royal city, there is a cafe that still retains the old world decoration style in the central street where people come and go. It has unique decoration and delicious food. It is not surprising that it is selected as the top one check-in point of Morning King Star. In the exclusive private room on the second floor of the cafe, two men sat opposite each other. The waiter put down 2 hot drinks and some snacks and left. As soon as the door was closed, only soft music flowed in the private room. Morning King Star is really beautiful. The man who spoke was wearing a set of casual clothes, crossed his legs, leaned back in a relaxed manner, and looked at the prosperous street through the glass window. He picked up the tea on the table, and was about to taste it. The rising heat covered his glasses that had slipped down to his nose with a layer of white mist. He stopped and took them off before picking up the drink. The man sitting opposite him had long golden hair. He frowned slightly, and didn't care much about other things. He just wanted to know whether the thing he had been thinking about had a result. "Mr. Fei, the thing I entrusted you with before." Mr. Fei put a finger on his lips, and made a slight hush to stop him from speaking. "Let's enjoy this wonderful afternoon tea time first." Although the blond man looked unhappy, he stopped talking and silently picked up his tea. From the first time they met, he sensed that Mr. Fei was a strange person. He acted without rules, and acted according to his preferences. At that time, he was still worried whether Mr. Fei would be willing to accept his commission, but fortunately the ending was happy. Mr. Fei seemed to like this leisurely afternoon very much. He tapped his toes regularly, and shook his head to the background music in the cafe. The blond man's patience gradually wore out. He frequently picked up the teacup and put it down. The cup and the saucer collided, making a crisp ding-ding sound. Mr. Fei, whose interest was interrupted, retracted his sight, and looked at the blond man who picked up the teacup again indifferently. He showed a little unpleasantness that was not easy to detect. "Mr. Jean, you seem to have no patience?" The blond man put down the cup. Because he used some force, the abrupt sound of tableware collision drowned out the music in the room. "Mr. Fei, to be honest, I am really anxious to know the result." Mr. Fei crossed his arms over his chest, tapping his fingers on his arms. "Don't worry, the people I sent out have replied, and have already started." "Jean, you heard this." His eyes showed enthusiasm. He couldn't hide his excitement at all. "Has it succeeded?" Mr. Fei had a smile on his lips, and looked at Jean Yu's face with emotions, and sneered. "Mr. Jean, you can't wait for his brother to die. I have been living here for 2 days, but I have heard that the royal family members have a harmonious relationship. The Saxon family is a blessing from God to the Morning King Star." Jean Yu didn't hear the hidden meaning in Mr. Fei's words. He smiled coldly. "Born as a member of the royal family, it is destined that we can't be harmonious. The day he was exiled by my father, after a big fight with him, was the happiest day of my life. He had lost his father's favor, and could not participate in the succession to the throne. But recently his behavior has attracted my father's attention again. My father has contacted him behind my back. If I don't take action, he will only make a comeback. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. I just took the initiative. Mr. Fei listened to him quietly and lost interest. He was not interested in the bloody incidents of royal family members killing each other for power and profit. But he looked at the desire and jealousy overflowing in Jin Yu's eyes, which was desirable. This time I was invited to Guangming Star. In addition to reporting the progress of this matter, I have another thing I want to ask His Highness Jin Yu for a small favor. Jin Yu suppressed his madness and nodded. Please tell me, Mr. Fei. Jin Yu will do his best to do what he can. It's not a big deal. Mr. Fei opened the terminal, and after a few operations, the page turned to Jin Yu. Inside was a live broadcast page. In the center of the screen was a girl with a ponytail. Mr. Fei, I would like to ask Your Highness Jin Yu to check the information of this student for me. The more detailed the better. Although Jin Yu didn't know why Mr. Fei was interested in her, it was not a difficult task in itself, so he readily agreed. Mr. Fei put on his glasses again, and swiped a few times on the terminal. When he saw the message sent from the laboratory, he smiled even more. Mr. Fei, the energy fluctuations of the experimental subject have been unusually active recently. We are urgently analyzing the data. What good news! Except for Gu Zheng, the 4 members of the student union appeared in the corridor of the office building together. Wang Ling and Jin Cheng each held a stack of papers that almost covered their sight. Wang Ling remained silent, but Jin Cheng could not sit still. He complained, "Where did Gu Zheng go? He said he would wait for us in the office building in a while. And why do we have to use the paper registration form? It's so heavy." Lilith, because the main terminal of the activity management team broke down for some reason, and the activity records of nearly 20 years were all lost. The teacher was anxious to rescue the information database for several days and nights, but in the end, it was not fully recovered. Since then, the teachers in the management team do not believe in things that are too high-tech, and the information is still in duplicate, one electronic and one paper. Qinjiu listened to their conversation silently, and finally understood why the application for the flea market had to be submitted in paper form before. Jin Cheng changed his posture and said, "Will paper not decay? I burned it with fire, and there was no residue left." Lilith, you don't know, even if the whole school burned down, these materials could not be burned. The teachers in the management group forced the principal to customize special materials to make safes. They are expensive, waterproof, fireproof, and invulnerable. I dare say that you can't find anything harder than them in the whole Shirong. Qinjiu couldn't help but imagine that if one day, Shirong was torn apart by an energy storm, the entire planet became stone residue, and those safes were unscathed. They drifted in the interstellar, waiting to be salvaged. I hope there are no grades or files in them, otherwise if they are discovered, the whole interstellar society will die. Jin Cheng was impressed by the tricks of these teachers, and kept complaining. Lilith was speechless, stopped and said, "Give it to me, I take it." Qinjiu glanced at Jin Cheng. No way, a grown man is still complaining when he takes something. She looked at Lilith meaningfully. How are you going to protect your family in the future? Jin Cheng quickly stood up and retorted, "You don't have to take it, and Qinjiu, don't slander me. I'm just complaining, we are still very strong." He said to Wang Ling, right? Wang Ling glanced at his face lightly, without answering, but his back was straighter than before, and he walked faster. Jin Cheng saw Wang Ling's fingers holding the paper moving underneath to relieve the discomfort caused by the heavy object. He snorted and quickly caught up. Brother strong. Chapter 44. Arriving at the activity center, Jin Cheng and Wang Ling put down their things, and their arms couldn't stop shaking. No more pretending in the future. The teacher found that they were missing one person and asked, "Where is Gu Zheng?" Qinjiu, "Oh, he was not feeling well, and went to the toilet." The 3 of them looked at her in unison. There was no expression on her face, and it was completely impossible to tell that she was lying. The teacher heard her and exchanged a few words, saying that she should remember to protect her health during the recent season change, and then got to the point. This is your first time to participate in the exchange, so it is inevitable that you will be a little nervous, but don't worry, everyone is very good, and your exchange process will be very pleasant. She sent them the file on the terminal. Lilith and Jin Cheng received one version, and Qinjiu and Wang Ling received another version. They were wondering why it was different, and the other party began to explain, because the university exchange is randomly matched by majors, and representatives are selected to attend. This time, the beast control major goes to Yulanqing, and the pet care major and mechanical major go to CI Wangxing, so the information of your team is different. Oh, by the way, Gu Zheng's mecha major is also going to CI Wangxing. The teacher flipped through the records and said, "You are one of the few first-year students who have organized university competitions. In fact, it is similar to the Mecca competition you organized at that time, but the time is longer and the content is richer. There will be competition assessments, but it is relatively easy. This time our students are distributed in different universities on these 2 planets. As members of the student union, if you encounter any difficulties with your classmates from the same school, remember to actively help them." Yes. The teacher also sent them some information from previous years for reference, and let them leave after giving them a few instructions. As they walked, several people looked at the huge information database on the terminal. Qinjiao saw their terminal sliding fast, and watched his terminal lag, and couldn't help sighing. Lilith took 2 steps forward silently, walked side by side with Qinjiao, and enlarged the page intentionally or unintentionally. Qinjiao saw that the picture on Lilith's terminal was very clear, and secretly rubbed Lilith's terminal to check it carefully. Their different majors were distributed in 16 colleges and universities on 2 planets, all of which were concentrated in the college area, so it was convenient for them to take care of each other. They would set off next month, so they had plenty of time to prepare. Suddenly, a loud banging sound came from the end of the corridor, followed by a curse. "I don't have a disobedient son like you." Qinjiao paused for a moment, suddenly smiled, and strode towards the direction of the sound. She found the missing Gu Zheng. The others looked at each other, and followed her steps. The things in the office were scattered all over the floor, and Gu Chunqing's chest was heaving and his face was flushed. Gu Zheng stood not far away, blood gushing from his temples. He lowered his eyes, and said nothing as usual, as if he could not feel the pain. Gu Chunqing looked at the photo frame that fell to the ground, and was stained with a touch of red. The glass on it had been broken, and inside was a photo of their family of 3. In the photo, Gu Zheng was just a little kid who had just learned to walk. He was holding an ambulance model in his hand, and smiling brightly. Gu Chunqing hugged his mother's shoulders, and the 2 of them looked at Gu Zheng tenderly. A harmonious and beautiful picture. But one day, it was broken like the glass of the photo frame. Gu Chunqing suddenly felt that the red was dazzling. When he heard that Gu Zheng was going to switch to the professional direction of Rescue Mecha, he got angry and threw something in that direction in excitement. He regretted it as soon as he let go. He wanted to go forward to check Gu Zheng's wound, but just as he took a step, Gu Zheng subconsciously took a step back. He looked at Gu Zheng's movements and stopped. There was obviously no obstacle between them, but it was like a gap that the 2 could not cross. He didn't know how to get along with Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng squatted down, picked up the photo, and looked at it carefully for a long time. He carefully wiped off the blood on it with the corner of his clothes, and put it on the small coffee table. The door of the office was suddenly opened. Gu Zheng looked back in surprise, and saw Qinjiao standing at the door, with his hands in his pockets. He was not scared at all by the scene in front of him. She seemed to be blind to Gu Zheng's abnormality, and could not read the uneasiness flowing in the air. She just bowed to Gu Chunqing and said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Gu, we need Gu Zheng to help with something, so we take him away first." Qinjiao looked at Gu Zheng and said in a much slower voice, "Let's go." Gu Zheng looked at Qinjiao deeply, and walked to her side silently. The 3 people who followed outside were shocked to see Gu Zheng's bleeding head, and were about to come up to ask. But Qinjiao made a gesture to silence, and left with everyone. Gu Zheng was sent to the medical room by several people to treat the wound. Fortunately, it was just a minor skin injury. He used a suture to staple it twice, and then covered the wound with gauze. It will heal in a few days. Gu Zheng came out and stared at Qinjiao, and Qinjiao did not avoid his gaze. After a long time he asked, "Why did you come?" "Qinjiao, I came here because I heard the sound." "Gu Zheng, aren't you curious about what happened?" Qinjiao shook his head and smiled. "That's your privacy, I have no right to ask." Gu Zheng found that he couldn't understand Qinjiao more and more. Qinjiao gave him the impression of a nerd from the countryside at the beginning. Apart from studying well, and getting the first place in Xinguang, he had no merits. She was bullied at the student union meeting, but she kept silent, and looked like a soft persimmon. But what happened in Xinguang later told him that she was not as simple as she seemed on the surface, and she was just showing the tip of the iceberg now. Qinjiao saw him bow his head and said nothing, so she pretended to be relaxed and said something with a hidden meaning. "If you feel so painful that you want to cry, I can lend you a shoulder." Gu Zheng looked up, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Qinjiao thought about it, took another step back, stood between Jin Cheng and Wan Ling, pushed them forward fiercely, and said, "If you feel embarrassed because I'm a girl, then I lend you these 2 shoulders." Wang Ling was pushed by her and frowned, but did not refute. Jin Chung had already taken the initiative to lift up his clothes, exposing his shoulders, and said, "Come on, Gu Zheng, you can use my shoulders as you like." Lilith kicked him, disgusting. Gu Zheng watched them play with each other for a long time, and suddenly laughed out loud. He bent over with his hands on his stomach, and tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. The few people who were still playing stopped at the same time, showing more or less surprise. It seemed that they saw Gu Zheng laugh for the first time. Gu Zheng knew that they were considering his mood and cooperating to make him happy. Maybe their performance was really clumsy, but Gu Zheng could feel the care and warmth in it. Jin Chung stepped forward and hugged him in his arms, and deliberately avoided his wound. "Right, what a handsome guy, smile more, don't be sad all day, brother will take you to experience the beauty of the world, eat delicious food and drink spicy food." Qinjiu, does the listener have a share? Jin Chung, Qinjiu, why do you always take advantage of me? Qinjiu, when you need me, call me vice president, and when you dislike me, call me Qinjiu. I see through you, and I won't give Hurricane a bath in the future. Jin Chung, no, vice president, I am the best vice president in the world. Please do me the honor of attending my dinner. Lilith, you two are so disgusting. Wang Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, following them. Gu Zheng wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and laughed from the bottom of his heart. He was no longer alone. Chapter 45. After the flea market ended, those who didn't get a number in line looked for connections, and added Xia Xiaolan as a friend. Xia Xiaolan woke up every day, and looked at the overwhelming information in the terminal. She thought for a long time, and planned to talk to Qinjiu. There was still a month before Qinjiu and Lu Qin went to Siwang Star together. I heard that Siwang Star had entered late autumn, and the weather was cold. She had to pack warm clothes before leaving. She only had one suitcase, so she could only empty all the things and pack them. She chose a thicker coat, folded it neatly, and was about to put it in the suitcase. But when she looked down, she saw that some close-fitting warm clothes that had just been packed in were picked up by lightning and dragged to the floor. Qinjiu put down the coat in his hand, patted its head gently, and laughed in anger. "What are you doing? I finally packed the clothes, and you threw them on the floor. How dirty." Lightning let go of the clothes he had just picked up, and pressed on it with his little paw to prevent Qinjiu from taking them away. When Qinjiu wanted to take it, it bit it. It was like a tug-of-war between the man and the beast with clothes. Xia Xiaolan saw this scene as soon as she returned to the dormitory. Xia Xiaolan walked around the clothes scattered on the ground. She saw that the usually well-behaved lightning suddenly became naughty. Combined with the miserable situation on the ground, she thought for a moment and said, "Does it not want you to leave?" Lightning heard Xia Xiaolan's words, opened his mouth, walked to Qinjiu's side, and rubbed her calves affectionately. Qinjiu sighed. "Why is this war beast like a clingy kitten?" She picked it up, hugged it in her arms, and gently rubbed its head. "I'll be gone for a month, and will be back soon." Lightning refused to give in, turned around and bit her hand, gently and itchy. Qinjiu tried to persuade Lightning for a long time, but Lightning was still in a bad mood, and finally Qinjiu's patience was exhausted. Qinjiu threw it down mercilessly, and continued to pack clothes. "You are a ferocious war beast, you should learn to be independent." Lightning stood on the ground and howled twice in dissatisfaction. Seeing that Qinjiu had no intention of coaxing him, he turned away angrily. Qinjiu took a sneak peek and found that it had disappeared behind the door, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. She seemed to have really pissed off Lightning. Xia Xiaolan helped Qinjiu pick up the clothes, and while brushing off the dust, she said, "Xiaojiu, I want to discuss something with you." "Qinjiu, you say?" Xia Xiaolan, after the flea market, I received a lot of strong requests from people to regularize this business. I want to ask for your opinion. Qinjiu stopped what she was doing. She pondered for a moment, and asked, "Do you have any ideas?" Xia Xiaolan nodded. "You also know that this income is considerable. If it can be maintained, we can earn living expenses and tuition fees, and they can also get services. It is a win-win situation. I just asked in the forum that students can rent a place in the entrepreneurship park to open a store. The rent is not expensive, but we have to decorate and arrange it ourselves. Do you think we can consider taking this path?" At the end of her words, she looked at Qinjiu carefully and observed Qinjiu's expression. If Qinjiu disagrees, this matter will not be accomplished. After all, they do not have the ability to appease the war beast. If you just open a pet care shop, there is no way to balance the income and expenditure. After all, there are not many people who keep small pets in the school, and there are basically only a few shops that they patronize regularly, so they don't have much competitiveness. Of course, the pet care business can also be developed, but everything must be considered on the basis of Qinjiu's consent. It is no exaggeration to say that Qinjiu is the core of this plan, the stabilizing force. If she does not join, the plan will fail. Okay, this idea is very good. Qinjiu put down his clothes and asked, "Do you have a plan? Or do we fight do it? What do they say?" Xia Xiaolan's eyes lit up when she heard it. "Do you agree?" "Agree, it can make money and it's easy, why not? Who would feel bad about money?" Xia Xiaolan breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking of the bombardment of information, it is hard to imagine how she would explain the situation, and why she didn't do it one by one if Qinjiu didn't agree. She has a preliminary plan, but because it is not yet certain whether Qinjiu can join, she has not laid out the details, but now she can prepare. "Xia Xiaolan, I mentioned this to them when you went to the meeting after class a few days ago, and they should agree. I plan to ask in the group later. If everyone agrees, I will use the money we earned last time that has not been withdrawn to prepare." "Okay." Qinjiu paused and said, "Wait, withdraw some money for me first. I feel a little nervous when I go on a long trip without money in my pocket." Qinjiu's temporary terminal could not collect money. Xia Xiaolan finally found a star coin card with 5,000 star coins in it. It was given to her by her mother for emergency. She stuck the star coin card on the terminal, deposited 5,000 more in it, and then handed the star coin card to Qinjiu. Qinjiu happily accepted it. She had never seen such a large amount of pocket money in her life. She quickly put the star coin card in the safety layer of the suitcase, so that she could take it to Porcelain King Star together. Lightning returned to Edel's office. Edel was not there. He should be teaching students majoring in animal control at this time. Snow White was sleeping in the cage. When Lightning came in, her ears moved and she slowly raised her head. Seeing Lightning coming in, she yawned and slowly came out of the cage. Two swift leopards, one big and one small, one white and one black, stared at each other beside Edel's desk. Lightning raised his head, his eyes full of provocation. Snow White had to guard the mountain recently, and she hadn't left Edel's side for a long time. It had been a while since she had been close to Qinjiu. But it came back from Qinjiu. It could make Snow White angry to death. Snow White looked at her silly brother quietly, then raised her paw elegantly, and knocked a photo frame on Edel's desk to the ground. The photo frame fell on the plush carpet without making any sound. Lightning turned his head curiously to look at the photo in the photo frame. Just one glance, he gnashed his teeth, an angry roar flowed in his throat, and then he suddenly jumped up and bared his teeth and claws at Snow White. Snow White gently turned aside to avoid Lightning's attack. He looked at Lightning with contempt, and his grinning mouth was full of sarcasm. The photo showed Lightning wearing a little pink skirt and a lace hat. Edel liked it so much that he found the best screenshot of that day and printed it out and put it on the desktop. Snow White would mock the photo every day. When the real person came, he would certainly not miss the opportunity to make fun of it. Lightning was so angry that his tail stood up and his hair stood up when he saw that he couldn't touch Snow White. Sooner or later, he would kill his relatives. Chapter 46. Edel had just returned to the door of the office when he heard the iron cage inside being slapped. He stopped touching the door handle, and his eyes, under the gold-rimmed glasses, showed confusion. High-level war beasts are smart creatures, and they have a unique spiritual blessing. They have strong learning ability, and a small cage cannot trap them. So most cages of high-level war beasts only serve as a division of territory, so that they feel that this is their home. As long as it is not locked by humans, war beasts can easily open the cage and enter and exit freely. Snow White's cage is not locked either, and it can enter and exit at will. Rationally, shouldn't she be trapped in the cage and ask for help? He opened the door, and the noisy sound inside stopped for a moment and sounded again. Edel saw Snow White sitting with her back to the door. She was indifferent when Edel came in, but just stared at the black panther in the cage. The black panther changed its cute and small appearance in the past. It returned to its original state, lying on the door of the cage and opening its mouth to bite the iron cage. The cage door opened outwards, and Snow White was holding the door, her tail swaying left and right, and she was obviously in a good mood. Edel, Yes, they are fighting again. Edel sighed, and closed the door helplessly. He saw the photo on the ground, picked it up, and put it back on the table. What happened again? Snow White heard Edel's voice, turned her head, looked at Edel, then looked at the photo frame on the table, and then continued to grin at the struggling Lightning. Edel had been with the two siblings for more than 10 years, and he knew what Snow White meant with just one look. Edel quickly picked up the photo frame and put it in the locked cabinet on the top shelf of the bookcase, and then said to Lightning, "Don't destroy my photos, or I will complain to Qingjiu about you." Lightning withdrew his gaze in dismay and stopped making a fuss. The next moment, he turned back into the little leopard. The younger brother was a scheming person. He knew that humans like cute animals more, so he usually kept his shrunken appearance and used his appearance to confuse humans. He did it, and he was more likable than Snow White. But to Edel, they were the same. Edel asked Snow White to step back and let Lightning out. He knew that Lightning's soul had been hooked by Qingjiu and would not come back unless everything was fine. He asked, "Is there something wrong?" Lightning jumped onto Edel's desk and pressed down one of the documents. Edel looked down and saw the list of college exchanges. Almost every year he stayed in school as a mentor to ensure the smooth implementation of the entire process, so he would receive the list in advance. Edel took out the list and tried to guess what Lightning meant. If nothing unexpected happened, Qingjiu must be involved. Edel opened the list and searched for a long time on it, and finally found the pet care major. The exchange quota for pet care major is Qingjiu and Luqin, and the destination is Qingjing College on Porcelain King Star. Qingjing is also a famous school on Porcelain King Star. Most of their colleges have majors related to biology, and Professor Arnold also teaches in Qingjing. Edel put the list in front of Lightning, and Lightning saw Qingjiu's name and pressed it with one claw. Edel seemed to know what he was thinking, and he asked, "Don't you want Qingjiu to go for the exchange?" Lightning nodded. Edel patted his head gently, and Lightning turned his head to bite him, but he retracted his hand quickly, and Lightning bit him in vain. "Nonsense, it's a student activity, why are you only fighting beasts participating?" Lightning bared his white fangs, obviously dissatisfied with Edel's answer. "Don't threaten me. You came to me for help, which means Qingjiu is ready to go." Lightning retracted his expression, looked around, jumped to another chair, patted Edel's briefcase, and patted his chest. "Do you want to go too?" Lightning nodded. Snow White suddenly stood up, walked in front of Lightning, stared at it condescendingly for a long time, and turned to Edel. It also imitated Lightning, pointed at the briefcase, and patted itself. Edel's head was bigger than the other two. He covered his forehead and supported the table, saying, "You know you can't go together, right? Who will deal with the alien beast if you go?" Of course they knew, so when Snow White made the same move, Lightning wanted to fight with it. But Snow White ignored Lightning, but looked at Edel with two round eyes, and then scratched the small gauze on her front leg with her claws. It was the injury he got a few days ago. Edel concluded, "Let Baishua go, you stay here." Lightning refused to give in, and instantly grew bigger, wrestling with Baishua. Baishua didn't give in to it, and her claws were fierce. This small office was not big enough for two large war beasts. Edel's desk and cabinets all fell down at once, and Edel stood aside where he would not be affected and watched everything calmly. After so many years, he was used to it. If you want to fight, then fight. At worst, you can find a housekeeping robot to clean it up later. Qingjiu accompanied Xia Xiaolan to the office building to learn about the application matters of the entrepreneurship park. As soon as they arrived at the door of the office building, they heard a loud sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. She found that the doors of each office were half open, and the teachers inside stuck out half of their heads and looked in the direction of the sound. "What's going on? I haven't received any notice about the renovation? This doesn't sound like renovation, it sounds like demolition. Which floor did it come from? I don't know, has anyone gone up to take a look?" "No need to look, you can check the group, someone sent it, it came from Teacher Edel's office." "Is Teacher Edel going to renovate?" "No, it's his two war beasts fighting." "Ah? Fighting again? I feel sorry for Teacher Edel's office for a minute." Qingjiu listened to them, stopped, asked Xia Xiaolan to wait for her here, and rushed upstairs quickly. Xia Xiaolan was confused, called Qingjiu a few words, and saw that she was running fast, so she followed. Arriving at the floor with the loudest sound, Qingjiu found Edel standing at the door of the office with his arms folded. He leaned against the wall of the corridor and silently looked at the room where the loud noise came from. Qingjiu immediately stepped forward and asked, "Teacher Edel, what's going on?" "Oh, it's Qingjiu." He looked at the culprit and smiled helplessly. "They are fighting over who can go to Porcelain King Star with you." Qingjiu, "Ah?" Xia Xiaolan, who arrived, also saw a messy office. When she heard Edel's words, she suddenly remembered a classic TV series from the old world. Two men fought for a woman in the rain. Oh no, it was De Wu who fought. Then the heroine was so anxious that she shouted to persuade them to stop fighting. Qingjiu looked at the two beasts, who refused to give in, and seemed to be fighting to the point of bloodshed. she shouted. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. Xia Xiaolan silently looked at Qinjiu's back. Well, it's the right taste. Chapter 47. The two war beasts that Qinjiu stopped fighting were now sitting side by side on the corridor, their heads lowered, as if they were being punished. Qinjiu and Edel faced them. Qinjiu took a step forward, put his hands on his waist, and looked at their hair that had become horrible due to fighting each other, and laughed in anger. Are you ashamed? Are you siblings or enemies? You hit them so hard. Qinjiu grabbed Bai Shue's neck and pulled hard. Bai Shue moaned in pain, and blood oozed from her hair. She looked at Lightning expressionlessly. Did you do it? Lightning buried his head even lower, not daring to respond at all. Qinjiu let go of Bai Shue's hand, walked behind Lightning, and grabbed his hind leg meat. However, Qinjiu didn't dare to use too much force, because part of its hind leg meat was bitten and was about to fall off. She turned to Bai Shue again and asked, Did you do this? Bai Shue dodged and tilted her head to one side, not daring to look Qinjiu in the face. Qinjiu stepped forward and gave each of them a big slap, stunning the two swift leopards. Did I say I would take you with me? Do you think I'm going on an autumn outing? If you fight again, don't come to me again. The two war beasts looked at each other, took a step forward, and put their heads into Qinjiu's palms on the left and right. Qinjiu resisted the desire to rub them, still with a dark face, and asked coldly, Will you fight again in the future? The two beasts shook their heads. Qinjiu then touched their heads, and said to Edel, Teacher Edel, take them for treatment. Edel was still immersed in the shock that the two swift leopards were willing to listen to Qinjiu's words, and planned to stop fighting. He came back to his senses and nodded. But he thought of another thing, pointed at Bai Shue, and said, You should take Bai Shue with you. Porcelain King Star. It's not peaceful recently. Bai Shue's temperament is not as playful as Lightning. You can take Bai Shue with you for peace of mind. In fact, when he first saw the list, he also considered whether to let Qinjiu bring a war beast with him. He was not too worried about Lilith and Jean Chung on Blue Star. There were rumors that there were humanoid alien beasts on Porcelain King Star recently. Although there were beast control troops guarding, Edel always felt uneasy. Letting Qinjiu take Bai Shue with him would indeed provide an extra layer of protection. Qinjiu looked at Bai Shue, who was looking at her expectantly, and saw Lightning grinning at Edel. She was in a dilemma, but Bai Shue is too big. Before she finished her words, Bai Shue became the size of Lightning on weekdays under her gaze. It imitated Lightning and wandered around Qinjiu's feet. Qinjiu, Oh, why didn't I think that Bai Shue can also become small? Qinjiu picked up Bai Shue and looked at her carefully. After becoming smaller, Bai Shue looked more like a cat than Lightning. Qinjiu thought about it, and thought that he could give it a pair of fake cat ears to disguise it as a white cat. Lightning. Hearing Qinjiu's voice, Lightning immediately put away his ferocious expression, and stared at Qinjiu with a pair of eyes as big as light bulbs. Qinjiu, you stay in school and take good care of Guangming until I come back. Lightning was not very happy at first, but thinking that Guangming really couldn't be left alone, he accepted Qinjiu's proposal. In fact, Guangming is now no different from an ordinary swift eagle. When Qinjiu can't see it, Guangming will fly to the back mountain to hunt, and occasionally come back with a dirty mouth. Even if Qinjiu is away for a while, it can take good care of itself. However, because it was abandoned before, its psychology is more fragile than that of ordinary war beasts, and needs someone to accompany it. Qinjiu is also worried that if he leaves for too long, Guangming's depression will relapse. Leaving the happy fruit Lightning to play with it is the best solution at the moment. This matter was settled, and Edel led the two war beasts to treatment. Before leaving, he did not forget to make an appointment for the housekeeping robot to come to the door for service. Qinjiu and Xia Xiaolan continued their tasks, found the teachers of the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Center, and decided to rent the largest two-story building in the Entrepreneurship Park after understanding the relevant application conditions. Xia Xiaolan praised the school's preferential strength all the way. Such a large place only needs 5,000 star coins a month, and miscellaneous expenses such as water, electricity, garbage management fees, etc. are charged according to the standards of student dormitories, which makes them pick up a big bargain. The two and the other three people in the major gathered together, and came to the newly rented place. Looking at the two-story building with more than 500 square meters on the first floor, they felt unreal for a while. Lu Qin, it's my sister Xia, who opened the shop right away. She's so proactive. Xia Xiaolan, that's right. It's nice here. Look, it's a full-length glass room with good lighting and a wide view. Elaine nodded. It was indeed a very good place, but it was empty now, and there was dust all over the floor. It was not easy to clean it up quickly and prepare for the opening. Xia Xiaolan had already taken them inside to explain her ideas, how to divide the area, and how to arrange it. They took the initiative to bring forward their different opinions and discuss them together. It was not until the sun set that they had a rough idea of the plan for the first floor. Qinjiu also felt that this would be a big project, but maybe after she came back, Xia Xiaolan and the others would give a satisfactory answer. Lu Qin sighed. I also wanted to stay and help you with the decoration. Why did you pick me? Su Shanshan. Why, I asked you to take away our pillar Qinjiu, and you still dislike it, right? Lu Qin waved his hands quickly. No, I'm just a little scared to go to a strange place. Xia Xiaolan, what are you afraid of? Isn't there Qinjiu to protect you? And I remember that we seem to have a senior sister in Porcelain King Star. Qinjiu, who? Xia Xiaolan, it seems to be called Qianqin? Qinjiu always felt as if he had heard this name somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while, so he didn't take it seriously. The pet care shop was handed over to the remaining 3 people. Although Qinjiu and Lu Qin couldn't stay, they also looked forward to seeing the results after returning. On the last Friday before they set off, the 5 people gathered again in the student union meeting room. Jean Chung cried and leaned on the table, wailing, Vice President, why don't you go to launching with us? Ah! We have to be separated for a whole month. Qinjiu, put away your hypocrisy, Hurricane, it's okay if you don't take a shower for a month. Jean Cheng's face changed instantly. He sat down with a smile, rocked the chair and said, I'm serious. If you go to launching with us, you won't have to suffer. Qinjiu, Gu Zheng and Wang Ling all looked at him. Qinjiu didn't understand. Why should you suffer? Jean Chung, don't you know? Ci Wangxing is a remote planet with a bad climate. It's cold all year round, so there are fewer types of food. And Jean Chung stopped rocking the chair, sat up straight, and looked serious. A new wormhole has appeared on Ci Wangxing recently, which is not very safe. Chapter 48. Everyone present knew what the new wormhole meant. A steady stream of alien beasts emerged from it, attacking all life, and the wormhole represented death. Maybe it was the Beast Tamer army, maybe it was the Mecha army, but no matter which army it was, there would be sacrifices in the end. Qinjiu and his team didn't set the right time to leave. Jean Chung, but don't worry, there are scientists who are under interstellar protection on the Porcelain King Star, and the security factor is very high. There has never been any news of alien beasts invading the campus. You should do what you should do. Qinjiu lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then asked, does the frequency of wormholes appear very high? Jean Chung, under normal circumstances, a new one appears every 3 to 5 years. Wormholes don't disappear forever. Every time an alien beast is produced in a wormhole, it will weaken itself. When it loses the ability to produce alien beasts, the wormhole will close. Wormholes are not immortal, so humans can keep their place in the interstellar. Otherwise, with the fragile bodies of humans, they would have been exterminated by the alien beasts that could not be killed. Seeing that they were all silent, Jean Chung knocked on the table to focus their attention on him. Okay, don't think too much. The purpose of this meeting is to briefly explain the point system during the exchange period. To be honest, Qinjiu did not think she was a qualified vice president. She left many things to Jean Chung. Jean Chung was like her personal assistant and could handle things in an orderly manner. In stark contrast to his careless image, he was unexpectedly reliable. Qinjiu also sat up straight and listened to his explanation carefully. The point system is just as the name implies. All our actions during the exchange are linked to points. The total points of all students will eventually affect the school's ranking. He transferred the screen on the terminal to the projector, which contained a densely packed scoring standard. Green ones are bonus points, and red ones are deduction points. During the exchange, the personal ranking and school ranking will be updated on the university forum every day. Qinjiu looked at the red deduction points. The score following each item was higher than the green one. She couldn't help asking, if I had 1 point and violate the red deduction item, and get 2 points deducted, how do I calculate it? Will I get 0 points or negative points? Jean Chung, negative points. He flipped through the previous lists, and found a conspicuous score in it, and put it out for everyone to see. Negative 7,000 points. Belongs to a student named Rockoff. Lilith, did he blow up the school? Jean Chung, almost. He committed all the red ones. Qinjiu, oh, so the lower limit is 7,000. For some reason, Wang Ling and Gu Zheng, who were about to go to Porcelain King Star with Qinjiu, felt a chill on their backs. Jean Chung continued, that year, Xinghuang's school ranking dropped by 30 places. Qinjiu was surprised. Is this Rokov still a student of Xinghuang? Could it be that the school he went to was too bad, so he deliberately retaliated? This is not the focus of today. Jin Chung did not continue this topic. He said, in addition to the school ranking, the first place can get a generous bonus and joint support and training from various schools. Basically, the future is bright. Qinjiu could only hear the word bonus in her ears. Her eyes lit up and asked, how much is the bonus? Jin Chung held out a finger and asked Qinjiu to guess. 10,000? Jin Chung shook his head. 100,000? Jin Chung shook his head again and slowly said under Qinjiu's fanatical gaze, 1 million star coins. Hiss. Qinjiu took a breath, and she slapped the table. I want this. Everyone looked at her like a fool. They did not deny that Qinjiu had some strength to get the first place in Xinghuang, but it was hard to say how much luck was involved. Otherwise, how to explain that she, a person with no educational background, could reach the top? The first place in the entire University Alliance is not obtained by luck alone. Their Xinghuang may be very famous in the interstellar space, and the quality of students is also very good, but it does not mean that there are no more powerful people in other schools. Her idea was secretly denied by everyone in an instant. Qinjiu did not care about their questioning eyes, and was already imagining how to spend the 1 million she got. The meeting was still going on, and Jin Chung also sent the distribution of their students on the 2 planets to the people present. There are also our classmates in these schools. If they encounter troubles, we are also obliged to help them as soon as possible. Our student union members can enter and leave the school freely. After saying the most important thing, the following content is about their food, clothing, housing and transportation. During the exchange period, each student will get an identity card, and all consumption on campus will be paid with it, without the need to reconnect the terminal to the school system. In addition, all expenses incurred during the exchange period will be borne by the school, which is equivalent to being supported by the school for a month in vain. Qinjiu loves to be a rice borer the most, and she wishes that such an exchange would happen every month. After the meeting, Qinjiu gave Jin Chung a crazy look. Jin Chung looked at her coldly. He should really try to usurp the throne. Jin Chung accepted her hint and said, we meet in a month. Let's have a meal together. It can also be regarded as our student union team building. The others had nothing to do next, so they agreed. When Qinjiu cheered and was about to get up, Lilith threw something on the table in front of her. Lilith, replace your temporary terminal. It's stuck and outdated. Wearing it to Qinjing will embarrass our Xinghuang. Qinjiu looked down and saw a brand new packaging box with some product information written on it. Qinjiu didn't pay attention to the terminal market, but she had heard Lu Qin and Eli's discussion. If she remembered correctly, the terminal in front of her was the latest model at the moment. Qinjiu pointed at himself, flattered. Is it for me? Lilith stood up and walked out the door, impatiently saying, if you don't want it, throw it away. Qinjiu happily accepted it and shouted, thank you. Jin Chung also stood up from his seat, and he was also surprised by Lilith's behavior. Having known her for almost 20 years, Jin Chung has already figured out her personality and temperament. She is not the type to take the initiative to get close to others, let alone give others gifts. She likes Qinjiu, but her attitude has not changed for a while, and it is still so awkward. Jin Chung passed by Qinjiu. Qinjiu grabbed his sleeve and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, you said you wanted to have a party, remember not to run away. Jin Chung laughed in anger. Qinjiu, can you stop picking on me all the time? They all have money. Do I look like a sucker? Qinjiu smiled shamelessly. No, 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 you are wise and smart. Her eyes followed Gu Zheng and the other two who walked out of the door, and she said aggrievedly, they are so cold and hard to get along with. But you are our only sunshine. Jin Chung, Looking at Qinjiu's insincere face, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Fine, from today on, he will be a man as cold as snow. Chapter 49. Back in the dormitory, Qinjiu turned on the terminal and replaced it. She spent the whole night studying how to transfer the contents of the temporary terminal into it. Too fast. Qinjiu was so moved by the speed of the new terminal that she wanted to cry. She suddenly went from frugality to luxury. She felt that she could no longer look directly at the temporary terminal. She opened the main page of the terminal, thought for a long time, and dialed a call that she had not contacted for a long time. Hello? Hello, Dean Liu. The other party heard the voice, and there was silence on the other end of the communication for a full minute before an excited voice came. Is it Xiujiu? Qinjiu, yes, it's me. I have a terminal now, and this is my communication. Dean Lu is the dean of her orphanage. Since coming to Xinhuang, Qinjiu has not contacted her once, which is really shameful. Dean Lu quickly agreed. Okay, I will save it. How are you doing in Xinhuang? Qinjiu. Very good, the teachers and classmates here are very nice to me. Dean Lu. That's good. Qinjiu thought about it, and decided to tell Dean Lu about her going to Siwang Star. I'm going to Siwang Star, exchange with the school for a month, and come back next month. Dean Lu was a little surprised. Going so far? Then you have to be careful. Qinjiu. Okay, do you want me to bring you souvenirs? Dean Lu smiled and refused. No, keep more money for yourself. I don't lack anything here. If you don't have enough money, tell me Qinjiu interrupted her. I can earn money now. Don't worry about me. Dean Lu sighed. You are still so sensible. Okay, remember to find the dean if you have any difficulties. Got it. Qinjiu exchanged a few pleasantries with her, counted the items again, and fell asleep peacefully. The next morning, she opened the door of the dormitory, and Bai Shui had become a small one standing at the door waiting for her. Qinjiu picked it up with one hand, and pulled the suitcase out with the other hand. There were already many students waiting at the school gate. Like the elementary school students, who were about to go on an autumn outing, they were full of expectations for the next exchange. Qinjiu had just joined their team, when an eagle cry broke through the sky. She looked up, and saw Guangming circling under the blue sky and white clouds. Qinjiu put down the suitcase, stretched out her arm, and shouted, Guangming. Guangming flew over in response, and landed steadily on Qinjiu's arm. Chirp. Guangming leaned his head on Qinjiu's cheek. He was reluctant to let Qinjiu leave. Qinjiu kissed his forehead lightly, and slowed down his voice. Guangming should wait for me to come back at home with Brother Lightning, understand? Guangming was in a low mood, but still nodded. A black shadow jumped up from the ground and stood on Qinjiu's suitcase, its tail swaying back and forth, staring at Qinjiu. Qinjiu let Guangming stand on her shoulders. She reached out to touch Lightning's head and told him, Take good care of your brother, and listen to Teacher Edel, understand? Lightning nodded, reluctantly looking at Qinjiu's hand that was withdrawn. Students who have arrived, please confirm at the terminal, and we will set off together. The one who led the team to Porcelain King Star was Ilia, and the one who went to Yulon Star was Wire. The two teachers shouted through the flying microphone in front of the sky train at the door. After Qinjiu clicked to confirm, he saw Lilith and the others and moved over. Lilith was the first to find Qinjiu. Seeing that she was wearing thin clothes, she frowned and said, Don't freeze to death on Porcelain King Star, I will laugh at you. Although she was speaking with poisoned lips as usual, Qinjiu could hear the worry in her words. Her heart warmed slightly, and she pointed to her box. The coat is inside, I will put it on before getting off the interstellar train. Lilith glanced at her big box, retracted her gaze, and snorted, Whatever you want. Jean Chung glanced at the three of them and waved, See you in a month, I hope you are all healthy. Gu Zheng raised his eyes, and suddenly choked back. Are you blessing us or cursing us? Recently, Gu Zheng has been with them frequently, talking more than before, and occasionally joking with Jean Chung. As the youngest brother here, Gu Zheng does get the most care. Jean Chung put his arm around his shoulders, and ruffled his hair. Of course it's a blessing. The climate over there is not very good, take care of yourself. Gu Zheng was tidying up his hair that was messed up by Jean Chung, with a little unnatural look on his face, and he hummed softly. Jean Chung smiled at Wang Ling, who was silent, and winked at him, saying, Take good care of him. Wang Ling did not answer, and he nodded gently. The two teachers saw that everyone had arrived, so they asked them to line up according to their majors, and get their cards on the bus. After saying goodbye to Jean Chung and the others, Qinjiu returned to the team. Lu Qin immediately approached the only familiar person he saw. Qinjiu, the others are strangers, I'm so scared. Qinjiu, Qinjiu, are you pretending to be weak? Lu Qin, not really, I'm just a little nervous. He glanced at the three little guys and asked, Are you going to take them away? Qinjiu shook his head, Just take Bai Shui. Lu Qin said, took the ID card from Ilia, and got on the train first. Ilia received a message from Teacher Ed in advance, and knew that Qinjiu was going to take Bai Shui with him, and had already applied for a war beast to travel with him on the interstellar train. But she didn't arrange seats for Lightning, and Lightning, seeing that Ilia was hesitant to speak, Qinjiu patted Lightning on his shoulder and said, Let's go. Lightning reluctantly flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Lightning stood on the suitcase and took a deep look at Qinjiu. Before Qinjiu could speak, it jumped off the suitcase and watched Qinjiu leave. Qingjiu wanted to stay here for a moment, and she wanted to stay here with them. But the next moment, she still let out a long breath, turned around and took Ilia's ID card, and stepped into the sky train. This train is not a train that goes directly to Porcelain King Star. It is only responsible for sending students to the Interstellar Train passenger station. Students have to transfer to the Interstellar Train at the passenger station to go to Porcelain King Star. This journey is very long, and it takes more than 10 hours to take an interstellar train and cross 3 galaxies to arrive. Some people brought 2 or 3 suitcases filled with snacks, intending to use them to kill time along the way. Less than 10 minutes after the train started, Bai Shui, who was wearing fake cat ears in Qingjiu's arms, suddenly broke free from her arms and ran away. Qingjiu thought something urgent had happened and hurried to catch up. When she found Bai Shui, she saw Bai Shui holding a trash can and retching. Qingjiu saw that it wanted to vomit but couldn't, and was very worried, wondering if it had eaten something wrong. She went up and touched Bai Shui's head and asked, "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Bai Shui nodded and looked at Qingjiu sickly. Ilia had been paying attention to Bai Shui's movements and followed Qingjiu's steps to their side. Qingjiu raised his eyes, looking anxious. "Teacher Ilia, what happened to Bai Shui?" Ilia observed Bai Shui's condition and concluded, "Nothing, it's motion sickness." Qingjiu, ? Will war beasts also get motion sickness? Chapter 50. It's difficult to deal with Bai Shui's motion sickness. There are more than 10 hours of driving ahead. We can't let her retch for more than 10 hours. Qingjiu looked at Bai Shui and was in a dilemma. Ilia found the motion sickness medicine in the small bag he carried with him and gave it to Qingjiu. This motion sickness medicine can be taken by humans and animals. Let's see if it works. Qingjiu took the medicine, opened one, and gave it to Bai Shui, who was in a depressed state. There was a strong herbal smell in the motion sickness medicine, which Bai Shui didn't like, but it melted in her mouth. Before Bai Shui could spit it out, it had all turned into liquid and flowed into her throat. She swallowed it and wanted to retch, but Qingjiu grabbed her mouth and prevented her from opening it. Qingjiu stroked her neck along the esophagus. After Bai Shui swallowed several times, Qingjiu released her mouth and checked if there was any residual medicine before letting her go. "Are you feeling better?" Bai Shui was still not in a good mood, but at least she didn't retch anymore. She nodded. Qingjiu picked it up and took it to the seat. Ilia gave all the motion sickness medicine he had on him to Qingjiu. If Bai Shui got motion sick again, she could take the medicine immediately. Arriving at the Interstellar Train passenger station, getting off the train, Ilia settled the students and took Qingjiu to the service area to handle the war beast boarding procedures. There are 3 levels of war beast riding. Gentle and obedient war beasts can sit with their owners in ordinary carriages. War beasts with slight aggression, but controllable by their owners, are allowed to sit with their owners in war beast-friendly carriages, and large and aggressive war beasts must be placed in cages and sit in closed special carriages. In theory, Bai Shui belongs to the 3rd type, and it must stay in a cage. It can be very confusing after it becomes smaller, not to mention that Qingjiu deliberately put a pair of fake cat ears on it in order not to attract attention, so it looks no different from an ordinary pet. The staff at the counter looked Qingjiu up and down, and then looked at Bai Shui. He looked down at the personally signed pass in his hand, and his voice was full of disbelief. "Is this Master Edel's Bai Shui?" Edel's personally signed pass allows his war beast to pass all planets in the interstellar space without having to declare it. It's just that the Swift Leopard is a war beast with strong attack capabilities, and it must sit in the war beast exclusive carriage. But Qingjiu picked up Bai Shui and took off the fake cat ears on its ears, revealing 2 round leopard ears. She held Bai Shui in the direction of the staff and said in a negotiating tone, "It is very obedient and does not need to be in a cage. And it is carsick. If I can't give it medicine in time in the war beast carriage, it will be very uncomfortable." The moment the staff held Bai Shui close to her, her feet suddenly stepped back. That was the war beast Bai Shui, a super war beast that could fight more than 20 alien beasts on its own. Even though he was small and confusing now, the staff didn't think he was a harmless pet. Qingjiu turned Bai Shui's body, let it look at him, and winked at it. Bai Shui is really obedient and kind. As if to cooperate with Qingjiu's words, Bai Shui looked at the staff with pitiful eyes, begging him to let go of this poor little beast. The staff hesitated for a moment, and Qingjiu directly put Bai Shui on the table. Before he took his hand away from the table, Bai Shui came forward and gently licked the back of his hand, and rubbed it with his head. The staff member's head was buzzing, and he didn't feel real. Was he just licked by Bai Shui? Was Bai Shui nudging his hand, Bai Shui? Was it really Master Edel's Bai Shui? His neck turned like a rusty gear, and he lowered his head stiffly and slowly. He saw Bai Shui lying on the back of his hand, with two big golden eyes blinking at him, which was very cute. He was a little bolder, and gently rubbed Bai Shui's head. Bai Shui squinted her eyes, and seemed to enjoy his touch. As if in a dream, the staff member approved Bai Shui's request to accompany Qin Jiu and return the pass to Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu hurriedly thanked him, and recalled Bai Shui. Bai Shui stood up and pulled away from the staff's touch. At this moment, how could it look as close as before? It returned to its elegant and cold appearance, and even refused to give him a farewell look, and slowly jumped into Qin Jiu's arms. Qin Jiu turned and ran with the pass. The staff looked down at his hand, which still had a residual touch. He couldn't help but wonder. Was he cheated? Qin Jiu returned to the front of the train. Lu Qin hadn't boarded yet, so he was waiting for her at the door. He was still holding Qin Jiu's suitcase in his hand. Seeing Qin Jiu coming back alone, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where is teacher Ilia?" He went to confirm the ticket information with the conductor. "We can just go up and sit down." Oh. Lu Qin was about to help her get the suitcase into the train. As soon as the two of them walked to the door, a voice with impatience came from behind them. "Make way, don't block the door." Lu Qin was bending over to get the luggage. When he heard the words, he was about to turn around, but he only had time to see an upper body that was infinitely close to him. The next moment, he was hit and staggered, and the suitcase fell to the ground. If Qin Jiu hadn't been quick to support Lu Qin would have fallen flat on his face. Qin Jiu's eyes turned cold, and she looked up at the man standing next to Lu Qin, looking down at Lu Qin. Behind him were two men wearing the same clothes as him, with sneers on their faces, and their malicious eyes wandered over her and Lu Qin. The man saw Qin Jiu and felt that he seemed a little familiar. He looked down at Qin Jiu's school badge and suddenly realized. "You are Qin Jiu from Xinhuang Pet Care." Qin Jiu did not respond, but pointed at Lu Qin and said, "Apologize." The man glanced at Lu Qin, shrugged and said, "A good dog doesn't block the road. Who told him to block my way?" Lu Qin gritted his teeth and was about to go up to him to argue. Qin Jiu grabbed his arm and blocked him behind him. "This is not a good time to cause trouble. If they have a conflict here, it will affect all the students who are leaving for Porcelain King Star." Qin Jiu looked down and saw the badge on the man's chest. She knew where he came from. Shichi College, the second largest university on Shirong Star, is also one of the schools participating in this exchange. If I guessed correctly, they were also going to Porcelain King Star. The man saw Lu Qin hiding behind Qin Jiu, and he smiled contemptuously. Hiding behind a woman, Yu Xinhuang students are really interesting. Lu Qin clenched his fists when he heard this, and wanted to step forward, but Qin Jiu rarely yelled, "Don't mess around." Somehow, Lu Qin was really scared. He stopped and calmed down, just staring at the people in front of him silently. Qin Jiu was silent for a moment, took a step back, and made way for the other party. The man was stunned. He thought the other party would at least have a little courage to argue with them, but he didn't expect that he would just tolerate it. The man's sarcastic smile deepened. As he walked in, he said to his companions, "Xinhuang is just like this. Fortunately, I didn't go there. Otherwise, I would be a loser if I were their classmates." Qin Jiu raised his eyebrows slightly. He looked at the backs of several people without turning his head and asked, "Do you still remember that there were originally 6 people admitted to our major, but only 5 people reported in the end?" Lu Qin scratched his head and tried to find the answer in his mind. It seems to be the case. Qin Jiu's mouth corners were slightly curved, and his eyes were emotionless. "I think I know who he is." Chapter 51. It happened that the carriages of Xinhuang College and Shichi College were adjacent, and they could see each other. Gu Zheng and Wang Ling put their luggage away and sat down early. Neither of them spoke, and they played with their own terminals. Qin Jiu entered the carriage and put down their luggage with Lu Qin. They saw 2 empty seats next to Gu Zheng. They didn't know whether there was no one sitting there, or they were left there on purpose. Qin Jiu walked up and sat down. Lu Qin didn't dare to look at them. He lowered his eyebrows, and walked quickly to Qin Jiu and sat down. Qin Jiu just sat down when he heard Gu Zheng's voice. "Why don't you ask if there is anyone here?" Qin Jiu tilted her head, and caught the cunning flash in Gu Zheng's eyes. She pretended to be sorry, and raised her but slightly. "Ah, it turns out that the seat is not reserved for me. I leave then." Gu Zheng lost his temper and spoke faster. "No one is sitting there anyway, so sit if you want." Qin Jiu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Gu Zheng, who was already thin-skinned, blushed and turned his head away without looking at Qingjiu. Qingjiu could only see the back of his head and his ears that were red enough to drip blood. He stopped teasing him and sat down again. Bai Shui took motion sickness pills and was very energetic now. She looked around and inspected the carriage. Her eyes fell on the man who had just provoked Qingjiu. She rolled her eyes and didn't know what she was thinking. Originally, there was no interstellar train from Shirong Star to Siwang Star. In order to save them the trouble of transferring in the middle of the journey, Xinghuang and Shiqi specially chartered a comfortable interstellar train and applied for an express route. Of course, Xinghuang made the biggest contribution in the process. This train is specially designed for long-distance travel. Each seat can be automatically adjusted to become a temporary sofa bed for passengers to rest. At the same time, partitions will rise on both sides to ensure that people sitting next to each other do not disturb each other. No one used this function at first, but after 10 hours, their vigorous energy reached the bottom, and gradually some people turned their seats into beds and lay down to rest. The lights in the carriage gradually dimmed, and the sound of conversation gradually decreased. Qingjiu felt sleepy under the dim light and planned to take a nap before getting up. Not only their carriage, but also other carriages were in the same situation. Bai Shui stood up from the sleeping Qingjiu and looked at the man in another carriage. The man also fell asleep, and even if there were other people in their carriage who were not asleep, they pulled up the partitions and could not see the situation on the left and right. Bai Shui walked lightly and came to the man without making a sound. The man put the small bag he carried with him on the pillow. Bai Shui jumped lightly and walked to the bag without waking the man. It stretched out its claws, scratched twice, and turned out a transparent identity card. In the morning, when Ilia gave them their ID cards, it heard that this card was very important and related to whether they could survive in the foreign school smoothly. The process of reissuing after losing it is very cumbersome, and it takes a while to use it after reissuing it. During this period, they will be unable to move around in the foreign school. Bai Shui found the target, grabbed the card, jumped off the crib, and jumped away. It came to the bathroom, jumped on the top of the water tank, opened its mouth, threw the card into the toilet, and pressed the water tank switch without hesitation. Schwa! As the sound of the water tank running sounded, the ID card was swept away in the vortex created by the water flow. The sound of water flowing in the water tank stopped, and the card disappeared into the toilet hole. Bai Shui wagged her tail, feeling happy. Humph! I let you bully our Qingjiu. After doing all this, Bai Shui returned to Qingjiu with brisk steps. She jumped onto the small bed and got into Qingjiu's arms. Qingjiu woke up in a daze, and something moved in his hand. She saw that it was Bai Shui, touched its head, and fell asleep again. The next morning, she was awakened by the quarrel. She slowly propped herself up and found that many people around her were looking at the next car like her, eating melons. The Shiqi student, who had a conflict with Qingjiu yesterday, stood in the middle of the car and quarreled with the attendant. The security of your train is too poor. How can an outsider steal my ID card in the middle of the night? Calm down, classmate. There are only students from Xinhuang and Shiqi on this train. It is an exclusive package train. There is no situation where there are other passengers. Since it is not other passengers, then there are thieves in our two schools. He suddenly thought of something and looked in the direction of Qingjiu. He took a step, and his footsteps landed heavily in the carriage. The sound here alarmed Ilia. When she rushed to the carriage, she saw Shiqi's students approaching Qingjiu with murderous intent, and she quickly stepped in between the two. The man stopped just before he hit Ilia. He lowered his head and glanced at the ID card on Ilia's chest, and his murderous aura was restrained. Ilia raised her eyes, and there was no emotion in her green eyes. She asked, "What's going on?" The man took a step back, kept the same position as Ilia, bowed slightly, and said respectfully, "Teacher Ilia, I am Zheng Wenhao from Shiqi." He pointed at Qingjiu, his tone full of anger. "I suspect Qingjiu stole my ID card. I hope Teacher Ilia will investigate it strictly." "Oh!" Hearing this, Ilia looked at Zheng Wenhao with interest, his eyes, like an ice knife, slicing across his face inch by inch. Zheng Wenhao felt a chill on his back, goosebumps appeared, and facing Ilia, who was thinner than himself, he actually wanted to retreat. Ilia's voice was neither hurried nor slow. "Do you have evidence?" Zheng Wenhao resisted the urge to retreat, clenched his fists tightly, and used the pain of his nails digging into his palms to force himself to stay calm. "Not yet." "No evidence. Then can you bear the consequences of framing my students?" Even if Ilia had to look up to look at him, no one in the room felt that Ilia was at a disadvantage at the moment. On the contrary, Zhang Wenhao felt more like a prey being stared at by a beast lurking in the dark. A cold invisible giant net was tightening, compressing the air he could breathe, and gradually suffocating him. The cold sweat dripped down Zhang Wenhao's temples, and he suddenly regretted picking on Qin Jiao in a fit of rage. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Shichi's team leader and the train conductor came into the carriage together. They could feel the oppressive atmosphere in the carriage, and their eyes wandered between Ilia and Zhang Wenhao. It was Shichi's teacher who spoke first. "Wenhao, you come back first." She nodded to Ilia as a greeting. She then stopped her eyes on Bai Shui and Qin Jiao's arms. Qin Jiao did not react from beginning to end. She just stroked Bai Shui's head again and again, as if this farce had nothing to do with her. Shichi's teacher looked at Qin Jiao meaningfully, and then said to Ilia, "Teacher Ilia, can I have a word with you?" Chapter 52. Ilia glanced at the other party, and saw that the other party's attitude was quite respectful. She nodded and followed the two to the conductor's room. The moment Ilia left, Zhang Wenhao was like a person who had just been pulled out of the water and almost drowned. His back was wet, and he felt that his breathing was smooth for the first time in a long time. Of course, he had heard of Ilia's name, the first animal trainer of Shirong Star, and the eldest princess of Shirong. Just because she was a royal family, he didn't dare to offend Ilia. But in his impression, animal trainers were just some people who played with small animals and were not presentable. He didn't think Ilia had any ability. But the impression Ilia gave him was something he had never encountered before. He didn't want to encounter the suffocating feeling of his soul being strangled again in his life. And the culprit of all this seemed to be out of the matter, and was still teasing her snow-white kitten. Zhang Wenhao's eyes were full of resentment, but he was afraid of Ilia's terror. He decided to listen to his teacher, and return to his own compartment first. Qin Jiao did not fail to notice his gloomy face, but she had a clear conscience, and did not need to make any explanation. Bai Shui's eyes followed the backs of the three people who left. Qin Jiao touched its head, thinking. After a moment, she stopped stroking Bai Shui, and Bai Shui turned back to look at Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao yawned, pushed Bai Shui away from her body, and said, "I want to sleep for a while, you can go and play by yourself." Bai Shui was pushed off the bed by her, landed steadily, and kept looking at Qin Jiao. Qin Jiao lay down again, lying on his side facing Bai Shui, covered with a quilt, and closed his eyes. Bai Shui sat down by the bed, and looked for a long time. He found that Qin Jiao seemed to be really asleep. He got up, and walked towards the conductor's room. The moment Bai Shui left, Qin Jiao's eyes, which had been closed, slowly opened, and her dark eyeballs followed Bai Shui's figure. She curved her lips slightly, closed her eyes again, and fell asleep again. In the conductor's room, Ilia faced the two people who were hesitant to speak, and slowly said, "Just say whatever you want to say." The conductor bowed to her, and then turned on the surveillance video in the train. A projection of a 3D carriage appeared between the three people, which was the carriage where Shichi was. In the 3D video, a small white animal broke into the originally quiet space. It had a clear goal, and ran directly to Zhang Wenhao's location. It jumped onto Zhang Wenhao's bed, took the ID card from his bag, and fell to the ground, and left slowly. Then, the video content changed to the corridor in front of the bathroom door. The small animal entered the bathroom with the ID card in its mouth, and after 2 minutes, it came out again. Unlike just now, the ID card in its mouth had disappeared. The scene changed again, and it returned to Qin Jiao's side and fell asleep, and never got up again. The scene was still in the carriage of Xinghuang. None of the three people present spoke, and the air seemed to condense here. Shichi's team leader coughed lightly, breaking the silent atmosphere. She looked up and looked at Ilia with complicated eyes. "Teacher Ilia, you see." Ilia had a headache. She knew that Bai Shui's behavior could not be instructed by Qin Jiao. The whole theft was targeted and clean. No matter how she thought about it, she knew that it must be Bai Shui's own hand. Ilia's first reaction was, how did this kid offend Bai Shui? But later, she denied this answer. If he offended Bai Shui's revenge would definitely be violent. Not tearing him apart was also giving him face. Then, there is only one reason: the person he offended is Qin Jiao. If it attacks Zhang Wenhao, Qin Jiao, as its temporary guardian, must be held responsible for it, and Bai Shui will not let this happen. So it thought of a more damaging method: throwing away Zhang Wenhao's ID card. Although it will not cause actual harm to him, it can make him troubled for a while, which can be regarded as a lesson for him. And Bai Shui? Ilia looked at Shichi's teacher, and her helplessness could be read from her eyes. Her student lost something, so she immediately found the train conductor and asked to check the surveillance to find the thief. The train conductor also watched the surveillance with her after going through the process. When she saw the whole process of Bai Shue's theft, she was indignant and immediately wanted to find Qingjiu to settle the score, asking her why she instigated her pet to steal things. But before she took 2 steps, the train conductor hurriedly stopped her and showed her Edel's personally signed pass with a complicated look. When she saw the words Battle Beast Snow White, it was like a thunderclap in her ears, and then she could not hear any sound, only a buzzing sound in her mind. After repeated confirmation, she finally accepted this fact. She discussed with the train conductor to find Ilia first, and then see how to solve the problem. Ilia saw her reaction, and knew that she was already clear about Snow White's identity. Just as he was about to speak, a scream suddenly came from the door. There is also a crew office connecting the conductor's room and the cabin. Most of the time, the crew rests in it and serves passengers through the crew robots. They will only go out when something happens that the robots cannot handle. The sound came from the crew office. They looked at the door of the conductor's room at the same time. The next moment, the door lock was open from the outside. As the door was slowly pushed open, the full appearance of Snow White appeared in front of the 3 people. The train conductor and Shichi's teacher took a breath and stepped back suddenly until their backs were against the obstacle, and they could not retreat any further. At this time, Snow White was no longer a little leopard, but had returned to its original appearance. It walked with an elegant pace, step by step, approaching the 3 people. The train conductor's trembling hands frantically fumbled for the emergency button, hoping to ask for help from the military members patrolling around. Ilia had seen Snow White a few times, and although she was afraid, she knew that Snow White would not hurt people for no reason, and she was much calmer than the 2. Snow White stopped when it was still some distance away from the few people. It sat down and looked at the 3 people quietly. For a moment, the train conductor was not sure what the situation was. Seeing that it seemed to be here to listen, Ilia asked tentatively, "Are you here for the ID card?" Snow White nodded. Ilia asked again, "Did Qingjiu ask you to do this?" Bai Shue suddenly stood up, opened her mouth, showing her white fangs, and let out a warning growl in her throat. The train conductor had already climbed onto the table with his hands and feet, and was trying to climb up while touching the smooth glass. Shichi's teacher was not much better. She jumped onto the tubular equipment beside her, holding on tightly, and sweating profusely. Ilia also took a step back, but not as embarrassed as the 2 of them. She thought about it and asked again, "Are you trying to say it's none of Qingjiu's business, and let us not cause trouble for Qingjiu?" Bai Shue retracted her fierce expression after hearing this, sat down again, and patted her chest with her big paws, as if to say, "I did it, and I have to take the blame for my actions." Ilia roughly conveyed Bai Shue's meaning. How could Shichi's teacher dare to ask Bai Shue for an explanation? She quickly shook her head to indicate that it was not necessary, and Shichi would not pursue this matter anymore. After all, it was the beast of the Star King that caused the trouble. Ilia decided to compensate according to the price, and let the handover personnel on the Porcelain King Star make a new ID card now. The matter was resolved. Ilia watched Bai Shue first give teacher Shichi a threatening look, and then turned back into a little white cat in front of everyone. It was the first to leave the conductor's room, and the 3 people inside breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Ilia left the conductor's room behind, and she was surprised to find that Bai Shue was still in the attendant's office. Seeing her come out, Bai Shue came over with the fake cat ears that just became too big and didn't fit, put the fake ears in front of Ilia, and looked up at Ilia. Ilia didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and put it back on for it. Seeing its well-behaved and cute appearance, he couldn't help but want to touch it more. The next moment, Bai Shue stretched out his claws to slap her hand away, and turned away. Ilia, you really throw it away after use? Chapter 53. On the other side, Zhang Wenhao was waiting for a result with great expectation. He was sure that the thief must be Qingjiu, who had a conflict with him. So what if he studied at Xinhuang? A student of a rubbish major would steal when he went out. He was not presentable. Xinhuang's level was really low. After a while, his team leader came back, and he immediately asked if the truth of the matter had been found out. But the teacher just patted him on the shoulder, and told him the agreed result. He couldn't accept it, and argued for a few words about why the thief didn't get the punishment he deserved. His teacher just sighed, and shook his head, unwilling to say more. Who dares to ask for an explanation? She still wants to live a few more years. Zhang Wenhao looked dissatisfied, looking at the carriage of Xinhuang next door, with a little flame burning in his eyes. Seeing this, she rarely scolded him, and solemnly stated that he was not allowed to trouble Qingjiu. Zhang Wenhao endured it, although he was unwilling, but he had other plans in his heart. The interstellar train is about to arrive at the Porcelain King Star. The train conductor and the crew came out to say goodbye to the passengers at the end of the journey, and reminded everyone to pack up and keep warm. When they passed the Star King's carriage, they quickly walked around Qinzhou's position, and their eyes were full of fear of Bai Shui. Gu Zheng noticed their strangeness and glanced at Bai Shui, who was sitting upright. He asked Qinzhou, who was packing, "What did you do with Bai Shui? Why did their attitude change completely?" Qinzhou shrugged, looking innocent. "I don't know, I fell asleep." Gu Zheng's scrutinizing eyes lingered on her face, as if trying to see some clues. Qinzhou lowered her eyes, and the emotions hidden under the shadow of her eyelashes made it hard to see clearly. She took out a thick coat from the suitcase and placed it between herself and Gu Zheng. She shook it vigorously, and the dust that was raised entered Gu Zheng's nasal cavity. Gu Zheng was stimulated and sneezed several times, and hurriedly moved away from Qinzhou. Qinzhou wanted to make fun of him, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she was choked and started coughing. Wang Ling, who was standing by, witnessed everything. He took out a small cube from the box and threw it upwards. The small cube was magically suspended in the air. Qinzhou looked up and saw that all the dust in the air was sucked in by the small cube. After the dust was sucked in, a strand of misty air blew out from the bottom of the cube. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Qinzhou felt that the air here seemed to be much fresher. Qinzhou asked curiously, "What is this?" Wang Ling pushed his glasses and continued to look for his clothes. He said, "It's for air purification. Everyone takes out the clothes at the bottom of the box. There must be a lot of dust. I prepared it in advance." It was the first time Qinzhou saw this little gadget and felt it was very novel. When he was packing, he reached out and touched the water mist it sprayed. Wang Ling silently looked at her childish behavior and couldn't help wondering, how did she get the first place in Xinhuang? After Qinzhou's novelty wore off, she retracted her sight. The corner of her eye accidentally swept to Wang Ling's suitcase, and her pupil shrank suddenly. Every piece of clothing in Wang Ling's suitcase was folded like tofu, and placed side by side. Other toiletries were packed in bags according to categories, and neatly stacked aside. At a glance, you can tell what is in this area. She looked down at her suitcase. The clothes were not unfolded, but compared to Wang Ling's, they looked like they were thrown directly in. She turned her head to look at Gu Zheng and Lu Qin's suitcases, and found that the situation in their suitcases was similar to hers. She felt much more balanced. Qinzhou put on her coat. She was not short, but because her legs were covered, she looked shorter. Wang Ling frowned as he watched her close her suitcase and prepare to get off the bus. He asked, "You are only going to wear one coat?" Qinzhou nodded. "This coat is super warm. One is enough." Wang Ling lowered her head and said nothing. She searched for clothes in her suitcase again. Gu Zheng was better than her. At least he wore an extra wool vest inside. Wang Ling looked at their backs and couldn't help sighing. Finally, the train arrived at the station, and the cheerful welcome spread throughout every carriage. "Welcome to Porcelain King Star. Please take your luggage and prepare to get off the train." Ilia left first. She needed to find the teacher who handed over to the other party. Qinzhou followed at the end of the team, and after the others left, she and Gu Zheng stepped out of the car at the same time. After only one step, the two immediately retracted their feet and walked into the carriage together. Lu Qinzheng was surprised, and said as he walked out, "Why did you run back?" The next moment, he also joined Qinzhou's team. Wang Ling sighed again. "So you don't check the weather when you go out, right? It's minus 30 degrees on Porcelain King Star now. You wear a coat. Do you want to become the ice porcelain decoration of Porcelain King Star?" Qinzhou and the other two hugged their arms, and their teeth were trembling with cold, making a clicking sound. Wang Ling seemed to have guessed that Qinzhou and Gu Zheng were unreliable, and he was prepared. Under the gaze of the two, he took out two small silver cards from the left pocket of his coat, and took out two pairs of gloves from the right pocket. He handed the gloves to Qinzhou and Gu Zheng, and then took off Gu Zheng's coat in Qinzhou's shocked eyes. Gu Zheng was also confused, but Wang Ling's action was too sudden, and he didn't react for a while. "Wang Ling, what are you doing?" Wang Ling put the silver card on Gu Zheng's chest, and the next second, the silver card seemed to be integrated into Gu Zheng's inner clothes, and only the metal veins radiating from the card position could be vaguely seen. "Gu Zheng, what is this?" "Wang Ling, thermostatic chip, can maintain your body temperature outdoors for up to 3 hours. There are ones that can maintain it for longer, but they are not available in Xinhuang. Xinhuang is not that cold, and it is too late to buy online, so make do with it. You should be able to buy better quality ones in Saiwangxing." Qinzhou also unbuttoned his coat, and followed Wang Ling's method to fit the thermostatic chip on his chest. Sure enough, it was the same as Gu Zheng's. The chip was integrated into the clothes, and there was no feeling except a slight heat. She buttoned up her coat and put on gloves, and it really felt a lot warmer. And this, put it on. Wang Ling handed Qingjiu a red scarf, and Qingjiu took it and put it on obediently. Gu Zheng also had one, but he didn't need to do it himself. Wang Ling had already put it on for him. The three of them challenged to leave the carriage again with full equipment. This time when they stepped out of the carriage, they really didn't feel the piercing coldness just now. Qingjiu and Gu Zheng looked at Wang Ling with admiration. He was even more considerate than a mother. Lu Qin looked at the three people who left him behind in the carriage, and his facial muscles twitched. Hello? Does anyone care about his life or death? Chapter 54. Finally, Qingjiu realized that someone seemed to be missing, and then she remembered that Lu Qin was still in the carriage. She hurried back. Seeing Lu Qin's resentful expression, she touched her nose and her eyes wandered. She blinked and looked at Wang Ling expectantly. Do you have another set? Finally, Wang Ling took out her spare set for Lu Qin to use in an emergency. Lu Qin was very grateful and praised Wang Ling as a good person all the way. Wang Ling felt bad when he thought about having to take care of 3 people for the next month. What if there was one more reliable person for him? There is a central temperature control system in the waiting hall, and the temperature inside is relatively comfortable. Everyone took off their scarves and began to look around. The styles of Saiwangsing Station and Xirangsing Station are completely different. The station of Xirangsing is all floor-to-ceiling glass, with a wide field of vision. You can see the trains coming and going, and you can see a starry sky when you look up. But you can't see the scenery outside in the station of Saiwangsing. The first impression it gives people is that it is very bright and white. It's so white that it's blinding. Everyone observed carefully and found that all the walls in the station were made of huge ice crystals that towered into the sky and were spliced side by side. The surface of the ice crystals glowed with glass-white light, and the colors reflected by the light were like artificial rainbows, gorgeous and dazzling. There were fine lines and protrusions on their surfaces. If you look carefully, you will find that it was a faint metal vein that spread throughout the entire column, exactly the same as when the constant temperature chip was activated. Seeing that they were fascinated, Wang Ling explained to them, "This is a specialty of the Porcelain King Star, ice porcelain. When there is no light, it is clear and transparent, like ice. But if there is light, they will show different colors according to the light source. Some rich people from other planets like to come to Porcelain King Planet to purchase ice porcelain and put it in their homes as decoration. It is indeed very beautiful, but when Wang Ling said that the cost of one piece is about 100 million star coins, the ice porcelain in Qingjiu's eyes turned into a mountain of star coin cards. There are small ice porcelain decorations, ranging from dozens to hundreds of star coins. If you like, you can take one when you go back." A strange voice suddenly appeared, and everyone looked in the direction of the voice at the same time. The speaker was a handsome man. What attracted everyone was not his appearance, but his completely mechanized arm. His situation is different from Levin. Levin's mechanical arm is an auxiliary machine, an external mechanical tool, which plays a strengthening function. The man's mechanical arm is hollowed out, and the direction of the mechanical arm's bracket is completely exposed to everyone. Then, there is only one possibility. He has no arm. Seeing that several people were staring at his mechanical arm, he didn't care at all, but smiled and stretched out his hand to Wang Ling. "Hello, I am a member of Qingjing Student Union, my name is Ping'an." The man named Ping'an pointed with his other hand at another girl, who followed him, but was ignored by several people. The girl waved to them excitedly, and Ping'an said, "Her name is Li Tong, and she is also in the student union. We are here to pick up the exchange students from Xinhuang." Wang Ling looked at his hand for 2 seconds, and also stretched out her hand, and shook it gently with him. "Xinhuang Student Union, Wang Ling." Ping'an nodded. "I saw it in the video of your opening ceremony." He turned to Qingjiu again, with a friendly smile on his face. "You are Qingjiu." Qingjiu nodded, and was about to respond. Li Tong approached silently, suddenly attacked Qingjiu from behind, hugged her neck, sniffed her neck, and then put his cheek against Qingjiu. "Qingjiu? ? Is it a bit too enthusiastic?" Li Tong's behavior angered Bai Shui, who jumped out of Qingjiu's arms and showed her sharp claws to scratch her face. When Li Tong saw Bai Shui, his light-colored pupils suddenly shrank, and he quickly let go of Qingjiu and took 2 steps back. One man and one beast, their eyes exchanged in the air, and the invisible smell of gunpowder was spreading. It was the first time that Qingjiu saw Bai Shui actively attack a human. She went up and picked it up, stroked its head, and whispered, "What's wrong with you?" Bai Shui did not respond, and its eyes were still fixed on Li Tong. They had no doubt that if Li Tong dared to come over, Bai Shui would bite her neck off immediately. Li Tong touched her cheek, and she looked up at Qingjiu cautiously. Hey, why are you still accompanied by a war beast? Qingjiu's touch to Bai Shui paused, and she looked down at Bai Shui. Bai Shui was still wearing cat ears, and she looked cute. Normal people would not think of her as a war beast. She narrowed her eyes slightly, and looked up at Li Tong again. Li Tong played with her fingers nervously under Bai Shui's gaze. She wanted to get closer to Qingjiu, but she was afraid of Bai Shui. Qingjiu, how do you know it's a war beast? Li Tong, ah? It's a war beast, different from ordinary animals. Qingjiu frowned even deeper, and this answer was almost the same as no answer. Although Ping'an was surprised that Qingjiu actually brought a war beast, he did not show surprise because Li Tong could see through it at a glance. He explained, Li Tong is a half-orc, so he can distinguish between war beasts and other animals. She has no ill intentions, but sometimes her thoughts are a little out of line. Please forgive me. Orcs? This is the first time that everyone present has heard this word. Qingjiu's mind flashes to the monster that he saw in Queen Star Mountain before. Could Li Tong be that kind of existence? But Li Tong looks much more normal. Seeing that they were puzzled, Ping'an continued, it's because their ancestors had wolf genes, so they are called orcs. You should have heard of Wolf King Planet, right? Everyone nodded. It was a planet that only existed in textbooks. It was torn apart by an energy storm 500 years ago, and removed from the interstellar. There were countless casualties in that storm. Since then, later generations have begun to attach importance to the concept of energy storms, and continuously monitor abnormal energy to prevent tragedies from happening again. Ping'an, there are orcs on Wolf King Planet that have evolved into werewolves. The offspring of their combination with humans are called orcs. Several people looked up suddenly, and looked at Li Tong in disbelief. The Wolf King star disappeared 500 years ago. If Li Tong is a half-orc, how old is she? Ping'an saw their reaction and knew that they misunderstood, and hurriedly said, Li Tong is about the same age as us, about 20 years old. She is not an old monster. It's just that in order to maintain the werewolf bloodline among their race, most of them only marry their own people, so Li Tong has the werewolf gene. Wolf King Star and Porcelain King Star are in the same star system. Many residents of Wolf King Star fled to Porcelain King Star. It is normal that Star King is several star systems away, and does not know what happened after Wolf King Star broke. Li Tong did not pay attention to the conversation between the few people. Her eyes always stayed on Bai Shui. Seeing that Bai Shui had no desire to attack her, she moved closer to Qingjiu. As long as she moved, Bai Shui immediately became fierce. Li Tong was frightened by it, and took another step back. Seeing this, Qingjiu covered Bai Shui's mouth and whispered, Don't be fierce. Bai Shui was obedient and not fierce. Li Tong approached quietly again. This time she stood beside Qingjiu. Bai Shui just looked at her coldly, and did not show any impulse to attack. Li Tong's eyes were full of expectations. She looked at Qingjiu with burning eyes and asked in a low voice, Sister, can you touch me? Qingjiu, ? Everyone, ? Chapter 55. Qingjiu and Li Tong stood face to face. For some reason, she seemed to see the big tail on Li Tong that didn't exist wagging very fast. Is it an illusion? Li Tong said something shocking, and Ping'an didn't want her to embarrass herself again. He stepped forward and inserted himself between the two of them, smiling at Qingjiu. I'm sorry, she's crazy sometimes. After saying that, he immediately turned around and scolded Li Tong. What are you thinking about? After being stopped by Ping'an, Li Tong was like a wilted eggplant, unable to lift up his spirits, pouting his little mouth and drooping his head, peeking at Qingjiu pitifully. This made Qingjiu feel guilty for bullying small animals. She couldn't bear it and said to Ping'an, It's okay. Then she walked around Ping'an, tentatively raised her hand to Li Tong and asked, Do you want to go together? Li Tong looked up almost instantly, and saw that her emotions were rising. Two small canine teeth were exposed, and the joy in her big watery eyes could not be concealed. Okay. After that, she stepped forward and took Qingjiu's arm, and her whole body was almost stuck to Qingjiu. Bai Shui didn't like the smell of other animals on Qingjiu, but she couldn't control Qingjiu's behavior, so she had to walk on the ground by herself. However, the way she looked back every 3 steps was obviously still very concerned that Qingjiu actually chose the wolf cub and gave up herself, which really made the beast sad. Qingjiu felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the two had such intimate physical contact when they met for the first time. For Qingjiu, who had never had an intimate relationship with anyone, She just felt uncomfortable all over. Although Li Tong is a little crazy, she is very lively and cheerful. As long as the other person suits her taste, she can chat with anyone. But Ping'an had never seen her become such a licking dog because of meeting someone. Ping'an saw Li Tong's reaction for the first time, and looked thoughtfully at Qingqiu and the war beast that was sulking at her feet. Is there any secret about Qingqiu? Under Ping'an's leadership, several people gathered with the main force, and the people with the same destination formed a circle. Ping'an led Qingqiu and others to the crowd of Qingjing. The team leaders of various colleges and universities made some simple handovers in a lounge not far away. The members of the student union of Qingjing were divided into two groups. One group was responsible for waiting for students who came to Qingjing for exchanges near the carriage, while the other group stayed at the base camp and was responsible for registering the students who came back. Qingqiu is now well known in the Interstellar College circle, and more or less people can hear people around her discussing her. When they arrived at the base camp, a member of the remaining team took the initiative to walk towards them. He first looked at Ping'an's mechanical arm, and his contemptuous eyes did not escape everyone's eyes. He said, "Who did I think it was? It turned out to be a little cripple." His words made the Star Emperor feel deep malice in an instant. Everyone frowned slightly, and looked at the newcomer with complicated eyes. From the first time they saw Ping'an's mechanical arm, they had the answer in their hearts. Ping'an was a child with a broken arm. His mechanical arm mainly replaced the function of a normal arm, which can also be said to be an artificial arm. Although he was physically disabled, this was not a reason for others to make fun of him. Ping'an himself seemed calm, and it was obvious that this was not the first time he was made fun of. He never took the verbal humiliation that was not painful to him to heart. Seeing that Ping'an remained silent, the visitor became even more unscrupulous. "What? Your hand is already disabled, and now you are dumb?" Qingqiu couldn't stand it anymore. She let go of Li Tong's arm, and was about to step forward. Ping'an heard her footsteps, and stretched out his hand to block her way forward. He said in a business-like manner, "Phase, register these students from Xinhuang." Phase's eyes swept across the faces of several people, and finally stopped at Qingqiu's face. He said sarcastically, "Oh? This is Qingqiu, who has been very famous recently. Come to such a remote place like Qingjing, do you need to hire a few special people to serve you?" Qingqiu pursed her lips. She didn't know where this person's obvious malice came from. From Ping'an's attitude just now, it can be seen that Ping'an does not want to cause trouble here. She was considering how to refute, and Phase he said again, "Why don't you answer? Are you dumb too?" As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadow flashed in front of him, so fast that the afterimage was almost invisible, and rushed straight towards Fei. Then, Fei screamed, and the black shadow fell to the ground. Li Tong stood in front of Fei, and the nails on her hands were a full 10 centimeters longer than before. There was blood on the nails, and the red liquid flowed along the outline of her fingers to her palm. She pressed her long nails against Fei's vitals. Everyone saw 3 deep and shallow claw marks on Fei's neck. It was not difficult to infer where the blood on Li Tong's hands came from. Almost no one at the scene reacted, staring blankly at the incomprehensible situation in front of them. Another student union member behind Fei was the first to react. She screamed, "Li Tong, what are you crazy about?" Li Tong's light-colored pupils seemed to darken a little, and her eyes were fixed on Fei, who was already sweating profusely. "You dare to say another word?" Li Tong usually gave people the impression of being crazy, but he never hurt people without reason. As Li Tong's half-guardian, Ping'an felt very troubled by this. He sighed and said, "Li Tong, stop it. Do you want to be put in solitary confinement again?" Li Tong was most afraid of being put in solitary confinement, and Ping'an was sure that Li Tong would let go. But this time, the intimidation that had worked every time did not work. Li Tong did not move, and his long nails pierced into Fei's flesh. How could Fei dare to shout at this time? What he didn't want to admit was that he was scared and incontinent. Qingqiu saw that she did not react. As one of the parties involved, she also followed Ping'an to persuade, "Li Tong, he just said a few words. It's not painful, let's not bother with him." Hearing this, the nails on Li Tong's hands slowly retracted and left Fei's neck. Faith lost his strength and fell backwards, supported by his classmates. Li Tong looked at her hand, which was dirty because of Faith's blood. She reached out and wiped the blood on his clothes under Faith's horrified gaze. Only after her hand became clean did she look back with satisfaction, showing 2 small tiger teeth and smiling happily. "Okay, I will listen to you." Bai Shui witnessed the whole process from the side, and her tail, which was originally hanging down, slowly stood up and swung slowly from side to side. The look she gave Li Tong from the hostile indifference at the beginning became much more relaxed. Bai Shui didn't care about the bullshit rules of the human world. She was very satisfied with what Li Tong had just done. This wolf cub still had some merits. Then it had no choice but to let the wolf cub follow it. Animals have very sensitive intuition. Li Tong almost subconsciously felt the kindness that Bai Shui showed to her. She lowered her head and looked at Bai Shui, who was looking up at her. The eyes of the man and the beast briefly touched in the air and reached a consensus. Qingjiu cannot be bullied. Li Tong jumped back to Qingjiu. Her naughty and cute appearance made it impossible to associate her with the fierce character just now. After Fei Si escaped from danger, he immediately hid behind his classmates and started yelling again, "Li Tong, wait for me. This time, I will definitely put you in solitary confinement." Li Tong wrinkled his nose, opened his mouth and made a roaring motion, which scared Fei Si, and he ran away. Ping'an was helpless. This time Li Tong was afraid that she would not be able to escape the fate of solitary confinement. Now she looked so proud, but she will not be able to laugh in 2 days. Ping'an shook his head and sighed. Why did you provoke him? Li Tong put his hands on his waist, raised his head, and looked undisciplined. Who told him to scold my sister? Hearing this, Ping'an's mouth twitched and a short snort came out of his nose. He was just briefly moved by Li Tong's behavior. Li Tong actually stood up for him. It was worth it for him to clean up so many messes for Li Tong. It turned out that he was being sentimental. The school will make its own decision on Li Tong's affairs. The main work of the student union is to deal with the accommodation of exchange students. Qingjiu and others handed their ID cards to other student union members for registration, and then took the through train. Because of the special nature of the Qingjing Research Center, the school was built far away from the station. After resting on the suspended train for half an hour, the group finally arrived at the place where they would live for the next month. Along the way, they found that ice porcelain was used in buildings everywhere in the Porcelain King Star. According to Ping'an, ice porcelain is hard enough and beautiful, so many people like to use it for decoration, and Qingjing is no exception. When they arrived at the campus, they got off the car and looked at the campus exterior wall made of ice porcelain, praising it. It was so beautiful. There were students and teachers standing outside the gate of Qingjing campus to welcome them. It was nothing strange, but when the students of Qingjing saw that the teacher who greeted them at the door was Arnold, they looked at each other in disbelief. Teacher Arnold's status in Qingjing is similar to that of Edel and Xinhuang. They are both masters in their respective fields. Their achievements benefit the entire galaxy, and they themselves have an irreplaceable role in the galaxy. A scholar of her status should not be involved in the trivial matter of welcoming exchange students. Arnold's eyes swept across everyone's faces, but only stayed on Qingjiu for a moment. Not sure if it was Qingjiu's illusion, she always felt that Arnold's eyes looking at her were somewhat malicious. Qingjiu and the others were at the end of the team, following other students into the room. When Qingjiu walked to Arnold's side, she was stopped by Arnold. "Arnold, are you Qingjiu?" Qingjiu stopped, bowed slightly, and replied, "Yes." Arnold's eyes gradually became hotter when he looked at her, but Qingjiu felt a chill on her back. Something was wrong, too wrong. Qingjiu always felt that she was not an ordinary student in Arnold's eyes. As if to verify Qingjiu's guess, Arnold smiled and spoke hesitantly. "Qingjiu, that's right. Some time ago, something happened to you in Xinhuang, which is somewhat related to the topic I am studying, I think." Before she finished speaking, Qingjiu's terminal received a call from Edel in the Star Emperor system. Qingjiu thought Edel was worried about Bai Shui's situation, so she gave Arnold an apologetic look and answered the call. "Qingjiu, have you arrived in Qingjing now?" Edel got straight to the point. Qingjiu rarely heard him sound so anxious, and she couldn't help but get nervous. "Did something urgent happen? Edel, if you see Arnold, turn around and leave, understand?" Qingjiu looked at Arnold silently, only to see that Arnold still kept smiling, but the coldness in his eyes did not escape Qingjiu's eyes. Seeing that Qingjiu didn't reply, he immediately asked, "Qingjiu, did you hear me?" Arnold didn't give Qingjiu a chance to speak. She said, "Edel, I'm here. Why are you saying bad things about me?" When Edel heard Arnold's voice, his voice became more urgent. "Hey! You are here to wait for my students, right? What did I tell you last time? No! Don't think about pulling my students into your research group. Do you really want Qingjiu to be your student? You obviously want Qingjiu to do your experimental data." Edel's voice stopped abruptly, and Qingjiu witnessed Arnold hanging up the call in front of her. Since Edel exposed her, Arnold was much more frank than before. She looked at Qingjiu with a sharp look. "Edel is right. I want to pull you into the research group. How about it?" Are you interested? Our research group has special funding from the Interstellar, and we have never been poor. You have a great talent for learning, and it's a bit of a waste to study pet care. If you are willing, I can apply to the Federal Education Center for you to transfer over to cooperate with the research, and your name will also be on the paper. After the project is completed, you can choose to stay or go back. After listening to Edel's communication, Qingjie was cautious. She would not easily believe Arnold's sugar-coated bullets. She asked, if I join the research group, what is my main job? Arnold, oh, it's very easy. Just look at some photos of alien beasts to monitor their emotional changes, and let us draw a little blood regularly. She looked around, carefully approached Qingjie's ear, and whispered, I want to study the alien beast you met last time in Xinhuang. Qingjie was not surprised that Arnold knew about this. After all, Edel and Arnold were both military personnel. But what does studying alien beasts have to do with her? Did they know that she secretly kept the tiger head badge? No, if they found out, this reaction would be wrong. According to teacher Edel, she had discussed with Edel about having her join the team. Why must it be her? Qingjie guessed that they probably didn't know about the tiger head badge, and acted much calmer. Qingjie, why me? Arnold didn't intend to cover it up. She answered directly, because the alien beasts have a strong appetite for you, so we want to study whether your fear at that time changed the smell of your body, or whether there are special ingredients in your blood that can attract alien beasts. What level of change can make the alien beasts have a stronger desire to eat? She had a blank expression on her face, and for a moment, she wanted to knock Arnold's head open to see what was inside her. Qingjie understood that Arnold wanted to study why she was suitable for the appetite of the alien beasts. Right. Don't waste funds on such a topic with no future. Chapter 56. Qingjie certainly did not agree to Arnold's proposal. Although Arnold felt it was a pity, he did not pester Qingjie. After all, she had been rejected countless times throughout the year, and the people on the garrison side almost thought she was crazy. After all, not many people would be willing to be used as experimental materials by a researcher, especially when some of the requirements put forward by this researcher were very strange. Since the students present had different majors, they were taken to the teams of their corresponding majors by the students of Qingjing. Qingjie and Liu Qin came to the queue of the pet care major, waiting for the next step. Standing at the front of the team, a girl with a long ponytail wearing a Qingjing school uniform confirmed their information on the terminal facing everyone. Their ID cards were pinned on their chests. After the girl's terminal scanned them, their corresponding information appeared on her light screen. Seeing that everyone had arrived, the girl said, Hello, I am a freshman majoring in pet care in Qingjing. My name is Jiruo, and I will take classes with you in the future. If you have any questions during the period, you can come to me. We will take you to your accommodation later, and gather later to hold a welcome ceremony in the auditorium. Now add our professional group and communication group. Seeing the group becoming active in the terminal, Qingjie glanced and prepared to close the terminal page. She scanned the last person lying quietly in the contact list, that was Dean Liu. Qingjie silently closed the terminal, with inexplicable emotions flowing in her eyes. Everyone went to their dormitories, put down their luggage, and briefly met the classmates, who also came to communicate. After a day of tossing, they were a little tired, and sat down to rest after packing up. Qingjie was still thinking about how to place Bai Shui. This was not Xinhuang, so Bai Shui had no place to live. If she lived in the dormitory, she was afraid that others would not agree to keep a pet. If she let her pet roam freely, she was worried that Bai Shui was unfamiliar with the environment and could not find a suitable place to stay. For a moment, she looked at Bai Shui and felt worried. Bai Shui did not know what Qingjie was thinking, and she was still looking around the dormitory. Well, although it was not as big as Xinhuang, the environment was still good, clean and tidy. Barely passable. It patrolled slowly, and suddenly seemed to feel something. It tried to sniff the air, and then walked towards the door indifferently. The wolf cub is here. Li Tong stuffed her arms with fruits, and ran in the corridor, occasionally dropping 1 or 2 fruits on the ground. She did not need to know Qingjie's dormitory number in advance. She could accurately find the place where the two of them lived through the breath of Bai Shui and Qingjie. When she arrived at the door of Qingjie's dormitory, she saw Bai Shui sitting behind the door wagging her tail. She stopped and bowed to Bai Shui hesitantly. Bai Shui was still aloof. She raised her head, and looked Li Tong up and down, then stood up, and made way for her. Li Tong showed her little tiger teeth, and smiled happily. She hurriedly followed Bai Shui's pace, and found Qingjie, who was still fiddling with the terminal on the chair. Qingjie heard the footsteps, and turned around. The colorful fruits occupied all her vision. They were just a little bit away from being directly attached to Qingjio's face. Qingjio was startled. She looked up and moved her eyes upwards, and finally saw the owner of the pile of fruits. Li Tong smiled brightly and said, "Sister, eat fruits. I brought you a lot of fruits. They are delicious." After she finished speaking, she put all the fruits on the table. There were indeed many kinds. If Qingjio remembered correctly, Porcelain King Star seemed not suitable for planting. Fruits could be said to be scarce resources. The price of so many fruits should not be cheap. "Qingjio, eat them yourself. No need to spend money." Li Tong heard her refusal, her smile faded, and the word unhappy was written on her face. She asked carefully, "Sister, don't you like it?" In Qingjio's eyes, Li Tong was like a large dog. When he was unhappy, his non-existent ears would droop down, and when he was happy, his tail would wag behind him. Seeing her at a loss, as if she had done something wrong, Qingjio hurriedly coaxed her. No, I like it, but the fruit here is too expensive. You don't have to buy it for me. It costs a lot of money." Li Tong heard this, and tilted her head to analyze the meaning of Qingjio's words. After a moment, she waved her hand and shook her head. "No, it's not expensive. You don't have to spend money. I picked it in the greenhouse. It's still very fresh. If you like it, I can bring it to you every day." "Qingjio, greenhouse? You also have your own greenhouse? You can grow fruit? So amazing." Before she finished speaking, Li Tong shook her head again. She pointed to the fruit on the table, gestured a big square, and said, "It's the greenhouse in the school. They grow things." When Qingjio was still thinking about the meaning of this sentence, she heard a voice amplified by a microphone coming from outside the door. The sound resounded throughout the building. It sounded like the person who was talking was downstairs, and he was very excited. "Li Tong, you bastard. How many times have I told you not to enter the experimental field to pick fruits? Normally you pick one or two, but do you want to empty our greenhouse today? Hurry up and return the fruits to us. Otherwise, I will report you to the principal." The same words were repeated over and over again. Everyone in the building heard them. Some people wanted to go out and see what was going on. They went to the corridor and looked down. They saw a student in a white coat sitting on the ground, panting. A small speaker was floating beside her, and the sound echoed in the U-shaped dormitory area. The students in Qingjing seemed to have gotten used to it, and did not react much. Most of the curious students were new exchange students. Everyone heard her words clearly, and probably knew that it was this person named Li Tong who stole the fruits from the experimental field, and was now being chased to the dormitory. Someone happened to be on the same floor as Qingjio, and saw the fallen fruits on the ground. They followed the path indicated by the fruits to see where it would eventually point to. Qingjio also heard the movement outside in the dormitory. When she heard the other party's words clearly, she suddenly had a bad premonition. She turned her head stiffly, and looked at the fruits on the table. Looking carefully, Qingjio saw that there seemed to be markers on several large mangoes. Li Tong was not affected by the accusations outside. She was looking forward to Qingjio accepting the fruit, and then praising her. Someone outside the door saw Guagualu parked at the door of this dormitory, and stretched their necks curiously to look inside. When they saw the fruit on the table, their expressions when they looked at Qingjio and Li Tong became interesting. "No way. There is a thief in the school, and he lives near them. They must protect their property in the future." Qingjio, Witnessing the meaningful changes in the eyes of the students outside the door, Qingjio had only one thought in his mind. "It's over. Even jumping into the Milky Way can't wash it off." Chapter 57. Under Qingjio's strong request, Li Tong still reluctantly returned all the fruits. She went downstairs, and threw the fruits into the man's arms. Ignoring the man's angry abuse, she rushed upstairs again, and stood in front of Qingjio, anxiously waiting for Qingjio's judgment. Qingjio didn't know how to get along with her. She was indeed a little too enthusiastic, and too clingy, which made Qingjio feel burdened. She glanced at Bai Shui dozing off on the side. After thinking for a moment, she suddenly thought of a way to let Li Tong find something to do. Qingjio pointed at Bai Shui, and said to Li Tong, "I don't need you to bring me delicious food. Please help me arrange Bai Shui's accommodation." Bai Shui was originally sleepy fishing, but she immediately became energetic when she heard her name. It looked at Qingjio, then looked at Li Tong, jumped down from the window, and walked between them. Bai Shui is more careful and thoughtful than lightning. It will not insist on living with Qingjio. And judging from the current situation, it would be best for him to live separately, and not affect the relationship between Qingjio and his temporary roommate. So he immediately agreed to Qingjio's proposal, took the initiative to approach Li Tong, and waited for Li Tong's response. Bai Shui was originally a war beast from the snowy area, not afraid of the cold, and did not need to be arranged with any luxurious accommodation environment. It just needs a normal place that is not leaky, clean, and comfortable to sleep. Li Tong's eyes still have fear of Bai Shui, which comes from the fear of the werewolf bloodline of the strong from the depths of the soul, and is pure blood suppression. However, Bai Shui does not seem to have any malice, and she seems much gentler than when they first met. At Bai Shui's hint, Li Tong nodded heavily and agreed to this. One person and one leopard walked out of the dormitory together under Qingjiu's gaze. After they left, Qingjiu's temporary roommate stared at the empty door and said carefully, "You called her Li Tong just now. Is she the half-orc Li Tong?" Qingjiu didn't expect that his roommate actually knew about Li Tong's existence, and from her tone, she seemed to know something that Qingjiu didn't know. Qingjiu nodded, and she answered curiously, "Yes, is she famous?" "Roommate, she is quite famous in our galaxy. I am from the next planet, and have heard about her deeds." She opened the terminal, and found a screenshot of the news to show Qingjiu. The news title read, "Alien beasts broke through the defense line, and the flower of hope under the corpses." The picture accompanying the news was a picture of two young children snuggling together. The disheveled girl fainted in the boy's arms. The boy was covered in blood, and his eyes were full of fear. A closer look revealed that there was nothing under his left sleeve. Qingjiu recognized them immediately. It was Pingyan and Li Tong. His roommate said, "This happened almost 20 years ago. I was still young at the time, and don't have a very deep impression. But in my memory, many people died on Porcelain King Star that year. Pingyan and Li Tong were neighbors. Almost all the people in their area died. Only the two of them survived until they were found by the beast tamers with their war beasts. It should be that their parents sacrificed themselves to protect them. If the beast tamers had come later, they probably wouldn't have survived." Qingjiu looked at the screenshot of the news in silence for a moment and asked, "Is there an original copy of this news?" "Yes, there is a news series column about the two of them." "Wait a minute, I find it for you." The roommate operated on the terminal for a while, found the column, and sent it to Qingjiu. Qingjiu thanked her, and sat down to read it silently. The first news in the entire column reported the fall of a guard fortress on the Porcelain King Star. The stationed army was destroyed by a large number of alien beasts. The alien beasts broke through the defense line, and killed into the villages near the border, and brutally massacred them. Fortunately, most of the residents in the village were half-orcs, and they still had the ability to resist. They used their lives to hold the alien beasts back, so that they could not leave the village for a short time, avoiding greater casualties. The tragic situation at that time did leave an indelible psychological shadow on the soldiers who participated in the rescue. Some people had nightmares every day after the rescue, and saw children who died tragically. They could not bear the psychological pressure and left the military. The two survivors were taken in by the orphanage on the Porcelain King Star. Also orphans, they took a completely different path from Qingjiu. Qingjiu did not go to school, but studied with the director and teacher in the orphanage. They followed the path of studying in an orderly manner. Ping An's robotic arm was donated by the public in the 5th year of commemorating this major event. The subsequent related reports were almost all about how good Ping An was, obedient and well-behaved, while Li Tong was relatively active and loved to get into trouble, but he was also an enthusiastic child who often helped strangers. Because Ping An was the only one who could occasionally control Li Tong's outrageous behavior, he was also jokingly called Li Tong's half-guardian. After Ping An became an adult and left the orphanage, he asked Li Tong for her opinion and whether she was willing to go with him. Li Tong agreed, and Ping An finally moved Li Tong's household registration together with his own, and legitimately became her guardian. He always treated Li Tong as his own sister, took good care of her, urged her to study, and let her get into college. The last news was the report that the two of them were admitted to Qingjing together. Qingjiu went back to the first news and looked at the date. It happened almost 20 years ago. Qingjiu closed the news and let out a long breath. She had a vague feeling that something big must have happened 20 years ago that they didn't know about, and it was concealed very well without any news. While she was still thinking, the group called for a gathering, and they went out together and went to the auditorium to wait. The auditorium of Qingjing was about the same size as Xinguang's, and could accommodate a lot of people. Qingjiu's position this time didn't seem to be behind Xinguang. After all, pet care was a more popular major in Qingjing. Qingjiu sat in a place with a good view, and couldn't help but sigh that this was really a VVIP treatment for her. She sat next to Jiruo. In the next few days, they would study and live with Qingjing students, so they would sit together without distinction. Jiruo nodded to her in a friendly manner, and said with a smile, "Qinjiu, hello." "Qinjiu, hello? Shiru, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?" Qinjiu saw that her eyes were full of curiosity, and thought that the other party should want to know how she could take care of the war beast. She replied, "Yes." But the next second, Shiru's words caught Qinjiu off guard. Is Teacher Adele secretly married? Chapter 58. Does Mr. Songji like men? I've never heard of any scandals between him and any woman. He's so handsome and capable, it shouldn't be like that. And do you know what Mr. Levin's son's name is? Qinjiu was shocked by her series of strange questions. She never thought that the other party was actually interested in gossip news, but unfortunately, she asked the wrong person. Qinjiu didn't know the answer to any of her questions. Jirua couldn't get an answer, so she had to give up and stop asking. Although she stopped talking about gossip, Jirua's mouth was non-idle. She introduced Qingjing's food or nearby places to play to Qinjiu, and she kept talking. While they were chatting, Fei Si happened to pass by them. When he saw Qinjiu, his eyes were immediately full of resentment, as if he wanted to eat Qinjiu alive. Jirua watched Fei Si leave, and she couldn't help but ask curiously, "Do you have a grudge against him?" Qinjiu pondered for a moment and said, "Not really. I just had a little conflict with him when he came to the station to pick someone up this morning." Jirua heard this, and her face looked like she was going to be finished. Qinjiu was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Jirua sighed and said, "Don't you need to accumulate points? He is a member of the points group, which means that he is also responsible for adding and deducting points for you. And he is quite vindictive. If you offend him, you will have a hard time in the next month." "How did you offend him?" "Qinjiu, it's not that I offended him, right? He was the first to verbally attack us, and then was beaten by Li Tong." Jirua heard that Li Tong was also involved, and her eyes widened. She suddenly stopped worrying about Qinjiu. Is Li Tong particularly cruel? Qinjiu, yes, we thought we almost killed him. Jirua nodded. That's right, don't mess with Li Tong at school, she's crazy. Qinjiu, I can see that. Jirua lowered her head again, and glanced at Qinjiu's school uniform, thinking. After a long time, she slapped her thigh and suddenly realized, I know why he spoke rudely to you. According to my reliable gossip, he has a cousin named Zheng Wenhao, who is now studying in Shiqi. Zheng Wenhao originally took the entrance exam for Xinhuang, but because of his poor grades, he entered the pet care major. He couldn't accept this fact, refused to enroll, and then transferred to Shiqi. I heard that he was quite resentful about this matter. He said in Shiqi that he looked down on Xinhuang. I think he was jealous and felt unbalanced. Usually he and his cousin Faisi get along best. Faisi will probably vent for him and target you Xinhuang. And she stared at Qinjiu's ID card, which faintly said the words pet care major. She continued, you are still a pet care major, plus you were a little popular on the internet some time ago. He must be more jealous, you may have to be careful. Qinjiu's fingers on her thigh tapped lightly. She lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Jirua thought she didn't believe her, so she immediately raised 3 fingers and swore, you must believe me. I have been a professional gossip monger for 20 years. There is no gossip in Qingjing that I don't know. Qinjiu didn't mean to disbelieve her, but she figured out some things. She finally knew why Zheng Wenhao and Faisi had inexplicable malice towards her. In fact, this matter should not be blamed on her, as it was Zheng Wenhao who gave up the quota. She sighed, and since she was here, she should make the best of it. She could not control other people's thoughts, nor could she stop Fei Si from targeting her. Qinjiu, I believe you, thank you for telling me. Jirua wanted to share some other gossip with her, but the host had already come on stage and started talking. She had to keep her words to herself, and she must continue to chat with Qinjiu next time she had the chance. The whole ceremony did not last long. After all, the new exchange students needed to go back and rest quickly, and they would have the energy to attend classes together tomorrow after they were in good spirits. When Qinjiu left, she saw Gu Zheng and the other person standing beside the auditorium, and she took the initiative to greet them. Aren't you going back yet? Wang Ling saw her coming and immediately turned the video communication on the terminal to Qinjiu's eyes. The video showed Jean Chung and Hurricane, who was eating freeze-dried food. When Jean Chung saw Qinjiu appear, he felt like he had found a life-saving straw and immediately asked, Vice President, what kind of freeze-dried food did you buy for Hurricane? Is there a link? After it came to you launching, its appetite increased greatly, and it ate a lot of things. The freeze-dried food is almost finished. I'm afraid it will eat me if it runs out tomorrow. Qinjiu did not answer. She was observing Hurricane's condition. Hurricane's belly was bulging, and it was obvious that it had eaten too much, but it seemed that it could not stop at all, and was still eating non-stop. If it continued to eat, it would definitely get sick. Qingjiu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them again. What was different from just now was that there was a faint dark light in her eyes. Hurricane, stop. Hurricane on the other side of the screen paused in its action of holding the freeze-dried food, raised its head, and looked at Qingjiu on the light screen, tilted its head, and seemed a little confused. Qingjiu asked Jin Chung to remove the freeze-dried food and stared at Hurricane's eyes. Its eyes revealed a deep confusion, as if it didn't know what it was doing. Only after Qingjiu called it did it regain a bit of clarity. Something was wrong. Seeing that Hurricane really stopped looking for food, Jin Chung breathed a sigh of relief and praised Qingjiu. Vice President is awesome. I fought with it all day today, and this greedy eagle couldn't stop for a moment. I was afraid that it would get a stomachache. Jin Chung. Qingjiu interrupted him, tried to give it an order. Jin Chung was confused and didn't know why Qingjiu suddenly asked him to do this, but he still obediently said to Hurricane, Hurricane, fly a circle. Jin Cheng's pupils were shining with golden waves. Hurricane hesitated for a moment, flew up to the sky, turned around, and stood steadily on Jin Cheng's arm. Jin Chung looked at Qingjiu. Okay. Qingjiu's brows had not relaxed since the beginning. Hurricane gave her a very strange feeling, but she couldn't tell what was wrong for a moment. She lowered her head and opened the terminal, and sent the contact information of the freeze-dried boss she had bought before to Jin Chung. After Jin Chung thanked him, Qingjiu said very seriously, if Hurricane can't stop eating, you give it an order to stop. Jin Chung wiped his face and said, it likes to eat. It's not that we can't afford it. Give it to it. Qingjiu's voice suddenly rose several decibels and scolded, no, we must stop its abnormal behavior. Do you hear me? Jin Chung was startled by her voice. Although he was puzzled, he still replied, I know. Chapter 59. Guangming hung up the call, looked at Qingjiu with a serious expression, and asked, is there a problem? Qingjiu nodded, then shook his head. I feel something is wrong, but I can't see what's wrong. Guangming believed in Qingjiu's special intuition when facing more beasts, and he said carefully, should we talk to Teacher Wei Er first and ask her to pay attention to the situation of Jin Chung and Hurricane? Qingjiu thought Guangling's suggestion was very good. She immediately found Wei Er's contact information in the school system and sent her idea. Wei Er replied with a good word almost instantly. Qingjiu wanted to go back, and Guangling must take Gu Zheng to send her back to the dormitory building. When the few people walked halfway, Li Tong and Bai Shui appeared in front of her together. Qingjiu bent down and stretched out her hand to Bai Shui, and Bai Shui jumped into her arms along her arm. Have you found a place to live? Bai Shui nodded, and her little head arched into Qingjiu's arms. It ran with the wolf cub for a long time, and it missed Qingjiu's breath very much. Li Tong saw that Bai Shui could be hugged, and she wanted to hug him too. So she sneaked up to Qingjiu, then took Qingjiu's arm and leaned on him. Qingjiu was a little numb from the initial discomfort. Li Tong's body was very warm, and she leaned on him as if there was a heater next door. In another corner, Fei Si was watching everything here silently. His eyes fell on Bai Shui, and he had an idea. With Li Tong here, I can't touch you. But I can always touch your pet, right? Bai Shui and Qingjiu's arm seemed to feel a strong gaze, but when it turned back to look for it, that feeling disappeared again. It didn't care and continued to curl up in Qingjiu's arms. Qingjiu was a little worried and decided to go with them to Bai Shui's temporary residence to see the environment. It was an abandoned teaching building. Li Tong said that it would be demolished and rebuilt in 2 months, so it would be temporarily idle. Li Tong found a relatively empty abandoned classroom for it to nest. Li Tong looked crazy, but unexpectedly, she was quite careful. She prepared a small blanket and a small kettle for Bai Shui, and there was an empty bowl next to it. Qingjiu was not hungry, but after seeing the empty bowl, her stomach growled. Li Tong heard it and immediately said to Qingjiu, Sister, I know a restaurant that is delicious. Let's go eat. Qingjiu looked at the time, and it was indeed time to eat. She took Guangling and Gu Zheng, sent a message to Lu Qin, and asked Li Tong to call Ping'an, planning to go out for a meal together. Li Tong was a little reluctant to call Ping'an, but she still sent a message to Ping'an. Qingjiu stole a peek at her terminal, and she only sent Ping'an one word, meal. Qingjiu, How did they communicate with each other? The restaurant is outside the school, and the school doesn't care much about their entry and exit. There is a camera for identity confirmation at the door. As long as they are students of the school, they can enter and exit freely. For those who come from other schools, like Qinjiu, there is also their information in the invisible electronic network on the ID card, so they can temporarily move freely in Xinjiang. Especially the ID cards of the 3 students in the student union, their ID cards can also enter and exit other colleges and universities on Siwang Star. When the few people came to the door of the restaurant, Li Tong suddenly stopped, and Bai Shui and Qinjiu's arms also raised her head and looked at the door of the restaurant. Qinjiu found that Li Tong did not move, so she turned around with a puzzled look. What's wrong? Li Tong, there is the smell of war beasts. Bai Shui and Qinjiu's arms also nodded and pulled Qinjiu's arm. Xinjiang's beast control major is not well known, and there are not many students. The level of war beasts that Li Tong encountered in Xinjiang was not high. But now, she clearly sensed that the level of the other party's war beast was similar to Bai Shui's. Qinjiu, could it be a student gathering in your school? Li Tong shook her head. Absolutely not. The group stood at the door of the restaurant for a while, and Qinjiu lowered his head and asked Bai Shui, "Do you feel dangerous?" Bai Shui tried to sniff into the restaurant, and it shook its head. For some reason, Bai Shui always felt that this smell was very familiar to it. "Where have we met before?" Qinjiu got Bai Shui's affirmative answer, and she said, "Since there is no danger, let's eat our food and go." Qinjiu walked into the restaurant first, followed by Wang Ling and Gu Zheng. Li Tong hesitated for a long time and walked in with gritted teeth. It was dinner time now, and the restaurant was full. The boss said there were no private rooms, so they were arranged to sit in the hall. Everyone didn't care and sat down in the hall. Wang Ling clearly felt that the voices around him had dropped a lot since he came in. The whispers came one after another, and countless eyes fell on him. Wang Ling frowned. He didn't like this inexplicable gaze. "Hey! Wang Ling!" Suddenly someone called his name. He looked down, his eyes shining. "Brother Lin?" Linny didn't expect that he could actually meet his junior brother on a business trip. He was also very surprised, but he was more happy. The two hadn't seen each other for almost 5 or 6 years. They were best friends when they were still in the Boy Scouts. "Wang Ling, why are you here?" "Linny, I'm on a business trip here. What about you?" Wang Ling pointed to his ID card. "I'm here for communication." Linny suddenly realized, and immediately stood up and patted him on the back, smiling. "You are old enough to go to college. You were just a little kid who could only cry." Wang Ling's cheeks were slightly hot when he was told about his past embarrassment. He quickly interrupted Lin Yi, "Brother, don't mention the past." "Ha ha ha. That's right, you are very shameless." After saying that, he turned around and pointed at a woman on the other side of the round table. "Look who it is." The woman had big wavy red hair, draped behind her like a waterfall. A pair of phoenix eyes on her heroic face were staring at Wang Ling closely, her mouth slightly curved, and she raised her hand and waved to Wang Ling. Wang Ling seemed to have never seen a woman before, and was puzzled by the behavior of his senior brother and the woman. Seeing Wang Ling's confused look, Lin Yi chuckled and said anxiously, "Don't you know her?" Wang Ling shook her head. Lin Yi seemed to have seen a ghost, and asked again, "Really don't know her?" Wang Ling still shook her head. This time it was Lin Yi's turn to be speechless. He scratched his head, looked at the woman's deepening smile, and muttered, "I saw a ghost." Wang Ling was wondering why she should know her. Lin Yi saw his frown, sighed, and said, "Her name is Qianqin. Do you remember?" Wang Ling thought for a moment, and still shook her head. "TSK? You guys?" Lin Yi glared at the woman fiercely. "How do you do things? Why don't they know you?" He turned to face Wang Ling, pointed in the direction of the woman, and said something that shocked Wang Ling. "She is the president of your Xinjiang Student Union." Chapter 60. After saying this, not only Wang Ling, but also Gu Zheng and Qinjiu suddenly looked up at her. Qinjiu remembered that Xia Xiaolan had mentioned this name before they set off, but she did not ask. In fact, the list of the student union was publicized, but because they had never seen this person in the past few months at school, they gradually forgot her existence. And Qinjiu, who was basically a hands-off boss in the student union, had never paid attention to who the president was. She might have heard it by accident, but she did not remember it carefully. Everyone thought that the president was ready to graduate and work outside, and would not return to Xinjiang to manage things, so they did not take her seriously at all. But their guess was not wrong. Qianqin was in the internship period. She was interning in the beast-taming army. Recently, a new wormhole appeared on the Porcelain King Star, and she was assigned to guard it. Bai Shui had left Qinjiu when no one noticed just now, and it walked briskly to the box next door. In fact, it was not that the boxes were full and there were no seats, but that all the boxes were filled with large cages covered with cloth, and the cages were full of the war beasts of the beast control army outside. They had eaten and drunk earlier than their masters, and now they were all drowsy, and some of the lower-level war beasts had completely fallen asleep. Bai Shui came to the box, sniffed around, and stopped accurately in front of a large cage. There was a slight sound in the cage, as if the claws of the war beast were digging at the cage. Bai Shui bit the cloth outside the cage and pulled it to the side. The small Bai Shui seemed to have infinite power, and actually pulled the heavy cloth to the ground. It opened its mouth and returned to the cage. Without the cover, the situation inside was clearly visible. In the cage was a gray wolf, wearing a cotton vest and a small hat. It looked completely unlike the fierce beasts and a little funny. Snow White sat in front of the cage, grinning, laughing at the gray wolf as she had laughed at Lightning. Unlike Lightning, the gray wolf was not as easy to break through. It looked at Snow White indifferently, and pointed at the cat ears on its head with its paw. Its eyes seemed to say, "You are still laughing at me. Aren't you funny yourself?" Snow White restrained her smile and made a face at the gray wolf. "I haven't seen you for so long, but you are still so annoying." Snow White squeezed in through the gap in the cage, drank water from its water basin carelessly, and then walked to its side, and pressed its big wolf paw with her small paw. The gray wolf looked at it calmly, pulled out its paw, and pressed it back on Snow White's paw. Bai Shui also followed its example, and pulled out her claws, covering the gray wolf's claws again. The two beasts continued this boring game for a long time, and Bai Shui was finally tired. She lay on the gray wolf's claws, and closed her eyes to sleep. This time, the gray wolf did not pull out its claws again, but fell to the ground and pressed its long mouth on Bai Shui. Bai Shui opened her eyes and glanced back, then continued to close her eyes to rest. The two war beasts lived a peaceful life here, while the students looked at each other, at a loss. At Lin Yi's strong request, they asked the boss to sit together at the table, and Lin Yi asked the boss to add a few more dishes. Although Qianqin did not go back this semester, she browsed the school forum and read the hot searches, and she still had some understanding of this year's freshmen. Lilith and Jean Chung are from the royal family, and they are already famous. Wang Ling was born in the Boy Scouts and had been in the army before, so everyone is familiar with him. Gu Zheng defeated Xiao Feng in the competition organized some time ago. Later, Xiao Feng revealed that his strength was the rescue mecha, which made the originally unknown mecha student become a frequent topic of discussion in the mecha army. And Qinjiu, a student with super control over war beasts, but not a student of beast control major, but a pet care major that is inconspicuous in the Interstellar. It can be said that they are the most outrageous freshman team in recent decades. Qinjiu's identity is the most confusing, and the military has already asked someone to check it out. She is an orphan abandoned in Shirong. All the information about her entering Shirong orphanage can be found, except for the cinder column, which is empty. The military asked the principal of Xinghuang if he knew about her situation. The principal only said that he went to the orphanage to ask the director, and the director said that Qinjiu was abandoned at the door of the orphanage in the middle of winter, and they didn't know who sent Qinjiu here. Qianqin retracted her thoughts, and her eyes swept across the faces of several people. She smiled and said, "Hello, I am Qianqin, the president of the 5th grade student union." Qinjiu and others immediately reported their names, and Lu Qin mistakenly entered the circle of big guys. After introducing himself, he shrank in the corner, and hoped that everyone would not see him. He shouldn't be greedy, and accept Qinjiu's temptation. "Qianqin, you don't have to be too restrained, relax, we are all easy to talk to." Lenny echoed on the side, "Yes, we just arrived in Xinjiang, and we are unfamiliar with the place. You can chat more." Wang Ling looked around and found that most of the people sitting there were military people. He frowned and asked, "Why mobilize so many people to Xinjiang College?" Lenny sighed, "It's because of the new wormhole. Everyone is wondering if it is facing Professor Arnold." Ahem. Qianqin interrupted Lin Yi at the right time. Lin Yi suddenly realized it, and looked at Wang Ling awkwardly. He immediately picked up the kettle to pour water for Wang Ling and changed the subject. Drink water, don't talk about work when you come out for dinner." Qinjiu clearly caught the words Professor Arnold, but aren't wormholes randomly generated? Why are they targeted at Professor Arnold, unless this wormhole is actually artificially created? Qinjiu felt a chill on his back when he thought of this. If wormholes can be artificially created, then who created them? Why was it created on Porcelain King Star? What is the purpose of targeting Professor Arnold, a researcher? Countless mysteries appeared in Qinjiu's mind. She knew that she would never get the answer from Qianqin and the others. Qinjiu ate in silence. Li Tong beside her frantically put food into her bowl. Qingjiu was in a daze for a while, and the food in the bowl had piled up into a small mountain. Ping grabbed Li Tong's hand with a mechanical arm and said, "How can you let her eat? Eat your own food." Li Tong broke free and continued to pick up food. Qingjiu found out and stopped Li Tong with a wry smile. "Okay, I've had enough, you eat it yourself." Li Tong then ate his own food obediently and stopped picking up food for Qingjiu. Qing's eyes wandered between the two. Li Tong was one of the celebrities on Porcelain King Star. Everyone knew that she was a half-orc. So, Qingjiu was not only attracted to war beasts, but also to half-orcs? Could it be that Qingjiu had a bloodline that was stronger than that of half-orcs and war beasts? Chapter 61. Thinking of this, Qin searched in her mind and indeed found such an existence. There is a legend in the beast-taming army that there was once a white tiger war beast who had the title of the king of all beasts. It could command all the war beasts to submit to it, and it was the first in 1,000 years. When its owner first adopted it, he fought with it every day. The white tiger's fighting ability was much stronger than that of humans, and it almost killed its owner several times. Its owner was also a madman. After recovering from his illness, he came back again. The fight lasted for 3 or 4 years. Its owner had countless operations, big and small. Later, all the doctors in the hospital knew him and gave him the nickname Fighting Tiger Brother. I don't know if the war beasts and him had feelings for each other, and later the two stopped fighting and began to live in harmony. His and the white tiger's fighting ability crushed the entire war beast army, and the two gradually became the strongest existence in the beast-taming army. But the story ended here, and no one knew the follow-up. Someone once asked about the story behind and where this person went, but the older seniors avoided talking about it, and this legend stopped, leaving a mysterious color. Qin has heard several versions of the story. Some say that its owner became a demon, joined the rebels, and was eventually killed by the military. Others say that they lived in seclusion in the mountains and forests and lived a peaceful life. There are many supporters of both answers, but the third group of people who do not believe in the existence of this story is the majority. After all, they do not believe that any war beast can give orders to other war beasts. War beasts are proud life forms. If they don't like each other, they will fight each other, let alone obey the orders of other war beasts. The new beast control soldiers only regarded it as a fictional myth, and most people still didn't believe it. Of course, Qin was one of those who didn't believe it, but she just saw Qingjiu's specialness, and suddenly this story popped up in her mind. Maybe Qingjiu just knew Li Tong before, and they had a good relationship. Qingjiu could wash and care for war beasts, maybe just because she had a special method to train war beasts to cooperate. After all, she studied pet care at Xinhuang, which was taught by Ilia, who was Shirong's first beast trainer. Some of the methods she taught might also be useful for war beasts. Moreover, Qingjiu's ability to control war beasts was only reflected in her responsibility for their daily life and washing work, and she never showed any ability to cooperate with war beasts in battle. Although her ability to get close to war beasts did make people pay attention, for the beast control soldiers, they were just surprised and wanted to ask for advice on how to care for war beasts. No one ever thought that Qingjiu could become a beast control soldier. After all, she didn't even have the learning qualifications required to become a beast control soldier. Qingjiu, who was heartless, suddenly remembered that Bai Shui seemed to be missing. She lowered her head and looked under the table, but couldn't find Bai Shui. She stood up suddenly, attracting the attention of others. "What's wrong? Bai, have you seen my cat?" Most of the people present were beast control soldiers. Only a few people from Xinhuang knew that Qingjiu brought Bai Shui out. She didn't want to cause trouble and expose Bai Shui's identity, so she urgently took back the name that was about to come out. "White cat." Linny recalled that he seemed to have seen a little white guy walk out from their feet just now. He pointed to the door. It seems to have just run out. Qingjiu immediately went out and called quietly in the corridor, "Bai Shui?" Seeing no one responded, she took 2 steps inside and saw that the door of a private room was opened a crack. It was dark inside. She wondered if Bai Shui was hiding here. She knocked on the door gently and asked, "Is anyone there?" Seeing no one answered, Qingjiu carefully pushed the door open and entered the room. The room was full of large cages covered with thick cloth. Qingjiu almost instantly understood what was in the cages. She saw that there was a cage without a cloth, and walked in quietly. The gray wolf in the cage opened its eyes almost instantly. It raised its head and sniffed the air, and its tail began to shake rapidly. Qingjiu came in front of them, and finally saw Bai Shui sleeping on the wolf's feet. She breathed a sigh of relief. The gray wolf suddenly got up, and its movement was too big. Bai Shui, who was still sleeping, was kicked away by its movement and rolled several times before hitting the cage. Bai Shui was sleepy, and when she realized what happened, her expression became fierce, and she immediately jumped up and gave the gray wolf a big mouth. The gray wolf didn't care, just humming in her mouth, looking outside the cage. Bai Shui finally realized that he was wrong, and looked back, and found Qingjiu outside the cage. She walked out of the cage with a cheerful step, returned to Qingjiu's arms, and rubbed her cheek affectionately. Qingjiu whispered, "You suddenly disappeared, and almost scared me." Bai Shui blinked her eyes, and stretched out her big pink tongue to lick her face. Qingjiu was a little angry at first, but after being treated like this, she couldn't get angry anymore. Bai Shui is really cunning compared to lightning. Because she remembered that there were war beasts in the next room, Qianxin told Lin Yi and decided to follow Qingjiu's footsteps to prevent her from getting into danger. After Qingjiu entered the room, she stood at the door and observed Qingjiu's behavior. Qianxin watched everything happening inside in the corridor. She carefully identified Bai Shui's appearance. After a while, she finally remembered who it was. It was definitely Bai Shui. Bai Shui and her Ziyi were good sisters. Qianxin had seen Bai Shui many times in the 4 years at school, and her appearance had long been memorized. Qianxin asked tentatively, "Bai Shui?" Qingjiu heard a voice behind her. She immediately turned around and saw that it was Qianxin, and then lowered her head to look at Bai Shui. "Do you recognize Bai Shui?" Qianxin, "Well, it and Ziyi are plastic sisters, and they used to play together." Qianxin pointed to the gray wolf in the cage, and the gray wolf was pulling the bolt on the door. For safety reasons, their cages were all locked and could not be opened without a key. Seeing that it couldn't open the cage, it became more and more anxious and began to growl. Shiqin was afraid that it would wake up all the war beasts, so she immediately went up to it and whispered, "Keep it down." Z didn't care about her and continued to dig at the cage. It really couldn't open, so it just slapped the cage to make a noise. "Hey! I didn't give it a wrong name." Z is reckless. Shiqin squatted down patiently and asked, "What do you want to do?" Z ignored her and continued to dig at the door. Qingjiu also squatted down beside Shiqin, and she said to Z, "Z, can we be quiet?" Z stopped digging at the door, sat upright, and looked down at the two people outside the cage. "Shiqin, eh?" She tilted her head, her pupils shaking. "You make me look stupid like this." Chapter 62. Qingqin silently watched her war beasts focus all their attention on Qingjiu, and she felt sour in her heart. Not long ago, she had communicated with Teacher Edel, and Teacher Edel also mentioned Qingjiu to her. When mentioning Qingjiu, Teacher Edel said that Lightning and Bai Shui were paying Qingjiu like they didn't need money. At that time, she thought Teacher Edel was exaggerating. However, in the following hot search events, she did see that Lightning seemed to have changed into a beast, so cute that she felt torn. Teacher Edel said that Qingjiu was attractive to all war beasts, and I'm afraid that Yi was the same. She was half believing and half doubting at first, but now the facts are in front of her, she can only accept the reality. Teacher Edel also said that if possible, he wanted to recommend her to the Beast Control Major. But she herself didn't seem to want to study the Beast Control Major. Why bury her talent? Qingjiu settled the two war beasts and returned to the hall with Qianxin. The whole dinner process did not last long. The team called for assembly, and some people hurried out before even finishing their food. Qingjiu and his friends could eat slowly. After they finished, they wanted to pay, but they were told that the Beast Control soldiers who had just left had already paid for the meal. I didn't expect to get extra benefits when I came out, a free meal. After being out for a whole day, Qingjiu missed Lightning and Light. He called Xia Xiaolin, who answered the call immediately. In the picture, Xia Xiaolin saw Qingjiu dressed like a dumpling and couldn't help wondering, "Is it so cold over there?" Qingjiu nodded and blew a breath into the air, and white mist floated up. "It's very cold, much colder than the winter in Shirong." Xia Xiaolin, "Yes, I heard that Professor Arnold chose to stay in Qingjing to do experiments because of the cold climate of Porcelain King Star." Qingjiu didn't understand the relationship between cold weather and experiments. She asked, "Why?" Xia Xiaolin, "Because when it's cold, life is relatively inactive, but the alien beasts that appeared on Porcelain King Star don't seem to be afraid of the cold. I wonder if they have evolved cold-resistant genes." Professor Arnold mentioned this in an interview not long ago, and they should be doing related experiments now. Qingjiu had to admire the spirit of scientific researchers. If she remembered correctly, she seemed to see in the teacher's bulletin board that Arnold was born on Morning King Star. The climate of Morning King Star is similar to that of Shirong Star, with no obvious seasons, and not very cold in winter. Su Shanshan also came back from outside on Xia Xiaolan's side. She saw Qingjiu on the light screen and came over to ask, Xiaojiu, are there a lot of ice porcelain there? Qingjiu nodded. Yes, the entire outer wall of Qingjing is made of ice porcelain. Su Shanshan showed an expression of as expected on her face, and said, Qingjing's protection measures are really good. Qingjiu, protection measures? Isn't it because it looks good? Su Shanshan, of course not, ice porcelain is very hard, even some ordinary guns can't break it. It's expensive, not only because of its beauty, but also because it can resist alien beasts. Ordinary alien beasts can't break this line of defense at all. Qingjiu heard for the first time that ice porcelain had this effect. No wonder the outer walls of important places she saw along the way were all made of ice porcelain. She thought it was a way to show the characteristics of Porcelain King Star. Xia Xiaolan saw Bai Shui yawning beside Qingjiu. She suddenly remembered something, and hurriedly ran outside the dormitory and shouted, Lightning, Qingjiu's communication. When she shouted, half of the dormitory building could hear it. About 10 seconds later, a small black figure shuttled through the stairwell, and at the same time, a bird circling in the sky also swooped down here. Before Xia Xiaolan entered the dormitory door, a gust of wind blew past her, and she could only catch 2 afterimages with her naked eyes. The next moment, Lightning and Lightning were standing side by side in front of the communication screen. Qingjiu saw the 2 little guys appear, and couldn't help but smile on his face. Xia Xiaolan looked back at them, kept a certain distance from them, and said to Qingjiu, You don't know, they often follow us around these 2 days, and I didn't know what they wanted to do at first. Until this morning when my dad called me, they jumped out, and I knew they were waiting for you to contact them. Qingjiu's heart was softened. She kissed and coaxed the screen, wishing she could go through the light screen and kiss and hug them. Bai Shui rarely came to make trouble. She was usually very jealous, but now she left Qingjiu to Lightning and Guangming, who told it to stick with Qingjiu all the time. Let that silly brother go. The call didn't last long. After all, they all had to rest. After Qingjiu hung up the call, the roommate sneaked up to Qingjiu and asked, Was that Lightning in the call just now? Qingjiu was startled by the sudden voice. Seeing that it was her roommate, she nodded, Yes. It's really Lightning. I'm a die-hard fan of it. I used the photo of it wearing a little skirt as the background last time. Super cute. Qingjiu, ? Does the war beast have fans too? The other party couldn't stop talking. While talking, she opened her favorites to show Qingjiu. She knew them all by heart, and she could even recite which video corresponded to which battle Adele appeared in. Qingjiu saw the mighty and domineering Lightning in the picture, and his movements were fast and fierce, biting off the neck of an alien beast in one go. It didn't hesitate, dodged the attack of another alien beast sideways, and then jumped up, cutting the alien beast's head with its sharp claws. Every move was fatal, and there was no drag. Qingjiu was shocked by the picture. Was it really Lightning in it? The Lightning in her memory was a clingy little leopard, jealous, vying for favor, and whining. Even when fighting with Bai Shui, he only waved his claws twice. Bai Shui saw Qingjiu's dazed state after watching the picture, and yawned, not taking it seriously. Look at the foolish brother's exposure. Let's see how he can pretend to be cute in the future. The next second, Qingjiu asked, Do you have Bai Shui's video? Bai Shui, yes, wait a minute. Just as she was about to start looking for it, Bai Shui instantly became alert. It quickly jumped onto the table, stretched out its claws, and pressed the roommate's hand. The roommate asked curiously, Hey, what's wrong with your kitten? Bai Shui's big golden eyes rolled a few times. It pretended to be a well-behaved kitten, put its head under her hand, and made it look like it wanted to be stroked. Roommate, does it want to play with me? Qingjiu. Maybe? Qingjiu narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at Bai Shui's sudden action. Suspicious, too suspicious. Bai Shui's eyes rolled around, but she didn't dare to look Qingjiu in the eye. She rubbed against the roommate in a flattering way. The roommate's attention was all attracted by it, and she forgot to find a video for Qingjiu because she was playing with Bai Shui. Seeing that Qingjiu's curiosity was finally dispelled, Bai Shui slowly let go of her heart. I was so scared that I almost thought my image as a lady was ruined. Chapter 63. On the stairs leading to the underground laboratory, only a few indicator lights at the foot illuminate the road in front of the man, and the man's leather shoes stepped on the carpet without making any sound. He walked slowly to the door of the laboratory. The door of the laboratory was locked, and the access control system beside the door emitted a dark red light, waiting to verify the identity of the next visitor. The man stood in front of the access control and leaned slightly, so that the glasses frame stuck on the tip of his nose would not block his eyes, revealing his irises. The iris camera at the access control turned several times, and after confirming the identity of the visitor, it issued a cheerful welcome voice. Identity confirmed, allowed to pass. The door will be open for you soon, Mr. Fei, welcome. As the voice sounded, the originally closed door moved to both sides, and the scene in the laboratory was in full view. In the dim laboratory, only a few cold lights emitted dim blue-white lights, reflecting the pale color on the face of the experimenter. As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, a chill hit him in the face, making him shiver uncontrollably. This is to control the temperature of the central air conditioner for the smooth progress of the experiment. He had long been accustomed to the coldness of the laboratory, and deliberately put on an extra coat before coming. The door of the laboratory opened, and the experimenters stopped their work and looked up at the door. They found that it was Mr. Fei who came, and respectfully called, Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei nodded slightly in agreement, and without staying at the door for too long, he walked to the center of the laboratory, stopped, and slowly raised his head. His eyes reflected a light red light, and he was looking at the huge water tank in front of him with obsession. There was a large cylindrical water tank in the center of the laboratory, which connected the floor and ceiling of the laboratory, and the water tank was filled with light red transparent liquid. There was a small ball of flesh suspended in the middle of the liquid. Looking closely, it looked like an unformed embryo. It barely looked human, but without facial features and hands and feet. There were countless pipes connected around the water tank, some of which were used to add nutrients to it, and some were used to record its change data. It looked like a huge cultivation organ. There were a few words engraved on the bottom of the water tank, Eve. Mr. Fei. While he was still immersed in the beautiful scenery in front of him, a discordant voice suddenly broke in, disturbing his elegance. His eyes were slightly cold, and he silently cast an unfriendly look at the visitor. The experimenter looked at him, and the temperature in the originally cold space seemed to drop a few degrees. He resisted the desire to tremble, and handed a transparent light screen to the man. The light screen was filled with dense data, and the experimenter lowered his eyebrows, and dared not look at him. Mr. Fei, this is the energy fluctuation data of the experimental subject in the past month. The fluctuations are all concentrated in these 2 days. The experimenter pushed his glasses, and pointed to a peak on the light screen, saying, since those 2 days, the energy of the experimental subject has approached zero, and has never moved again. Have you detected the reason for the fluctuations? The experimenter shook his head, and answered with a stiff face, not yet. Mr. Fei stood in place, flipping through the data page by page. Every time Mr. Fei turned a page, the experimenter's nerves became more tense. He saw the results of his colleagues last time. In Mr. Fei's mind, as long as they did not produce results, it meant that they had no use value, and the end of having no use value was to become the food in the belly of the shadow. Although no breakthrough results were obtained this time, at least we know that when the energy fluctuates, Eve's cell activity will increase. Maybe the energy fluctuation is an opportunity for Eve to hatch, but they don't know how this energy fluctuation occurs. Mr. Fei returned the light screen to the experimenter, and rarely blamed him. Dr. Cui, keep going. Try to see if there is a way to replicate the energy frequency, and stimulate Eve's development. Dr. Cui took the light screen from Mr. Fei's hand, nodded repeatedly, and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally escaped. Mr. Fei left the laboratory. Although the results were not satisfactory, they were not without any discoveries. The problem of Eve's hatching has troubled them for a long time, and it is not something that can be solved overnight. It is a good thing that the cells are beginning to show signs of activity. As long as they can find the energy source or replicate the energy frequency to stimulate Eve, so that Eve's cells that have been stagnant for 20 years can grow again, Eve may be born. Mr. Fei. As he walked out of the stairs, a man in a suit and a slick-back hair stood respectfully in front of him, the light screen in his hand still on. Mr. Fei walked past him and asked, "What's the matter?" The man followed Mr. Fei's steps and said, as he walked, "It's the news from His Highness Jin Yu." Mr. Fei stopped and turned to look at the man, his eyes full of interest. "Oh? Tell me." The man nodded and read the content on the light screen for Mr. Fei. His Highness Jin Yu sent people to Shirong Star to check the identity of Qingjiu. He is an orphan who grew up in Shirong Orphanage. Her origin is unclear for the time being. It is said that she was abandoned at the door of the orphanage in the middle of winter. The person who came put her down and knocked on the door and left. When the director found her, there was no one else around her. Later, the director took her in and raised her to adulthood. Mr. Fei caught the problem. It is said? Is there a surveillance? Unfortunately, there is no. I heard that it suddenly snowed in Shirong that year, freezing some circuits. It happened that the orphanage had a power outage that day, and the backup power supply was also under maintenance, so the video footage during this period was missing. Shirong Star rarely has temperatures below zero in winter, and it has not snowed for hundreds of years. It is normal that some equipment is not designed for special circumstances. Since the power outage in the whole city, Shirong circuits have been reinstalled, and there has been no power outage again. Reasonable, but a bit too coincidental. However, Qinjiu's matter is not the focus of their work. The focus now is to find a way to bring Eve into the world as soon as possible. Mr. Fei does not have so much energy to trace the origin of an orphan. He shrugged and continued to move forward. If there is a chance to contact, try to fight for it. The man lowered his eyes and responded, okay. After a moment, he seemed to remember something, looked up and said to Mr. Fei's back, Mr. Fei, please wait a moment. There is one more thing about Qinjiu. Mr. Fei stopped again, turned back, and motioned him to continue with a somewhat impatient look. When we investigated her identity, we found a somewhat strange medical report. He turned on the light screen and turned to Qinjiu's medical records. The record on that page was exactly the record of her treatment in Xinhuang Hospital after being attacked by the alien beast. Mr. Fei took the light screen, pushed up his glasses, and put them on, and read them one by one. As his eyes moved down, his brows slowly frowned. There is a problem with this record. Chapter 64. If you don't look at it carefully, it is indeed an ordinary treatment record, but you can find problems in it by carefully tasting it from certain notes. For example, why is the injury recorded on the first day so serious, but on the second day, it was written that the condition was stable, and she could be discharged from the hospital. But on the third day, she was put on a cast again? Was it a misjudgment by the attending doctor on the second day, or was there another reason? Or was it actually that she was already healed on the second day, but because she moved too much, the wound tore and worsened, and she had to continue treatment on the third day, according to normal thinking? Her injuries were considered serious, and it was impossible for her to be discharged from the hospital on the second day. In the records of the following days, she had countless bandages, big and small, and was even circled by the nurse and written as a hyperactive patient, prone to tearing the wound, and needed special attention. Is it really just because she moves too much, or is she hiding something? Mr. Fei took a deep breath, and there was a rare light in his eyes. He returned the light screen to the man and ordered, "Go get the video of Xinhuang Hospital." The man nodded and replied, "Yes." Mr. Fei's mouth corners slightly raised, and he hummed a little song in a good mood. It seems that besides Eve, there are other things to have fun with. Qingjing's pet care major has a whole teaching building dedicated to it. It is more like a pet paradise than a teaching building. Qinjiu stood in front of the building with the words pet care written in Q-version fonts, and was extremely shocked. 5 floors. A full 5-story teaching building. All for pet care majors. The exterior of the building is designed to look like a giant sitting cat. The first, second, and top floors are all floor-to-ceiling glass, so you can clearly see the state inside. The 2 floors in the middle use opaque walls. Shirua said that the 2 light-proof floors were all inhabited by nocturnal or light-averse animals, such as hedgehogs, hamsters, and owls. Qinjiu was even more surprised when he heard this. There were actually exotic pets. In Xinhuang, the most common animals they encountered in their courses were cats and dogs, and occasionally rabbits and parrots, but they had never seen hedgehogs and owls. Of course, it was thanks to the school's funding and efforts that Qingjing's pet care major became bigger and stronger. Their major would never have such treatment in Xinhuang. Shirua was amused by her sour look, and she comforted her. The War Beast Dormitory and War Beast Academy in your school are also very luxurious. We have our own specialties. Qinjiu wiped his tears hypocritically. You don't have to say anything more. I'm here to see the world. Today's course is also very simple. You just need to let the pets out, watch them play, and then send them back. The main training in the process is their ability to control the pets to play at the right time, and their ability to deal with the aftermath of the pets playing. It looked like a simple job, but if a large number of pets were released at once, they would fight wildly and students alone could not stop them. Especially when there were large dogs. Ah! Lu Qin's screams pierced through the roof, attracting the attention of others. Lu Qin was standing next to Qinjiu with a Tibetan Mastiff, but the moment the door of the pet dormitory opened, the Tibetan Mastiff ran away like crazy. Lu Qin was still holding the rope of the Tibetan Mastiff in his hand, and as expected, he was dragged to the ground. The rope wrapped around Lu Qin's wrist, and the Tibetan Mastiff pulled hard, making it even tighter and impossible to loosen it. Lu Qin was not strong enough to hold the mastiff, so it dragged him and slid on the ground. That would have been fine, but the terrible thing was that when Lu Qin was crossing a small staircase, his pants were caught on the staircase and slid to his ankles. Lu Qin's pink strawberry panties were strongly seen by everyone. Some shy female students covered their red faces and dared not look directly at this beautiful picture. The braver ones could not help but open the terminal and take pictures. Qinjiu, who witnessed all this, wanted to save some face for Lu Qin outside and resisted joining the team that made fun of him. He was so hideous from holding back his laughter that his face was almost injured. Lu Qin frantically shouted for help, and was finally heard by Ilia, who was not far away, and ran over to save the situation. The farce finally stopped when Ilia appeared. Ilia blocked the way of the Tibetan Mastiff, stretched out his hand to make a blocking gesture, his eyes slightly shining. "Sit down." The Tibetan Mastiff braked suddenly, tilted its head, and looked at Ilia for a long time, as if it understood the command, and sat down. Lu Qin was finally saved. He quickly loosened the traction rope around his hand, and did not have time to care about the chicken coop on his head, and the clothes that were already wrinkled on his body. He immediately stood up, and pulled up his pants first. Qinjiu chased up and asked, "Are you okay?" Lu Qin looked at Qinjiu's red cheeks, and he asked coldly, "Are you laughing at me too?" Qinjiu shook his head like a rattle, raised 3 fingers and swore, "I swear, I didn't, really." There were suppressed laughters around him, and Lu Qin's face was about to turn green. He said, "I envy the people in the old world." Qinjiu was puzzled. "Why?" Lu Qin, "Because if they die on this planet, they can live on another planet." He roared, "Why? Why do all the galaxies have to form a federation? Why do they have to connect to the internet together?" Jiruo stopped smiling and came over to comfort him. "It's okay, you are not the first, and you will not be the last. The Tibetan Mastiff is famous for its crazy behavior. As long as it thinks of going out to play, it will go crazy." There was a senior brother who was jumped on by it, and his underwear fell off. Lu Qin, where did he go later? Jiruo later? It seems that he went to work on the next planet, and never came back. Lu Qin gestured to Qinjiu. "Look, this is the real meaning of living on another planet." Qinjiu, "When you return to Shirong, no one will know." Lu Qin, "I hope so." Qinjiu had just coaxed Lu Qin when a sudden voice sounded, causing Qinjiu to frown. Qinjiu, Lu Qin, disrupting the class, deduct 3 points. Qinjiu and Lu Qin looked in the direction of the voice at the same time, only to see Fei Si wearing a student union armband on his arm, swaggering towards them. He was still recording something on the terminal as he walked. The next moment, Qinjiu and Lu Qin's ID cards suddenly turned red, and it took a full 10 seconds to return to their original state. An emotionless female voice came from the ID card, although it was not loud, but it was just enough for the two to hear. Deduct points. 3 points, remaining points. Minus 3 points. I didn't expect that the ID card could be used in this way. Qinjiu silently looked at Fei Si with an arrogant smile, her face expressionless. Don't worry, they have a long way to go. Chapter 65. The first negative score appeared. In the real-time updated score list forum, someone found that the 2 people at the bottom had negative scores. After a closer look, Qinjiu was one of them. Qinjiu? The Qinjiu from Star Emperor? How could she get a negative score? Another negative score from Star Emperor? I heard from my senior sister that there was a genius in Star Emperor who got the lowest score in the entire galaxy, and no one has broken it so far. Is Qinjiu going to break the record? Are there any students in Qingjing who can answer this question? I heard that it was because of disrupting the class. But I remember that the pet care major class was very relaxed, so how could it be disrupting the class? Insider information, definitely insider information. Private me, I know why. Come quickly if you want to hear gossip, only the top 10. Okay. Stop knocking on my backstage. I won't say any more. Too much information. On the first day of professional class, Gu Zheng was led by his senior brothers and sisters to the class location. As he was walking on the road, new messages came from the terminal. He opened the terminal and saw the screenshots Jin Chung sent him. He slowed down his pace unconsciously and looked at the last 2 people on the list silently. Seeing that he didn't reply, Jin Cheng's message bombardment didn't stop, and he kept asking what was going on. Gu Zheng curiously asked Jin Chung why he didn't ask Qinjiu himself. The next moment, Jin Chung sent him a screenshot of a dialogue box, which was a dialogue box between him and Qinjiu. Jin Chung sent dozens of messages, and Qinjiu only replied one. Class, Don't make trouble. Then when Jin Chung sent a message again, the dialogue box showed that he had been blocked. Gu Zheng secretly admired Qinjiu's behavior, and his hands did not stop moving. He found the blacklist button and was about to click it. Jin Cheng's message came before him. You don't want to block me too, do you? Gu Zheng paused and replied calmly. Jin Chung, anyone can bully him, right? He won't do it. He wants to be emo. Jin Chung, okay, I won't ask anymore. If you see Qinjiu, ask her what's going on. If it's an unfair rating, I appeal for her. Gu Zheng looked up at a building that looked like a cat, which was also his destination. He retracted his idea of blocking Jin Chung, casually sent Jin Chung a cool emoticon, and then closed the terminal. As soon as Gu Zheng entered the building, he saw Qinjiu playing with a little rabbit. He quietly retreated to the end of the team and sneaked to Qinjiu's side without being noticed by others. Qinjiu. Qinjiu heard Gu Zheng's voice and looked up at him curiously. Why are you here? Gu Zheng pointed to a group of people walking to the second floor and said, Class. Qinjiu, you come here for class? Gu Zheng, well, the seniors said they came to visit some alternative mechas. Qinjiu was confused. What are alternative mechas? Can there be mechas in the pet building? Shirua, who was standing by, heard the conversation between the two and looked up and down at Gu Zheng. She suddenly remembered who the other person was, and a look of surprise appeared on her face. Oh, you are Gu Zheng? Are you here with the seniors to inspect the mecha? Gu Zheng nodded slightly, and Qinjiu looked at Shirua on the left and Gu Zheng on the right, feeling that they seemed to be telling riddles, and only she could not decipher them. Seeing Qinjiu's confused look, Shirua remembered that Qinjiu should not know the situation on the second floor of this building, so after saying hello to the teacher, she followed Qinjiu and Gu Zheng to the second floor. Faze wanted to follow, but was stopped by Elijah's eyes, and he left in a huff. Anyway, there are many opportunities in a month. The space on the second floor is obviously larger than the first floor. The second floor is a large flat. Looking around, there are all mechas lying quietly on the ground or hanging on the wall. It doesn't look like a place for pet care, but more like a warehouse for mechas to stack mechas. Qinjiu and Gu Zheng were shocked by the scene in front of them. Shirua and the students of the mecha major looked at each other and turned on the switch of this floor. Almost instantly, all the mechas moved. They were different from the mechas Qinjiu had seen before. They had no attack devices on them, but just turned back and forth mechanically. This is a toy mecha for pets, which can amuse pets by themselves. Qinjiu heard for the first time that mechas could be used in this way. She looked down and found that Bai Shui was licking her paws not far behind them. She went forward to pick it up and put it in front of the rotating mecha closest to them. Bai Shui stared at the mecha suspiciously. She stretched out her hand and patted it. The mecha immediately made a sound and then quickly retreated. A few feathers swayed on the top of the mecha, as if provoking it. Bai Shui was startled at first, and then a little angry, and rushed up to fight it to the death. A leopard and a mecha ran around the room. In the end, Bai Shui was tired first, and lay there without moving. Qinjiu picked up Bai Shui and touched its little head. Bai Shui yawned a few times and fell asleep in Qinjiu's arms. Look, they are used like this. There are many different styles to meet the needs of different animals. This is the real pet paradise. The seniors and exchange students of the mecha major said, this is Qingjing's unique pet mecha. Although they are different from general attack or rescue mechas, they are cheaper and cannot join the battle, but they also have a meaning of existence and a large market. We have always believed that the so-called lack of mecha talent is not really lack of talent, but they just haven't found their real comfort zone. Mecha students in Qingjing can go out to be mecha soldiers, or developers of domestic robots, or designers of pet robots. As long as they can shine in their own fields, they are the best Qingjing students. Qinjiu nodded and agreed with the other party's statement. Gu Zheng listened and lowered his head to think about something. Qinjiu secretly moved to Gu Zheng's side and pulled the corner of his clothes. Gu Zheng, whose thoughts were interrupted, looked back in confusion. Qinjiu's eyes lit up with a small flame, and she looked at Gu Zheng with burning eyes. She whispered, we want it too. Gu Zheng, what do you want? Qinjiu told Gu Zheng about the pet care center they were preparing to open, pointed to the pet mecha on the ground, and expressed her needs. Gu Zheng picked up a pet mecha, took a look at it, and knew how to make it. It is a very simple infrared system plus route calculation, which is easy to replicate. But Gu Zheng suddenly had a bad intention. He put down the mecha in his hand, folded his arms, and said to Qinjiu in a condescending tone, I don't want to do it unless you beg me. Qinjiu put his hands together without hesitation and looked at Gu Zheng. please. Gu Sheng, You can hold on for another 10 seconds. Chapter 66. Gu Sheng did not forget Jin Cheng's mission in the end. He asked Qinjiu how he got the negative points. Qinjiu just smiled and replied that they should not worry about it, and she would solve it herself. Although Gu Sheng was curious, he did not ask any more questions. How to solve it? It was nothing more than adding it back from other places. And it was only 3 points, which was easy to do. However, Gu Sheng did not wait for the reversal. Qinjiu's score had successfully turned into -50 in just a few days. Qinjiu forgot to release Jin Cheng from the small black room, and Gu Sheng and Wang Ling became his harassment targets. Gu Sheng was better off, but Wang Ling was scolded by Jin Cheng and was speechless. He was severely questioned why he, as the big brother here, did not take good care of Qinjiu. Wang Ling thought about it, and decided to ask Qinjiu out. They needed to have a good talk about how to reverse the situation in the next 20 days. He did not want to be the one who brought shame to Xinguang. No one wanted to replicate the record of that senior brother. Qinjiu was sitting opposite Wang Ling, still curiously looking at the cake on the table, and was estimating how much the cake would cost. Wang Ling spoke first. What's wrong with your score? Qinjiu retracted his gaze and shrugged nonchalantly. What's the matter? I was targeted. Wang Ling frowned slightly. Since you know, why don't you report it? Qinjiu shook his chair. Did Jin Cheng ask you to come? Wang Ling, yes, no. Qinjiu, don't worry, I said I would take the 1 million. Wang Ling's face was full of disbelief. The highest scorer on the standings was Xiao Feng, who only had a little over 30 points. Qinjiu and him had a gap of 80 points, and there was no way to make up for this gap. Unless she can take all the elective courses and get all the grades above excellent, she still has a chance to turn the tables. However, this possibility is too low and the feasibility is too low. Since the custom of college exchanges began, no one has ever been able to do it, and Qinjiu certainly can't do it. Qinjiu didn't care about his suspicion, but suddenly remembered that he hadn't released Jin Cheng yet, and he felt a little sorry for him. So Qinjiu opened the terminal and released Jin Cheng from the blacklist. Almost instantly, hundreds of messages appeared in their dialog box, all sent by Jin Cheng in the past few days, and Qinjiu didn't even have time to read them. After they jumped for 2 minutes, Qinjiu's terminal page finally calmed down. She couldn't hide her surprise. She really didn't understand why Jin Cheng had so much to say. Could it be that she was really scared of getting negative points? Wang Ling stole a glance at her terminal page, revealing a gloating expression. You know my pain, right? Qinjiu, He typed in the dialog box that told him not to worry, and the next second the entire dialog box started to move again, bombarded with countless messages. Before Qinjiu had time to reply to the previous one, Jin Cheng sent a communication directly. Qinjiu bit the bullet and clicked on the communication under Wang Ling's watching eyes. The other party immediately came with an irritable voice. Qinjiu, what's wrong with you? -50 points. Are you also following that senior brother and wanting to blow up the school? Qinjiu looked up at the sky, obviously lacking confidence. Oh, don't be upset. There are still more than 20 days. More than 20 days? Jin Cheng's voice was even louder. Don't tell me you want to lose a few more points in these 20 days. Qinjiu covered his ears. I don't want to either, don't worry. I will definitely get back what I lost. Jin Cheng was still talking non-stop. Qinjiu decisively pressed the call, and the world was quiet in an instant. My God, when did Jin Cheng become so irritable? This is the first time I've seen him lose his temper and curse so fiercely. Not only you said so, even his fans said that he has been very abnormal recently, often getting angry and cursing. Don't say, he has also been deducted a lot of points from Yulan, but he hasn't turned negative yet. Wang Ling looked at Qinjiu meaningfully, and Qinjiu quickly pointed at the food on the table. Eat quickly, or it will melt. Wang Ling looked at the sky outside where it was still snowing, silently retracted his gaze, and took a sip of the hot tea on the table. Bai Shui did not follow Qinjiu out today, but stayed in her own residence to sleep. After all, Qinjiu's class today is a large class, not a professional class on pet care. If it also keeps up, it may cause trouble to Qinjiu. Especially that ugly annoying guy. Bai Shui got angry when she thought about how many points Qinjiu had lost because of that annoying guy. She would find a way to teach him a lesson sooner or later. Bai Shui yawned and looked at the snow outside the window. The last time she saw snow seemed to be many years ago, when Ba Dao often played with them. Bai Shui's ears suddenly moved, and she looked up and sniffed at the door, as if she smelled a familiar and disgusting smell. Bai Shui's eyes rolled around, and she blinked, then laid down and closed her eyes, pretending to be asleep. The doors of the classrooms were opened and closed one by one, and the visitors seemed to be looking for something in each room. The man approached Bai Shue's room along the corridor. Bai Shue opened her eyes slightly, and saw that the man finally opened the door of her classroom. The man found that he had found Bai Shue and tiptoed to Bai Shue's side. He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Bai Shue's eyes. He found that Bai Shue was really asleep, and a malicious smile appeared on his face. He gently opened the big bag in his hand, and the slight sound of fabric friction was hidden by the sound of wind and snow. He made all preparations, stretched out his hand and pinched Bai Shue's neck flesh, and before Bai Shue had time to resist, he threw her into the cloth bag and tied a knot at the mouth of the bag. Bai Shue fell into the bag, struggled symbolically, and screamed twice in a panic. The man was still nervous at this time, and did not hear the abnormality of Bai Shue's scream at all. He smiled wickedly. "Don't struggle, little cat. Who told you that you are her pet? You are just unlucky." Snow White was tired of acting, so she stopped struggling in the bag and even yawned. The man couldn't see Snow White's movements, so he thought it was frightened and didn't dare to move. He looked around and found that no one saw him. He quickened his pace, like a gust of wind, and left the abandoned building. Bai Shue could guess the direction of the man's movement based on the smell outside. He was taking it to the back mountain. The back mountain was sparsely populated and full of trees, but the trees in this season were all bare and leafless. In addition, it was snowing and cold, so no one would appear here. The man carried Snow White all the way up the mountain road until he came to a relatively flat place and stopped. He put down Bai Shue's bag and went to the front to find the cave he had dug in advance, muttering, "Don't blame me, I put some food in it for you. If you find someone who is destined to adopt you, you can go with them." He was still sorting out the situation in the pit, and didn't notice the bag that had been quietly opened behind him. Chapter 67. FaZe was groping in the haystack in front of him, when he suddenly felt his vision go dark and a huge shadow appeared on the ground, covering him. A chill rose from his feet, freezing the blood in his body. Goosebumps appeared on his body, and his hands could not stop shaking. The back mountain was deserted, and it was winter. It was difficult to even find an ant in this place. How could a large creature suddenly appear? Could it be that a beast from the mountain came down the mountain to look for food and happened to be encountered by him? He could clearly hear the sound of his heartbeat in his eardrums, and the hot blood in his body rushed to his head. A few small snowflakes flashed in his eyes. He tried to suppress his rapid breathing, holding the ground with one hand, and slowly turned around. Less than 1 meter behind him sat a snow-white beast in front of him. Its golden eyes looked at him playfully, as if looking at prey. It seemed to be waiting for the prey in front of it to flee in fear, and after enjoying this process, it would cut off all his retreat routes. Just like the evil taste of a cat catching a mouse. FaZe's knees softened, and he fell to the ground. He looked at the beast licking his silver fangs, and was so scared that he couldn't walk. He kowtowed to the beast like a madman and begged for mercy, muttering, "I'm not delicious. I accidentally invaded your territory and disturbed you. I apologize. I leave soon, let me go." Bai Shue was frightened by his sudden weird movements. She opened her mouth and didn't have time to retract her pink tongue. Originally, she wanted to pretend to be more fierce and force him to run a few miles. It would be better if he fell face first and ate a few mouthfuls of dirt. His instantaneous appearance of admitting defeat made Bai Shue not know how to react. Coward. Such a coward. Bai Shue gradually lost the intention of playing with him, stretched out her claws, and knocked him to the ground, and then kicked him forward twice. FaZe rolled on the ground, and the screams from his mouth made Bai Shue cover her ears. It was so noisy. After FaZe rolled on the ground twice, he suddenly stopped making any sound. Bai Shue turned him over with her claws, and saw that he had fainted. Bai Shue thought it was almost over. It was impossible for him to really kill someone. If the investigation was carried out, she and Qingjiu would definitely be suspected. Besides, killing him, it would dirty her claws. Bai Shue hooked his collar with her sharp claws in disgust, picked him up and sniffed him, and threw him to the stone next door. FaZe's forehead hit the big stone, breaking a little skin and bleeding a little. FaZe groaned in pain and slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Bai Shue walking towards him, he screamed again and fainted. Bai Shue, I have never seen such a fearful human being. Bai Shue was about to leave him here and go back by herself, when suddenly, a strong fishy smell came from the back mountain, and the air was filled with an uneasy atmosphere. Bai Shue stood there and looked up at the mountain. It hesitated for only a second before taking a step without hesitation and running towards the mountain. In a breath, the place returned to its original silence. Except for Faisi, who fainted on the ground, there was no trace of other life forms. Shiqin and Lin Yi were talking to the teacher in charge of the handover with the beast-taming army on campus. They were responsible for the patrol work this afternoon and came to report as a routine. Ilia Qianqing's feet was yawning with his mouth wide open, drowsy in his funny warm clothes. Today was the same as usual. They only needed to walk around the periphery of the school and check if there was no danger before returning to the barracks to rest. Compared with the previous 6 months of life on the front line, life now was uneventful, peaceful and boring. Lin Yi's war beast was also a swift eagle. Its condition was much better than Guangming's, but its level was slightly lower than Guangming's. It was an A-level swift eagle. Lin Yi's swift eagle didn't like to stay with Lin Yi all the time. As long as it was not tired, it would definitely hover over their heads. Occasionally, it would fly to other places to rest, and then come back slowly. Qianqing saw that the handover work here was almost completed, and it was time to change shifts. She looked up and forgot that it was snowing in the sky, and asked Lin Yi beside her, "Is it sunny in your house?" Lin Yi also looked up like Qianqing, and a few snowflakes fell on his eyelids, bringing a hint of coolness, which disappeared in an instant. Although Tianqing was nowhere to be seen, Lin Yi didn't care. Sometimes Tianqing felt bored patrolling with them, so she would wander around to familiarize herself with the surroundings. Lin Yi, I don't know, maybe she's resting on a tree again. Qianqing didn't care either, because the swift eagle's vision was dozens of times better than that of humans, and it would find Lin Yi by itself. Qianqing was about to take her own Yi and Lin Yi back to the barracks, when suddenly, a sharp eagle cry cut through the sky and reached their ears clearly. The two paused as they were about to leave, and looked at each other with serious expressions. After hearing the eagle cry, Zi's 2 ears stood up and trembled slightly in different directions, collecting sounds from different directions to locate Tianqing's position. Qianqing and Lin Yi silently watched Zi, who was on full alert. After Zi turned his body in different directions several times, he locked the direction of the back mountain and rushed straight over. Of course, the two could not keep up with its pace, but they reacted very quickly. They took out a book-sized device from their waist bags and threw it on the ground. The device did not fall to the ground as expected, but floated a few centimeters above the ground, and then unfolded into a small platform in the stunned eyes of others, and a device for handrails rose from the front. The two jumped on their own hoverboards, and the others only felt a gust of wind blowing, and the two had already whizzed away from them. Qianqing opened the terminal's quick contact channel to send a message for help to the military, and then stopped the page on a flat map with a small red dot flashing continuously. That was the positioning device on Zi's body. Qianqing, Lin Yi, checked Tianqing's location. Lin Yi had already opened the location map before she spoke. As they expected, Tianqing was wandering near the back mountain. It seems that there is an alien beast in the back mountain. Luckily, it is in the back mountain, far away from the crowd. At least it will not hurt innocent students. Lin Yi gestured to Qianqing, Qianqing nodded, and the two of them sped up to catch up with Yi's back. Tianqing was standing on the branch and tilted his head to look at Baishue. In his impression, he seemed to have never seen such a big white leopard, but it didn't look like a bad leopard. Baishue was much calmer than Tianqing when she saw the unfamiliar war beast. After all, she had seen all kinds of war beasts and cooperated with all kinds of war beasts during her years of service. She knew that they were in the same group as her. Baishue ignored Tianqing and continued to run up the mountain. Tianqing saw it passing by her, and then flew over to the next branch to look at Baishue. After repeating it several times, it seemed to know that Baishue should be the same as Yi, and was its comrade in arms. It became a little bolder, flew onto Baishue's back, and landed steadily. Baishue? Chapter 68. It slowed down its pace, and looked back at Tianqing, who was looking at it with curiosity. Its cautious and innocent look reminded Baishue of the light at home. You swift eagles are all community cows and curious babies, right? Baishue also let it do what it did and continued to run up the mountain, but she consciously controlled her body balance while running to prevent Tianqing from falling. Suddenly, Tianqing on her back stretched out its eagle beak and bit Baishue's left ear. Baishue stopped in pain, turned back suddenly, and growled at it in anger. Tianqing was not afraid, it just chirped towards the trail on Baishue's left. Baishue followed its gaze to the trail. It seemed to understand what Tianqing meant, turned around, and ran towards the trail. Next, Tianqing occasionally flew into the sky and circled, then came down and landed on Baishue's back, biting Baishue's ear to show her the way. Although Bai Shui wanted Tianqing to change his method, due to the time pressure, he didn't care about his ear that was bitten by Tianqing and ran all the way. Finally, when he ran to an unknown intersection, Tianqing stopped flying, and Bai Shui also stopped. Their eyes all looked in the same direction, and there were two corpses where their eyes met. Rather than corpses, it was better to say that they were a mixture of alien beasts and human fragments. The two corpses were still swallowing an animal in their mouths, because they had been disassembled beyond recognition, and it was difficult to tell what animal it was originally. Bai Shui and the others' movements attracted the attention of the two corpses, and the corpses found that there were two fresh foods here, and at the same time put down the residue in their hands and moved towards them. Bai Shui was ready to attack, with her tail standing tall, as if facing a great enemy. Tianqing flew up to the tree branch early. It knew its position very well. It was a directional war beast with low attack power. If it rashly joined the battlefield, it would only hinder Bai Shui's offensive. The sharp senses unique to war beasts told them that the two corpses in front of them were different from ordinary alien beasts. They staggered towards Bai Shui, looking clumsy, but Bai Shui did not dare to underestimate the enemy, and her eyes were always fixed on the behavior of the two. Bai Shui had encountered similar alien beasts when she was Xinghuang, but they did not oppress Bai Shui as much as they did now. And because Song Ji and Levin were there at that time, it only needed to control the alien beasts not to get close to humans and assist them. But now, Bai Shui glanced at Tianqing on the tree with her peripheral vision, and she also knew that Tianqing was not suitable for fighting. Bai Shui did not dare to act rashly, and could only wait for the right time. At this moment, the alien beast, which originally looked slow and clumsy, suddenly accelerated, and turned into two afterimages in Bai Shui's shock, and lost its shape in an instant. Bai Shui was startled, and it quickly retreated. At this time, Tianqing shouted on the branch, reminding Bai Shui to dodge. Bai Shui had no idea what Tianqing meant. It retreated 2 steps, and the alien beast appeared beside it. Its claws with sharp long claws chopped at Bai Shui's head, with a sound of breaking through the air. Bai Shui dodged to the side, and barely avoided the fatal blow, but the alien beast's sharp claws still scratched Bai Shui's flesh, and its hair was stained with blood red. Bai Shui took advantage of the fact that it had not adjusted its posture for the second attack, jumped up, stared at the alien beast's neck and bit it. Alien beasts are similar to other creatures, and the neck is the most vulnerable part of alien beasts. Bai Shui's bite was so strong that Tianqing in the tree could even hear the sound of the alien's neck bones breaking. When they were studying at the Battle Beast Academy, they had learned various techniques on how to kill the alien with one blow. Later, they followed Edel in battle for many years. With the skills and actual combat training, almost no alien could escape their fatal attacks. Bai Shui was very sure that under its attack, this alien would fall to the ground like the other aliens. When it just opened its mouth and prepared to fight with another alien, the alien whose neck it had bitten off grabbed Bai Shui's body with both hands, and a strange smile appeared on the face without eyeballs. Bai Shui's pupils shrank suddenly, and she wanted to take another bite, but the other alien took the opportunity to grab her neck. Bai Shui, whose lifeblood was controlled, could only stretch out her leopard claws to attack the other party. The sharp claws left many scratches on the alien, but none of them were fatal. The opponent continued to put pressure on its neck, and Bai Shui felt that the breathable air was slowly becoming thinner. Qin Jiao and Wang Ling, who returned to Qingjing, saw many military personnel gathered at the school gate. They stopped and looked at each other, and could see the solemnity in each other's eyes. They did not forget the mission of the beast-taming army to be dispatched to Qingjing. They came for the sudden wormhole. Now a large number of military personnel gathered at the gate, and they almost instantly understood what happened in the school. There must be an alien beast. Some of the students, who were stopped at the gate, did not understand the seriousness of the matter. They did not understand why they could not go back to school, and they were dissatisfied with the inexplicable closure of the gate. Several emotional students have begun to push the military and make a lot of noise. The military cannot hurt students, but they must keep their emotions stable. They sent a representative to use a flying microphone to amplify his voice and explain, "I'm sorry, everyone. There are some special situations that need to be handled. I apologize to everyone on behalf of the military for the inconvenience. I hope everyone can cooperate with our work. It won't take long." Some people didn't buy it and shouted, "Who knows when you will leave? If it's not resolved tonight, and you don't leave tonight, where will we stay tonight?" Qin Jiao looked at the boy who was talking. His face was pale, his lips were bloodless, and his pupils were turbid. He looked not like a living person. Wang Ling felt the same as her. The other party was indeed wearing Qingjing's school uniform, but his face was too stiff, and it was difficult to equate him with the energetic students. After being yelled at by him, the students who had been much calmer began to push forward again, even harder than before, so that the cordon was crossed by 1 meter. The military had no choice but to ask the Beast Control Army to come forward and bring their war beasts to take charge. With the war beast with a bloody mouth in front of them, the students did not dare to rush forward and consciously step back 2 steps. The noise of the crowd gradually subsided and turned into whispers. The man with a face as pale as a dead person saw that the situation was stabilized, and he wanted to make a noise again. Qingjio had secretly come to his side a long time ago. Seeing that he was about to speak, Qingjio stretched out his hand to cover his mouth without saying a word. The moment he touched his skin just now, Qingjio was shocked. This touch. Skin without elasticity. So cold. Chapter 69. Qingjio covered the man's mouth from behind, and the man shouting turned into sobbing. He turned around and stared at Qingjio with resentful eyes, grabbing her hand and twisting it down, hoping to break free from her restraints. Wang Ling on the other side had already understood Qingjio's meaning through the eye contact between Qingjio and him. Things here need to be stopped, but try not to make a big fuss to avoid causing panic. Wang Ling is more familiar with the military's procedures than Qingjio. After a brief exchange between the two, it was decided that Wang Ling would secretly contact the military to tip off, and Qingjio only needed to control the man in a short period of time and not let him set the pace. It was a very simple task, and Qingjio did it. Wang Ling whispered a few words to a man in military uniform not far away, and raised his hand to point in the direction of Qingjio. The man followed Qingjio's line of sight, and saw Wang Ling's hand pointing to him, and his gray eyes showed a panic. He had hidden well, and had found a corner that was not easy to attract attention, and had put on Qingjing's school uniform. How could he be exposed? In his plan, Qingjing was in chaos, the military could not control the situation, and students poured into the academy. What happened next had nothing to do with him. He could retire, and stay away from this noisy place. But now everything was different from what he expected. The students did not enter the academy, and he was caught red-handed. He moved his eyes from Wang Ling's face to his school uniform. It seemed that he had just glanced at the woman behind him, and saw that she was also wearing Xinhuang's school uniform. It was these 2 Xinhuang students who ruined his plan. He couldn't escape. He suddenly had an evil thought in his mind. He had been discovered anyway, so he might find a way out if he tried. In order not to cause panic, Wang Ling and his men approached very slowly, as if they were patrolling here unintentionally. It would take some time for them to get close. The man's gray eyes turned a few times to observe the situation and find the best escape route. He used all his strength to pull Qingjio's hand away and took out a small dagger from his waist. The man grabbed the dagger, turned around and stabbed Qingjio's heart with a ruthless, murderous intent. Qingjio saw a silver light flash, and the cold light on the dagger was right at her heart. She reacted quickly enough and dodged the fatal blow by turning sideways, but she was stabbed in the arm. Red liquid flowed out of the wound and stained her sleeves red. Qingjio. Seeing that the other party suddenly attacked, Wang Ling didn't care that running would cause panic, and hurried over here. The soldier following Wang Ling also saw the other party's behavior of hurting people, so he did not hesitate to pull out the tranquilizer gun hidden in his belt, and fired 2 shots at the back of the person, who pushed Qingjio away and fled quickly. The beast control soldiers always carry tranquilizer guns on their bodies, to deal with the abnormal conditions of war beasts, or to assist war beasts in killing agile alien beasts. Under normal circumstances, 1 shot can knock down a large war beast, and 2 shots can allow humans to sleep for at least 3 or 4 days. Although the man was shot, he was not affected by the anesthesia at all, and was still struggling to escape. This time, not only the beast control soldiers who fired the shots, but also the other soldiers who witnessed the whole process could not hide their shock in their hearts, and their faces showed a look of astonishment. If he couldn't be knocked down by excessive anesthesia, was he still a human? However, the man underestimated the strength of the military. Since it was a disaster of alien beasts, there must be more than 1 team guarding it, but the others were hiding in the dark and on standby at any time. When something unusual happened, they naturally took off their disguises and joined the arrest operation. The man ran a few dozen meters, and was knocked down by several plainclothes men, rolling on the ground. The men took out DNA handcuffs, and locked the man's hands behind his back. The man was still struggling and shouting. One of the men couldn't find a seal, so he took off his shoes in public, took off his socks, curled up, and then... Some people didn't dare to watch anymore, turned their heads, and made retching movements. When Wang Ling rushed to Qingjio's side, He saw blood gushing from the place where Qinjiu was cut, and under the tattered sleeves was a deep wound that could be seen to the bone. Although Wang Ling grew up in a military camp, he rarely saw anyone injured so badly. The other party had killed him, otherwise the force that was removed could not have caused such a deep wound. Qinjiu's eyes were filled with tears, and he took a breath of cold air, but he was very strong and didn't cry out. Her eyes were sparkling, and when she looked up at Wang Ling, she looked very pitiful. Wang Ling blamed herself even more. If she had exchanged the division of labor with Qinjiu, Qinjiu might not have been injured. She had clearly promised Jin Chung to protect them. Wang Ling did not dare to neglect it. She immediately squatted down and took out a bundle of bandages from her small bag. She tied a knot on Qinjiu's upper arm, and tied the blood vessels near the heart to prevent Qinjiu from losing too much blood. Then she took out the medical hemostatic tape and wrapped it around her wound. Qinjiu endured the severe pain and her face was distorted, but Wang Ling acted quickly. It didn't take long for her to treat the wound and helped her stand up. Temporary measures, you must go to the hospital immediately. Qinjiu was about to say no, but swallowed the words back. Wang Ling's expression was so solemn that Qinjiu had the illusion that it was Wang Ling who was injured, not him. Qinjiu stretched out her uninjured hand and waved it in front of Wang Ling's eyes. When Wang Ling's eyes met hers, she said, "I'm fine, don't worry too much. It's good as long as the bad guys catch me." Wang Ling, I didn't think it through and got you injured. Qinjiu, you don't have to blame yourself. No one would have thought that he actually had a weapon on him. It's good that he's fine. The man who had just fired the gun came to them, and he also witnessed the process of Qinjiu's injury. Looking at the small pool of blood on the ground, he looked at Qinjiu, who was a little pale. He said apologetically, "It's our fault. We have arranged transportation to take you to the hospital, please." He gestured behind him, and Qinjiu looked along his movements and saw a hovercraft parked on the ground at the intersection of students and soldiers at the school gate, waiting for Qinjiu's arrival. Qinjiu hesitated, and she discussed with Wang Ling as she walked, "I'm afraid of going to the hospital. Can I not go? You've already bandaged me." Wang Ling didn't give her a chance to refuse, and said firmly, "No." Qinjiu was dejected and followed Wang Ling's steps silently. Just as the two were about to get in the car, a voice came from not far away, and its owner seemed to be communicating with someone. "What did you say? Why is there a war beast on the mountain? Or is it Master Edel's Snow White?" Although the man deliberately lowered his voice, Qinjiu still caught Snow White's name. She immediately rushed to his side and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong with Snow White?" Chapter 70. The man was suddenly interrupted, and was stunned at first, then he looked up and down at Qinjiu with a scrutinizing look. From her tone, it seems that she knows that Bai Shui is in Qinjing. She looks a little familiar. He quickly searched for a face that matched Qinjiu in his mind, and finally he remembered the hot search he accidentally saw not long ago. "She is the student of Xinghuang who made lightning wear a little skirt." He was about to speak, but Qianqin, who heard Qinjiu's voice on the other end of the communication, took the lead and asked, "Is it Qinjiu?" Qinjiu heard the familiar voice and immediately answered, "Yes." "What happened to Bai Shui?" Qianqin's voice was a little anxious. "It's injured, and it must be sent down the mountain immediately. Let the team drive a hovercraft up and contact the war animal hospital." The man standing next to Qinjiu hesitated. The closest vehicle to them now is the one that is ready to take Qinjiu to the hospital. Of course, they could also ask the school for an emergency vehicle, but from Qianqin's voice, it is obvious that Bai Shui's current situation does not seem optimistic. If another hovercraft is mobilized, there will definitely not be enough time. Not to mention the distance from the War Beast Hospital. It will take them about 20 minutes to get there. In these 20 minutes, too many things can happen. The best way now is for them to take Bai Shui down the mountain and notify the people from the War Beast Hospital to come over. Both sides will act together and race against time. In fact, the rational choice at this time must be to give priority to the War Beast. Qinjiu's wound has stopped bleeding, and he looks energetic. We can discuss whether we can give Bai Shui first. He was still considering how to start the discussion with Qinjiu, and Qinjiu immediately sat in the co-pilot and said to him, "Hurry up, let's go up the mountain." The man was surprised at her decisive decision, but since the matter was urgent, he didn't have time to ask any more questions and immediately sat in the driver's seat. "You are injured. Why don't you stay and I will have someone take you to the hospital?" "No, let's go." The man actually wanted to say that it was useless for her to follow him. She was injured herself. Wouldn't it be a nuisance to follow him? But when he saw Qinjiu's eyes, he swallowed the persuasion that was already on his lips. Her dark eyes were like an endless abyss black hole, as if brewing a storm. She sat silently in the co-pilot seat, exuding coldness all over her body, which made people shudder. Somehow, he, a soldier who had been on the front line for a while, was actually shocked by her for a moment. He silently started the hovercraft and drove towards the back mountain. Wang Ling was forgotten on the spot, his face slightly blue. He was not unaware of the priority issue, but even if the hovercraft needed to be given priority to Bai Shui, Qin Jiu could stay, and he, Wang Ling, could take her to the hospital even if he carried her on his back. But now the injured person completely disregarded his own safety, and was still thinking about picking up Bai Shui. Wang Ling helplessly looked at the hovercraft that gradually became a dot in the sky. All he could do was wait. The hovercraft was very fast, and fortunately, the trees in the woods were leafless now. They followed the location set by Qianqin to the sky above Qianqin, and circled in the air to find the exact location of Qianqin and the others. The hovercraft found a relatively flat place to land. Qin Jiu had jumped out of the car before the car completely landed, and walked towards Qianqin and the others. Qianqin was stunned for a moment when she saw Qin Jiu's figure, but soon she returned to normal. After all, Bai Shui came here with Qin Jiu. If Bai Shui is in trouble, Qin Jiu cannot be immune. When Qin Jiu got closer, she found that Qin Jiu's sleeves were all dried blood, and there were several hemostatic bandages wrapped around her arms. Her face was much paler than usual. Before Qianqin asked her how she was injured, Qin Jiu had already walked past her anxiously, looking at Bai Shui lying on the ground with distressed eyes. Bai Shui's body was dirty, with mud and blood. Several pieces of the originally snow-white and smooth hair were torn off, leaving bloody flesh. It was panting rapidly, which was due to the accelerated breathing rate caused by excessive blood loss. Bai Shui felt Qin Jiu's arrival, and it struggled to raise its head, but it was too tired and had no way to control its body. Qin Jiu saw that it tightened its muscles as if it wanted to wake up, and immediately ran to a place where it could see. Qin Jiu squatted down and gently stroked Bai Shui's face. Seeing its painful appearance, he couldn't help but feel a sore nose and his voice changed. Bai Shui is fine. We will go down the mountain soon. Hold on. Don't sleep. Do you hear me? Bai Shui didn't even have the strength to nod. It blinked and responded to Qin Jiu. Qin and others were preparing to move. Bai Shui smelled the smell of blood in Qin Jiu's smell. It looked at Qin Jiu's arm, and its eyes seemed to ask why Qin Jiu was injured. Qin Jiu rubbed its head again and said softly, "It's okay. I'm fine, really." Bai Shui obviously didn't believe it. The human body is the most fragile thing. Like a porcelain doll, it will break if touched. Qin Jiu kept talking to it to prevent it from falling asleep and not waking up. Qin and others were also ready to transport it. At this time, another hovercraft arrived and stopped beside them. A middle-aged man in a white coat and glasses came down from inside. Qin Jiu recognized who he was at a glance. He was Dr. Li, the attending physician who treated Qiu at Xinhuang before. Dr. Li received a notice from the War Beast Hospital saying that Bai Shui was seriously injured and requested the nearest medical staff to go to treat her, so he immediately set out to support. Fortunately, he had just communicated with Professor Arnold in Qingjingli, otherwise he would not have arrived so quickly. He had first aid tools in his car, and because he knew some of Bai Shui's injuries in advance, he had even prepared medicine suitable for Bai Shui. With the support of professionals, Bai Shui's transportation became much easier. Seeing that Bai Shui's condition improved a lot after being injected with 2 drugs by Dr. Li, Qin Jiu's hanging heart finally fell. Because Bai Shui was large in size, she needed to go in a separate car with the medical staff, and the remaining few people planned to leave together in the car that Qin Jiu had taken when he came. He also seemed injured, but it was mostly superficial. He was still very energetic and wandered around the 2 falling corpses, sniffing everywhere. Tianqin was hovering at low altitude, alert for new alien beasts at any time. Qin Jiu looked at Yi silently while the other people were talking. Yi paused in his leisurely movements and suddenly raised his head, looking at Qin Jiu with a pair of wolf eyes. It felt the call. Qin Jiu's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yi stared at him for a moment, then lowered his head and tried to sniff the dead alien beast. But compared to the casualness at the beginning, Yi now seemed more purposeful. It was like looking for something. Chapter 71. Lenny opened the 3-dimensional map of the forest. This was the map he had just generated by recording the road conditions with the terminal when he came up. He said to the man, "Captain Qi, we saw an injured human when we came up. He was at the bottom of the mountain, probably at this location." He pointed to a platform area on the map and continued, "He just fainted with a little skin injury. He should not have been attacked by an alien beast." He had woken up when we came up. We need to pick him up on the way back. Captain Chi nodded. He looked at the two corpses of alien beasts with a serious expression. Take them down as well, and give them to Professor Arnold to see what they are. Without him saying anything, Lin Yi and Qianqing would do the same. After all, they were too abnormal and different from other alien beasts they had seen. They should be the humanoid alien beasts mentioned in the previous meeting. As for the evolution of alien beasts, no one is more authoritative than Arnold. There are transport robots on the car, so they don't need to do the transport work. Qin Jiu saw Lin Yi put the transport robot down, and she looked at Z anxiously. Z was not affected by Qin Jiu at all, and was still sniffing the corpse of the alien beast while digging the ground with her claws. Did she guess wrong? This attack had nothing to do with the organization on the tiger head badge? Was it really just an ordinary evolved alien beast? Qin Jiu supported her head with her hands, and watched Lin Yi approaching the corpse with nervous eyes. Lin Yi did not see Qin Jiu's abnormal expression. He saw Z digging the corpse, and said helplessly, "Sister, what are you doing? Stop making trouble. Don't destroy the corpse, otherwise Qianqing will go back and deduct your chicken legs." Yi was interrupted and growled at him. Lin Yi was still a little scared. He stopped and wanted to ask Qianqing to come and take care of his war beast. But he lowered his head and nudged the corpse again, then took small steps away from them. But it did not return to Qianqing's side, but walked to Qin Jiu with its tail wagging. Qin Jiu squatted down and reached out to touch its head. When she touched Yi, she slightly turned sideways and used her body to block the sight of others. Qin Jiu put her hand on Yi's mouth. Yi understood and put a silver-white badge on Qin Jiu's palm. There was a familiar tiger head on the badge, but the words engraved on it were different from the one Qin Jiu had received before. It seemed like different branches of the same organization. Qin Jiu hid the badge and praised quietly, "Yi is awesome." He heard her recognition of him, and his tail shook, and he nudged his long wolf mouth into Qin Jiu's arms. Qin Jiu was originally in a weak state due to blood loss, and Yi's action made her unable to keep her balance, and she sat on the ground. Yi lay on Qin Jiu and licked Qin Jiu's face with her tongue. Qin Jiu almost vomited all the dessert she had just eaten when she smelled the foul bloody smell coming from Yi's mouth. She resisted the nausea and sat up. Qianqing had been paying attention to the situation here when Yi walked towards Qin Jiu. When she saw Yi pounce on Qin Jiu, she thought Yi was going to attack Qin Jiu, so she ran over immediately and ordered Yi to leave. Yi reluctantly took a few steps back and stopped at Qianqing's feet. Qianqing stretched out her hand to Qin Jiu, her face full of concern. "Are you okay? Did he hurt you?" Qin Jiu handed his hand to Qianqing and stood up with her strength, saying, "No, he was just playing with me. I just couldn't stand still." If someone else had said this, Qianqing would have just sneered. "Will he play with humans? Impossible. Yi didn't bite you, it was already giving you face." But if the target was Qin Jiu, everything would make sense again. It was no secret that the war beasts would become docile around Qin Jiu. No one knew how she did it, and it seemed that even Qin Jiu herself didn't know the reason. Of course, some people thought it was the hype of Xinguang's new major, and some people thought it was reasonable that students of the pet care major taught by Edel and Ilia would control beasts, but no matter how much they argued, they couldn't change the fact that Qin Jiu did attract war beasts. Admiral Zysai also came from the general military region for this matter. Although he set out at the same time as them, he had a long way to go and couldn't arrive at the same time as them. Qianqing retracted her thoughts, and they stood aside waiting for Lin Yi and Captain Qi to recover the body. Qianqing pointed at Qin Jiu's arm and asked, "How did you get hurt?" Qin Jiu told Qianqing what happened at the foot of the mountain, and only mentioned the process of his injury lightly. Qianqing was more and more frightened as she listened. Combining what happened on both sides, it was not difficult to guess that what was happening now was planned by humans. Wormholes, Professor Arnold, and humanoid alien beasts were like a huge spider web that engulfed all of humanity. Qianqing's abilities were outstanding. Although she had not yet graduated and officially became a member of the Beast Tamer Army, her presence was already tacitly acknowledged in the future of the Beast Tamer Army. Therefore, Qianqing could access some secrets that other interns could not access, and Lin Yi was the same. But Qin Jiu was not a member of the military, so she could not explain too much to Qin Jiu, so she had to say to Qin Jiu, "You shouldn't have come with me. You should have gone to the hospital first." Qin Jiu shrugged, "I know my own physical condition. It has been bandaged, and the bleeding has stopped. It doesn't matter if I go to the hospital earlier or later. I am more worried about Bai Shui's condition." After she finished speaking, she looked down at Z, who was spinning around her feet. Suddenly, she remembered that Z had a recorder on him. She looked up and asked, "Senior sister, can I see the video of Baishue's battle at that time?" Qin looked embarrassed when she heard this. The matter of humanoid alien beasts is a military secret. If Master Edel wanted to see it, she would definitely show it to him without hesitation. But Qin's eyes moved to the corpses being transported. The human characteristics on them were obvious. Qinjiu couldn't fail to see the difference between them and ordinary alien beasts. But Qinjiu's reaction was too calm. Qinjiu followed her gaze, and found that Qin's eyes stopped on the alien beast. She retracted her gaze and said calmly, "Senior sister, Xinhuang also has similar alien beasts. You should have heard about it, right?" Qin raised her eyebrows slightly, and her scrutinizing eyes fell on Qinjiu again. Qinjiu looked at her. The target of the attack was me. Qin only heard that the humanoid alien beast injured a student in Xinhuang, and the student was not seriously injured, but she never thought that it was so coincidental that Qinjiu was the target of the attack. Even so, they were soldiers, and soldiers had their own rules. She refused Qinjiu's request. But she told Qinjiu that if he really wanted to see it, he could apply for the video recording as Baishue's temporary guardian. Qinjiu didn't expect the other party to refuse, but just asked one more question with the mentality of giving it a try. After Qin refused, Qinjiu didn't mention it again. On the way down the mountain, the few people didn't forget to bring Faisi, who was halfway up the mountain. When Faisi saw Qinjiu, he screamed in fear. Captain Qi finally calmed him down. He got in the car and sat far away from Qinjiu. Qinjiu? ? Shouldn't she avoid him? Chapter 72. Feth had just lost his ability to think in a panic on the mountain. After Lin Yi and Qianqin comforted him and left, he realized that something was wrong. The seal on the bag containing Qinjiu's pet cat was intact, but there was a long crack in the middle of the bag. When he picked up the bag, a pair of fake cat ears fell out. They were the ears of Qinjiu's white cat. Feth was silent for a long time facing the ears, and a bold idea came to his mind, which almost made him unbelievable. Qinjiu had Edel's personal testimony not long ago, and her relationship with the swift leopard lightning was not ordinary. He had also heard about the so-called war beast care business that was very popular for a while. At that time, he just took a look and didn't care. Now it seems that things are not as simple as he thought. Since Qinjiu can have a good relationship with lightning, why can't she have a good relationship with Baishue? While waiting for Lin Yi and others to go down the mountain, he opened all the hot searches about Qinjiu, and finally found one about Baishue. That was the scene of Snow White, Lightning, and Guangming fighting for food with Qiuqiu in the Xinhuang War Beast dormitory. He enlarged the image of Snow White alone, and the more he looked at it, the more frightened he became. Isn't this the big white leopard just now? The swift leopard can change its size, Lightning can, and Snow White can of course. So the white cat Qinjiu usually brings is actually Snow White. As time went by, he slowly confirmed this idea from the small details of his memories. He regretted that he shouldn't have listened to Zheng Wenhao and taken the lead for him. Thinking of Zheng Wenhao's identity card being lost but being evaded by the teacher, this matter was probably related to Snow White. It is estimated that the teacher knew Baishue's identity early on and had no way to seek justice for him, so he just let it go. The more he thought about it, the darker his face became. If he knew in advance that Qinjiu had a war beast with him, he would not dare to offend Qinjiu even if he had 100 courages, not to mention the relationship between Master Edel and Qinjiu. The fact that she had the support of the war beast was enough to dispel all his evil thoughts. He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green, and he was going to be tricked to death by his useless cousin. Now sitting in the same space with Qinjiu, Qinjiu closed her eyes and rested, and he looked at Qinjiu's pale face with complicated eyes. He was considering whether he should apologize first and ask her not to hate him. Qinjiu seemed to be able to feel his sight. She slowly opened her eyes, and accurately found the sight looking at her, and her sight collided with his sight in the air. Faisi was stunned. He seemed to see that Qinjiu's eyes were blood red when he opened them. He blinked in disbelief, and when he looked again, Qinjiu was the same as usual. Illusion? Qinjiu saw that he was not afraid of being discovered peeking, and he still stared at her. She read hesitation on his face. Qinjiu sighed. Just say whatever you want to say. It's creepy to keep staring at me like this. Faisi opened and closed his mouth several times, looking like he was about to say something. After a long time, he seemed to have made up his mind, took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, I apologize to you for my childish behavior before." Qinjiu was silent, and did not say anything. She lowered her eyes to think, and asked Faisi in her anxiety, Did you bring Baishua? Although Feisty was 80% sure that the little white cat was the war beast Baishua from her own inference, she still felt a little scared when she heard Qinzhou's affirmation. I actually captured Snow White and wanted to release it. You haven't been in prison in this life, so you want to experience it, right? Feisty nodded with a hard head, and his tone has never been so sincere. I really didn't know it was Snow White. I did some very stupid things to you. Please forgive me. I don't want to go to jail. There was 3 parts of regret and 7 parts of fear on his face. I'm afraid that he didn't really want to change his ways, but he was more afraid of ruining his future, right? Qinzhou's mood is very complicated now. If it weren't for Feisty taking Snow White up the mountain, Snow White would not be injured. But if Snow White didn't go up the mountain... Qinzhou looked at the 3 people who were chatting inside through the partition glass between the cabin and the driver's cabin. Because of the sound insulation, the 2 people in the back seat couldn't hear what they were discussing at all. Snow White, the killer, was also seriously injured. If Snow White was not there, it is estimated that none of the 2 people and the beast inside would be spared. When the alien beast goes down the mountain, the situation at the bottom of the mountain will not be so optimistic. Feisty did something wrong, but the result was good. Feeling Qinzhou's gaze returning to her, Feisty said quickly, I will not target you anymore. I will find a place to add back the points you deducted. No need. Qinzhou continued to close her eyes and rest. She leaned back in her chair and slowly said, I will earn back the points I deducted. She opened her eyes a little and looked at the snowflakes outside. Her tone was a little arrogant. This is interesting. Feisty didn't really believe what Qinzhou said, but she seemed to have given up on pursuing him. He slowly relaxed and felt like he had survived a disaster. After the hovercraft arrived at the foot of the mountain, Qinzhou and Feisty were dropped off first. The remaining 3 people rushed to Professor Arnold's laboratory without stopping, trying to deliver the freshest corpse to her. Guangming and the military had been waiting for Qinzhou at the foot of the mountain. Seeing Qinzhou come back in one piece, their hearts slowly settled down. Guangming rushed up to Qinzhou and said, Go to the hospital. Qinzhou had just opened her mouth when Guangming interrupted her thoughts and quickly interrupted her subsequent words. You can't refuse. Qinzhou swallowed her words back, looked at Guangming a little aggrieved, and muttered softly, Bully. Guangming discussed with the military and asked them to send a car to take Qinzhou to the hospital, and the other party quickly agreed. Qinzhou's injury was also caused by them, and Qinzhou helped them a lot, so they should be responsible to the end. Qinzhou reluctantly got in the car with Guangming. When they arrived at the hospital, they should have gone directly to the emergency room, but Qinzhou suddenly said that he had a stomachache and needed to go to the bathroom first. Guangming asked helplessly, Are you so afraid of seeing a doctor? Qinzhou's expression was distorted, as if she was trying to bear the pain. Yes, who is not afraid of seeing a doctor? I get so nervous that my stomach hurts when I go to the hospital. Guangming could only sigh and wait for her at the bathroom door. Qinzhou entered the bathroom cubicle, and the expression on her face instantly restrained, without any discomfort. Qinzhou took off her clothes, hovered her injured hand above the toilet, and used her uninjured hand to untie the hemostatic tape that Guangming had bandaged her. The wound that had grown scabs, and was deep enough to see the bone, did not appear as expected. It was better to say. It was so smooth that it looked like it had never been injured. Qinzhou took out a folding knife from the small bag she carried with her, and she picked up the corner of her clothes and bit it. She brought the knife close to her arm, and roughly gestured at the location of the wound just now. She took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally, bit her clothes tightly, and cut hard. The pain came from her arm. There were people coming and going outside. She didn't even dare to make a sound. Beads of sweat emerged from her forehead and slid down her face. Although the temperature was not high, a thin layer of sweat still appeared on her back, which was sticky. She stopped her movements and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. She took a deep breath and checked the wound. It was almost the same as the one caused by the criminals. She put away the knife, bandaged her wound again, and wiped the blood from her arm. After she put on her clothes, she pressed the flush button to flush away the blood-red liquid. She left the cubicle, washed her face at the sink, and checked in the mirror that she looked fine before leaving the bathroom. Qinzhou came to Guangming, with a smile on his lips and sparkling eyes. Let's go! Chapter 73. After treating the wound at the War Beast Hospital, Bai Shuai quickly returned to Qingjing College with Dr. Li, and temporarily lived at Arnold's laboratory building. Dr. Li came with the army to serve as a War Beast doctor. His professional ability is strong and is no worse than the doctors in the War Beast Hospital. Moreover, Bai Shui has a strong self-healing ability. After her vital signs are stable, she only needs to rest for a short period of time. Dr. Li's decision to transfer her naturally has his considerations. This is not the first time he has treated Bai Shui. War beasts without their owners are dangerous after all. As a war beast doctor, he certainly does not want to anesthetize them every time he approaches war beasts. Drug abuse also has a negative impact on the body of war beasts. If the owner can assist in the treatment effect will be the best. As Qingjiu is Bai Shui's temporary owner, Dr. Li believes that having her by her side will be more conducive to Bai Shui's recovery. Arnold's equipment here is relatively complete, which is enough to observe Bai Shui's condition. As soon as Dr. Li left, Bai Shui opened her eyes and was bored. Its hands and feet were tied up, restricting its movements. It wasn't that it couldn't break free, but it thought that if it didn't cooperate with the treatment, it might make Qingjiu angry, so it simply lay still and let Dr. Li do whatever he wanted. If it cooperated with Dr. Li's treatment, it might be able to get out earlier. But it was still worried about Qingjiu's injuries. After all, she had lost a lot of blood. I don't know if it was its illusion, but it always felt that the smell of Qingjiu's blood was familiar. Its ears caught the footsteps in the corridor that were different from Dr. Li's. It pursed its nose, identified the smell, and then relaxed. The wolf cub is here. Li Tong didn't know where she got some dried meat and fruits from. She filled a whole box with them, and held them full. There were dried fish, dried meat, apples, and other foods in it. She sneaked and walked quickly in the empty corridor, and finally found Bai Shui's room by following the smell. She thought Bai Shui was still sleeping soundly under anesthesia, and she just wanted to put the things down and leave. But as soon as she opened the door, she met those big golden eyes. She was stunned for a moment, hesitating whether to go in. Bai Shui saw her hesitation, but didn't stare at her, as if she couldn't see her. Li Tong stretched out her foot and stepped into the room tentatively. Seeing that Bai Shui didn't react too much, she moved her feet and entered the room. At this time, there was a sound of someone talking in the corridor. Li Tong was afraid of being discovered, so she quickly closed the door and didn't know whether to leave for a while. Bai Shui looked at her anxious and uneasy appearance, exhaled from her nose, and raised her head to Li Tong. Li Tong blinked her eyes, looked left and right, and found that Bai Shui did make a move to her. She pointed at herself, and her eyes seemed to ask, "Me?" Bai Shui's big head shook slightly up and down. Li Tong walked to it, put down the box, and said, "I'm here to bring you food. I asked Ping'an. Eating more protein and vitamins will help recovery. These small dried meats were bought by Ping'an for me, and fruits." After being scolded by Qingjiu last time, she never stole anything in the experimental field again. She pointed to the fresh apples that were still green. These were also bought by Ping'an. He said he wished you a speedy recovery. Bai Shui looked down at the things in the box. There was a little bit of everything. It can be seen that the other party prepared it very carefully. Bai Shui was not surprised at all why the news of its injury did not spread, but the wolf cub knew. After all, the wolf's sense of smell is much more sensitive than that of bipeds, so it is normal for it to be discovered on the way of transportation. The wolf cub is not a bad person, so Bai Shui naturally does not need to be on guard against her. Bai Shui saw her standing next to her playing with her fingers, and she opened her mouth slightly, and licked her nose at Li Tong. Li Tong's big watery eyes were full of doubts. She tilted her head and thought for a long time, and asked carefully, "Do you want me to feed you?" Bai Shui nodded, very satisfied that she finally got it. Li Tong walked forward. Even though Bai Shui did not show any aggression, she was still a little afraid of Bai Shui. Li Tong picked up a piece of dried meat and asked, "Do you want to eat this?" Bai Shui shook her head and looked at the fruit. Li Tong understood and picked up a green apple. "Do you want to eat this?" Bai Shui nodded. Li Tong looked down at the apple in his hand, took a step, stopped for a few seconds, and took another step. Bai Shui was getting a little impatient waiting, so she let out a gentle roar. Li Tong was frightened and took a big step back. Bai Shui, Well, back to the starting point. Bai Shui gave up forcing her, and put her head on the bed, waiting to see when she would come over. Li Tong also blushed and scratched her head, as if she was indeed making a fuss. She prepared herself mentally, gritted her teeth, and took a few steps closer to Bai Shui. Bai Shui had only opened one eye to peek, and it was fresh to see that she was no longer timid this time. Li Tong stretched out her hand from a distance, held the apple, and placed it next to Bai Shui's mouth. Bai Shui opened her mouth and gently took the emerald green apple. Li Tong resisted the urge to withdraw her hand, and saw Bai Shui eat the apple. Her eyes were full of joy. She is a girl who can't hide her emotions. Bai Shui just chewed it twice, and the sour taste of the unripe apple rushed straight to her head, and she almost spit it out. Her facial features wrinkled together, and she was about to spit out the apple in her mouth, but seeing Li Tong's expectant eyes, she held back and didn't spit it out, chewed mechanically, and then swallowed it in one gulp. Li Tong saw it eat it, and took out another fruit from the box and handed it to Bai Shui. Bai Shui took it with a fearless attitude. Fortunately, this one is not too bad. Bai Shui's appetite is not very good, and she doesn't want to eat it after eating a little bit. She shook her head to refuse the pear that Li Tong handed to her. Li Tong understood that she had eaten enough, and squatted down to cover the lid. After she stood up, she quietly approached Bai Shui. Bai Shui could feel her approaching, but she didn't show any disgust. She closed her eyes, and felt a little drowsy. Li Tong asked boldly, "Can I touch you?" Bai Shui opened one eye and glanced at her, then closed it again without expressing his opinion. Seeing that it did not refuse, Li Tong carefully reached out and gently touched its ear, then quickly retracted it. Bai Shui did not resist, and this time she gently stroked Bai Shui's head. Her eyes stayed on Bai Shui's bandaged neck. She didn't know why she suddenly felt sad, and her nose was sour. "You must have been in pain at that time, right?" Bai Shui's ears moved slightly, and it opened its eyes to see Li Tong pouting, with red eyes, and stretched out its big pink tongue to lick Li Tong's palm. It was obviously injured. Why did the wolf cub cry? Li Tong sniffed and put his arm around Bai Shui's neck. His movements were very gentle, in stark contrast to his usual reckless appearance. "Next time, I will teach them a lesson for you. Don't get hurt again." Bai Shui grinned and chuckled imperceptibly, and then snuggled up with her. The little wolf cub is still a little kid himself. What nonsense, but it doesn't hate it. Chapter 74. Qingqiu specifically asked the doctor to give her an absorbable U-shaped nail, so that she didn't have to come back for treatment, and she only had to change the dressing every day. Because she was injured for being a hero, the school specifically gave her 2 days off. Qingqiu slept in the dormitory for a whole day on the first day, and when she woke up, the weakness in her body was gone. She opened the medical bandage on the wound, and sure enough, there was no trace of injury. It was just that the 2 nails had not been absorbed yet, and they were particularly obvious on the skin. Although the wound had healed, Qingqiu still chose to change the bandage to deal with Wang Ling. Wang Ling woke her up on time every day to change the dressing. Yesterday, she slept in the dormitory and didn't go out. Wang Ling even thoughtfully ordered takeout for her on time, and sent it to her dormitory door with a delivery robot. She couldn't stay in the dormitory all the time. Instead of hiding from them, she might as well continue to pretend to be injured. But she had to change the bandages herself, otherwise Wang Ling would see that she didn't change the bandages, and would definitely take her to the infirmary, which would expose her. Qingqiu didn't walk far downstairs when she was seen by Gu Zheng and Wang Ling, who were passing by at the same time. Gu Zheng immediately rushed up and stood in front of Qingqiu, looking angry. "Why didn't you tell me that you were injured?" "Qingqiu, it's a minor injury. There's no need to affect your studies." "And didn't Wang Ling accompany me to the hospital?" "It's not a big deal." Gu Zheng interrupted her. "If I hadn't seen what happened the day before yesterday on the forum, I would still be in the dark. Do you really regard me as your friend?" Qingqiu was stunned in place, and did not show the embarrassment after being blamed, but laughed out loud. Seeing her puzzled, Gu Zheng wanted to ask Wang Ling if she had also hurt her head. After Qingqiu stopped laughing, she wiped the tears from her eyes and said, "Are you willing to treat me as a friend?" Gu Zheng looked back at Wang Ling, then at her again, and asked in confusion, "Are we not friends?" Qingqiu nodded heavily. "Yes, of course not." Wang Ling nodded gently behind Gu Zheng, approving of Qingqiu's words. At first, everyone really didn't take Qingqiu seriously. A student with no background, who got the first place in the exam by sheer luck, and even her major was so mediocre that there was no need to get in touch with her. But after really getting in touch with her, everyone's attitude gradually softened. She was born a magnet, and she would always attract others unconsciously. From Jean Chung to Lilith to Gu Zheng, and then to herself. Wang Ling admired her calmness when encountering things, and her attitude of neither servility nor arrogance. Gu Zheng circled around her again and again, almost making Qingqiu dizzy. She couldn't help it, and held him in front of her. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to faint." Gu Zheng's expression was very serious. He said, "You are injured and bleeding a lot. You are weak now." Qingqiu patted her face. "You see, I look good. It's okay. I'm in good health." Gu Zheng didn't respond. Instead, he looked her up and down, and said a few words to Wang Ling, and left in a flash. Qingqiu was puzzled. Wang Ling came up and asked, Do you want me to carry you? Qingjiu. No, where is Xiao Zheng? Wang Ling glanced in the direction where Gu Zheng left. He has something to do. He will come later. Wang Ling looked at the time and said, Are you coming down to eat? Qingjiu. Yes, I plan to go see Bai Shui after eating. Wang Ling nodded, stood beside her, and said, Let's go together. Qingjiu. Okay. After Qingjiu entered the cafeteria and sat down, Wang Ling did everything for her, which made Qingjiu feel that she was a waste. However, this feeling did not last long, because the appearance of Gu Zheng made her position herself from waste to disabled. Gu Zheng pushed a wheelchair to Qingjiu, his eyes shining. I made a mecha for you, try it. In addition to being used as a wheelchair, it has many functions. Look, here is a robot arm. After you put on the controller, it will do what you want to do, and this. Qingjiu took a deep breath, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. So you just left for half an hour to make this thing? Gu Zheng nodded and looked at Qingjiu expectantly. Come on. Wang Ling just came back with food. Qingjiu glanced and found that they were all her favorite food. Wang Ling saw the mecha next to Gu Zheng and was a little surprised. It was finished so quickly. Gu Zheng nodded. There are similar things being studied recently. I just added some small parts. It's very fast. Wang Ling didn't answer, but couldn't hide her horror. Maybe Gu Zheng's talent in mecha has always been underestimated, or he has never made a name for himself in the field he is good at. Qingjiu looked at Wang Ling for help. She really didn't need a wheelchair, but Wang Ling not only didn't understand what she meant, but asked, Do you need to prepare auxiliary machinery for your arm? Qingjiu, Well, from now on, she is useless. After dinner, under Qingjiu's strong push, Gu Zheng finally took back his mecha. Wang Ling and Gu Zheng changed to holding Qingjiu on the left and right, fearing that she would fall to the ground at some point. Qingjiu brainwashed herself. It was better than a healthy person sitting in a wheelchair. Qingjiu learned from Dr. Li that Bai Shui's location was in Professor Arnold's laboratory building. As soon as the three of them entered the building, they heard a huge man shouting from the end of the corridor. Ha ha ha. No more. Professor Arnold. Don't do it. I'm almost dead. The voice was ambiguous and high-pitched, and it really didn't sound like a serious voice. Qingjiu's pupils trembled, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover Gu Zheng's ears. No way, it can't be what she thinks, right? She stole a glance at Wang Ling, and Wang Ling's expression was not very natural. Professor Arnold is playing so much in private? It's still broad daylight, and in the laboratory building? Although Gu Zheng's face was already red, he still pulled Qingjiu's hand down. He was a little unconfident. I am an adult too. Qingjiu saw that his face was almost cooked into a shrimp head, and Qingjiu expressed deep distrust. Children should avoid it. Gu Zheng was angry. He was a little younger than them, but after all, everyone was the same age. Why did they treat him as a child? He was about to refute, and a person came out of the room at the end of the corridor, and the three looked at him at the same time. It was Dr. Li. Dr. Li greeted Qingjiu enthusiastically. You are here, Bai Shui is upstairs. When he approached the three people, he found that the way they looked at him was not right. While he was thinking, the scream was still echoing in the corridor. Dr. Li understood what they were thinking almost instantly, and waved his hands quickly. Don't think wrongly, they are just doing experiments inside. When he said the word experiment, the three people's eyes became even more shocked. Dr. Li had no way to defend himself. He gave up struggling and said, Come with me and take a look, you will know. Chapter 75. The three followed Dr. Li, and walked towards the end of the corridor with him. The closer they got to the laboratory, the louder the screams became. Qingjiu felt for a moment that his ears were dirty. When they arrived in front of the laboratory, they looked into the laboratory through the glass window. The laboratory was a double-layer structure. Arnold and a group of experimenters were in the outer layer of glass. They were facing away from Qingjiu and his group. There was another room in front of them. The room was made of all glass, so that Arnold and his group could observe the situation inside. At this time, Qingjiu and his group observed the situation in the experimental cabin through 2 layers of glass. The scene inside was incredible. A man was standing and tied in the middle of the laboratory. He was only wearing a pair of shorts and a pair of holographic glasses. There were many small robots around him holding feather dusters and scratching him. The man screamed because he felt itchy because of the robot's movements. The big screen in front of Arnold could see the images in the holographic glasses, but because they blocked Qingjiu's sight, Qingjiu and his friends didn't know what the man saw in the holographic glasses. Dr. Li explained, You may have only heard that Professor Arnold is very famous, but you certainly don't know how perverted Arnold's private research is. Dr. Lee pointed to the holographic glasses on the man's head and said, "Now Arnold is doing a pheromone experiment, which is something that normal people can't feel. The people inside are soldiers on the front line. After all, they have really encountered alien beasts and had life and death battles with them." Arnold's experiment was to let him see the real alien beast in the glasses, then use external stimulation to tickle him, and then analyze whether his sweat and tears secreted more than normal. There will be a control group, and Arnold will repeat the same experiment on her experimenters. Qingjiu and the other two. Why do I feel more and more strange the more I listen? Can this kind of experiment really be useful for studying alien beasts? Dr. Lee saw doubts in their eyes, and he couldn't help but think of himself who was naive and ignorant when he was deceived by Arnold as an experimental subject many years ago. He hurriedly said, "If Arnold wants you to cooperate with her experiment, you must refuse. She can think of many ways to torture you." Qingjiu was the first person to be harassed, and she was suddenly glad that she listened to what Teacher Edel said at that time. But how did Teacher Edel know? Has he also been a test subject of Professor Arnold? They were chatting outside, and the experiment inside was coming to an end. Arnold was about to ask his assistant to go in to help, and turned around and saw 4 people outside. She was smiling, with the corners of her mouth raised high and her eyes narrowed slightly. For some reason, the people outside read a hint of danger from her eyes that were only a slit left. Especially Wang Ling and Gu Zheng, who were stared at by Arnold. They trembled subconsciously, and the alarm bells in their hearts rang loudly. "Professor Arnold, it's dangerous." Arnold waved to the others on the other side of the glass, opened the door, and came out, and stood in front of them. Qingjiu and the other 2 respectfully called Teacher Arnold, and the smile on Arnold's loving face deepened. "Arnold, this is Gu Zheng, right? I watched your match with Xiaofeng last time. You did a good job. I wonder if you are interested in working in my lab for a while. We have a project recently." Arnold's olive branch was thrown unexpectedly, and Gu Zheng was still in a daze. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word, and Qingjiu had already taken the lead to block him. Qingjiu's face was full of smiles, and his heart was scared. "Teacher Arnold, Gu Zheng can't do anything. He is stubborn and can only play mechas. He can't help you." Arnold didn't care at all. He just wanted to get some of his blood or other body fluids to calculate the difference between the genes carried by people with talent in mechas and ordinary people. Last time, Xiaofeng wanted to join, but was stopped by his teacher. "What a pity. It's not easy to meet Gu Zheng. She has to seize the opportunity." "Arnold, it's okay. There are just some experiments that require Gu Zheng's cooperation, and he doesn't need to do anything else." Gu Zheng glanced into the laboratory, and saw the man took off his holographic glasses, and was sweating profusely, but his limbs had not been loosened yet. Instead, the assistant who came in was holding tools to collect his sweat. The so-called cooperation, it can't be. Gu Zheng shuddered suddenly. With Qingjiu's previous preparations, Gu Zheng's rejection came faster. "I'm sorry, Teacher Arnold. I don't have the idea of joining for the time being. Qingjiu is right. I'm only interested in mechas." Arnold was rejected again. She didn't lose heart. She said something regretful, and her eyes shifted quickly. He stared at Wang Ling. "You are Wang Ling who came from the Boy Scouts." Before he finished speaking, Dr. Lee had stepped forward to block the 3 students. "No, Arnold. Can you stop grabbing students all the time? Don't you have other soldiers in your group? You haven't finished so many projects, and the students still have to go back to study. Let's talk about it later when there is a chance." Although Dr. Lee is only a veterinarian, he has a good relationship with several celebrities. After all, they graduated from the same school and are all senior brothers and sisters. Arnold sighed, thinking that he did have many projects in progress. He had to temporarily give up the 3 big fat sheep in front of him. "Okay, let's cooperate again if there is a chance in the future. By the way, where are you going?" "Dr. Lee, to see Bai Shui. Do you want to go with me?" "Go." Arnold was also curious whether Miss Bai Shui really listened to Qingjiu as Edel said. It was a big loss that he didn't notice Bai Shui following her on the first day he met Qingjiu. The work here can be left to the assistant to finish, and several people went upstairs to Bai Shui's room at the same time. Bai Shui heard the sound of someone going upstairs from a distance, and when they approached, they immediately recognized who was among them. When Bai Shui saw Qingjiu coming, she couldn't help struggling even though her limbs were tied. Qingjiu immediately went forward and hugged its head, whispering to comfort it, "I'm here." She carefully observed Bai Shui's body. There were too many small wounds on its body. If all of them were bandaged, there would be no doubt that what appeared in front of them was definitely a mummy hurricane leopard. So only the slightly more serious wounds were bandaged, and the small wounds were sprayed with antibacterial gel, which still looked red. The most serious wound was the wound on its neck. Dr. Li said that if Qianqin and the others had arrived a little later, Bai Shui might have died there. Qingjiu thought of the situation when she first saw its wounds, and a cold light suddenly appeared in her eyes. Several large holes almost pierced Bai Shui's entire neck, and the neat positions that looked like they were scratched by the alien beast. If the wounds were a little deeper, Qingjiu had no doubt that Bai Shui's artery would be pierced. A blessing in disguise. Thinking of this, Qingjiu suddenly asked, "Where is the student we caught the day before yesterday?" Chapter 76. Dr. Li and Arnold looked at each other, a little hesitant. This matter seems not to be known to students, but Qingjiu is a victim, and should have the right to know. Arnold pondered for a moment and said, "Dead." "Dead?" Wang Ling was a little surprised, thinking of the way he couldn't be knocked down by 2 shots of anesthesia, and he didn't look so fragile. Excluding natural death, there is only one possibility. He was executed by the military. But it's even more unreasonable. No intelligence has been found yet, and the military can't just execute a prisoner at will. Dr. Li sighed and said, "He is indeed dead. He died in prison not long after he was caught that day. And his death was ugly. Before he died, he twisted his body to an angle that normal people couldn't do and died." Wang Ling frowned. This was the first time he heard of a way of death. It was too weird and unimaginable. It is conceivable how horrified the prison guards, who watched his death process at that time were. Qingjiu listened to Dr. Li's words. She lowered her eyebrows silently, caressed Bai Shui, and fell into deep thought. In fact, she was not surprised that the man died. When Qingjiu came into contact with him, she felt that it was a corpse. Qingjiu even guessed that he had used some special methods to deal with the corpse, and then controlled it, but his reaction was no different from that of a normal person, so he should still be a living person. Seeing that the atmosphere was heavy for a while, Arnold thought they were still worried about a new attack. She said, "Don't worry, the defense force in Qingjingli has increased to 3 times the previous number recently, and the entry and exit are controlled, so these strange people will not be allowed to sneak in and hurt you." They nodded silently. Only Qingjiu suddenly looked up and asked, "Teacher Arnold, do you know where he will be sent to in the end?" Arnold's eyes moved between her and Bai Shui. She still believed in Edel, and Bai Shui's judgment that Qingjiu was a trustworthy person. She said, "It will be sent to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Dr. Li looked at Arnold fiercely. The military has a forensic doctor, so he can naturally investigate the cause of his death. Under normal circumstances, he should not be sent to Arnold's laboratory. Arnold's laboratory mainly studies projects related to the mutation or evolution of alien beasts. If the final destination of the body is here, it can only mean there are abnormalities in his body, and these abnormalities are determined by the military forensic doctor to be related to the mutation or evolution of alien beasts. The video of the day before yesterday did not last long on the hot search and was removed to prevent panic. But it is still circulating in the student forum, and Dr. Li has seen the video on the forum. The man in the video is clearly no different from humans except that his face is a little pale, and his eyes are turbid. All the humanoid alien beasts they had seen could not have such a strong self-awareness. If he was really an alien beast. As soon as this thought came out, he was shocked, and Dr. Li did not dare to think about it anymore. For many years, everyone has been avoiding talking about this matter. After all, there is no way, must we face it? Qingjiu stopped there, and did not continue to ask, because there was no need. No matter what Professor Arnold researched, it must be related to that organization. And with her current identity, she has no way to obtain more resources. Even if she asks, she will not get the answer she wants. Perhaps, she really needs an identity that can share the military database. Seeing that everyone was silent again, Dr. Li suddenly remembered something, glanced at Bai Shui, and complained to Qingjiu. "There is one thing I must tell you. Ask your friends not to let Bai Shui eat so much fruit. She can't stand it, and she always doesn't want to eat when eating, and doesn't take medicine." Qingjiu was confused. "What friend?" Arnold said on the side, "It's Li Tong. She sneaked in yesterday, and brought a large box of things to Bai Shui. Later, Dr. Li found out, and threw them all out. We checked the surveillance, and found that it was Li Tong who brought it." "Did you ask her to come?" Qingjiu shook his head. "No, it shouldn't be. Li Tong is very afraid of Bai Shui." Dr. Li was happy. He opened the video downloaded on the terminal, and showed it to Qingjiu. In the video, Li Tong kept feeding Bai Shui fruit and hugging Bai Shui face to face, which made Qingjiu feel a little fresh. She gently patted Bai Shui's face and asked, "When did you get along well with Li Tong?" Bai Shui turned her head away, and did not respond to Qingjiu's question. Dr. Li fast-forwarded the video, and several people came into the room, frantically doing something behind Bai Shui's butt. Dr. Li said, the medical staff found that there was something wrong with the values on the monitor, and thought that something had happened to Bai Shui, but she didn't know that she had a stomachache and had diarrhea all night, and she was about to collapse. Bai Shui was embarrassed, and the leopard head turned to Dr. Li, and let out a threatening growl. Dr. Li subconsciously took a step back, but then he remembered that his limbs were tied up, and he couldn't help but show off. Hey! Why are you so mean to me? You dare to do it, but not take responsibility? You dare to cheat, and make the staff run around for you all night, and you still lose your temper. Bai Shui wanted to tear him apart. If Qingjiu hadn't been there to comfort her, she would have broken free and taught Dr. Li a lesson. Qingjiu finally coaxed Bai Shui and told her not to eat any food other than the one given by the doctor, and then prepared to leave. Dr. Li saw that Guangming and Gu Zheng had already left the room, so he called Qingjiu. Qingjiu looked back at Dr. Li curiously, and Dr. Li said, Edo has something for me to tell you. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, you can treat Bai Shui as your own war beast in Qingjing, not a pet, but one that can fight side by side. Qingjiu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but it disappeared in an instant, and she smiled and nodded, I know. Teacher Edel already knew that she could give orders to war beasts. But she didn't want to rely on this ability for the time being. If you really want to ask for the reason. Qingjiu's mind was filled with many childhood scenes of her sitting next to Dean Lu and listening to stories. Dean Lu's stories always revolve around war beasts and the beast taming army, and she also longed to become a member of the beast taming army. So in her memory for a long time afterwards, she always asked Dean Lu how to become an outstanding beast tamer. Dean Lu carefully planned a route for her, urged her to study, and selected the best beast taming school for her. But at the last minute, Qingjiu refused Dean Lu's financial support on the grounds that she was already an adult and had to be self-reliant, and used the little money she saved to apply for the cheapest major. Qingjiu also claimed to the outside world that she was too poor to study the beast taming major. Qingjiu thought of the past with Dean Lu, and chuckled as she caught up with Gu Zheng and the others. Dean Lu acted too deliberately, didn't he? Chapter 77. Except for classes, and the time when they returned to the dormitory, Wang Ling and Gu Zheng are basically inseparable from Qingjiu. Qingjiu fully feels what overprotection means. A week later, Qingjiu took the initiative to go to the hospital with him. Under their gaze, he asked the doctor to open the wound for examination. They only calmed down when they saw that Qingjiu's arm had recovered. For Qingjiu, the next focus is how to reverse the score. Although Faisi did not target Qingjiu again, Qingjiu's score remained at -50, and did not continue to decline, but there was no way to turn it into a positive number in a short time. In the building of the pet care major, Lu Qin followed Qingjiu step by step, lowering his head to his chest without saying a word. Quiet, too quiet. Qingjiu realized that he was not in the right state and stopped. Lu Qin did not pay attention and bumped into her back. Lu Qin covered his head and looked up at Qingjiu. Why did you stop suddenly? Qingjiu, I want to ask you, what happened to you today? Lu Qin hesitated, his eyes full of worry. My score is not high, and the exam is coming soon. After the last incident of being knocked down by a big dog, I always hear them laughing at me. I am a little scared. It will be embarrassing to fail the exam again. Qingjiu, so where is our confident Lu Qin? Did you lose him? Lu Qin didn't want to think about it. He positioned himself as a big slacker. He just finished the teacher's task and went to fish secretly. There are only 5 people in the class, and everyone has a good relationship. No one has ever looked down on him. His days have passed by. But after coming to Qingjing, he realized how big the gap between him and others was. The same pet care major, the same class, Qingjing students are almost no slackers. Whether it is handwritten homework or practical, they all completed with 100% energy. He was criticized for the homework he handed in several times, and gradually he realized that his study status was not good, but it was too late to catch up. He came to communicate just to embarrass Xinghuang and Ilia. Now he is even a little afraid to come to class. There are more practical courses later. If he does something wrong, he will probably be laughed at for a long time. Lu Qin told Qingjiu about his concerns. Qingjiu just shrugged. I can't control how you learn cultural courses, but your practical courses will definitely not be bad. Give yourself some confidence, and give teacher Ilia some confidence. Lu Qin was not comforted, and took it all as Qingjiu's words against his will. The first practical test started in the afternoon, which was about pet washing and care. Lu Qin was sitting next to Qingjiu, waiting for his number to be called. When it was finally his turn, he took a deep breath to relax himself. He didn't look up at other people the whole time, but concentrated on dealing with the giant dog in front of him. The animal training skills he learned from Ilia came in handy. He calmed the giant dog down, gave it a serious bath, cut its nails, and trimmed its hair. The whole process lasted about half an hour. Seeing that the last step had been completed, he finally looked up at the scoring table. Unexpectedly, every teacher showed a relieved smile on his face, especially Ilia, who smiled the happiest. The teacher scored very high on the teaching system, and after converting to points, he had 20 points. Lu Qin was ranked in the top 50 of the Star Emperor points ranking. Lu Qin woke up as if from a dream, his feet were light, and he sat down beside Qinjiu before he could react. Qinjiu gave a heartfelt blessing. "See, I said you can do it." Lu Qin subconsciously opened his arms, and wanted to hug Qinjiu. But when he saw Qinjiu's face, he calmed down instantly, looked at his empty arms, and put them down silently. He almost mistook Qinjiu for Ilia. He and Ilia, two big men, didn't mind, but they couldn't hug girls casually and rudely. Lu Qin grinned and laughed. "Thank you." Qinjiu knew that although Lu Qin looked lazy on the surface, they all saw his efforts in private. Those who can pass the Xinguang exam, even if they are the last one, are actually not much worse. It's just that Lu Qin may not have an advantage in answering questions, but he has never been lazy. After the last flea market, Qinjiu knew that Lu Qin had practiced hair trimming skills hard, and now his skills are very skilled, and he will not suddenly shave the heads of small animals. Qinjiu, who came on later, had the same score as Lu Qin. She found her name in the last row of the score table. Although she was still the last, she had made a qualitative leap. -30. How could it not be called an improvement? It was the first time that Qinjiu paid attention to the score table. She suddenly became curious about the scores of the other people, and looked at it from the beginning. Lilith's score was far ahead, ranking third in the overall list with a good score of more than 300 points. Gu Zheng and Wang Ling's names were around the top 10, and they also had more than 200 points. But Qinjiu had not found Jin Cheng's name after flipping down several pages. She stopped her hand, thought for a moment, and checked the list in reverse order. Sure enough, she found Jin Cheng's name on the second page from the last count. He only had 50 points. Qinjiu almost instantly denied that this was his real score. She remembered the conversation between Wang Ling and him not long ago. Qinjiu lowered her hands and tapped her thighs with her fingertips. Is Jin Cheng a little too abnormal? Qinjiu temporarily left the teaching building, found Lilith's head portrait, and asked her if she was free now. Lilith replied almost immediately with a word, and Qinjiu sent her a communication application without hesitation. The next second, Lilith answered the call, and her face was not very good. Qinjiu rarely saw her frowning, and asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? You don't look happy?" Lilith nodded. She looked around, and after confirming something, she lowered her head and whispered, "Jin Cheng has been a little sick recently. He suddenly kicked Hurricane's rice bowl away for some reason yesterday, and then fought with Hurricane. It was not the first time that Jin Cheng served a plate, but with the lesson from the last time, he never did this kind of suicidal behavior again." Before Qinjiu asked about the situation, Lilith said, "And Hurricane was also deadly this time. He chased him and bit him, and gnawed off a piece of flesh from his arm." Teacher Wire was so scared that she quickly asked someone to anesthetize Hurricane, but Jin Cheng seemed to be bloodthirsty, and was still clamoring to continue fighting with Hurricane. No one could persuade him. Recently, he sometimes fights with others and causes a lot of trouble. Qinjiu asked Lilith to pay more attention to Jin Cheng's situation, and notify the teacher immediately if there is anything wrong. Lilith agreed and immediately asked Qinjiu, "What about you? What's wrong with your score?" Qinjiu looked up at the sky. What did you say?" "It's snowing here, and the signal is not very good." The next moment, Qinjiu decisively pressed the button to hang up Lilith's call. She just breathed a sigh of relief and was about to go back when a strange voice suddenly came from behind her. "Hello, classmate, are you Qinjiu?" Chapter 78. Qinjiu turned around and saw a man in military uniform standing not far behind her. From the bar and 3 stars on his shoulder, it can be seen that he is of high status. The other party gave Qinjiu a gentleman's salute and took the initiative to greet her. "Hello, my name is Zysite, from the General Command of the Beast Control Army." Qinjiu's eyes widened slightly, and she quickly bowed to the other party and said, "Hello, Admiral Zysite, I am Qinjiu." Zysite smiled with a kind face and asked, "Do you have time? Can we sit down and chat?" Qinjiu looked back at the building, told Ilia where she was going on the terminal, and after receiving a positive reply, she followed Zysite's footsteps. In order to meet Qinjiu, Zysite specially booked a private room in a coffee shop outside the school. Recently, the school's entry and exit management has been much stricter. If it weren't for Zysite's face recognition, Qinjiao would probably have to be stopped and looked at twice. Although Zysite's hair is gray, it is still meticulously combed. His back was straight, and his hands were habitually behind his back. He did not act superior to other subordinates, but smiled and nodded to everyone who greeted him. He is a general with a good personality. When he came to the coffee shop, Qinjiao took off his thick coat first, and then sat down slowly. The constant temperature system here is very good, and the coldness on his body faded after entering. The light of the warm light fell in the room, and the warm environment made Qinjiao a little sleepy. He pushed the menu on the table and pushed it in front of Qinjiao. "See what you want to order." Qinjiao was not polite, picked up the menu and took a look, tapped on the ginger tea, and then the three words making appeared behind it. Zysite also ordered a cup of coffee. He put down the menu and looked at Qinjiao with a smile on his face. Qinjiao's skin was as white as jade, and her facial features were delicate. She was a typical beauty. Her eyes were unusually deep, not like a carefree student of her age. Qinjiao did not flinch and stared at Zysite. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Finally, Zysite broke the silence. "You are very calm. Aren't you afraid of me?" Qinjiao shook his head and asked, "Why should I be afraid of you? Are you a heinous person?" Zysite was stunned when he heard this. He seemed to savor this sentence again in his mind before he laughed out loud. "You are the most interesting student I have ever seen." "Qinjiao, my honor." The robot brought their tea. When Zysite saw the door closed, he asked the question he wanted to ask. "Student Qinjiao, are you interested in joining the Beast Tamer army?" Qinjiao had guessed his purpose for looking for her. She paused for a moment when she picked up the teacup and shook her head. "No." Zysite showed a regretful expression on her face, but soon she smiled again. "If you change your mind in the future, you can come to me." Qinjiao took a sip of ginger tea. The warm liquid flowed down her throat, followed by a slight spiciness, and her whole body warmed up. She put down her teacup, her eyes sincere. "I do have something I want to ask you for help." Hester also put down his coffee cup and made a gesture of invitation. "Qinjiao, I think you know what happened a few days ago. I want to watch the video. Because the injured war beast was temporarily entrusted to me by teacher Edel, I want to know what happened at that time." Hester looked into Qinjiao's eyes, and Qinjiao did not avoid his gaze. The two looked at each other for a long time. Hester opened the terminal and operated it. "You should have asked other people too, right?" "Yeah, I was rejected." "I think so. After all, this is a secret." Hester turned the screen to Qinjiao, and Qinjiao saw that the pause page showed two alien beasts attacking Bai Shui, and Qinjiao's heart was suddenly tightened. Hester began to play the video, and Bai Shui in the screen was struggling with her limbs, and her neck and body were grabbed by the alien beasts. The alien beast's strength was increasing, and although the angle of view was far, the sound of Bai Shui's ribs breaking could be clearly heard. The next moment, Shiqin's voice was heard in the video, and Z rushed up and bit the alien beast's arm. Shiqin and Lin Yi fired without hesitation, and the alien beast staggered 2 steps before letting go of Bai Shui. Bai Shui did not lie down because of the injury when she landed. It turned its neck, let out a breath, and fought side by side with Z. Z and Bai Shui changed their usual naughty and cute appearance. They stared at the alien beast that had regained its balance, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. The alien beasts were obviously more interested in Qianqin and Lin Yi than in Z and Bai Shui. When they took another step, they sped up and almost instantly closed the distance between them and the two. Qianqin was more experienced than Lin Yi. She did not panic. She raised the weapon in her hand and shot at the feet of the alien beast. Her eyes flickered slightly, and Z also bit the alien beast's leg purposefully, causing the alien beast to fall to the ground. Lin Yi, who was standing aside, was not so lucky. After all, Tianqing's attack ability was not strong. At this time, he was pecking at the alien beast's head. Lin Yi also learned from Qianqin to shoot the bullet into the alien beast's thigh. But the alien beast was not affected and continued to approach Lin Yi quickly. Lin Yi was about to use the hoverboard to increase the distance between the two, but the alien beast picked up a large stone on the ground and threw it at him, hitting the hoverboard, and Lin Yi lost his balance and fell to the ground. The alien beast raised its long armor and stabbed at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi rolled on the ground to avoid its attack. The alien beast attacked again. This time, Lin Yi had no time to dodge and Qianqin had already screamed. Just as Lin Yi stretched out his hand to resist in vain, a white figure suddenly appeared and bit the alien beast's hand, and rolled to the ground with it, and wrestled together. Lenny quickly stood up, looked at Qianqin, and changed to another bullet with purple-red liquid in it, shooting at the alien beast. After the bullet hit, the alien beast's movements seemed to be much slower, but its fighting power was still amazing, and it fought back and forth with the two war beasts. Seeing that Bai Shui and Yi's physical strength was gradually exhausted, especially Bai Shui, its movements were a little shaky, and the blood gushing from the injured part of its body was about to dye its white hair red. Just when it could hardly hold on any longer, the two alien beasts suddenly made painful movements as if they were poisoned, and slowly laid down in the surprised eyes of Bai Shui and Yi. After confirming that they were not aggressive, Bai Shui finally collapsed to the ground exhausted. The video ends here. Qinjiu, that bullet. Zysite. It was developed by Professor Arnold and Professor Li, and it is a toxin bullet that is lethal to alien beasts. Qinjiu had heard of Professor Li. His name is Li Fengxing. He is an expert in the development of firearms, and Song Ji also studied under him. But she had never heard of this kind of bullet. Hester answered her doubts in time. It's a new weapon, not officially released yet, in the testing stage. Qinjiu heard this. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This is a military secret. When he was keeping quiet in the room, there was a knock on the door, and a woman's voice came. Admiral Hester, are you in there? Hester heard the woman's voice and smiled bitterly. It was found so quickly. I'm here. The woman opened the door and was a little surprised to see Qinjiu, but she quickly returned to normal. She looked at Hester reproachfully and said, Admiral Hester, your physical condition is not suitable for staying outside for too long. Hester waved his hand indifferently. I know my own body. As soon as he finished speaking, he covered his lips lightly and coughed twice. You don't know it all. The woman came forward and put on his coat, muttering, Did you bring the medicine? Take one. Zysite took out the medicine bottle from his coat and swallowed it with the water beside him. He looked at the woman helplessly. Are you done? Let's go back. Zysite was most afraid of his assistant and kept a close eye on him. He stood up, cast an apologetic look at Qinjiu, and said, The food here has been paid for. You can eat slowly. I'm leaving first. Qinjiu stood up and bowed to him. Okay, take care. Zysite walked towards the door, but before he walked out of the door, he suddenly stopped, without turning his head, and asked a strange question. Do you think humans still have a chance of winning against them? Chapter 79. The snow was falling outside the window, and the melodious jazz music in the cafe was flowing in the air. The simulated sound of roasting charcoal came from the decorative fireplace next to it. Qinjiu followed Zister's back with her eyes, without a trace of confusion. I believe that humans will eventually win. Zister turned his head and made eye contact with her meaningfully. Really? I hope everything is as you think. Zister left a sentence that made Qinjiu confused and strode away. The door of the box was closed again, and only the white noise around Qinjiu was left. Qinjiu sat back in his chair and opened the terminal to confirm the next class time. Qinjiu's terminal list was densely packed with no gaps, and the courses were almost throughout every day. There were also many courses that were not related to pet care. Ping An's major was fighting skills, majoring in swordsmanship and minoring in boxing. Even if his upper body was defective, it could not erase his love for fighting. Someone once asked him why he didn't study mechanics, so that he could make a robotic arm for himself after graduation. He just smiled. He needs to become stronger to protect the people he wants to protect. If another disaster comes, he hopes that he can win on his own even without the help of the robotic arm. With his recklessness, he also relied on his own strength to overcome his disability and sit on the throne of the first freshman. Although some people are not convinced, they think that his success depends on the existence of the external force of the robotic arm. He didn't explain too much about this, and he welcomes challenges from anyone. He only uses real combat to prove his strength. Although he is at the peak, he is never arrogant and treats everyone equally. He has a good personality and maintains a good relationship with other exchange students. Ping sometimes gives the exchange students necessary help or answers their questions, and has basically integrated into their circle. But today, the teacher suddenly told him that an exchange student had temporarily joined their class and asked him to take care of him. Ping was a little surprised. The purpose of the exchange is to allow students to learn more knowledge and understand the strengths of other schools' majors, so as to make up for their own learning problems, or to propose better improvement plans to their alma mater. Such activities naturally welcome students from other majors to join different majors. This is a tradition that has been continued since the start of the activity. However, in fact, not many people will join other majors, because this means that they need to take an extra exam, and if they fail the exam, it will also affect the points ranking. And even if there are people who join halfway because they love other majors, few people will choose fighting majors like Ping'an. Most of them join tea art, flower art, or pet care. So Ping'an is more curious about the identity of this exchange student who changed his career halfway. Is he a boy or a girl? What major is he from? Which school is he from? Ping'an, who is standing in the middle of the training ground and packing up his equipment, has already flown away. Students came in one after another, and when they saw Ping'an, they took the initiative to greet him. Ping'an responded one by one, and silently excluded the people who had already arrived. Until all the exchange students and students from the school were all present, this mysterious newcomer had not appeared. Ping'an began to wonder if the teacher had lied to him. Just as he was about to put the last wooden sword into the basket and move it aside, another person appeared at the door. Ping'an looked up and found that the other person actually had a familiar face. He couldn't help but murmur in surprise, "Qingjiu?" Qingjiu came out of the dormitory building in advance and finally recognized the location of the fighting hall on the map. After a long detour, he realized that he had gone in the wrong direction and hurriedly turned back. Because he was afraid of being late, Qingjiu almost ran in the right direction at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and barely found the venue before class. She was still panting at the door, and Ping'an had already walked out. Ping'an was looking at her curiously and asked, "Qingjiu, why are you here? Did you go the wrong way?" Qingjiu couldn't bear to hear the 3 words "wrong way." She doubted herself deeply again, took several steps back, and looked up at the top of the venue. When she saw the 3 words "fighting hall," she was relieved and shook her head in response. "No, I didn't go the wrong way." Ping'an was shocked when he heard this, and he was trying his best to deny the answer he imagined. It's not that he looked down on Qingjiu and thought that Qingjiu didn't have the ability to learn fighting, but he couldn't connect the 2 courses of pet care and fighting skills. He subconsciously thought that the newcomer might be a classmate who loves fighting from the mechanical or firearms field, and never imagined that he would come from pet care. But now, Qingjiu's appearance seems to break his cognition. Maybe she just passed by and had something to do? Ping'an forced himself to calm down first. He waited for Qingjiu to recover his breath a little before asking the doubt in his heart, "You are not the newcomer that the teacher told me about?" Qingjiu stood up and stretched out her hand to Ping'an. She smiled like a flower. "Hello, class monitor, I am the new student Qingjiu." Ping'an, shock. Who can tell him if he is dreaming? Ping'an in front of Qingjiu was frozen in place. Qingjiu saw that he had not moved since just now, and did not shake hands with him. He thought he was joking. Qingjiu immediately took off his ID card and turned to the back to show Ping'an. The back of the ID card showed the content of his class. Ping'an lowered his head woodenly, and his eyes fell on the ID card. Course content, fighting skills, about to start. The short line of words gave Ping'an a huge critical hit. He had forgotten how he shook hands with Qingjiu and took Qingjiu into the venue and arranged for Qingjiu to sit. It was not until the teacher arrived that he woke up from a dream and stared at Qingjiu as if he was looking at a monster. Qingjiu, who was sitting next to him, felt a strong gaze, and they came from more than one place. The whole venue fell into a pin-drop silence. The teacher was a heroic woman with a high ponytail. She wore custom armor on important parts of her body to protect her heart veins. This is the tradition of fighters. Her eyes fell on Qingjiu first. A few days ago, she saw an additional application in the communication system, and she was curious about who else would apply to enter the class with more than half of the application. When she saw that the source was from the pet care major, she was as shocked as Ping'an. She had the right to accept or reject the other party's application, but in the communication, everyone basically held the principle of friendly communication and would not reject other people's desire to learn. And she was also curious, did Qingjiu really have some brushes, thought she could perfectly master this course, or did she come here out of curiosity? Their teachers had more or less heard of Qingjiu's name. After all, she was the first to enter Xinguang, and she could get along well with Master Edel's war beast. Some time ago, she successfully helped the military capture a prisoner, and she was considered a little famous in the academic circle. But no matter what, she was only a pet care major, which was incompatible with her fighting major. To be honest, she didn't think much of Qingjiu. She retracted her thoughts and started today's class. She smiled and took out a wooden sword from the basket and began to demonstrate some moves and cracking techniques. After she finished the demonstration and explanation, she pulled out a wooden sword from the basket and threw it to Ping'an. She decided to test Qingjiu's strength first. She turned her eyes to Ping'an and Qingjiu and said, "Ping'an, Qingjiu, you two will try the actual operation later." Chapter 80. The whole class was in uproar when this was said. Qinjiu came to class for the first time, and the teacher asked her to fight Ping'an. Apart from anything else, no one here can beat Ping'an. Maybe there are a few seniors in the senior grade who can do it, but no one in the same grade is not convinced by Ping'an. Did Qinjiu start with a hell level? The teacher certainly had her considerations. Ping'an was a student she brought up, so she naturally knew Ping'an's level. Ping'an's level was indeed higher than all the students present, and letting him fight against a newcomer was like bullying. But the reason she chose Ping'an was not what everyone thought. She didn't want to get Qinjiu a warning or make it difficult for her. She wanted to ensure Qinjiu's safety. Ping'an had strong attacking ability, but stronger control ability. He could stop the offensive in time and stop at the right time to avoid accidentally hurting Qinjiu. Before the two started, the forum was 99 plus again. Big news, Qinjiu is going to fight Ping'an. V me 50 star coins to continue watching paid content. Tong Qingjing's fighting class. Where are you sitting upstairs? You are so good at making money. Count me in. No, what are you talking about? Why am I confused? You have heard of Qingjing's fighting class? Ping'an and Qinjiu know who it is, right? Qinjiu knows that Ping'an is. Guess what you want to see? Alien beasts break through the defense line. The flower of hope under the corpses. Someone sent a news link, and everyone clicked to check it out and quickly came back. Oh my god. Has such a terrible thing happened on Siwang Star before? Fortunately, Ping'an survived. I remember. Is Ping'an the perennial fighting champion of Qingjing? I remember that he always won the first place in the same level competition. Yes, it's him. How is it related to Qinjiu? It's a bit mysterious. Qinjiu signed up for the Qingjing Fighting Skills Major. Wait, I can't wrap my mind around it. Isn't Qinjiu a pet care major? So this is the place of fantasy. Selling melon seeds and soda in the front row. Start live streaming now. Hey, don't cut off people's money. We agreed to start live streaming only on V50. Lulu, you still want to make dirty money. I started, you hit me. Who are you? Don't let me pick you in the exam. Dad will beat you to death. Get lost. The forum was arguing, and the two people present didn't know. Ping'an stood up and gave the teacher a resentful look. The teacher was not kind. If he won, he would be accused of bullying the newcomer. If he lost, people would doubt his strength. Of course, he didn't think he would lose, but he didn't want Qinjiu to lose too badly, so he planned to let Qinjiu win. But even if he let Qinjiu win, people would still say that he had to fight a few rounds with a newcomer. Anyway, the teacher was setting a trap for him. The teacher received Ping'an's silent accusation, turned his head slightly, and pretended not to see it. I'm sorry, my good Ping'an, I have to sacrifice your reputation. I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Ping'an saw that the teacher deliberately avoided his gaze. He was so angry that his teeth itched. He sighed helplessly, turned back, and said to Qinjiu, Qinjiu, you can go to the basket to pick a sword. Each one has a different weight and feel. Pick the one you think is suitable. Qinjiu seemed to be completely unaware of the change in the atmosphere. She nodded and stood up, stepped forward to pull out a wooden sword and weighed it, feeling that the weight was okay. Anyway, she couldn't tell the good from the bad, so she took it. She held it in her hand, facing Ping'an. Her face did not show any fear even. Naive, and a little scary. What should I do? Defeat you? Before Ping'an could speak, other students had already begun to laugh at her ignorance. Are you daydreaming? Who are you going to defeat? Damn, you are so arrogant. Help, does she know what she is saying? She is shameless, Ping'an, don't give her face. Just let her know what it means to end the fight in 10 seconds. Please don't let her go, Ping'an. She doesn't deserve it. A guy who plays with cats and dogs dares to come and touch our number one in the fighting profession. You are really not afraid of offending people. Someone was live streaming the scene, and those who didn't have classes but wanted to watch the fun were all in the live streaming room. Hearing Qinjiu's nonsense, and the condemnation of the people present, it was very lively for a while. What should I do? I suddenly feel that she is so innocent and cute. Is there anyone who can wake me up? I pee to wake you up. Don't be disgusting upstairs. I'm going to have sex. Can you be a little more civilized? What's wrong with being a little innocent? Ignorance is fearless. Is there anyone who is going to start a DD coaxing service? Can you help coax our Geo baby if she cries after being beaten? Don't you think she will win? Then I don't think so either. Open a bet. Such a good opportunity. Why not open a bet? System warning. I am a fun person and have been banned. The ban reason, involving gambling and other bad behaviors. I bet Qinjiu will win. As soon as this sentence appeared in the forum, Everyone couldn't help but click on her avatar to confirm that they were not mistaken. It was Lilith. Lilith, who had not said a word since the beginning of the exchange, actually spoke up, and her remarks were clearly in support of Qingjio. Everyone speculated about the relationship between Qingjio and Lilith. Damn, Lilith is supporting the scene. Is Qingjio really a hidden talent? But I remember that Lilith and Qingjio had a bad relationship, am I wrong? The above person was right. I also remember that it was very bad, and it seems that Lilith had publicly dissed Qingjio before. When? Why don't I remember? I don't remember either. Spread rumors. Before the forum was quiet for a moment, Jin Cheng, Gu Sheng and Wang Ling all appeared in the forum to support Qingjio. But this was just a kind of support for Qingjio. Even they themselves did not believe that Qingjio would win. Win or lose doesn't matter, anyway, they will stand on Qingjio's side. After a series of operations, some people praised the Xinhuang Student Union for its unity, while others stepped on their confidence, as if they were drugged by Qingjio. In general, the criticism was greater than the praise. After all, they were not majoring in fighting skills, and did not understand Ping An's position in this major. It can be said that in the first grade, if Ping An admitted to being second, no one would dare to shamelessly say that they were the first. Qingjio turned a deaf ear to the criticism around him. They scolded more and more harshly, and the teacher could not help but stop them. Don't make noise in class, don't say rude words, or I will punish you. Hearing that they would be punished, because they were muttering about the points, everyone could only keep silent even if they were dissatisfied. They glared, waiting for Ping An to dampen Qingjio's spirit. Seeing that the two had already taken their positions and everything was ready, the teacher said the words that everyone had been waiting for a long time. The competition begins. Chapter 81. After the teacher finished speaking, the two of them did not move, and were observing each other's movements. Ping An did not want to bully Qingjio, so he made a gesture of invitation and said, "Qingjio, you attack first." Qingjio was not polite either, and nodded and replied, "Okay, then you be careful." Her voice lingered at the position where she had just stood, but her figure had quickly approached Ping An. Ping An's eyelids trembled, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Qingjio in his sight instantly enlarged, and came to him in a few steps. Ping An hurriedly raised his long sword and held it horizontally in front of him. At the moment when the wooden swords crossed, the dull sound of collision rippled throughout the venue. For a moment, the venue was silent. Qingjio's movements were too fast, so fast that before he could see clearly how many steps she ran to approach Ping An, she had already jumped up and swung her sword at Ping An from top to bottom. Even the teacher was amazed by Qingjio's clean and neat movements. She had not seen such an excellent seedling for a long time. Although her sword-wielding skills seemed a little rusty, if she kept practicing, she might be able to compete with Ping An. Ping An, who was in the middle of the stadium, was in a state of shock and could not calm down. His palms were numb from the shock, and the wooden sword in his hand almost slipped out of his hand. It was so heavy, Ping An increased his strength to barely resist Qingjio's falling sword. The two were still competing secretly, but Ping An no longer dared to underestimate Qingjio. He was at a disadvantage, and it would not be a good thing to continue the comparison. Ping An turned the blade and caught Qingjio's blade with the spine of the sword. Ping An's strength suddenly retracted, and Qingjio could not control his body and fell forward. Before Qingjio could react, Ping An pulled the wooden sword upwards, and turned to the side to escape Qingjio's attack range. Qingjio was relieved of her strength, and the wooden sword chopped on the ground, and the tip of the sword knocked a small hole in the floor. She held the hilt of the sword and barely supported her body without falling down. She was fast and powerful, but her skills were still not as skilled as Ping An. Ping An did not pursue her victory, but stood quietly by and observed her wooden sword. The wooden swords in the basket looked very similar, but in fact each one was different. The real wooden swords could not withstand the intensity of their daily training. The wooden swords here were all customized by mechanics, and they incorporated a lot of special materials into the wooden swords. It not only retains the feel of the wooden sword, but also increases its hardness, making it a good course consumable. Because everyone's wrist strength and habits are different, each wooden sword has a different weight. Students with less strength use the lightest wooden sword, and students with slightly more strength will choose a wooden sword with moderate weight. It can maintain flexibility when using it, and ensure sufficient damage when attacking. Ping An's wooden sword was the one he used most easily. The teacher had known his habits for a long time, and threw him the one he liked most. The medium-heavy weight made it not heavy for Ping An to use, and it was just right. But if you can handle a heavy sword, it is best to choose the heaviest wooden sword, which can cause the most damage. And after getting used to the weight, when you ask a famous mechanic to customize a handy weapon, You can add more functional accessories to make a real killer. Ping'an felt the shaking in his hand, and his eyes became more and more solemn. The wooden sword Qingjiu held was the heaviest in the basket. No one had ever used it, and even the teacher had only used a slightly lighter one as a teaching demonstration. Ping'an had originally planned to put it back in the warehouse when sorting things out next time, and then replace it with 2 lighter ones. Unexpectedly, it would still be useful before retirement. Qingjiu was exhausted, and when the wooden sword stuck in the ground, she had actually lost. After all, in the few seconds when she was distracted, Ping'an had countless opportunities to regroup and attack her, but Ping'an didn't do it. Qingjiu stood up straight, imitated the teacher's sword dance, threw the wooden sword back into the basket, clasped his fists, and leaned slightly towards Ping'an. I lost. Ping'an also clasped his fists in return, unable to say a word. If the learning time was the same, he might not be able to beat Qingjiu. The whole venue remained silent, and it was the teacher who reacted first and took the lead in applauding, and then sparse applause rang out in the fighting hall. Most people were still in a state of shock, and even those who couldn't understand in the live broadcast room could feel the weird atmosphere on the field. What's going on? Why do people seem to have lost their souls? Please explain, what's going on now? What's there to explain? Ping'an won after watching the ending. That's right. Qingjiu overestimated her own abilities, and was subdued by Ping'an in one move. Ping'an is awesome. Don't pretend to know something when you don't, okay? I'm also a professional in fighting skills. This Qingjiu is terrifying. If she was also a professional in fighting, Ping'an probably wouldn't have had a chance. The person above is so arrogant. I'm also a professional in fighting skills. If I say Qingjiu is trash, then she is trash. What are you trying to be clever about? Are you trying to attract attention by saying something sarcastic? Don't rush to deny it. He's right. Qingjiu is really awesome. Otherwise, guess why the atmosphere on the scene became strange? Shouldn't Ping'an cheer for winning? It's too unchallenging to win her. What's there to cheer for? You don't study this, so you don't know shit. Just based on the few moves Qingjiu just made, I bet they can only do no more than 2 digits on the field. So don't argue first, can you tell me what's the trick? To put it simply, if they have the same educational background, Ping'an can't take her move. Is it really that awesome? Fuck, did you notice that Qingjiu's wooden sword just now was the one with the highest weight? No way, I want to watch the replay, I need to take a magnifying glass to see. Okay, you don't need to watch it, I cut it out, what he said is true. SOS, so does anyone think Qingjiu is a little too strong? She can control war beasts, and has fighting talent. She is a natural soldier. Correction, I think she is too strong to be human. Does she really have no background? The latest news is told by my Xinhuang classmate. She grew up in Xinhuang orphanage. What? Say it again? Damn it, right? Say you are lying to me. Retract the suggestion. You are exposing other people's privacy. You dog, it's none of your business. System warning, I am the best in the world and have been banned. The ban reason is, posting bad remarks. The forum is already a mess. Let's drink it while it's hot. The doubts, surprises and praises on the internet have nothing to do with everyone present. Those who were slandering Qingjiu at the beginning were all silent. They knew that if they were to fight Ping'an, and Ping'an also gave them a move, they might not be able to attack as quickly, accurately and fiercely as Qingjiu, and catch Ping'an off guard and passively accept the move. Don't underestimate Qingjiu. People who don't usually pay much attention to the rankings are thinking that Qingjiu is so good, he must be at the top of the list. Someone opened the rankings and flipped through 4 or 5 pages without seeing Qingjiu's name. He had no choice but to search in the search bar. After pressing the search button, the page slid quickly until the last page. A red name was shining on the last line. The man didn't believe it, and swiped down again and again. The bottom of Qingjiu's name still showed that he had reached the last page. He finally accepted this reality. Qingjiu, the last one, and he had a negative score. Chapter 82. Next is the free combination practice time. The teacher walked to Qingjiu and coughed twice to attract her attention. Qingjiu turned around and respectfully called, "Teacher Wenxuei." Wenxuei's eyes curved into a crescent shape, and there was a gleam in her eyes. For some reason, Qingjiu had a bad feeling in his heart. "Wenxuei, Qingjiu, right? Where did you learn swordsmanship before?" Qingjiu shook his head and answered truthfully, "This is my first time touching a sword." The smile on Wenxuei's face became more and more intense, as if she was looking at something in the bag. She hadn't seen such a good seedling suitable for fighting for a long time, and she must strive for it. "Are you interested in transferring to Qingjing to study with me?" Our Qingjing's fighting major is very famous in the industry. I guarantee that you will have no worries about finding a job after graduation. I will recommend you to join the army and get a stable job in the federal government. Qingjio, On the first day, Arnold wanted her to join the project, and now Wen Shui wants her to transfer. Qingjio secretly complained, could it be that Qingjing has a habit of poaching people? Qingjio seriously rejected Wen Shui's olive branch, and said, I'm sorry, teacher, I don't want to become a student of fighting skills. Wen Shui really didn't want to give up this good seedling. She was a little anxious and asked, you applied to join our major temporarily, isn't it because you like it? Qingjio shook his head honestly, no. However, after the competition just now, Qingjio felt that swordsmanship was also very interesting. Perhaps she would be willing to continue learning this skill if she had the opportunity in the future. Wen Shui was even more puzzled. Why is that? Qingjio gently touched the front of the ID card, and the card surface seemed to come alive, radiating light from the place where Qingjio touched it. The original light blue ID card turned red, and a number slowly emerged on it, -30. Qingjio looked at Wen Shui and told her purpose in Wen Shui's surprised eyes. I'm just here to brush up my points. She thought about it again, not wanting Wen Shui to misunderstand that she was just here to get points. So she explained, although I'm here to brush up my points, I will study hard and take the exam seriously. Her eyes were sincere, and she was afraid that Wen Shui would not believe her, and her hands were already performing the moves that Wen Shui had just taught them. Wen Shui watched her perfectly replicate those moves in silence, and she really hated it. Why are all the good seedlings in Xinhuang? The points for communication are just a temporary ranking system. Wen Shui does not think it can represent the true level of students, and of course she will not use it as a standard for judging whether students are good or bad. After all, the range of operation of the scores is too large. She would not unilaterally think that Qingjio's low points are because she is bad. Although the other party had no intention, Wen Shui would teach her well in the remaining 10 days out of love for her talent, hoping that she could learn some real skills before she went back. It's not that she can't learn after she goes back. Doesn't she have a good friend in Xinhuang? Wei Er, who was far away in Blue Star, suddenly felt a chill on her back and shuddered. Lilith saw that Wei Er was a little abnormal, and she asked about her physical condition out of concern. Wei Er's keen sixth sense told her that someone seemed to be saying bad things about her in a place she couldn't see. Don't let her know who it was otherwise. Qingjio finished the fighting class and rushed to the next class without stopping. So, Qingjio slowly sat down under Gu Zheng's incredible gaze. The class bell rang, and the teacher entered the classroom. He began to introduce Qingjio's identity to the students in the audience and expressed a warm welcome to her. The people who were just eating melons did not expect that the melon would actually run to their class with long legs, and the soul of gossip was burning. The students under the podium adjusted the terminal to almost transparent, and browsed the forum behind the teacher's back. Hey! Guess who I saw in our mecha major? What? Inexplicable. TSK, guess. I give you a hint, this person just bloodbath the forum. Bloodbath the forum, you can say it if you want to, forget it if you don't want to. You are not talking about the person I thought of, right? What are you talking about? Bloodbath the forum, it can't be Qingjio, right? Impossible, this is not the end of the fighting class. Congratulations to the above person for guessing it right. You got a gift pack with nothing. I hate you all, you traffic driving freaks. You spread rumors and talk nonsense every day. Don't slander me, I have pictures and the truth. As the photo of Qingjio's self-introduction in the mecha major leaked, the forum fell into silence, and the information was refreshed quickly. Why is no one talking? Am I blocked? Why did you suddenly stop chatting in the middle of the conversation? Hiss. No, is there anyone who can tell me what's going on? Ah? What is Qingjio doing? Fuck, how many minor subjects did she apply for? According to my incomplete statistics, at least 3. Where did the above person get the data? Hee. I just got the news from the teacher that Qingjio will come to our class next class. Oh, by the way, we are majoring in baking. Crazy, is it me, Qingjio, or the world? Qingjio is more likely to be crazy. The exchange student is about to take the exam? She is in Zisha. Points are not needed. Cold knowledge, Qingjio is the last on the list now. Wait, I found something wrong. Is she trying to get points? Your guess is reasonable, but it is not very feasible. Different professional knowledge is completely different, not to mention that her span is so large. Have you taken the pet care exam? One exam? There are 2 more. One is a written exam, and the other is pet outdoor care. She got full marks in the first exam, so outdoor care should not be a problem. Just focus on the written exam. There is one thing I don't know if you still remember. Qinjiu seems to be the first in Star Emperor's entrance examination, right? So, her written test score should not be bad, right? Not necessarily. The entrance examination is a general knowledge test, which is the same for everyone, but the professional examination is professional knowledge, which is divided into very detailed sections. I don't think she can pass all of them. Add 1. She is in the negative now, right? If she can get a passing score in each subject, how many points can she get in the end? About 50 points? Not high, but at least she is not the last. I wish her success, otherwise it will be the biggest joke in Star Emperor. Ha ha, I didn't expect to see such a lot of fun this year. Thank God I enrolled this year. My brother said it was a pity that he couldn't catch up with the melons after watching it. Does anyone think she can turn the tables? What kind of interstellar joke are you playing? Do you think it's possible? No. Then it's over? Gu Zheng knew nothing about the debate on the forum. His terminal was also dimly lit, but his page showed a dialog box with Qinjiu. Gu Zheng? Qinjiu didn't look at the terminal, and was still looking at the teacher's blackboard seriously. Gu Zheng, hey, pay attention to me. Qinjiu still didn't respond. Gu Zheng, Vice President, are you there? As soon as he said it out, he felt a sense of disgust from the text, and he planned to withdraw it. Qinjiu, who had not responded, lowered his head and looked at the terminal at this time, and Gu Zheng, who had not had time to withdraw the message, received Qinjiu's reply. Qinjiu, what's wrong, my little Zheng? Gu Zheng, Are you doing this on purpose? Chapter 83. Gu Zheng was so angry that his curiosity was mostly gone. He closed the terminal page, sat straight, and looked at the teacher's blackboard with a stern face. Qinjiu saw that he looked sulky, and silently reflected on whether he had bullied the child too much. When the teacher turned around to control the blackboard, she secretly moved her buttocks, changed seats one after another, and gradually got closer to Gu Zheng. Until she sat next to Gu Zheng did not give her a good face, and completely ignored her existence. Qinjiu carefully reached out, and gently poked Gu Zheng's arm. Gu Zheng did not know what he was doing and deliberately ignored her. Qinjiu persevered and poked him gently again. Gu Zheng turned his face reluctantly, and it seemed that he was still sulking. But at least, he was willing to pay attention to Qinjiu. He didn't say anything, just mouthed and asked silently, "What's the matter?" Qinjiu also didn't dare to speak to disrupt the class. She opened the chat page of the terminal under the table, and typed the content in the dialog box of the two in front of Gu Zheng. "Sorry, don't be angry, I really didn't see the message just now." Gu Zheng sniffed, pretended to be still angry, and glanced at her. She put her hands together, looked at him pitifully, and moved her lips up and down, saying silently, "Forgive me, okay? I was wrong." Qinjiu seized the point that Gu Zheng was easily soft-hearted, and continued to pull the corner of his clothes, poke his arm, and kept apologizing to him. Sure enough, Gu Zheng, who was still angry, turned his face to the other side a little unnaturally. There was no trace of anger in his eyes. Qinjiu peeked through the angle between his arm and body, and saw that Gu Zheng had opened his terminal page. The next moment, Qinjiu's terminal received an unread message. "Gu Zheng, why are you taking classes in our major?" Qinjiu, "I'm brushing my scores." Gu Zheng, Gu Zheng, are you serious? You can't make mechas. Qinjiu, I don't need to make mechas, and I won't take your practical exams. I just need to get a score on the written exam, which can also be converted into points. What Qinjiu said is true. After all, their assessment is based on theory and practice, and the same is true for other majors. This is why Qinjiu only took one practical exam in the pet care major, but he has already got 20 points. Maybe this setting was originally designed to give students with low scores, like Qinjiu, a chance to brush their scores. But in reality, few people would do it like Qinjiu. After all, even if they were given the opportunity, how could they expect others to get extra points in other majors if they couldn't even learn their own major well? Gu Zheng thought the same as everyone else, thinking that Qinjiu couldn't do it. He had been in contact with mecha since he was old enough to understand things, and he didn't worry about the practical class at all. Although theory and practice are combined, as long as the practical operation is passed, the theoretical foundation will not be too bad. But Gu Zheng had to admit that the theoretical course of the mecha major not only has a lot of content, but also involves the application of many special terms. Even Gu Zheng went through a lot of hardships in the theoretical course to get a relatively satisfactory score. Qinjiu only has about 10 days to prepare for the exam from now on. How can she chew through thousands of pages of mecha theory books? It's nothing but a fool's dream. Gu Zheng began to persuade Qinjiu not to waste his efforts. Although you have the title of the first Star Emperor, the exams for general courses and professional courses are very different. You have never been in contact with mechas, so it is difficult to understand the theoretical knowledge. Instead of wasting these 10 days, you might as well try to be a volunteer in the school and earn some points. Qinjiu was not discouraged at all. Her focus was not on the first 2 sentences of Gu Zheng. She only saw the last 4 words. Earn some points. It turns out that school volunteers can also earn points. Qinjiu immediately sent a message to Gu Zheng. Where can I get a volunteer order? Gu Zheng thought she finally figured out that she wanted to give up, and enthusiastically forwarded the volunteer page on the point system to Qinjiu. After receiving it, Qinjiu happily saved it, and then ended the conversation with Gu Zheng and concentrated on listening to the lecture. After class, Qinjiu did not chat with Gu Zheng for a few more words, just said goodbye, and disappeared without a trace. Gu Zheng was still wondering where she was going until 5 minutes later, when he finally found out where Qinjiu was going in the forum. Baking class classroom. Gu Zheng, well, at least the baking class is not as professional as the mecha class, so she should be able to get the points she wants. Qinjiu worked non-stop, taking 4 classes a day, and she was still in high spirits. When she returned to the dormitory, her roommates looked at her like a monster. Jiruo happened to come to visit the dormitory, and when she saw the person at the center of today's storm, her gossip spirit ignited. She regretted not bringing some snacks. Qinjiu seemed to be burned by Jiruo's eyes. Her eyes were too hot, and Qinjiu subconsciously took a step back. Jiruo came up enthusiastically, took Qinjiu's arm, and sat down. For a moment, Qinjiu couldn't tell whether her arm-twisting behavior was to get closer to her, or to prevent her from running away. Qinjiu laughed dryly and asked, Jiruo, what's the matter? Jiruo didn't hide it, and directly stated her intention. I just want to gossip. Do you know that the forum is talking about you today? Qinjiu rarely reads the forum. She shook her head. No, I don't know. Jiruo asked again, what is the purpose of taking so many classes a day? Qinjiu replied, I just want to brush up my scores. You can see it by looking at my scores. Qinjiu is the last one, and it is estimated that no one knows it now. Even if you didn't know it before, you should know it after today. Jiruo, I know you still have negative points, but even if you sign up for more classes, you won't have any points if you can't pass the final exam, right? Qinjiu nodded. She agreed with Jiruo's statement. Yes. Jiruo saw that she was not completely unaware of the rules, but she did do something against common sense. Jiruo pondered for a moment, half probing and half persuading. So, you are taking too many classes, aren't you? And you've even signed up for the mecha class. Isn't that a big span? Qinjiu sighed and shook his head, looking worried. There's no other way. For the sake of money, I can only sacrifice my brain cells. Jiruo was puzzled. Money? Qinjiu nodded solemnly. 1 million prize money. Jiruo, question mark. Roommate, question mark. Jiruo, isn't the 1 million prize money only for the first place? Yes. Qinjiu smiled innocently, as if she didn't know her situation at all. In the eyes of others, her remarks were extremely arrogant and overestimating her own abilities. So now I'm working hard to get my score to the top of the leaderboard. Chapter 84. Jiruo couldn't help but open her mouth. She numbly put her hand on her chin and forced her mouth to close. She wanted to say something but stopped. Her hands were busy, and she didn't know what she was doing. Under Qinjiu's puzzled eyes, Jiruo scratched her head and touched her face, struggling between 2 answers, whether she had heard it wrong and whether Qinjiu was crazy. After she confirmed it in her heart countless times, she finally confirmed the answer she was most reluctant to believe. She wanted to say that Qinjiu was overestimating his ability, but when facing Qinjiu, she didn't know how to say the words that were on her lips. After she gestured body language for a long time, she finally gave up struggling. Jiruo took a deep breath and exhaled a long breath. She said, although I shouldn't discourage your enthusiasm, but in reality, your idea is a bit too much. She thought for a long time and finally found a relatively appropriate word, adding, grand? Qinjiu seemed not to hear the hidden meaning in Jiruo's words. She comforted Jiruo in return. You don't have to worry about me being too tired. My spirit is still good. It's not a problem to take 2 more classes a day. Jiruo was defeated by Qinjiu's optimistic and naive attitude. She was silent for a long time and decided to give up communication. She gently patted Qinjiu's shoulder and said earnestly, Then I wish you good luck. Qinjiu smiled and responded, Thank you. After Jiruo left, Qinjiu set off to visit Bai Shui in the laboratory building. According to Bai Shue's recovery, she should be able to return to her side in 2 days. However, Qin Jiu believed that it was better for Bai Shue to live in the laboratory building with someone to serve her than to sleep in the empty teaching building. Qin Jiu was considering whether to discuss with Dr. Li whether Bai Shue could continue to live in the laboratory building before they returned to Xinhuang. When Bai Shue saw Qin Jiu, her tail stood up and swayed. Bai Shue's happiest time of the day was when Qin Jiu came to visit her after school. She didn't know how long it would take for her to leave here. She felt so lonely without Qin Jiu. Qin Jiu, touched by Shue as usual, coaxed the little princess, and stayed close to her for a while before leaving. When Qin Jiu went downstairs, she remembered that Dr. Li was probably in Professor Arnold's laboratory. She went downstairs and walked towards the laboratory. I don't know if it was because it was time for dinner and everyone went to eat, or if they were all busy in the laboratory. The corridor was quiet, and only Qin Jiu was walking. The light from the ceiling sprinkled on the empty corridor, which looked a little pale. As Qin Jiu walked further in, the temperature around him dropped. Although Siwangxing was cold, it was rare to set the temperature so low indoors. The doors on both sides were arranged symmetrically, all closed, without a single light coming out from inside, which made people feel inexplicably terrified. Qin Jiu's footsteps echoed throughout the corridor, as if stepping on her heart one by one, and her heartbeat gradually accelerated. In this situation, Qin Jiu couldn't help but think of the bad scenes she saw in entertainment movies and TV shows, which made people feel like being in a morgue. Today, the laboratory building seemed a little different from the past. Qin Jiu was considering whether to go back and come to see Dr. Li tomorrow. She just stopped and wanted to retreat when she heard a conversation coming from the room next to her. Because of the door between them, the voices inside were not clear. Qin Jiu couldn't help but get closer and called out softly, "Is it Dr. Li?" The conversation inside did not stop, but no one responded to Qin Jiu's call. She moved closer and could vaguely hear the content of the conversation inside. It was the voices of Dr. Li and Professor Arnold. "Can you find out the identity of this person? I have applied for the mobilization of the database, but strangely, I can't find anyone who matches his information. Someone concealed it for him. If so, our situation is dangerous. The other party may have infiltrated us. Who can believe it before the truth is found out? I don't know." "Don't be too pessimistic. Let our military handle these things. After I go back, I will apply for a high-level meeting to discuss the solution to this matter. Professor Arnold, you just do your job well, and don't be affected by other things." "Got it, Admiral's eyesight." "Admiral's eyesight, do you have another purpose for coming here this time?" "Yes, but the little girl has her own ideas, and we respect her choice. But Dr. Li, your War Beast Medical Center is not kind. How come I heard that you have planned to go to Xinhuang?" "Ahem. You misunderstood, Lightning and Snow White. Oh, and Mingwe haven't had a physical examination for a long time, they are going to work." "Really?" Qin Jiu originally thought that eavesdropping was not good, but after hearing the names of Lightning and Snow White, she couldn't help but want to listen a few more words. Just when she wanted to get closer to the door, she suddenly heard an angry shout from behind. "Don't move. Put your hands up." Judging from the direction and size of the sound, the person who said this was behind her, and it was most likely that he was talking to her. Not knowing whether the other party was holding a weapon, Qin Jiu decided to cooperate with the other party for safety reasons. Qin Jiu slowly raised his hands and defended himself. "I am not a bad person, I am a student here, and I am here to see Dr. Li." The man did not completely believe Qin Jiu's words. "Turn around slowly." Qin Jiu cooperated and turned around. When she saw who the other party was, she was a little amused. The man pointed the tranquilizer gun at Qin Jiu, and Qin Jiu thought for a moment that she had traveled through time. The same familiar two people, the same familiar actions, had appeared in Xinhuang not long ago. It was Ace, Dr. Li's assistant. The first time the two met, Ace pointed the tranquilizer gun at Qin Jiu and Qiuqiu. Although Qiuqiu was gone when they met for the second time, everything else was still the same formula, familiar taste. The actions of the two people were exactly the same as before. Ace was a little surprised to see Qin Jiu's familiar face, and soon recognized Qin Jiu's identity. He put down the tranquilizer gun and smiled. "It's you, long time no see." Qin Jiu put down his hands and smiled and replied, "Long time no see." "Ace, do you want to find Dr. Li?" "Dr. Li is inside, but you have to wait a while, he is busy. You can come to our office and wait for him." Qin Jiu and Ace left together. Qin Jiu asked as she walked, "Why do I feel that the temperature is a little low today?" Hearing this, Ace did not answer her question directly, and said with an evasive look, "Oh, Maybe there is a problem with the temperature control. Qingjiu looked as if she had realized it, and did not ask any more questions. But her sixth sense told her that things were not that simple. Chapter 85. The temperature in the room was much lower than that in the corridor, and the temperature control system at full power made the sound of the machine running. All the headlights were turned on, and the darkness in the room was exposed. Although Qingjiu only heard 3 voices, there were actually more than 3 people in the room. The fourth person, who had remained silent, was lying motionless on the cold operating table. His body temperature had merged with the temperature of the operating table, and his wax-like face exuded death. He was obviously a corpse. If Qingjiu was at the scene, she would definitely recognize the identity of the corpse. He was the man who made trouble at the school gate on the day of the alien beast invasion. At this time, he was covered with a white cloth, revealing only a peaceful face. Even without lifting the white cloth, his condition was enough to surprise people. His stomach was completely sunken, his belly was against his back, and there was nothing inside. He had undergone several experiments and had been dissected long ago. Every organ had been thoroughly studied. Now he was just a shell. Arnold took out the report and handed it to Hester with a serious expression. She said, "I believe Admiral Hester has read this report, right?" Hester scanned the first line of the report and nodded. "I read it last night." Arnold pointed out several abnormalities marked in red font on the light screen and said, "Look here, here and here, the data is highly consistent with the alien beast. To put it bluntly, he can no longer be called a human. The genes of the alien beast are embedded in its genes, and are constantly optimized by the genes of the alien beast." Hearing this, Hester was obviously interested in the results. He looked up and looked at Arnold, motioning her to continue. "Arnold, this result shows that they have a new research direction. They are no longer confined to splicing in appearance, but integrating genes to promote evolution." Arnold paused, slid on the light screen again, found a report from a long time ago, and continued, "Admiral Hester, please take a look at this report. This is the data we got from the informant before. It should be the data when they just started the gene chimera experiment. There are several photos on the page. The people in the photos. Oh no, maybe they can't be called people. Their limbs have changed more or less. Some people have automatically broken their hands and feet, and strange limbs have grown back from the wounds. Some people have grown structures that do not belong to humans on their torsos. But without exception, they all died. Died in the process of mutation." Although Arnold could not get a complete autopsy report at the time, it was obvious that the experiment failed completely. The fused experimental subjects could not even survive to walk out of the laboratory door. Arnold, when they first started the experiment, the test subjects could hardly survive for an hour. After so many years, they made a comeback and have successfully cultivated a human with self-awareness, who can remain calm and not mutate. Although his lifespan is still very short, it is also a very scary thing. While listening to Arnold's explanation, Hester silently read the report content, with unknown emotions flashing in his eyes. As Arnold's voice fell, he also put down the light screen in his hand. He looked up at Arnold, unable to see what was hidden under his dark and deep eyes. He asked, "Putting aside the fact that we are opposites, do you think the fusion of alien beasts and humans is good or bad for us?" Arnold raised his eyebrows slightly. This question from Hester had exceeded her expectations. She didn't know from what angle Hester asked the question. Arnold still answered seriously. From an individual perspective, alien beasts have very strong vitality and resilience. If they can only inherit the physical advantages of alien beasts after gene fusion, it can indeed reduce the chance of human illness and prolong human life. However, due to the strong genes of alien beasts, human genes cannot dominate, and there are only 2 results. One is that the genes are immediately devoured and mutated, like the appearance in the picture, and the other is that they are slowly devoured and gradually become irrational alien beasts. Arnold looked at the operating table on the side. The young man with his eyes closed had already shown the characteristics of alien beasts. Perhaps he and the alien beast did survive for a while in the early stage of fusion, but his body could not withstand the genes of the alien beast, and the result was obvious. Maybe he thought he was special, but reality finally gave him a blow. Arnold raised his head again and met Hester's gaze. Even if they succeed, they will gradually be affected by the genes of the alien beasts, become violent and bloodthirsty, and may even kill their own kind. I don't think they are truly alive. Maybe the human body is indeed very fragile, but... Arnold pointed to his head. If we lose the ability to think, can we still be called human beings? Arnold's last words echoed in the cold room, and the 3 of them fell silent at the same time. After a long time, Hester chuckled, "You are right. Without the ability to think, you cannot be called a human being. Let's go. It's time for dinner. My assistant has booked a private room for us. We are all acquaintances. Let's have a simple meal together. Arnold and Dr. Lee both agreed, but they still needed to go back to the office to pack up. Hester said that he would wait for them at the door, and he would turn off the lights and clean up the mess. Arnold was still hesitant, but thinking of Hester's special identity, she felt relieved. Hester is a general with great military achievements and one of the highest commanders of the entire beast-taming army. If Hester can't be trusted, then there should be few people in the entire military who can be trusted. After Arnold and Dr. Lee left, Hester did not turn off the lights and leave immediately, but chose to stay in the same space with the corpse. The corners of his mouth slowly fell, his eyes became sharp, and after removing the disguise, he swept away his usual kind image. Hester looked up in the direction of the camera, his eyes slightly bright. A small spider crawled out from nowhere, just blocking the camera lens, and it spit out white silk to block the microphone. Hester came to the corpse, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked the corpse's cold forehead. He looked at the corpse's facial features with pity, as if regretting. Is the gene optimization still unsuccessful? Poor child, you have gone a long way, and the organization will remember your sacrifice. Qinjiu, who was waiting for Dr. Lee in the office, saw them coming back, explained his purpose, and got Dr. Lee's approval. Bai Shui has a better place to go, and Qinjiu can study more at ease. After getting rid of a worry, Qinjiu said goodbye to them and left. Seeing that she had walked a distance away, Ace turned around and said to Dr. Lee, I just saw Qinjiu at the door of your laboratory. I don't know how long she stayed there, and whether she overheard your secrets. Arnold frowned. Because of the matter of transferring the man today, the entire building was cleared and all experiments were suspended. But she had calculated everything, but she had missed that Qinjiu would come to see Bai Shui. Ace was just Dr. Lee's assistant. He did not have enough authority, and could only wait for them somewhere else. That was why he had the opportunity to catch Qinjiu. She asked Ace about the approximate time he met Qinjiu, calculated it, and confirmed that Qinjiu should not have heard their subsequent conversation. She thought of the heavy topic just now, and couldn't help sighing. These topics are still too early for them. Dr. Lee nodded. In order to prevent panic, the military suppressed the matter of humanoid alien beasts. At the same time, a number of outstanding newcomers will be selected every year for awards and publicity, in order to appease the people. Each planet is responsible for its own affairs, but everyone is united in their opinion on peacekeeping. Qinjiu was about to return to the same place, and came to the door of the room. Seeing the door open, she couldn't help but take a curious look inside. After a glance, the lights were turned off, and then a tall figure walked out slowly. Qinjiu met the eyes of the visitor, and she respectfully called out, Admiral Zysite. Seeing Qinjiu appear, Zysite was surprised for a moment. But he quickly put on a kind smile again, and responded to Qinjiu, Hello, why are you here? Qinjiu answered truthfully, I came to see Bai Shui. Oh, that's how it is. Hester thought of Snow White's cold look and laughed. It's hard to control, right? When Edda was still at the headquarters, the three war beasts were going crazy, and no one could control them. I remember Snow White. She didn't like to talk to people, she was cunning, picky about food, and often bullied other war beasts. Qinjiu? ? She went through all her memories of meeting Snow White, pondered for a moment, and asked hesitantly, The Snow White you are talking about. Is it Teacher Edda's swift leopard Snow White? Hester was amused by her unconfident look. He chuckled twice, and couldn't help coughing again. After he suppressed the urge to cough, he took a breath and said, Besides it, are there any other war beasts that dare to call Bai Shui? Qinjiu got his affirmation, and his doubts in his heart became even more serious. But the Bai Shui I know is very obedient, very well behaved, and not picky about food. It eats whatever canned and freeze-dried food I buy. She lowered her head and thought for a moment, remembering how Bai Shui took care of Guangming when she was with Guangming, and she said again, It doesn't bully other war beasts, does it? It is the eldest sister in the family, especially taking care of children, and just likes to make trouble with lightning. Sisset saw her serious expression and originally thought that she just wanted to save Bai Shui's face, but it seemed that in her cognition, Bai Shui should be like this. It was Zizit's turn to be unconfident. He asked, Doesn't it often fight with lightning? Qinjiu, Not often, just occasionally. Sisset, is it particularly naughty, often pushing things to the floor, and then watching you clean up in a hurry? Qinjiu, No, not once. Zysite didn't believe it, and continued to ask, Does it like to make trouble for you? The more anxious you are to find something, the more it will hide it for you. Qin frowned. Although his eyesight looked strong, it was possible that his memory was declining. Qin, Admiral's eyesight, did you confuse Snow White with other war beasts? Our Snow White is a very cute little princess. If she hears others slander her, she will be sad. Eyesight, Did he really remember it wrong? He tried to recall the days when he worked with Edel, and focused on the Snow White hurricane leopard in the picture of memory. It was a sunny day. Snow White overturned and bit the potted plants that he had planted for several years because he disliked the green plants by the window blocking her from basking in the sun. He was so angry that Edel ran all over the galaxy to buy him a similar one to make amends. It was another sunny day. Snow White didn't like a flying war beast in the military camp next door, so she sneaked into the beast's cage while he was sleeping, held him down, and plucked out a piece of his hair, which made the beast autistic for a long time. Edel persuaded the beast to buy a year's rations, and the owner was reluctant to calm down. It was another sunny day. The leader of the War Beast Management Bureau came to inspect. Snow White pretended to be obedient, and let him touch and caress her. She fooled the leader so much that he relaxed his vigilance and followed him out to play. Snow White locked the leader in the cage and locked the dormitory door. When others found that the leader was missing, it was too late. After searching for a long time, they saw the leader sulking in the cage. Edel was given a warning, and his bonus for 1 year was cancelled. Hester was very sure that he was not mistaken. It was Edel's Snow White. Hester looked at Qin and shook his head, with pity in his eyes. Little guy, maybe Snow White is pretending to be well-behaved in front of you, and one day she will trick you into a ditch. Qin answered with certainty. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Hester wanted to persuade Qin to open his eyes, but Ace, Arnold and Dr. Lee packed up their things and came out. Arno saw Qin and Shizite chatting in the corridor, and couldn't help asking curiously, "What are you talking about?" Qin replied, "We are talking about Bai Shui, but Admiral Shizite seems to have mixed up Bai Shui with other war beasts." Arno looked at Shizite in surprise. That shouldn't be the case. Admiral Shizite has worked with Edel for at least 10 years. How could you remember Bai Shui wrong? Shizite had no words to say, and he retorted, "I didn't remember it wrong. Bai Shui is Edel's swift leopard. You should also remember my star leaf grass." Arno, "I remember. Bai Shui ate it, and Edel spent a lot of money to buy you a new one." Shizite, "Also that. Only a flying war beast." Dr. Lee, "Oh, the one that was plucked by Snow White? In order to get its owner's forgiveness, Edel spent half a year's bonus to buy all the food for the owner." Hester, "The most important thing." Arnold, "Snow White locked the leader of the War Beast Management Bureau in the War Beast dormitory, causing Edel to be punished and fined a year's bonus?" Hester was very satisfied with the answers of the two. He couldn't help but nodded heavily, and said to Qin earnestly, "Look, I didn't lie to you. Don't be fooled by Snow White." However, Qin was unmoved. She looked at the three people present with a shocked face, and asked a soul-searching question. "Did you three remember Snow White as another war beast?" Chapter 86. The three looked at each other. Since Qin questioned them, she must have her reasons. Arnold decided to find the root of the problem first. "What is your impression of Snow White?" Qin couldn't stop smiling when she talked about Snow White. She said proudly, "Super elegant, super cute war beast. She is also very smart, obedient, and never makes trouble." Dr. Lee, "Are you talking about Snow White?" Qin was confused. Why didn't they believe that Snow White was a good child? How sad Snow White must be. Qin found the video of her playing with Snow White in the terminal, and showed it to them. "Look. This is Snow White. You must have remembered it wrong." Snow White in the video was licking her hair. When she looked up and found Qin secretly filming her, she stood up and walked towards her. The camera's field of view moved downwards, and Snow White in the picture nudged Qin hand with her head. Qin scratched its neck to show her face, and Snow White made a comfortable gurgling sound in her throat. A video ended, and Qin slid down to continue playing. In the next video, Bai Shui holds a mat in her mouth, following Qin steps, and takes the mat outside to spread it flat and dry it. Qin rubs its big head, and Qin voice can be heard in the video praising it for being well-behaved. In the next video, Bai Shui is in the dormitory, holding the canned food that she just finished eating, and putting it in the chem recycling area. It yawns when it approaches Qin, and then lies down at Qin feet to sleep. In the face of Qin strong evidence, the three remain silent. Is Bai Shui possessed? They exchanged glances back and forth, still unwilling to believe that the person in the video is Bai Shui. Admiral Zysite even suspected that the video was forged by Qinjiu himself. However, before they had a deeper exchange with Qinjiu, Zysite's terminal received a communication from his assistant. His assistant urged him to finish his work quickly and go to the restaurant he had booked on time. Zysite and the other two said goodbye to Qinjiu, and their heads were still buzzing on the way out. Zysite felt the most deeply. After all, Edel's previous office was not far from him, and he was almost one of the senior victims of Snow White and Lightning. If Minghua had not been in the aquatic war beast dormitory, he had no doubt that the victim would have changed from 2 beasts to 3 beasts. He had no place to complain, and Edel himself was the biggest victim. In Zysite's impression, Edel had hardly received a few bonuses, all thanks to his 3 war beasts, who were particularly capable of dealing with things. I wonder if Edel has seen Snow White like this? Zysite couldn't help but imagine what Edel looked like after seeing the video. She should be as shocked as they are, right? After being shocked, she must have been furious and went to Bai Shui to settle accounts, and then returned empty-handed as expected. Hester began to feel sorry for Edel. After being cheated for decades, it turned out that he was the biggest clown. Edel, who was patrolling in Xinghou Mountain, sneezed twice in a row. He sniffed and looked up at the blue sky and white clouds. The weather is pretty good. Is it because the mountain wind is cold? Qinjiu has been working non-stop for several days in different professional courses. The forum is betting on her next destination every day, and there is a special post to record the courses Qinjiu has signed up for. Did Qinjiu take a new course today? Yes. Social Public Health has withdrawn from the finals. Damn, one less ally. Friends in the finals, are you all okay now? It's pretty good. We are trembling together. I don't know when our major may be killed. How terrifying. Qinjiu surrounded us all by herself. Excuse me, have any exams started for any of Qinjiu's other classes? I really want to know her exam results. Another post has all the exam times, and the top post has Qinjiu's exam schedule. You can go check it out. Okay, thank you guys. I remember she has a written exam tomorrow, and she can open the blind box tomorrow. So exciting. Please live broadcast the whole process. Exam. How to live broadcast. Just come out after the exam and talk about the situation. See if she really knows how to do the questions, or is she just pretending? Does anyone know where Qinjiu is now? Is he cramming? Cramming is useless now, right? Might as well have fun. Please report your location if you see Qinjiu, over. No one on the 3rd floor of the library, over. No one on the 2nd floor, over. Qinjiu, who has no idea about the forum, is now cleaning the office building. Completing a cleaning job can earn 10 points. Through the efforts of the past few days, Qinjiu's points finally got rid of negative numbers and reached a touching 0 points. In fact, cleaning work in the office building is very easy. She only needs to turn on various housekeeping robots, sit aside and wait for them to finish cleaning, check whether the machines have been turned off, and then symbolically patrol to see if there are any places that have not been cleaned. In fact, this job is not necessary at all. It is just an excuse for the school to give students extra points. Qinjiu used this time to open the content that needs to be tested tomorrow. Almost every course is divided into 2 parts, written test and practical operation. Qinjiu does not plan to participate in all practical courses, but only selects practical courses that she is capable of participating in to take the test. Her goal has never been practical operation, but written test. Tomorrow's exam is the written test part of the mechanical major. Qinjiu opened the notes sent to her by Wang Ling to review. It must be said that Wang Ling's notes are neatly done, and the key points and difficult points have very easy to understand explanations, for fear that people who read the notes will not understand. Qinjiu even suspected that this note was made by Wang Ling for her, after she knew that she also participated in the mechanical major. Although they more or less advised her not to be too distracted by the subjects she was not good at, she should get higher scores in the subjects she was confident in, which was the best solution to get points. But after they learned of Qinjiu's decision, they did not choose to sneer and laugh at her for overestimating her ability, but silently refined their notes again and again, trying to make them understandable to laymen, and then sent them to Qinjiu. Qinjiu gladly accepted their kindness. Of course, for them, Qinjiu would work hard and try not to lose their face. Qinjiu's speed of reading the notes was not fast, and it was no different from the reading speed of normal people. Her eyes reflected the content on the terminal. It was break time now, and only a few corridor lights in the office building were still on. The light above Qinjiu's head emitted a dim light. Maybe it was because of the light, but Qinjiu's eyes became darker and darker, and the contents of the notebook were completely reflected in her eyes. She read every word carefully, without feeling the passage of time. Until she finished reading the last word, the last cleaning robot also returned to the cleaning room. Qinjiu closed the terminal, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath. When she opened her eyes again, her eyes were clear. She checked the switches of the robots, and faced the last robot that came back, as if cheering herself up. Good luck on the exam tomorrow. Chapter 87. Today's sunshine is bright, dispelling the chill brought by the long days of light snow. Qinjiu's appearance in the public area immediately attracted attention, and people reported her in the forum every time she went to a place. She came to the teaching building of the mechanical major, and found the classroom for the exam. As soon as she opened the door, the students who were originally talking inside almost fell silent instantly, and looked at her in unison. Qinjiu was startled by their uniform movements, and for a moment she didn't know whether she should go in. Guangming just came to the door of the classroom. He saw Qinjiu standing there, pushed his glasses, and asked in confusion, "Why don't you go in?" Qinjiu turned around and saw Guangming. She seemed to have found a life-saving straw, and hurriedly made way for Guangming, saying, "You go first, you go first." Guangming didn't understand her behavior at first, but when he looked up and saw countless pairs of eyes looking at him with piercing eyes, he paused, as if he understood why Qinjiu stopped at the door and refused to go in. This looked too scary. Guangming sighed, glanced at Qinjiu helplessly, and said, "Since you chose to do this, you should have expected the current result." Although Guangming said words of blame, her body was still honestly standing in front of Qinjiu, blocking most of her sight. Qinjiu was grateful in her heart, and did not dare to dawdle, and followed Guangming's steps into the examination room. I don't know if it was intentional by the teacher, or the seats were randomly arranged by the system. Guangming sat in the last row, and Qinjiu sat in the first row facing the teacher. Although it was a very stressful thing to face the teacher during the exam, at least now, I have my back to countless pairs of eyes behind me, and even if I feel the sight, it is not as scary as looking directly at them. There was still some time before the exam started, but the students left early for fear of being late for the exam, and now the classroom was full of people. The teacher came to the classroom 10 minutes later, and his eyes stayed on Qinjiu, and then moved away for a moment. At first, he thought she was here to make trouble, and he was not optimistic about her. But when she really came to class, she was extremely serious and never slacked off. It was just a short week of study, and he didn't think she could learn much new knowledge. Although he had already predicted Qinjiu's grades in his heart, he couldn't help but hope for a miracle. After all, such a studious student is really rare. If she is willing to change her major, he is also happy to write a recommendation letter to Levin. But if Qinjiu is kidnapped, it will be difficult to explain to Ilia. Please open the test questions, and prepare the answer sheets for all candidates majoring in mechanical engineering. Please do not answer before the exam officially starts. Those who violate the exam rules will be treated as cheating. The emotionless female voice of the machine came from the loudspeaker in the examination room, indicating that the exam is about to begin. There is no need to distribute paper test papers for the written test. There is an electronic pen and a triangular object on their desk. Qinjiu also used these two things during the entrance examination. At that time, she didn't know how to use them, and she needed the help of the invigilator to open the test paper. Now she can use the test device skillfully. Qinjiu placed the mechanical triangle on the corresponding triangular groove in the upper left corner of the desktop. The mechanical triangle started, projecting a blank screen on the originally empty desktop, and the handwriting slowly emerged on the white screen. At this time, the female voice sounded again. The exam uses random answer sheets. Please start answering questions after the bell rings. Qinjiu picked up the pen and played with it in her hand, but her eyes were marking the papers in advance. Ding, the exam begins. After the exam began, Qinjiu did not hesitate for a moment and wrote directly. The speed of answering questions made the people sitting next to her secretly shocked. Writing so fast, could it be that she thought that she would not get any points anyway, so she just wrote randomly? But it makes sense when you think about it. How many answers can she write correctly after she has been here for a short time? Although she wrote randomly, the teacher will still give sympathy points if she writes a lot. After they confirmed their guesses, they buried their heads in writing. They can't waste too much time on others. After Guangming finished a big question, he took off his glasses and pinched his nose. I don't know what the teacher thought. The test paper for communication is so difficult. After finishing a question, Guangming felt that the knowledge base in his head had been reviewed completely, and the span of a question almost exhausted the content of all courses. After resting his eyes for a while, he put on his glasses again, and couldn't help looking at Qinjiu in the first row. Although Qinjiu had her back to Guangming, She was writing furiously without a pause. Wang Ling's eyelids trembled slightly, and his eyes left Qinjiao and scanned the other people in the examination room. Almost most people frowned and wrote intermittently. Some were even scratching their heads, with electronic pens stuck to their ears, and they couldn't write at all. He glanced at the test papers of several people nearby, and most of them were still on the fill-in-the-blank questions on the first page. He was already the fastest one to answer the questions. Wang Ling's guess was the same as others, that Qinjiao didn't know how to do it, so she just wrote something casually, hoping that the teacher would give her a sympathetic score. But unfortunately, this teacher was notoriously strict. Right was right, wrong was wrong, and he would not give a point more. Wang Ling shook her head slightly. Sure enough, she shouldn't be allowed to waste time here. He continued to read the questions and write at his desk, and never paid attention to Qinjiao's movements again. As time passed, more and more people in the examination room began to be dazed, scratch their heads, and sigh. During this period, the teacher couldn't help but come out to control their volume. The sharp-eyed students found that Qinjiao's test paper was densely packed with words, and they were surprised that she actually started to write big questions. On second thought, writing more nonsense without hitting the scoring points is equivalent to wasting effort. More and more people noticed Qinjiao's test state. She seemed to have never raised her head since the beginning of the exam, and she kept writing. Although it was unclear what she wrote, there was neat handwriting under each question. Even if she wrote randomly, she was too good at making up. Someone sniffed and felt sour. He also wanted to learn this ability to make up. Even if she wrote a pile of shit, she had to let the examiner read it word by word, disgusting him. Who made him set such difficult questions? There were 6 questions in total. Wang Ling finished the second one, and an hour and a half had passed. There was still half of the time left before the end of the exam, which was enough. He flexed his wrist, and was about to continue writing when a hand raised high caught his attention. Most of the candidates were attracted by this eye-catching action. They looked at the first row. When they found out who the owner of this hand was, they couldn't help but stop what they were doing. The teacher also kept an eye on Qinjiao's dynamics. Qinjiao kept writing hard, but he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt a little sorry. He set the test paper, and he knew the difficulty best. He noticed that even Wang Ling, who he was most optimistic about, was writing and stopping, and occasionally fell into a state of thinking. How could Qinjiao, a transfer student, finish the questions in one go without stopping? The only answer is, she was writing nonsense. Sure enough, her behavior was just to show off, and she didn't take the secondary subject seriously at all. The teacher sighed inwardly, stood up and walked to Qinjiao, leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, classmate?" Qinjiao also asked in a low voice, "Teacher, can I hand in the paper?" Chapter 88. Disappointment flashed across the teacher's eyes, and he nodded and said, "You can hand in your paper 30 minutes after the exam begins. Just press the test device." Qinjiao nodded and thanked him. "Thank you, teacher." After that, she gently tapped the mechanical triangle on the groove. The words on the white screen projected by the mechanical triangle gradually faded, and then a few big red words slowly emerged. The papers have been collected. The mechanical triangle after the papers are collected will not respond in any way. Students who have confirmed that they have handed in their papers cannot answer again. Qinjiao left the classroom with the teacher's permission and ran hurriedly in the corridor, as if he was in a hurry. After watching her leave, the teacher shook his head again, sighed softly, and sat back in the invigilator seat. His terminal was connected to Qingjing's academic affairs system. Anyway, there was still some time before the end of the exam, and he was free anyway, so he planned to open Qinjiao's test questions to see what tricks she had played on him. Wang Ling's mind was completely focused on the exam. After finishing another question, he looked up and took a short break. He found that the teacher was looking at the content on the terminal with a serious expression, occasionally showing an expression of disbelief. Wang Ling thought that it might be that the Qingjing Academic Affairs Department had issued a new task. He relaxed and continued to do the questions. Qinjiao walked quickly on the school road, always paying attention to the time. The result of registering for different subjects is that there will definitely be a conflict in the course time. The mechanical exam lasts for 3 hours, and Qinjiao needs to rush to the baking classroom 1.5 hours after the exam starts. Qinjiao took the test paper and began to scan the questions quickly, his brain running at high speed to find the answer. The questions cover a wide range of knowledge points, and it takes a relatively long time to answer them. Qinjiao was afraid that she would not be able to finish the test in 1.5 hours and catch up with the next course. So after the test officially started, she did not stop at all and kept outputting. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. She finally managed to shorten the test time to half under high-intensity concentration. After the test, there was still 10 minutes of break time for her to rush to the next classroom. The teaching building of the mechanical major is a little far from the baking classroom. Qinjiu ran all the way and finally sat in the classroom 2 minutes before the class. The other people in the classroom saw Qinjiu still panting and looked at each other. They could see shock in each other's eyes. If they remembered correctly, the result of the first-line gossip yesterday was that Qinjiu was still in the written examination room of the mechanical major at this time. They have already confirmed that Qinjiu will definitely be absent. So, Qinjiu gave up the exam? So why did she sign up for other minor subjects? Do something out of the ordinary and make them famous? Report, Qinjiu is in the baking classroom, over. Ah? My friend who majored in mechanical engineering is taking the exam now? Isn't Qinjiu going to take the exam too? Yes. Why is she in your baking classroom? She is here for class. We have class in the afternoon. Your course schedules conflict with the mechanical exam schedule, so she didn't take the exam but came back to attend classes? But if she doesn't take the exam, won't she get no points? Yes, you can skip all the exams, but if you don't take any, the regular points won't be distributed. Then what's the reason for her signing up? Want to hype yourself up? Want to be famous? It's a pity that the friends who are taking the exam haven't come out yet. Otherwise, I really want to ask her if she really didn't take the exam. Does anyone know where she walked to class just now? Where's the pet care student? Where's her roommate? Why didn't she say anything? The calm upstairs, she went out early in the morning, and we don't know where she went. I hate it so much. How long will it take for them to finish the mechanical exam? This melon is so unclear. I feel so uncomfortable. Hold on, there's still 1 hour and 20 minutes. Qinjiu, what are you going to give me for the 1 hour and 20 minutes you owe me? You made me feel so uncomfortable. Are you happy now? I will never forgive you, you cold-blooded woman. Gu Zheng, who was also paying attention to Qinjiu, put down the mecha he was assembling and sent a message to Qinjiu. Didn't you go to the exam? Qinjiu was about to put on her apron when she saw Gu Zheng's message. She was a little surprised. I took the exam. What's wrong? Gu Zheng? Question mark. Gu Zheng, isn't the exam time over yet? Qinjiu, I handed in the paper early. Gu Zheng thought for a moment, closed Qinjiu's chat page, and turned to Wang Ling's. Gu Zheng, have you finished the exam? What he responded to was a 5-minute silence. Gu Zheng sighed secretly, and closed the terminal page. Qinjiu was still too naive. It was really hard to take care of too many courses. Wang Ling didn't hand in the paper, and Qinjiu had finished the exam. There was only one possibility. Qinjiu gave up the exam halfway through. It can't be blamed on her. She could persist until the end of the theoretical course and take the exam. No matter what the result was, she should be able to get a few points to help make up for it. It's better than nothing. Gu Zheng didn't send them any more messages and focused on assembling his mecha. Qinjiu on the other side was like a big enemy, and he didn't know where to start facing the several basins in front of him. The teacher of the baking class saw that everyone else had started mixing flour, but Qinjiu hadn't made any moves yet. She couldn't help but come to Qinjiu and ask, "What's wrong?" Qinjiu shook her head. "I'm not familiar with the proportions. I need to look at the proportions again." The teacher didn't ask any more questions after hearing that. She just asked her to raise her hand if she had any questions, and she took 2 students to preheat the oven. After the class started, everyone's attention was on the ingredients in front of them, and their attention to Qinjiu dropped to 0. Qinjiu took a deep breath and started to fiddle with the ingredients on the table. Because she was a transfer student, Qinjiu was arranged in the last row of the classroom, occupying a cooking table alone, and almost no one noticed her movements. Therefore, no one noticed that Qinjiu poured a whole bag of powder into the basin. Qinjiu stared at the terminal, pondering the text on it very seriously. A little salt. Qinjiu grabbed a bag of unopened salt next to her, and looked at the large basin of flour in front of her. With so much flour, this bag of salt should not be enough, right? She opened 3 bags of salt without hesitation, and poured them all in one breath. Sugar can be added according to personal taste. Qinjiu thought about it, and decided that since it was a small cookie, it must be sweet. She found that there was only a small can of sugar on the table, which was definitely not enough. She squatted down, took out a bag of sugar that was half a person's height from the cabinet below, lifted it up and poured it all into the large basin. The white sugar powder piled up like a small mountain, almost overflowing the cooking basin. Qinjiu found that this basin might not be big enough, so she squatted down again to find an extra large cooking basin. She picked up the original basin, transferred all the mixture, added other ingredients one by one, and then began to stir. The teacher came back after preheating the oven. When she saw the big basin on Qinjiu's desk, her mouth opened unconsciously, and the heat-insulating gloves in her hands fell to the ground. The students saw the teacher's stunned look and couldn't help but follow her line of sight to look at the last row. Everyone was stunned at this glance. Everyone, shock. Did Qinjiu want to stock up on dry food until he returned to Xinhuang? Chapter 89. The teacher finally calmed down. She slowly came to Qinjiu and silently looked at the yellowish object. She pondered for a long time and asked, "Qinjiu, the teacher wants to ask you. Are you making so much as a small gift for others?" They didn't feel sorry for the ingredients and didn't let the students make more to eat or give as gifts. It's just that the amount Qinjiu made was a bit beyond her imagination. Qinjiu lowered her head and looked at the mixed substances in the basin. She said, "I made it according to the recipe in the recipe. I don't know how much I can make. If there is more, I will give it to my friends." The teacher was silent. She opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to say it. Qinjiu saw that the teacher didn't speak and immersed herself in her mixing work. The teacher was standing aside and witnessed Qinjiu's action of reaching out to stir the mixture. Her pupils were shaking. "No. This amount of powdered paste can be stirred by hand? That bowl is an accessory of a commercial blender that can make dozens of servings. Usually, the amount of powder used in this bowl must be stirred by a machine. I have never tried anyone who can stir it as easily as Qinjiu." Qinjiu is really amazingly strong. Qinjiu saw that the teacher had not left and couldn't help but look up at her. Seeing that the teacher's eyes were fixed on her hand, she thought that the teacher thought that she was violating the rules by not using a stirring rod and wanted to blame herself. Qinjiu immediately stopped the action in her hand and hurriedly explained to herself, "Teacher, it's not that I don't want to use a stirring rod, but..." Qinjiu pointed to a few pieces of things covered with paste and said, "I used 3 and they all broke. I had no choice but to stir by hand." Teacher, shock. She didn't feel sorry for the consumables, but everything that happened to Qinjiu was too incredible. Although the stirring rod is not a special material and there is a chance of breaking, it is not something that can be broken casually. That is a wooden stick as thick as an adult male's wrist. He broke 3 sticks in a row and continued to stir the dough with brute force. Originally, she also thought that it was incomprehensible for Qinjiu, a pet care major, to take a minor in combat skills. But now, she feels that it is a pity that Qinjiu is not a student of combat skills. Oh, of course, Qinjiu is still not suitable for their baking major. The teacher was completely speechless. She could only show a reluctant smile and continue to encourage teaching. "It's okay, you continue to do it." Qinjiu continued to work hard, and when she was almost done mixing, some students had already sent them for processing and got the finished products. Because the amount Qinjiu made was too large, it would take a lot of time for Qinjiu to press the mold manually. The teacher had to turn on the commercial machine and use it to take over the subsequent process for Qinjiu. Qinjiu felt a little sorry, thinking that she could experience the joy of baking from beginning to end, but mixing the dough was really healing. It was healing for her, but it was depressing for the teacher. While Qinjiu was waiting, the teacher went to check on the other students. When she passed Qinjiu's position, she found that the door of the locker below was not closed tightly. She was about to close it, but found a corner of an empty bag. There was clearly a new bag of sugar in this cabinet. Was it empty? Did she remember it wrong? She opened the cabinet and wanted to check the situation, but was shocked by the scene in front of her. She had heard of locusts passing through, which was a kind of insect plague unique to the ancient blue star. Where the locusts flew over, no grass grew, and they devoured all edible crops. Many years ago, the ancient blue star had eliminated this disaster. Moreover, the temperature of their porcelain king star was not suitable for locusts to survive, and locust plagues could not occur. But, for the first time, she sighed that this word could actually be used on humans. A whole cabinet, empty. She suddenly remembered the oven of cookies that Qinjiu was still waiting for, and fell into deep thought. Can it be eaten? This is a lethal dose of seasoning. She hurried to the place where Qinjiu was waiting. Originally, there were only 2 boys in Xinhuang school uniforms next to the machine where Qinjiu was alone. They held cookies in their hands, and ate the cookies under Qinjiu's expectant eyes. After finishing the exam, Guangming replied to Gu Zheng's message. At the same time, she knew where Qinjiu was from his conversation, and immediately decided to find Qinjiu. Gu Zheng learned of his idea and offered to join him. As soon as they arrived at the baking classroom, a strong aroma hit them. They saw students coming in and out holding small bags of cookies of various shapes. so they guessed that their class was also a practical class. Qingjie was bored and was wandering around. When he saw the two of them coming, he naturally led them to the machine. Just at this time, the machine finished working, and Qingjie enthusiastically invited them to taste his masterpiece. Perhaps they were deceived by the aroma and beautiful appearance of the biscuits, and they didn't find anything wrong and ate them in one bite. When the teacher saw the scene in front of him, he knew it was too late. The rich sweetness that exceeded what normal people could accept destroyed their taste buds. Under the sweet taste, there was a bitter and salty taste. This was not food that normal people could make. The taste was too vicious. Wang Ling and Gu Zheng spit out the food in their mouths almost at the same time, and quickly glanced around, as if looking for something. The teacher mourned for the two of them in his heart, walked to the water dispenser beside him silently, filled 2 cups of water, and walked to the two of them, and handed them over. The two of them didn't even have time to say hello to the teacher, and drank the tea. The bitterness in the taste buds had not completely dissipated, but it was better than at the beginning. Qingjie had never seen Wang Ling so embarrassed, and she asked a little unconfidently, "Is it unpalatable?" Wang Ling closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes again, Qingjie found that his eyes were slightly red and seemed a little wet. The nausea rushed straight to Wang Ling's head, and he resisted the urge to vomit, and his eyes turned red. He re-examined the biscuits in Qingjie's hand, and patted Gu Zheng, who was still vomiting beside him, and said, "Do you never go into the kitchen?" Qingjie scratched his head. "I used to go, but I don't know why everyone didn't let me go into the kitchen later." Wang Ling stared at the biscuits in Qingjie's hand. Right, he could understand. The teacher shook her head after hearing this, and she said helplessly, "Qingjie, you put too much seasoning, that's 50 kilograms of sugar." Gu Zheng straightened up. With tears in the corners of his eyes, he asked loudly in disbelief, "How much? How much sugar did she put?" The teacher pointed to the bag of sugar she put on the table, shook his head and sighed. Gu Zheng looked at the table, then at Qingjie, and was about to say something but stopped. Wang Ling was silent. She could make the biscuits into shape even with excessive sugar, which was also her ability. But if there are any activities related to cooking in the future, Qingjie must not be allowed to join. Seeing that they were questioning her, Qingjie muttered, "Is it really that bad?" She looked at the still warm cookie in her hand, and put it into her mouth without saying anything. Wang Ling, don't. He was too slow to stop her, and Qingjie had already started chewing. But the scene that everyone expected, where Qingjie was poisoned to the point of vomiting, did not happen. Qingjie swallowed the cookie in the stunned eyes of the 3 people. "Qingjie, it's okay? It's not bad, is it?" 3 people, ? Chapter 90. Before the 3 of them could say a word of rebuttal, a small white figure jumped in from the window, and threw herself into Qingjie's arms. Qingjie subconsciously raised his hand to catch it. Bai Shui, who had already put on the cat ears, nudged Qingjie with her nose. Qingjie was surprised. "Why are you here?" Although Bai Shui was temporarily staying in the laboratory building, there were no restrictions on her movements, and she could leave on her own. Even if Dr. Li couldn't see her, he would only think that Qingjie had taken her away. It's just that the baking teaching building is a little far away from the laboratory building, and it should not know that she is here. Qingjie was about to ask a question, and the shadows of the trees outside the window shook, and the rustling sound of the leaves colliding came into their ears. The strangeness outside the window attracted their attention. As soon as their eyes fell on the window coffin, they saw a figure landing steadily on it. There were still a few green leaves on her body, which looked very funny. Li Tong? Qingjie widened his eyes. He really didn't expect her to appear in this way. She looked down at Bai Shui. Bai Shui couldn't wear the cat ears by herself. Qingjie was curious about how Bai Shui wore them just now. Now she seemed to know how to help Bai Shui. Li Tong jumped down from the windowsill and landed steadily on the floor of the classroom. Her 2 small canine teeth were exposed, and her eyes were crescent-shaped. "Sister?" Qingjie pointed at Bai Shui in her arms and asked, "Did you bring it here?" Li Tong nodded quickly. "It seems to miss you very much. I learned from the forum that you have classes in this building, so I brought it here." Li Tong visited Bai Shui in the laboratory building. When Bai Shui saw her appear, she shrank without hesitation and picked up the cat ears from under the bed. Li Tong saw it put the kitten ears in front of itself, shaking its tail, and first looked at the kitten ears on the ground with its big round eyes, then stretched out its paws to rub its small round ears. Li Tong knew what it meant, and put the ears on it. So Bai Shui became Qingjie's snow-white pet cat again. Bai Shui instructed Li Tong to find Qingjie for it. After Li Tong discovered Qingjie's movements, he and Bai Shui ran all the way. When they were downstairs, Bai Shui sniffed the air and raised her little paw to point to this room. Li Tong had never been to this building and didn't know where the door was. When she saw Bai Shui's movements, she climbed in from the tree without saying a word while holding Bai Shui. Bai Shui grabbed her clothes tightly, and her golden eyes were full of disbelief. Could the wolf cub want to climb up? Why not go through the main door? Before it was finished being surprised, Li Tong had come to the window and threw it into the window. Snow White didn't have time to admire the wolf cub's usefulness. Seeing Qinjiu standing next to the table, it flew over directly. Qinjiu couldn't help but chuckle when he saw Li Tong's body covered with small leaves. He stepped forward to remove them for her bit by bit, muttering, "Why do you have to climb a tree? You can just walk up." Li Tong stood still obediently and leaned over to let Qinjiu remove the green leaves on her head. "I don't know where the gate is. This method is faster." Qinjiu was speechless. It turned out that he couldn't understand Li Tong with normal thinking. While picking up small leaves for her, Qinjiu's eyes swept over the biscuits on the table. She put Snow White on the ground, picked up the box and handed it to Li Tong. "Try it, I made it." Li Tong's eyes, as transparent as glass balls, showed joy. This time, even Wang Ling and the others seemed to see a big tail shaking behind her. Li Tong happily picked up a biscuit and was about to eat it. She received a strong gaze, and could not help but stop her hand and look at the source of the gaze. Bai Shui sat on the ground and looked at Li Tong eagerly. Li Tong handed Bai Shui a piece intimately. "Eat together." Bai Shui shook her tail and opened her mouth to take a bite of the crispy biscuit. Gu Zheng, who witnessed the whole process, suddenly asked Wang Ling, "If the war beast eats the food given by the owner and gets poisoned, will the war beast management center be held responsible?" Wang Ling nodded. "Yes, if you have to go to the war beast hospital because of poisoning, the other party must investigate the cause and effect, and the feeder and the cook will be punished." Gu Zheng, "Then why don't you stop them quickly?" Although Gu Zheng moved quickly, it was too late. Bai Shui bit off a biscuit and was chewing slowly. Li Tong also ate the biscuit and chewed it without changing his expression. Gu Zheng's outstretched hand stopped in midair, his face full of surprise. Time seemed to freeze, and the three of them quietly watched the incredible scene in front of them. Bai Shui and Li Tong swallowed the biscuits at the same time, and Li Tong looked at Qinjiu with a smile. Her expression did not seem to be fake, but made Gu Zheng and Wang Ling begin to doubt their lives. Gu Zheng's eyes moved from Qinjiu and Li Tong, and he carefully asked Li Tong, "Is it delicious?" Li Tong nodded, and although he was answering Gu Zheng's question, his eyes were always on Qinjiu. "Delicious. Everything my sister cooks is delicious." Gu Zheng, He did not give up, and asked Bai Shui again, "Is it really delicious?" Bai Shui tilted her head, as if thinking about the meaning of his words. The half biscuit in Li Tong's hand was still in front of Bai Shui. Bai Shui did not understand what Gu Zheng meant, and decided to ignore Gu Zheng. It opened its mouth, and took another bite of the biscuit. Gu Zheng, ? Looking at the harmonious two people and one beast, Gu Zheng fell into deep self-doubt. Is it his problem? Gu Zheng picked up another cookie and took a bite. Before Wang Ling could stop him from reaching his mouth, Gu Zheng had already taken a bite. The next moment. Ugh! Water! Wang Ling, It's over, I let you die. Gu Zheng rinsed his mouth, while watching Qinjiu eat one cookie after another. His worldview was about to collapse. He originally thought that Qinjiu said the cookies were delicious just to save his face, but such a strong dark dish could only be eaten in one bite at most, right? How could she eat it without any expression on her face? Wang Ling saw Qinjiu feeding Bai Shui a few cookies beside him. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he opened the terminal. Wang Ling, let me ask you a question. Jin Cheng, if you have something to say, please say it quickly. Wang Ling, do war beasts have a sense of taste? Jin Cheng, ? Jin Cheng, are you stupid? Without a sense of taste, can you still be picky about food? Do we still need to buy different canned foods? Jin Cheng, waste of time. Wang Ling, The other party has blocked you. You cannot send new messages seeing that Jin Cheng actually blocked him. Wang Ling was not angry, and turned to Lilith's dialogue box. He sent the chat history with Jin Cheng to Lilith, and Lilith replied after a minute. Lilith, Jin Cheng is taking gunpowder? I go talk to him. Lilith, war beasts have a sense of taste, but they are not very sensitive to sweet and salty tastes. I heard that it is a compensatory mechanism, and the loss of two tastes enhances the sense of smell. But other flavors can be tasted. Wang Ling, okay, thank you. After reading Lilith's reply, Wang Ling could understand Bai Shui's behavior, and Li Tong was a half-orc, which might be similar to war beasts to some extent. What about Qinjiu? Wang Ling pushed his glasses, his thoughts hidden under the lenses. After thinking for a moment, he sighed. I heard that Qinjiu came from an orphanage. Maybe she was born with a disability or was abused later in life, so she lost her sense of taste. He felt more and more that it was not easy for Qinjiu to get to where she is now on her own. It seems that he has to take better care of her in the future.